Chapter 1. Huang Family Village, My Unusual Eyes. In the realm of Douluo, situated at the border between the heavenly Do Empire and the star Luo Empire, lies a quaint little village known as Huang Family Village. Within the humble abode of the village chief, a venerable old man in his 70s cradles a bundled infant in his arms. What a delightful baby! I wonder which heartless parents abandoned such a precious child. The poor thing is innocent. Fortunately, I happened to pass by, otherwise it would have been devoured by wild beasts in that jungle tonight. Alas, such a pitiable child. Well, since I have no offspring or grandchildren, I shall adopt you. But what shall I name you? I have it. I shall call you Huang Wei. A lovely name. From this day forth, you shall be known as Huang Wei. Chief Huang Nan chuckled heartily, thrilled at the prospect of raising a child who would ensure he is not left alone in his twilight years. He promptly contacted a local shepherding family to procure some goat's milk for Huang Wei. Soon, news of the village chief's adoption of an abandoned infant spread like wildfire throughout Huang Family Village. The villagers, known for their kindness, rallied together to lend a hand, recognizing that caring for a baby at Huang Nan's age would not be an easy task. However, to their surprise and delight, this infant seemed remarkably different from others. He rarely cried or fussed, instead displaying an unusual calmness that endeared him to all. Little did they know, the baby in their midst was also observing them, taking in this new world. Though he appeared as a mere infant, the deep, dark eyes held a profound wisdom beyond his years. Have I crossed over, or have I been reborn? Uncertain of the nuances between crossing over and rebirth, he identified himself as Huang Wei, at least in name. In his previous life, he had been a citizen of Huaxia, laboring tirelessly until his body succumbed to exhaustion and he met an untimely demise. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar world, transformed into an infant. He had no knowledge of how he ended up in that jungle. All he remembered was being picked up by an old man who declared his intent to adopt him, subsequently naming him Huang Wei, a curious coincidence. Following that, it was all about feeding and the villagers flocking around him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years swiftly passed. Now, 3 years old, Huang Wei had learned to walk 2 years prior. With the soul of a man in his 30s guiding this youthful form, he had gleaned much knowledge about this world from the villagers over the past 3 years. Despite his small stature, his actions had garnered considerable admiration from the villagers. Remarkably, I have arrived in the world of Douluo, a realm from a fantasy novel. Here, 2 superpowers exist: the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with various sections. The current timeline features the Martial Soul Hall, which means I have indeed crossed into the first part of the story. Tangsa must be here as well. However, this fellow was a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, equipped with the Xiantian skill and an array of techniques, hidden weapons, and poisons. As for me, is the system even present? After a prolonged silence, it became evident that he was nothing but a waste. The system had chosen to overlook him. This one too I shall suffer if this continues. I must hasten my training to cultivate soul power as soon as possible. In 3 years, I will awaken my martial soul. In the courtyard, Huang Wei was engaged in vigorous exercise, perspiration dripping from his brow as he panted heavily. Simultaneously, he was engaged in an internal monologue. His regimen consisted of push-ups, frog jumps, squats, bear crawls, punches, kicks, pull-ups, sit-ups, and running. He committed to this routine thrice daily, morning, afternoon, and evening, striving to complete 100 repetitions each time. He had embarked on this journey a year prior, understanding that a solid foundation must begin in childhood, complemented by a proper diet. Now, at merely 3 years of age, he stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, possessing an exceptionally robust physique, with muscles already well-defined. As he completed his final set and prepared to return indoors, an unexpected jolt coursed through his heart, causing his vision to darken as he collapsed to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself submerged in a wooden tub filled with an array of herbal scents. Plant name: blue silvergrass. Growth duration: 15 years, useful until level 11. Function: provides slight restoration of soul power. Usage 1. Herbal bath, take 20 to 40 stalks, extract the essence, and boil it with water for bathing. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour of loss, with no more than 3 baths per day. The body absorbs the medicinal properties, allowing for a minor accumulation of soul power. Usage 2. Oral consumption, take 20 stalks, extract the essence, mix with a small bowl of clear water, and simmer for 30 minutes. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour of loss, with no more than 2 doses per day. Oral consumption only aids in recovering lost soul power. Plant name, green vine. Growth duration, 20 years, useful until level 11. Function, slightly enhances physical resilience. Usage 1. Herbal bath, take 10 to 20 stems, extract the essence, and boil with water for bathing. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour post-exercise, with no more than 3 baths per day. Usage 2. Oral consumption, take 5 stems, extract the essence, mix with a small bowl of clear water, and simmer for 30 minutes. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour post-exercise, with no more than 2 doses per day. Upon witnessing the array of information regarding the plants before him, Huang Wei felt utterly bewildered, instinctively shouting in his mind for the system to respond. Yet, there was no answer. Rubbing his eyes, he pondered, is this the awakening of a unique ability in my eyes? If this is not a martial soul, it could very well be my golden finger. Better than nothing, since there's no system, this will suffice. Afterward, he could no longer see the previous messages. But when he focused his gaze on another plant, a thought emerged, and, as he desired to know its information, the familiar display returned to his eyes. It was then he realized that he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon ability related to his vision. He then attempted to observe other non-plant objects, but to no avail. Finally, an elderly man appeared before him, offering no insights. Returning his attention to the plants yielded results. In that moment, he understood that this ocular ability was limited solely to plants. Muttering to himself, he mused, it lacks a name. I shall christen it about plant eye. Too unappealing. Then perhaps eye of living beings? Who knows, it might one day allow me to see beyond mere plants. Chief Huang Nan's frail, yet concerned voice broke through. My dear grandson, you have finally awakened. You frighten me to death. I've told you time and again not to engage in such strenuous training. You're only 3 years old. Why put your body through such torment? 3 more years swiftly passed. Huang Wei immediately averted his gaze, his expression tinged with remorse. Grandfather, I apologize for worrying you. Rest assured, I will be more cautious in the future. He understood that Huang Nan's demeanor was rooted in concern for him. Having lived 2 lives, he knew the pain of being just another face in the crowd, and tragically, he had lost his parents in a car accident during his childhood, barely surviving on government aid. In this new life, he didn't even know the identities or appearances of his biological parents. Yet, now he had a caring elder who had taken him in, along with the warmth of the villagers, filling him with gratitude and joy. Thus, he made a silent vow. He would strive to become a powerful soul master to repay those who had helped him, transforming Huang family village into a prosperous community. You have shown me kindness one day. I, Huang Wei, shall repay you 100-fold. In that moment, a fierce determination glimmered in his eyes. Huang Nan gazed at Huang Wei, whom he had watched grow since infancy, and a gentle smile graced his face. Some things are destined. In 3 years, you will turn 6, and that will be the time of your martial soul awakening. However, if your martial soul lacks soul power, no matter how hard you strive, you will remain an ordinary person, or perhaps a slightly stronger ordinary person, unable to achieve greatness as a soul master. Having watched him grow, Huang Nan recognized that Huang Wei was unlike other children. His maturity was remarkable. At times, he found himself questioning whether this child was truly just a child. He understood that Huang Wei's relentless training aimed to alter the fate of his martial soul awakening, striving to ensure he possessed soul power. Yet could this truly be realized? He was uncertain, but witnessing Huang Wei's unwavering dedication made it difficult for him to intervene. Huang Wei, whose hands were immersed in the medicinal bath, suddenly clenched his fists and took a deep breath, his tone resolute. Grandfather, sometimes lives can be changed. I firmly believe this. I aspire to grow stronger, to repay the kindness of you and the village that nurtured me. Moreover, I must uncover my true identity, who my parents are, and why they abandoned me. These questions I must resolve in the future. Otherwise, I shall never find peace. Upon hearing these words, Huang Nan was profoundly moved. He chose silence, understanding the significance of Huang Wei's actions, and sighed inwardly. His grandson has truly matured despite lacking blood ties. Everything has been worthwhile. After a moment, his aged voice resonated gently. Grandson, strive with all your might. Your grandfather and the entire village stand behind you. If you ever feel weary out there, remember that this place is your home as well. In whatever you choose to pursue, I shall unconditionally support you. But you must promise me to prioritize your own safety above all else. Never act recklessly. Once life is lost, nothing remains. I will certainly do so, grandfather, Huang Wei replied, his gaze resolute as he nodded. My grandson is indeed unlike other children. Haha. Huang Nan smiled knowingly. I shall head in to prepare a meal. Now, once you finish bathing, come in to eat. All right. Huang Wei nodded emphatically. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years had swiftly passed. On this particular morning, a youthful boy, standing approximately 1.55 meters tall, dashed rapidly along the village path with a bamboo basket slung across his back. Though the boy appeared youthful, he radiated a sense of maturity and composure. Dressed in short sleeves and shorts, it was evident that every muscle on his body was well-developed and robust. His physical strength and health far surpassed those of his peers, even those aged 6 to 10. As he ran, he cheerfully greeted the villagers around him, who responded with joy. This boy was none other than Huang Wei. Unknowingly, 6 years have passed. Little Wei has truly transformed greatly. Is he off to gather various plants again? At just 6 years old, he is already so sensible. If only my child could exhibit half of his maturity, I would have far less to worry about. The decision to bring him back was undoubtedly the right choice by the village chief. Is today his 6th birthday? That means he will awaken his martial soul in a few days. I wonder what it will be. I am genuinely looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Huang Wei was a child they had collectively nurtured, considering him as one of their own. Not only was he sensible, but he also possessed a level of intellect far beyond his years, making him a favored figure among them. Returning home, Huang Wei set down the bamboo basket and extracted the aged Qingting and Xilan vines along with the Balanhua within. These were not soul beasts, merely ordinary plants. Plant name, Qingting. Plant age, 85 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 15. Effects, enhances bodily resilience. Usage 1. Usage 2. Plant name, Xilan vine. Plant age, 80 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 15. Effects, increases bodily hardness. Usage 1. Usage 2. Plant name, Balanhua. Plant age, 90 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 20. Effects, aids in strengthening mental power. Usage, crush 5 to 10 flowers to extract the essence. Boil in a ceramic pot for 10 minutes. Let cool and apply 2 drops to the forehead before meditation or sleep for automatic absorption. Gazing at the analysis before him, Huang Wei felt immense satisfaction. Over the past 3 years, he had been utilizing these plants to assist in his training, and he was particularly thrilled to discover plants in the surrounding forest that could enhance mental power. It is worth noting that in this world, without specific techniques or conditions, cultivating mental power is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Even simple meditation yields minimal results. Moreover, Huang Wei was currently engaged in triple cultivation: physical training, soul power cultivation, and mental power training. This undeniably required a significant investment of time and effort, especially as he progressed further. However, the Balanhua was the only plant he had discovered thus far that could aid in mental power cultivation, filling him with unparalleled excitement. For the past 3 years, he had diligently trained, increasing his capacity through foundational training methods. After that sudden, fainting episode, he had not experienced such an occurrence again. Setting these items aside, he entered the room, finding Huang Nin absent likely out running errands for his small business at this hour. Thus, he made his way to the yard, where he had fashioned simple exercise equipment for himself. After shedding his shirt, he resumed his training. I am now 6 years old surely. In the coming days, I shall undergo my martial soul awakening. I am truly filled with anticipation. What can my martial soul possibly be? With boundless excitement, he engaged in vigorous exercise. He understood that the sweat he had shed over the past 6 years would soon manifest in the results of his endeavors. Once his training concluded, night had fallen. Sweaty and exhilarated, he entered the house and retrieved from a drawer a small bottle resembling a palm's-eyes potion, containing a peculiar liquid of a pale red hue interspersed with blue specks. Chapter 3. Merging with the ancestral dragon martial soul, selecting soul power, and the initial form of the ancestral dragon ding. The fusion commences. The system's alert resonated as streams of profound energy surged from the depths of Yao Xuan's being, flowing ceaselessly through his meridians and blood, coursing toward his limbs. As this energy dispersed, an indescribable sensation of comfort emanated from every corner of Yao Xuan's body, causing his temperature to rise several degrees. A layer of iridescent light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloped his surface, while warm energy appeared in his sea of consciousness, enveloping him in a soothing embrace, reminiscent of returning to his mother's womb. Simultaneously, the cells and tissues within Yao Xuan fervently absorbed this energy, undergoing an extraordinary process of reorganization and metamorphosis to acclimate to the binding of the ancestral dragon martial soul. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body. And with the onset of this tingling, Yao Xuan sensed a continuous enhancement of his physical prowess. All right, children, it is time for us to embark on our journey. After a brief span of 10 minutes, all the children had finished their breakfast. At that moment, Li Mei rose, clapped her hands, and spoke in a cheerful tone. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children promptly stood up, forming 2 lines and obediently following her out of the Red Mountain Orphanage. Is this indeed the Douluo Continent during the era of the Dragon King legend? The wonders of soul guide technology are truly astonishing. Although the fusion of the ancestral dragon martial soul continues within him, as the system indicated, this process is rather gentle and does not significantly affect Yao Xuan. Thus, he discreetly lifted his gaze, surveying the surrounding environment. After 2 millennia of development, along with the advancement and proliferation of soul guide technology, the Douluo Continent has undergone a remarkable transformation. Towering edifices line the streets, and scattered soul guide vehicles traverse the thoroughfares, presenting a scene not dissimilar to that of Earth in the 21st century, and in certain aspects, even more technologically advanced. However, unlike Earth, despite the presence of soul guide vehicles on the Douluo Continent, their cost is exorbitantly higher than that of automobiles on Earth. A standard soul guide vehicle costs several 100,000 federal coins, while the average monthly salary of a common person barely reaches 1,000 federal coins. Thus, the children can only walk to the Red Mountain Academy. Children, stay close and do not fall behind. As Yao Xuan observed his surroundings, Li Mei turned around to admonish the children, subsequently leading the way ahead. Ding! The binding of the ancestral dragon martial soul was successful and personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? After another 10 minutes, as Yao Xuan strolled along the bustling street, the system's prompt sounded as anticipated. View. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan responded without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver flashed before his eyes, and a transparent attribute panel materialized in front of him, showcasing the effect of his eye of observation ability, albeit directed towards himself. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 6. System ability, Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma. Enhanced Insight Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 5. 20. Pending Selection, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. Using golden evolution points can enhance the unlock level of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. As the bloodline unlocks, your physical attributes will continuously improve, and you will gain the ability to comprehend bloodline abilities. Mental Power, 45. Mid-stage of Ling Wan Realm. Soul Skills, none bloodline abilities, none battle armor, none mecha, none evolution points. 0. You can earn evolution points while cultivating. 10,000 ordinary evolution points can be condensed into 1 golden evolution point. Golden evolution points. 0. Defeating formidable foes, completing system tasks, gaining renown, consuming rare treasures, etc. Can yield golden evolution points. Golden evolution points are the most extraordinary energy in the universe and the core of the super divine system, which can be utilized to enhance your bloodline, soul power, mental power, and skill proficiency to rapidly grow strong. Accumulate as many golden evolution points as possible. Skills: Forging, Level 0, Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0, Mecha Maintenance, Level 0, Level 5, 20, Pinning Selection. What does this mean? Gazing at the Soul Power level section on the system panel, Yao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he could choose his own soul power? Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! You may now select your innate soul power. Option 1. Innate soul power level 20. Should you choose this, your soul power level and talent would be exceedingly high, resulting in your removal to the headquarters of the Spirit Tower for special training, thus preventing you from remaining in Ally City. After Yue Na enters the human world, she will be taken by Tang Wulin, and you will lose the chance to connect with her, as well as the opportunity to win her heart in the future. Option 2. Innate soul power level 5. This choice compresses your soul power while enhancing its purity. Your innate soul power will be compressed to level 5. Yet your talent will slightly increase, allowing for a future advancement speed potentially surpassing that of option 1. By choosing this, you will remain in Ally City, and Yue Na will encounter you instead of Tang Wulin upon entering the human realm, allowing you to reside together long-term. You can plant the seed of love in her heart, ensuring that her affection in the future belongs solely to you. Concurrently, by opting to stay in Ally City, you will also gain the opportunity to interact with the Child of Destiny, Tang Wulin, nurturing him from a young age and potentially taking him as your subordinate in the future. I choose option 2. After a mere few seconds of contemplation, Yao Xuan made his decision. Compared to the disparity of 15 levels of innate soul power, winning Yue Na's affection was of paramount importance. Her identity, beauty, and the myriad hidden opportunities she presented far outweighed the allure of an additional 15 levels of innate soul power. After all, while low soul power could be compensated through cultivation, losing Yue Na's heart would be irretrievable. Confirm selection? As Yao Xuan spoke, the system S prompt sounded once more. Yes. Yao Xuan nodded without hesitation. Ding. Soul power level confirmed. Personal information updated. Soul power. Level 5. Soul master. Ding. Ancestral dragon bloodline has been activated. Current unlock status, 0, gaining the ability of the primary ancestral dragon body. Would you like to unlock? With Yao Xuan's confirmation, 3 system prompts echoed again. Oh, the primary ancestral dragon body, a bloodline ability? How splendid. Of course, I shall unlock it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a flicker of joy flashed across Yao Xuan's eyes as he declared, commence unlocking. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's words, the system's voice resonated once more, in a stream of wondrous, multicolored light permeated and spread throughout his being. When fusing with the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's physical constitution underwent a transformation to accommodate the creation-level ancestral dragon martial soul. With the unlocking of the initial ancestral dragon body, Yao Xuan's physical attributes surged at a perceivable pace. First came strength, although he had merely unlocked the basic ancestral dragon body. Yao Xuan felt as though his power had nearly doubled. His stamina, speed, regenerative abilities, and cellular vitality saw remarkable enhancements across the board. Furthermore, the various tissues within Yao Xuan's body underwent a metamorphosis. After unlocking the initial ancestral dragon body, a subtle glimmer of multicolored hue radiated from his muscles, bones, internal organs, and even his blood, signifying a complete rebirth. Moreover, within Yao Xuan's body, previously minuscule meridians were now forcefully opened. Their flexibility increased manifold. Many obstructed branches swiftly cleared, allowing Yao Xuan to accommodate a greater influx of soul power. Not only that, but Yao Xuan could distinctly sense that the energy derived from the initial ancestral dragon body had yet to be fully absorbed. Due to the limitations of his constitution, he had only managed to absorb a fraction of the transformative energy, with the remainder lying dormant within him, destined to be assimilated as his strength grew, perpetuating his evolution. Chapter 4. Golden Evolution Points and the first task. What a remarkable sensation. I feel as though my body is brimming with power. And this is merely the initial ancestral dragon body. What if I were to attain the intermediate or even advanced ancestral dragon body? How extraordinary would that be? As the fusion concluded, and feeling the changes within his strength and physique, Yao Xuan couldn't help but marvel, filled with anticipation. Although Yao Xuan's physical form was still that of a 6-year-old, his strength rivaled the average of an adult devoid of soul power, far surpassing his peers. The unlocking of the initial ancestral dragon body is complete. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 10, the next ability unlocking will commence. Strive to acquire golden evolution points and enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline. Unlocked content, bloodline abilities, ancestral dragon shattering step, active ability, right claw dragon transformation, passive ability. Just as Yao Xuan was reflecting, a transparent notification box appeared before him, announcing the successful unlocking of the bloodline ability associated with the initial ancestral dragon body and outlining the next phase of ability unlocking, an active skill and a passive skill. Indeed splendid. However, achieving a level 10 ancestral dragon bloodline will certainly not be an easy feat after all. I currently possess not a single golden evolution point. I must exert myself. Gazing at the system's prompts, a glimmer of desire flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes, followed by a resigned shake of his head. According to the information he had gleaned from the system, golden evolution points were not easily acquired. Each point was hard-won and not simply obtained through mundane cultivation. Naturally, Yao Xuan could still earn ordinary evolution points through training, and for every 10,000 ordinary evolution points accumulated, he could condense one golden evolution point, which served as a stable source. However, as per the system's estimates, given Yao Xuan's current cultivation level, he could acquire a maximum of around 100 ordinary evolution points per day. This meant that if he were to adhere strictly to his training regimen, he could only hope to accumulate 4 golden evolution points in a year, during the period when the ancestral dragon bloodline concentration ranged from 0 to 10. Each incremental increase in concentration required an expenditure of 10, 20, up to 100 golden evolution points. Thus, a mere 4 points per year would be utterly insufficient for the unlocking of the bloodline. Yao Xuan was not one to resign himself to mediocrity. Having fortuitously traversed to the Douluo Continent, awakened an extraordinary system, and acquired the ancestral dragon martial soul, how could he settle for being an ordinary soul master? His ambition was to embark on the path of supreme transcendence. Regarding golden evolution points, besides acquiring them through ordinary evolution points, the primary means of obtaining them included defeating formidable foes, gaining renown, and completing system tasks. However, this also implied that Yao Xuan would tread a perilous and combative path toward extraordinary prowess. Nevertheless, he welcomed the unknown challenges ahead. Ding. System task acquired. Breakthrough to Soul Master. Will you accept the task? As Yao Xuan's heart surged with excitement, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Accept. With Yao Xuan's mental affirmation, a silvery light flashed before him, and an ancient, transparent task panel swiftly materialized. Task name: Breakthrough to Soul Master. Task description: While soul warriors possess soul power, they still fall within the realm of mortals. Only upon reaching level 10, fusing with the soul spirit, and breaking through to become a soul master, can one truly embark on the path of transcendence. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Swiftly take your first stride on the path of invincibility in the Douluo Continent. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: none. Failure to complete within the time frame will result in the loss of task rewards. Task rewards: 100 golden evolution points. Cultivation method: creation soul forging technique. First 3 layers: system ability, space storage, system ability, enhanced meditation, unlimited growth type soul spirit X1. Item, upon use, will replace the existing soul spirit. Breaking through to Soul Master within 2 years should not pose a significant challenge for me. Observing the task conditions, Yao Xuan silently analyzed. The speed of cultivation from the Soul Warrior realm to the Soul Master realm is swift. Even Tang Wulin, with an innate soul power of merely level 3, managed to advance from level 3 to level 11 in 3 years. For Yao Xuan, who possesses an innate soul power of level 5 and wields a creation level martial soul, achieving a 5-level increase in 2 years is certainly within reach. Moreover, the rewards are undeniably extraordinary. The space storage system ability, enhanced meditation system ability, and the creation soul forging technique. Immediately afterward, Yao Xuan cast his gaze upon the task rewards at the very bottom of the list. In the contemporary Douluo Continent, following the collision and fusion with the Sun and Moon continent, the technology of soul-guiding devices has once again become widespread. Even those who are not soul masters can encounter a plethora of soul-guiding devices in their daily lives. However, these devices are predominantly ordinary soul-guiding instruments. When it comes to spatial soul-guiding devices, their manufacturing is exceedingly intricate, rendering them exceptionally rare and precious. Even a diminutive spatial soul-guiding device can cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of federal coins, often requiring a bidding process, leaving many soul emperors without their own spatial soul-guiding devices. The ability to acquire spatial storage capabilities at the Soul Master level is undoubtedly advantageous for Yao Xuan. and he is certain that the spatial storage system function endowed by the super god system is far superior to any ordinary spatial soul guiding device. As for the creation forging soul technique, the name alone indicates that it is far from ordinary. It is an immensely profound meditative practice. Coupled with the system's enhanced meditation capabilities, it will undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed exponentially, intensifying Yao Xuan's yearning to break through the soul master realm. Finally, his gaze shifted to the last reward, the infinitely evolving spirit. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Unlike soul rings, the spirits created by Hui Yuhao possess the potential for growth, allowing them to ascend in the ascension platform and enhance their cultivation. However, such advancements are often limited and constrained by the innate qualities of the spirits, with many reaching their peak at 1,000 years. In contrast, the spirit offered as a reward for Yao Xuan's task is extraordinary, possessing the potential for limitless growth. Not only can it aspire to 10,000 years, but as long as Yao Xuan provides sufficient life energy, it may even ascend to a million-year spirit, a truly remarkable feat. All right, children, we have arrived at Hongshan Academy. I will wait with you outside the academy. When the teacher calls your name, you may enter to test your martial soul. Remember to be courteous to the soul master from the spirit tower during the test and follow his instructions obediently. At that moment, Li Mei brought the children to a halt outside a building resembling a school and once again offered patient reminders. Chapter 5, Testing Soul Power Understood, and Li Mei. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children eagerly responded, standing quietly behind her as they awaited their turn. Although it was still early in the day, the streets outside the Hongshan Academy were already teeming with parents accompanying their children for the martial soul awakening, with most of the children around 6 years of age, the minimum age for soul power awakening. Within the Sun and Moon Federation, it is not only a privilege but also a duty for eligible children to partake in the martial soul awakening for the Federation. Even the lowest-ranked soul master represents a significant resource. From the Academy's gates, parents continuously emerge with their children, the majority appearing dejected, their faces reflecting a sense of regret, as it was evident that their children's innate soul power was zero, precluding them from the path of a soul master. However, occasionally, parents beamed with excitement. Leading their children out of the academy, it was obvious that these children had manifested their martial souls alongside soul power, thus embarking on a transformative journey that would lead them to soul master schools, where they would receive an education vastly different from that of ordinary individuals. Unlike regular schools, tuition at soul master institutions is entirely waived, and students demonstrating commendable performance may receive generous scholarships. Moreover, upon breaking through to level 10 and advancing as a soul master, individuals, regardless of age, are entitled to receive a subsidy of 1,000 Federation coins from the Federation. For great soul masters, this subsidy escalates to 10,000 Federation coins. Not to mention the myriad additional benefits and privileges that would enrich the entire family. Consequently, whenever a child exhibiting innate soul power emerges, envious and jealous glances abound. For no parent wishes for anything less than their child possessing the talent of a soul master. Yet, for the vast majority of parents, this remains but a distant dream. Time swiftly passed, and 2 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The sun's rays grew increasingly intense, and the children's initial excitement began to wane. Though they remained hopeful, eagerly gazing at the distant academy gates. At that moment, a male teacher, approximately 25 years of age, emerged from the ranks of Hongshan Academy. Holding a roster in hand, he began to call out several names, those of Yao Xuan's companions. "Children, go forth. I wish you all the best," the teacher encouraged. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Li Mei smiled and responded, "Thank you, Aunt." Several children quickly rose to their feet, bounding joyfully towards the teacher and following her into the academy. Approximately 10 minutes later, they emerged, dejected and downcast. "Children, do not lose heart. It is quite normal not to possess a companion spirit power," Li Mei reassured them, then inquired, "Now, let us share what our martial spirits are?" Observing the returning children, she encouraged, "A shovel. My martial spirit is a shovel. Mine is scissors. Oh, my martial spirit is a wheelbarrow." Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children began to enthusiastically share their martial spirits. At that moment, a teacher from Hongshan Academy emerged once more and called out loudly, "Yang Ya, Yao Xuan, Huang Yu." As the teacher summoned them, Yao Xuan and a few other children stood up excitedly and rushed toward him. "Follow me," the teacher calmly instructed, leading the children into the academy. As they walked along the path of the academy, Yao Xuan observed his surroundings. Compared to Earth, there was not much difference here. The white-topped red walls appeared quite orderly and elegant, and the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. All right. In order, please proceed to the awakening room for your martial spirit awakening, the teacher said, halting before a domed classroom building and turning to address the children. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing the teacher's command, the children eagerly entered the magnificent domed teaching building. In stark contrast to the orphanage, this edifice was undeniably vast and towering, comprising 7 levels, each housing a soul awakening chamber for the awakening of martial souls. Yao Xuan made his way to the awakening chamber on the 2nd floor. Unlike the exterior, the floors, walls, and ceiling of the awakening chamber were adorned with an array of intricate and enigmatic patterns that dazzled the eye. Are these spirit-guiding formations? How wondrous! As Yao Xuan gazed at the formations, he felt the soul power within him begin to circulate with increasing vigor, and he could not help but exclaim in awe. Child, do not dawdle. Come here quickly. In the center of the awakening chamber stood a middle-aged man clad in an ancient orange robe, embroidered with various patterns resembling soul beasts. He was a spirit master from the transmission tower, and upon observing Yao Xuan, he gently beckoned him closer. Had it been an ordinary child lingering like this, the spirit master might have felt a twinge of irritation, as his time was exceedingly precious. Yet, looking at Yao Xuan, he inexplicably felt a sense of warmth, prompting his tone to soften considerably. I apologize, uncle. Those patterns appear so fascinating that I became somewhat entranced. Yao Xuan's thoughts were drawn back by the spirit master's words, and he quickly approached him, offering his apology. Ah, those are spirit-guiding formations, truly remarkable creations. If you become a soul master, you will have the opportunity to engage with them. Now, please stand in the center. As he regarded Yao Xuan, the spirit master instinctively began to explain, a gentle smile gracing his features as he continued, Very well, young one. Upon hearing the words of the spirit master, Yao Xuan followed the instructions and stood within a red circle on the ground. He focused his mind and steadied his breath, preparing for the impending awakening. Noticing that Yao Xuan was ready, the spirit master uttered a command and then closed his eyes. The moment had finally arrived, and the anticipation was palpable. At this juncture, Yao Xuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite being a transmigrator and having previously discerned his innate soul power through the eye of observation, his heartbeat quickened in this moment of truth. As the spirit master spoke, a sphere of white light ignited in his hand, emanating a gentle radiance. Is this the essence of soul power? How wondrous! Gazing at the luminescent orb, a flicker of yearning surfaced in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he silently marveled at its beauty. Just then, the spirit master raised his right hand and pointed toward the ceiling. The white light in his grasp shot upward, merging into the soul-guiding formation within the awakening chamber. With the infusion of soul power, intricate runes illuminated the room, cascading down from the ceiling along the walls, ultimately converging within the red circle at Yao Xuan's feet. A wave of warm energy surged from the soles of his feet, causing Yao Xuan's body to tremble slightly. The scene before him began to blur, and he felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, as mysterious energies flowed forth from within. Chapter 6. The Sub-Dragon Martial Soul, Adoption. A companion soul power. How splendid! In the eyes of the spirit master, Yao Xuan's body was now enveloped in a faint white halo. As the energy radiated from Yao Xuan's form, a glimmer of joy appeared in the spirit master's gaze. Typically, among children born to ordinary families, only one in several hundred possesses companion soul power. Often, even after a day of awakening rituals, it is rare to encounter a child with any soul power at all. Thus, the discovery of a child endowed with soul power brought the spirit master considerable delight, an unexpected bonus indeed. Now, raise your right hand and reveal to me what your martial soul is, he said with a warm smile. Certainly, uncle. Yao Xuan extended his right hand, palm facing upward. As a prismatic glow erupted from his palm, this radiant aura coalesced, forming a dragon-shaped martial soul, approximately 50 centimeters in length. A beast martial soul, and a rare sub-dragon type no less. Moreover, with the existence of companion soul power, congratulations. You possess exceptional potential as a soul master. The spirit master's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the martial soul in Yao Xuan's hand, his voice imbued with warmth. What I possess is not merely a sub-dragon martial soul, but rather the ancestral dragon martial soul, the progenitor of all dragons. Upon hearing the words of the spirit master, Yao Xuan could not help but chuckle softly to himself. His ancestral dragon bloodline was currently unlocked to a mere 0, and his soul power was only at level 5. The formidable aura of the ancestral dragon martial spirit had yet to manifest, which explained why the spirit master mistakenly perceived it as a sub-dragon type martial spirit. Naturally, Yao Xuan would not be foolish enough to reveal the true nature of his martial spirit. Come, child, place your hand upon this crystal ball, and allow me to conduct a thorough assessment of your innate soul power. As he spoke, the spirit master retrieved a blue crystal ball from the side, cradling it in his hand before placing it before Yao Xuan. After 2 millennia, they still rely on such ancestral crystal balls. Yao Xuan silently scoffed at the sight of the crystal ball in the spirit master's grasp, yet he obediently extended his right hand and placed it atop the crystal. With his action, Yao Xuan felt his soul power surge forth into the crystal ball. As his soul power flowed in, a white orb of light illuminated at the center of the crystal. A second orb, a third orb, and then a fifth orb. Your innate soul power is at level 5, child. Congratulations. With diligent training, you have great potential to advance to Soul Master, and even the possibility to reach the ranks of Soul Sect and Soul King, the Spirit Master explained with a smile as he regarded Yao Xuan's test results. I understand. Uncle, I will certainly devote myself to diligent practice. Upon hearing the words of the Spirit Transmission Master, Yao Xuan sincerely replied, his eyes filled with determination. Very well. Since you possess innate soul power, please follow me. We still need to make some additional modifications and registrations to your file. As he listened to Yao Xuan, the Spirit Master gently patted his head and then led him to the registration office of Hmph Academy. Possessing innate soul power, Yao Xuan qualified to enroll in the Soul Master class at Hmph Academy, which was undoubtedly a prestigious program, boasting the finest faculty in the school, with tuition fees completely waived. Furthermore, due to his detected Soul Master qualifications, Yao Xuan would no longer need to reside in the orphanage. As per customary practice, he would be adopted by a Soul Master family, with his adoptive mother being none other than Lin Shiming, a teacher at the academy. Yao Xuan, I heard you possess innate soul power. I am truly envious of you. Be sure to come back and visit us when you have the chance. Upon learning of Yao Xuan's qualifications, the other children at the orphanage gazed at him with envy, chattering among themselves and inquiring about his future. While Yao Xuan simply completed the adoption procedures with Lin Shiming and left without looking back. Come, Yao Xuan, this will be your new home from now on. I will be your guardian, Lin Shiming, she said. After a 30-minute walk, Lin Shiming brought Yao Xuan to their home, opened the door, and introduced him to his new surroundings. Thank you, Mama, Yao Xuan said, gazing into Lin Shiming's eyes. Although he felt somewhat discontented about having an adoptive mother, he obediently addressed her as such. Ah, you are so well behaved. Now, take some time to rest. Mama will prepare a meal for you. The food at the orphanage must not have been very good, right? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's call, Lin Shiming's eyes revealed a glimmer of affection and concern. She affectionately patted Yao Xuan's head before turning to head towards the kitchen, as Lin Shiming was set to be the homeroom teacher for the first grade and had no children of her own. The school extended an invitation for her to become Yao Xuan's adoptive mother, initially reluctant upon receiving this news. Lin Shiming found herself irresistibly drawn to Yao Xuan's unique aura upon meeting him, leading her to involuntarily agree to the role. Despite residing in a modest apartment in the commoner district of Ally City, Lin Shiming, being a level 22 Great Soul Master, enjoyed a comfortable income. Her apartment spanned nearly 80 square meters, complete with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Xuan surveyed his surroundings. A soul-guided electric light hung from the ceiling, while soul-guided fans, washing machines, and televisions adorned the space, creating an ambience not dissimilar to that of 21st century Earth. After a brief respite, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts and unleashed his martial soul, sensing the flow of soul power within him. Though only a day had passed since he had awakened his martial soul and soul power, Yao Xuan felt a profound familiarity with both, as if they were extensions of himself. This was a testament to the system's ability to enhance comprehension, greatly elevating his understanding and control over soul power. However, as a level 5 soul master, Yao Xuan's martial soul and soul power were still in their infancy, lacking the brilliance that would eventually emerge. Yet, he remained unperturbed, confident that as his soul power and the ancestral dragon bloodline evolved, his ancestral dragon martial soul would undoubtedly reign supreme in the Douluo world. The commencement of school was imminent. Soon, he would encounter the fortuitous child of this world, Tang Wulin. By adeptly utilizing this fortuitous child, the acquisition of golden evolution points would be effortlessly assured. Familiarizing himself with the manipulation of his martial soul and soul power, Yao Xuan contemplated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Wulin would, like him, be enrolling in the first grade soul master class at Hmph Academy, becoming his classmate for the next 3 years and beyond. According to the system's introduction of golden evolution points, individuals like Tang Wulin, the embodiment of fortune, represented the optimal source for such points. Harnessing this fortuitous child would undoubtedly facilitate the effortless acquisition of golden evolution points. Chapter 7. The initial acquisition of golden evolution points and recruiting Tang Wuling as a junior? And there is Nar, the future Silver Dragon Princess. If all goes according to plan, she should soon take on human form and enter society. Since I have arrived, the mission to rescue Nar naturally falls upon me. As he organized his thoughts, Yao Xuan quietly devised his upcoming arrangements and plans. Come, Yao Xuan, it's time to eat. At that moment, Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of food. Although a soul master, she often cooked for herself, resulting in commendable culinary skills. After dinner, Lin Shiming assisted Yao Xuan in tidying up a bedroom, which would serve as his new home for the next 3 years. Yao Xuan, rise and shine. It's time for school. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, just as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Lin Shiming roused Yao Xuan. Today marked the beginning of his formal education at Hmph Academy, where he would embark on a 3-year journey in the Soul Master class. According to the regulations of the Sun Moon Federation, children in primary and secondary schools receive compulsory education. The primary school curriculum lasts 3 years, while the secondary school spans 6 years, irrespective of whether they pursue Soul Master education. However, for children attending the primary Soul Master Academy, those who manage to break through to level 10 within 3 years and advance to become Soul Masters can continue their studies at the secondary Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, they must transfer to an ordinary school. The requirements for entering the Advanced Soul Master Academy are even more stringent, necessitating a breakthrough to level 25 before the age of 15, which bars many from access. After breakfast, Yao Xuan accompanied Lin Shiming to the classroom. At Hmph Academy, the ordinary class for first graders boasted over 1,000 students, while the Soul Master class comprised only 16 pupils, rendering the classroom particularly spacious. In the Douluo Continent, children who awaken their martial souls with accompanying soul power are exceedingly rare, especially in a small city like Aolai, devoid of Soul Master families. The 16 students represented the highest enrollment in 5 years. In some years, the Soul Master class had fewer than 10 students. In the primary academy, the ordinary class would receive standard cultural education, while the Soul Master class dedicated less than 1/3 of their time to cultural studies, focusing instead on meditation techniques, soul power control, and knowledge of the Soul Master realm, preparing these innately gifted students for their transition to the secondary academy. Good morning, children. I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Shiming. For the next 3 years, I will instruct you in the foundational knowledge of Soul Masters. Now, let's begin by introducing your martial souls and innate soul powers. Starting with you, Yao Xuan. With a benevolent smile on her face, Lin Shiming addressed the eager students. Hello everyone, my name is Yao Xuan. My martial soul is the lizard dragon, and my innate soul power is level 5. Stepping forward with confidence, Yao Xuan introduced himself to his classmates. Adopting the martial soul officially registered by the Spirit Master. Wow, lizard dragon. Since it has dragon in its name, it must be quite formidable. Indeed. I've heard that any martial soul with dragon in its name is exceptionally powerful. Yes, it must be an impressive martial soul. As Yao Xuan delivered his self-introduction, the eyes of the surrounding children sparkled with envy, and they began to discuss amongst themselves, instantly filling the classroom with a lively atmosphere. Come on, Yao Xuan. Since everyone believes your martial spirit is formidable, why not showcase your martial spirit for us? Listening to the children's chatter, Lin Shiming smiled warmly. All right, Teacher Lin, she replied. To avoid causing any distraction to the other children, Lin Shiming specifically advised Yao Xuan to address her as Teacher Lin while at school. Yao Xuan was more than happy to oblige, responding with a cheerful agreement as he extended his right hand, focusing his thoughts. As Yao Xuan concentrated, delicate strands of 9-colored light began to converge before him, and the ancestral dragon's spirit manifested in the palm of his hand. Observing Yao Xuan's spirit, the excitement in most of the children's eyes diminished considerably. On the surface, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon spirit appeared far less imposing than they had imagined. What kind of spirit is this? Oh no, that peculiar sensation has returned. Yet, at that moment, among the children, a little boy with short black hair and strikingly clear black and white eyes, whose appearance was quite remarkable, could not help but shudder. Without needing to ask, it was evident that this boy was Tang Wuling. Upon witnessing Yao Xuan's spirit, Tang Wuling felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins, his skin flushed slightly, his head spinning ever so gently, and a faint golden light radiating from his body. Excellent demonstration, classmate Yao Xuan. You may retract your spirit now. Come, The next student. It is your turn. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan obediently retracted his martial soul and stepped back. The abnormality in Tang Wulin's body dissipated accordingly. And one by one, classmates took to the stage to introduce themselves. Everything unfolded smoothly. However, when the other children heard Tang Wulin's introduction, they erupted into laughter, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, as if a fire were ignited within him. Please do not mock classmate Wulin. Although blue silvergrass may seem ordinary, let us not forget that it was the martial soul of the legendary sea god from 20,000 years ago. Moreover, Wulin will be our classmate for the next 3 years. Even if his martial soul is not as remarkable as others, we should not ridicule him, but rather offer our support. As he observed his classmates laughing around him, Yao Xuan refrained from joining in and instead spoke up with words of encouragement. Thank you. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin felt a warmth in his heart, and his gaze towards Yao Xuan was imbued with a touch of gratitude. Ding! He received the gratitude of the destined child, Tang Wulin, and earned 1 golden evolution point. At that moment, a somewhat frigid notification echoed softly in Yao Xuan's ear. Excellent. Although it is merely 1 golden evolution point, I have only uttered a single phrase on behalf of Tang Wulin. The destined child truly is a lucrative opportunity. Effortlessly reaping golden evolution points. It is simply marvelous, and I must make the most of it. Indeed. I shall attempt to take Tang Wulin under my wing as my subordinate. Yes, that is precisely the plan. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a glimmer of delight appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although 1 point of golden evolution was seemingly modest, acquiring it through cultivation would require over 3 months of arduous effort. For Yao Xuan at this moment, it was indeed a significant amount. Moreover, having merely assisted Tang Wulin with a single remark, he was bestowed with such a boon. With the wisdom of a transcendent, Yao Xuan found it utterly feasible to reap golden evolution points from Tang Wulin, and he swiftly resolved to take Tang Wulin under his wing as a junior. Chapter 8. Brother Shin has your back, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline indeed. Classmate Yao Xuan speaks with great insight. In the forthcoming 3 years, we shall all be classmates. Even though classmate Wulin may need to exert greater efforts in the cultivation of his martial soul, we should not deride him. Rather, we ought to support one another and forge ahead together. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shimin beside him nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting admiration as she gazed at him. She then spoke earnestly, deliberately avoiding the disparaging term for Tang Wulin's martial soul and instead opting for a more subtle expression. The brief interlude swiftly concluded, and following Tang Wulin, each of the other classmates proceeded with their self-introductions. In this class of 16 soul masters, 2 possessed an innate soul power of level 5, 7 had a level 4. 6 were at level 3, and the final classmate had merely a level 2, due to his superior innate soul power. Yao Xuan was naturally elected as the class leader under Lin Shiming's directive, while the vice-class leader, Wan Yun, another student with an innate soul power of level 5, was somewhat portly and wielded a short blade as his martial soul. As today marked the inaugural day of classes, the teacher would introduce the classifications of martial souls, the categorization of soul masters, and the fundamental knowledge pertaining to the realm of soul masters in the morning. In the afternoon, he would guide and assist everyone in preliminary meditation. For you, meditation serves as the sole method to cultivate your mental fortitude and enhance your soul power. Therefore, should you aspire to become genuine soul masters, it is imperative to approach your training with utmost seriousness. Do not let the gift of innate talent breed complacency or neglect in your practice. Bear in mind that as you approach graduation in 3 years, failing to reach level 10 before that time will preclude you from continuing at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy unless you pay out of pocket, relegating you to a standard Intermediate Academy and likely severing your ties to the world of soul masters. At our Hongshan Junior Academy, typically only about 30 to 40 students annually gain admission to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Thus, it is crucial for everyone to cultivate a sense of urgency and make the most of your time. Remember, to attain greater rewards, one must be prepared to invest greater effort. Having concluded the self-introductions and established the class committee, Lin Shiming once again ascended the podium, her demeanor serious as she slowed her pace to impart this important message. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, the majority of the children appeared engulfed in confusion, yet among them, a few, including Tang Wulin, exhibited a newfound resolve. Very well, let us commence with an introduction to the classifications of martial souls. In the Douluo Continent, martial souls are primarily divided into 2 categories, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Having delivered her admonitions to her classmates, Lin Shiming finally delved into the main subject, beginning her exposition on the intricacies of the Soul Master realm, the classifications of martial souls, the classifications of soul masters, the relationship between soul beasts and soul spirits, the essence of soul skills and soul rings, as well as the history and evolution of soul guidance technology. As Lin Shiming's explanation resonated in the air, the children listened intently, their eyes shimmering with a yearning glow, a profound desire for the enchanting and mysteriously exquisite world of soul masters. Like his peers, Yao Xuan attentively absorbed Lin Shiming's insights. As a time traveler, he too found himself yearning for knowledge, equally unaware of the intricacies of the soul master realm. Ding, ding, ding. The cheerful sound of the bell rang, marking the passage of 45 minutes. The first class had come to an end. All right, class, it's time for a break. Please take a moment to rest. Upon hearing the school bell signaling the end of class, Lin Shiming announced the conclusion of the lesson and subsequently exited the classroom. Hello, Tang Wuling. I am Yao Xuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. With Lin Shiming leaving the room, Yao Xuan rose from his seat, approached Tang Wuling, and extended his right hand. Greetings, class monitor. Thank you sincerely for your assistance in class today. Gazing into Yao Xuan's eyes, Tang Wuling felt a growing fondness for him and promptly reached out his own right hand to engage in a firm handshake. By the way, Wuling, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an immediate connection. Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother, should anyone dare to bully you in the future. Do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall shield you, Yao Xuan said once more, looking intently at Tang Wuling. Well, isn't it rather inappropriate to form cliques within the school? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Tang Wuling's eyes as he inquired, how can this be considered forming cliques? This is merely Teacher Lin's encouragement of mutual assistance. My strength surpasses yours, so it is only natural for me to extend my help. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Xian. Looking at Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan smiled and further elucidated. Well then, Brother Xian, thank you for your willingness to assist me. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling felt a warmth in his heart, tightly grasping Yao Xuan's hand as he spoke. Ding. Having received the recognition and gratitude from the Child of Destiny, Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan obtained 5 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Tang Wuling's words, the system's prompt echoed once more in Yao Xuan's ears. 5 golden evolution points. Quite remarkable. In just half a day, I have amassed 6 golden evolution points, sufficient to elevate my ancestor dragon bloodline by 0. 6, indeed. This Tang Wuling is a veritable cash cow. With the sound of the system prompt, a smile inevitably graced Yao Xuan's face, and his gaze toward Tang Wuling intensified with a flicker of fervor. Brother Xian, why does your gaze burn with such passion? It leaves me feeling somewhat flustered. Sensing the fervent gaze from Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling exhibited a hint of confusion in his eyes before inquiring. It's nothing. I simply feel exceptionally joyful having made a friend like you. Upon hearing Tang Wuling's words, Yao Xuan promptly averted his gaze and began to explain himself. Engaging in casual conversation with Tang Wuling. The golden evolution points. 6. Soon, the class bell rang again, and Lin Shiming returned to the podium to impart knowledge about the Spirit Master realm. At that moment, Yao Xuan immersed his thoughts into the system and glanced at the golden evolution points section, where his efforts had raised the figure from 0 to 6. System. Expend all golden evolution points to enhance my ancestral dragon bloodline. Gazing at the balance of golden evolution points, a glimmer of determination appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he issued the command. As the core of the super divine system, golden evolution points could not only elevate the ancestral dragon bloodline but also enhance Yao Xuan's mental strength, soul power, skills, and various other capabilities, rendering it an all-encompassing entity. However, Yao Xuan understood that the might of the ancestral dragon martial soul depended on the ancestral dragon bloodline. Only through continuous enhancement of the bloodline could the martial soul truly possess the power to overshadow all. Thus, he ultimately resolved to invest all golden evolution points into the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Spending 6 golden evolution points will increase the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0. 6. After the enhancement, the ancestral dragon bloodline will reach 0. 6. Do you wish to proceed? Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, the system's prompt resonated once more. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Yao Xuan nodded in affirmation once again. Chapter 9. The 5 Hearts Toward Heaven Technique. Ding. Enhancement commencing. As Yao Xuan concentrated, the system's notification chimed again. 6 golden evolution points were deducted, transforming into streams of profound energy that erupted from deep within Yao Xuan's being, dispersing throughout his body along his meridians. As this energy spread, A faint rainbow glow emanated from within Yao Xuan, and intricate rainbow runes flickered in existence, reshaping every cell in his body and optimizing his genetic structure. Moreover, during the fusion of the primary ancestral dragon physique, the residual ancestral dragon power that had not yet been integrated within Yao Xuan was continuously absorbed, further fortifying his body. Ding. Enhancement complete. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. 6. Current Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. 6. 10 minutes later, as the fusion concluded, the system's notification echoed once again. Excellent. My physical attributes have been enhanced. This is truly remarkable. Sensing the transformations within, a smile of joy spread across Yao Xuan's face. Roughly estimating, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms, far surpassing that of an average adult. Furthermore, he perceived his heartbeats becoming more vigorous, his blood more robust, and his recovery abilities markedly improved, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his physical condition. Merely possessing a 0.6 ancestral dragon bloodline afforded him such formidable augmentation, which incited a greater sense of anticipation and longing within Yao Xuan regarding the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Certainly, as the ancestral dragon bloodline continued to unlock, the golden evolution points required for each subsequent increase of 0.1 would escalate at an astonishing rate, yet correspondingly, Yao Xuan's gains would undoubtedly multiply. Under Lin Shiming's instruction, Yao Xuan delved deeper into the understanding of Douluo Continent, and besides teaching knowledge related to spirit masters, Lin Shiming also elucidated the history and development of Douluo Continent. Unbeknownst to them, an entire morning had elapsed, and the children returned home. Due to special circumstances, Yao Xuan accompanied Lin Shiming to dine in the school cafeteria and rested in the teacher's lounge. Before long, afternoon arrived, and with the ringing of the class bell, Lin Shiming re-entered the classroom. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will impart a meditation technique to you. This morning, I already mentioned that meditation is the most fundamental yet crucial practice for us spirit masters. To enhance your soul power, you must diligently engage in meditation. Now, I will teach you a meditation method called the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven technique, a benefit provided by the Sun Moon Federation to every spirit master. It is the most basic, simplest, and free meditation method available. There are many more advanced meditation techniques beyond the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven, yet they are primarily controlled by major factions. If you advance to a spirit ancestor level, gain admission to a higher spirit master academy, or join the Federation's military, you will have the opportunity to access these advanced techniques. Now, let us discuss meditation. The process of meditation involves drawing in the wandering soul power from the heavens and earth and transforming it into one's own soul power. To draw soul power, the first step is to sense the existence of wandering soul power. Now, listen to my instructions and close your eyes. Books on meditation techniques were distributed to the children, and Lin Shiming began to meticulously explain the methods and tricks for sensing the wandering soul power in the atmosphere. Is this what wandering soul power is? What a marvelous sensation. Following Lin Shiming's guidance to close his eyes, Yao Xuan suddenly perceived clusters of white light surrounding him, prompting him to marvel inwardly. Although Yao Xuan's innate soul power was merely at level 5, which appeared relatively low, his ancestral dragon martial soul was of a creation-grade caliber. Coupled with the system's ability to enhance his comprehension, Yao Xuan swiftly sensed the presence of wandering soul power. Typically, the stronger one's innate soul power, the more sensitive one is to soul power, making it easier to perceive the soul power in the environment. By standard, being able to sense the soul power within half an hour is already considered a remarkable talent. Everyone, keep up the good work. Lin Shiming encouraged the children while observing them. Teacher Lin, I believe I have sensed the wandering soul power you mentioned. At that moment, Yao Xuan raised his hand to speak. Oh, so quickly? Well then, try using your mental power to draw in the soul power and let me see if you have truly sensed the wandering soul power. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. After a moment, she suggested, deep down, I find it hard to believe that Yao Xuan could perceive the wandering soul energy so swiftly. Nevertheless, I am certain that he is not deceiving me. Therefore, I have decided to allow Yao Xuan to continue guiding the errant soul energy while I conduct an examination. All right, Teacher Lin. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan followed the method described in the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven technique, channeling a strand of his mental energy to entwine around a wisp of wandering soul energy, which he then promptly drew towards his own body. The moment the soul energy made contact with Yao Xuan's skin, it was instantly absorbed, flowing into his meridians, and he felt a gentle warmth surging within him. Excellent. You have indeed perceived the wandering soul energy. And to successfully absorb it on your first attempt speaks volumes of your affinity for soul energy. As Yao Xuan absorbed the soul energy, a glimmer of joy appeared in Lin Shiming's eyes, secretly pleased for him. Now, Yao Xuan, take some time to review the subsequent content of the 5 hearts toward heaven technique. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. I will be guiding the other students for now. And if any of them have questions regarding meditation, they may also consult you. With a look of reassurance directed at Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming imparted her advice. Understood, Teacher Lin. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded obediently in agreement. However, he refrained from continuing to peruse the 5 hearts toward heaven technique. During Lin Shiming's instruction, Yao Xuan had already comprehended the entirety of the technique. As a fundamental and complementary meditative practice, 5 hearts toward heaven is remarkably straightforward. With the enhancement of his innate capabilities through the system, Yao Xuan grasped the technique completely after a single reading. Conversely, Yao Xuan closed his eyes, silently adhering to the method of 5 hearts toward heaven, drawing upon the surrounding soul energy and absorbing it one by one, thus embarking on his inaugural meditation. As the soul energy entered Yao Xuan's body, it flowed through his meridians. A portion was assimilated by him, while the remainder settled in his dantian. Yao Xuan perceived the soul energy within him gradually becoming more abundant. Chapter 10. Teaching Tang Wulin. First encounter with Na. As he cultivated 5 hearts toward heaven, Yao Xuan's total soul energy increased. With his current soul energy at level 5, 1, 2, his mental strength also augmented, currently standing at 45, 3, 1, in the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. The system absorbed the energy of the soul, yielding an evolution point of 101. Upon concluding his meditation, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and a transparent prompt materialized before him, revealing the fruits of his practice. A soul energy increase of 1, 2 indicated that, at this pace, it would take approximately 80 days for him to ascend to level 6 Soul Master, which felt rather sluggish. Moreover, as the level of soul energy rises, the accumulation required for each advancement also escalates. If he aspired to reach level 10, it would necessitate at least a year and a half of dedicated effort. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his cultivation progress. However, he soon relaxed and smiled. Acknowledging that the 5 hearts toward heaven technique is merely a fundamental meditation method, and a slower cultivation pace is quite a common occurrence. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern for Yao Xuan. Once he advanced to the rank of Soul Master, he would be able to complete system tasks, thus acquiring the first 3 levels of the creation soul refining technique. Furthermore, he would gain the ability to enhance his meditation through the system, ensuring that his cultivation speed would ascend to a higher echelon, leading to boundless possibilities. Brother Xian, I have some questions regarding meditation and soul power cultivation. May I seek your guidance? Upon noticing Yao Xuan awaken from his meditation, Tang Wulin quickly approached, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at Yao Xuan, timidly inquiring. Due to Tang Wulin's martial soul being blue silvergrass and his innate soul power being rather low, Lin Shiming had not devoted much attention to him, offering minimal guidance. Consequently, without any instruction, after a whole afternoon of meditation, Tang Wulin had only barely managed to sense the existence of wandering soul power. However, when he attempted to absorb the soul power using the 5 hearts toward heaven technique, he repeatedly encountered failure. Thus, he looked at Yao Xuan with eager eyes, hoping to receive his guidance, especially since Yao Xuan had successfully managed to draw upon soul power during his initial cultivation. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you. Please, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Listening to Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan felt a quiet joy in his heart. Yet another sum of golden evolution points had been credited. Thank you, Xian Ge, you are truly remarkable. Tang Wulin expressed his gratitude, as the questions he posed were merely rudimentary. For Yao Xuan, who possessed enhanced comprehension abilities, these inquiries posed no challenge. With just a few guiding words, he illuminated Tang Wulin's confusion, dispelling the fog in his mind. Tang Wulin gazed at Yao Xuan with admiration, repeatedly expressing his thanks. It's nothing. Should you encounter any further questions in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. If I possess the knowledge, I will certainly assist you, Yao Xuan replied cheerfully. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. By guiding the destined child Tang Wulin, you have received his gratitude and admiration, earning 3 golden evolution points. How splendid. Another 3 golden evolution points have been credited. I can become even more powerful. Tang Wulin is indeed my lucky star. Upon hearing the system's prompt, A faint smile graced the corners of Yao Xuan's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. He promptly allocated the 3 golden evolution points to enhance his ancestor dragon bloodline. With the infusion of these golden evolution points, the potency of his ancestor dragon bloodline surged to 0.9, merely a step away from the significant threshold of 1. Alongside this enhancement, Yao Xuan's physical prowess was further augmented, filling him with an invigorating vitality. Children, class is dismissed. You may return home. However, if you wish to continue meditating, feel free to remain in the classroom. Another half-hour slipped by, and as the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Lin Shiming concluded her guidance and announced the end of the school day. Following the dismissal, she had to partake in various activities within the academy, thus handing a set of house keys to Yao Xuan, enabling him to return home independently. Strolling through the streets, Yao Xuan discreetly observed his surroundings, deepening his understanding of the Douluo world. As he walked forward, a small figure by the roadside suddenly captured his attention. It was a little girl with silver short hair. Her fair complexion was speckled with dust, and her attire appeared somewhat tattered, yet she emanated a unique aura that instantly captivated Yao Xuan. Moreover, the girl's eyes were equally striking, adorned with long, silver eyelashes that naturally curled upward. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, resembling clear purple crystals, within which one could almost discern their own reflection. Indeed, it was she, the future Silver Dragon King, the sovereign of spirit beasts, the master of the Spirit Tower. Yue Na. How unexpected that Yue Na was so adorable in her childhood. Furthermore, it is true that I encountered Yue Na first. The system does not deceive me. As Yao Xuan gazed at the young girl in the distance, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the little girl slowly lifted her head, meeting Yao Xuan's gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and wonder. Little girl, where are your parents? Just then, from across the street, several youths with flamboyant hairstyles and eccentric attire approached, instantly captivated by the silver-haired girl. They sauntered over to her side, grinning mischievously as one inquired, while the little girl averted her gaze and lowered her head once more. Such silver hair is indeed rare. Perhaps she hails from one of the other 2 continents. Moreover, her eyes are exceptionally unique. Hey, why don't we sell her in the underground black market? We might fetch a handsome price, one of the youths suggested. Glancing at the others, that makes sense. Those folks in the underground black market would undoubtedly be fond of her. Let us proceed with it. Upon hearing the words of the young man, the tallest among them nodded slightly and then leaned down beside the little girl. My dear, are you hungry? Allow your brother to take you to a restaurant for a delightful meal, shall we? He said, his eyes glinting with a disingenuous smile. Upon hearing the words of the young man, the little girl vigorously shook her head, disdain evident in her eyes. Humph, if you insist on disrespect, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Observing the girl's defiance, the leading youth's gaze darkened, and he reached out to forcibly grasp her arm, intending to drag her away, while the other youths encircled them, obstructing the view from outside. Chapter 11. A heroic rescue. Taking Na home, release her. At that moment, Yao Xuan stepped forward, raising his voice. Upon hearing the voice of Yao Xuan, the group of young men was taken aback, and as they turned to look, anger flashed in their eyes. Striking a pose of indignation was a diminutive boy, barely standing at around 1.20 meters, who could hardly reach their waists. Get lost, brat. Mind your own business. One of the youths in the rear cast a venomous glare at Yao Xuan, raising his right foot to deliver a sweeping kick. Too slow. Despite being only 6 years old, Yao Xuan, empowered by the rudimentary dragon ancestor physique and with his bloodline enhanced to 0.9, possessed a strength exceeding 100 kilograms, far surpassing that of an average adult male. His agility and combat awareness were equally augmented. In Yao Xuan's eyes, the youth's kick was not only exceedingly sluggish but also riddled with flaws. Thus, with a cold smile, Yao Xuan effortlessly sidestepped the strike and retaliated with a kick aimed at the youth's leg. Clang! The youth, distracted by a mere child, failed to concentrate, and as he missed his attack, a look of astonishment crossed his face. In that moment, Yao Xuan's foot struck his calf with a dull thud. Thud! The impact sent a jolt of pain through the youth's thigh, as if it were fracturing, and he grimaced in agony. Losing control of his body and collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and exclaiming in pain. What a waste. To be injured by a mere child is truly humiliating. Kid, if you wish to avoid a tragic fate, I suggest you leave at once. The leader of the group, witnessing his companion on the ground, revealed a fierce expression. With a flick of his wrist, a short dagger appeared in his palm, glinting ominously as he aimed it at Yao Xuan, barking a menacing command. Release her. I am a soul master. If you dare, come at me. Unfazed by the leader's threats, Yao Xuan raised his right hand as a thought crossed his mind. Radiant nine-colored light shimmered as the dragon ancestor martial spirit coalesced before him, emanating a subtle wave of energy. Although Yao Xuan's soul power was merely at level 5, lacking a spirit or spirit rings, and thus unable to unleash soul skills, the martial spirit and soul power themselves served as the finest talisman. Every soul master is a precious resource, and for children possessing soul power, the Sun-Moon Federation and the Spirit Transmission Tower maintain dedicated records. Should such a child encounter misfortune, the authorities would intensify their investigations, making it nearly impossible to obscure the truth unless one wielded extraordinary influence. Possessing soul power signifies that this child is no ordinary being. Brother, let it go. If we truly engage, we cannot escape the pursuit. Know that harming a soul master candidate could result in a sentence of at least 20 years in prison, or worse. One of the young men, standing behind the leader, cautioned him upon witnessing Yao Xuan's display of martial spirit and soul power. Such bad luck. We must depart. Upon hearing the reminder, the young leader grasped the gravity of the situation, letting out a reluctant grunt before abandoning the small girl beside him and hastily retreating with his companions. This evokes such a warm sentiment. As the group of unruly youths fled from Yao Xuan, a flicker of admiration appeared on the little girl's face as she gazed longingly at the ancestral dragon martial spirit in Yao Xuan's hand, whispering softly, "Phew. I'm relieved we didn't clash with those ruffians." Watching the young men scurry away, Yao Xuan couldn't help but exhale in relief, the tension in his throat finally dissipating. Although Yao Xuan possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary adult male, he was still but a single individual without formal training in martial arts. A pair of fists could hardly contend against 4 hands, especially when those hands might wield blades. Were a conflict to arise, Yao Xuan would not cower, yet the risk of injury or worse loomed large. Thus, achieving a peaceful resolution and prompting their voluntary retreat was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Ding. Assist the Silver Dragon King Yue Na juvenile in evading trouble. Gain her favor and acquire 5 golden evolution points. Just then, the system's notification chimed again, prompting a gentle smile to grace Yao Xuan's face. Another 5 golden evolution points. Splendid. Each golden evolution point is a precious resource, and obtaining 5 points without shedding blood is indeed a remarkable gain. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan approached the little girl. Fear not, the villains have been driven away. Come, rise to your feet. I am Yao Xuan. May I ask your name? He extended his right hand to help her up. My name is Na, she replied, listening to Yao Xuan's question. The little girl blinked her large violet eyes a few times, as if recalling something. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke up, her voice as melodious and enchanting as a silver bell. Na, is it? Such a beautiful name, and your voice is equally lovely. Listening to Na's voice, a gentle smile graced Yao Xuan's face. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na's delicate face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. By the way, Na, have you become separated from your parents? Furthermore, where do you reside? Would you like me to escort you home? Observing Na's charming demeanor, a tender feeling welled up in Yao Xuan's heart. This young Silver Dragon King was irresistibly adorable. Of course, being aware of Na's true identity, Yao Xuan would refrain from any inappropriate actions, instead gazing warmly into Na's eyes and inquiring with genuine concern. As she listened to Yao Xuan's words, a hint of confusion flickered in Na's eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, she gently shook her head. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, an incongruous sound broke the silence, causing Nair to lower her head even further, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nair, are you hungry? If you cannot find your family, why not accompany me home for now? Yao Xuan said sincerely, gazing at Nair. To go home with you. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Na slowly lifted her head, a hint of bewilderment glimmering in her violet eyes as she murmured, Rest assured, I am not a villain. Gazing into Na's beautiful eyes, Yao Xuan smiled warmly. Very well, then I shall accompany you. Captivated by Yao Xuan's aura, Na's heart raced slightly as she looked into his eyes. Furthermore, having been rescued from the clutches of a nefarious character, he was clearly not a bad person. The unique allure of Yao Xuan's martial spirit also drew her in, prompting Na to involuntarily nod in agreement to his invitation. Chapter 12, Na. You are truly beautiful 10 minutes later. Come, Na, take a seat and rest well. I will fetch you something to eat. Opening the door to the apartment, Yao Xuan gently took Na's hand, guiding her to the sofa where she settled comfortably. He then proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a plate of cake from the soul-guiding refrigerator and presenting it to Nar. Here, Nar, you must be hungry. Please, indulge yourself. As he offered her a piece of cake, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Nar's eyes, quickly overshadowed by hesitation. Do not worry, this cake is absolutely delightful. Noticing the uncertainty in her gaze, Yao Xuan chuckled softly, breaking the cake in half, consuming one part himself while extending the other towards Nar. Well then, thank you. I shall not hold back. With the fragrant aroma of the cake wafting through the air, Nar's yearning intensified. Observing Yao Xuan devour his portion eased her concerns. And with a quiet expression of gratitude, she reached out her delicate hand to take the cake, savoring each bite. After finishing a piece, Nar's wariness had diminished considerably. She lifted her head, casting a longing glance at Yao Xuan. Nar, if you are still hungry, feel free to eat. There is no need for restraint. Interpreting her tentative gaze, Yao Xuan smiled encouragingly. Thank you. With his affirmation, Na shed her reservations, eagerly grabbing 2 pieces of cake and devouring them, revealing her evident hunger. It appeared that this future Silver Dragon King had a penchant for food, and her eating mannerisms were indeed quite endearing. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan watched her with affectionate admiration. Before long, Na polished off the entire plate of cake, her eyes reflecting a sense of lingering desire. Yao Xuan assisted her by disposing of the empty packaging in the trash bin. Ding dong. As Na preferred silence, Yao Xuan refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to sit beside her. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Shiming had returned. Na, my mother is back. She is not a bad person. So do not be afraid. As the sound of the doorbell resonated, Yao Xuan turned to explain to Na before taking small steps towards the entrance and opening the door. Mother, you have returned, he exclaimed warmly upon seeing Lin Shiming, who had just returned from Hnshan Academy. Yes, Yao Xuan, I am back. By the way, who is that girl sitting on the sofa? Upon receiving Yao Xuan's warm welcome, a smile graced Lin Shiming's face. Her gaze then fell upon Na, who was seated on the couch. A hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes as she inquired of Yao Xuan. It is like this, mother. On my way home from school, I encountered some unsavory characters. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan recounted the entire series of events concerning Na in great detail. Oh dear, your actions today were exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, you emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would have been beside myself with worry. In response to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming could not help but display a hint of fear on her face, her breath quickening slightly. She understood all too well that the ruffians in the impoverished neighborhoods were far from benevolent, capable of committing the most heinous acts. Mother, it's all right. Look, I have returned safely, haven't I? Perceiving the concern in Lin Shiming's tone, Yao Xuan felt a warmth in his heart and gently replied, Indeed. It is fortunate that you possess soul power. Otherwise, you could have found yourself in peril. What you did was not wrong. But please refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. By the way, little one, is your name Nar? Where are your parents? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's explanation, Lin Shiming smiled and gently patted Yao Xuan's head. She then turned and approached Nar, crouching down beside her, softly inquiring. As before, Nar merely shook her head slightly, remaining silent. Very well, Nar, do you at least know where you are from? Or where your home is located? Upon hearing Nar's response, Lin Shiming continued to inquire. However, upon facing Lin Shiming's question, Nar merely shook her head and remained silent. Do you know your family's contact information? Or any clues regarding your origins? Seeing Na shake her head once more, a hint of confusion flickered in Lin Shiming's eyes, yet she persisted with her questioning. This time, Nar again shook her head. All right. Nar, then how old are you? Surely, you must know that? Observing Nar's uncertainty about her own identity, Lin Shiming refrained from probing further and instead asked. 5.5. At last, Nar spoke, her voice melodious as she answered. 5.5. How unfortunate. Lin Shiming remarked. Well then, Nar, you shall stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to the administrative officer to see if we can locate your family. Additionally, you are quite dirty. Allow me to help you bathe. Upon hearing Nar's age, a flicker of anger crossed Lin Shiming's face, yet she soon spoke to Nar with gentle warmth. At Hnshan Academy, students in the Soul Master class receive a curriculum that alternates between a day of Soul Master courses and a day of cultural studies. Consequently, Lin Shiming did not have to teach at Hnshan Academy the following day and prepared to assist Nar in uncovering the truth of her origins. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Nar nodded in agreement, yet her violet eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shiming took Nar by the hand and led her towards the bathing chamber. Given that it was Na, it was imperative to leave a lasting impression on her. This was a crucial step in the pursuit of the Silver Dragon King. Yue Na. Should this moment fail to etch itself into her memory, and should I be unable to unlock her heart and evoke genuine human emotion, winning her sincere affection in the future would be an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, securing Na would enable me to acquire vast amounts of golden evolution points from her, significantly aiding my future growth. Regardless of the circumstances, I must persuade Lin Shiming to retain her. Should I resort to a touch of charm? Lin Shiming led Na into the bathroom, while Yao Xuan contemplated quietly. Before long, Lin Shiming emerged from the bathroom, accompanied by Na. After her bath, the dust that had clung to Na's skin and face was entirely washed away, revealing her fair and smooth complexion, so pristine that one might think a gentle caress could coax droplets of water from her skin. Although she wore Yao Xuan's slightly oversized shirt, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Moreover, Na's features were remarkably harmonious and enchanting, akin to a delicate porcelain doll, exuding a subtle fragrance that captivated Yao Xuan entirely. Na, you are truly stunning, Yao Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Na's cheeks flushed a light pink, and she shyly tucked her chin in, appearing somewhat bashful. Chapter 13. Na, you shall henceforth be my sister. Oh, how sweet your words are. You've made Na blush. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming cast a reproachful glance at him. However, deep down, she could not deny that Na was indeed excessively beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Shiming took Na by the hand and led her to the bedroom to arrange her accommodation. On the other side, Yao Xuan sat on the sofa, a thought crossing his mind as he opened the system panel. Spending 5 golden evolution points would enhance the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.3. After the enhancement, the concentration would reach 1.2. Would you like to proceed? As Yao Xuan contemplated this, a prompt appeared before him. When the ancestral dragon bloodline is unlocked to a degree between 0 and 1, each increment of 0, one consumes only 1 golden evolution point. However, once the unlocking reaches 1, the cost for each additional 0.1 jumps to 2 points. Yes, though the increase was limited to 0.3. The ancestral dragon bloodline was the foundation of Yao Xuan's future power, even more vital than soul force and mental energy. Thus, he nodded without hesitation. Ding. The enhancement commenced. As he concentrated, the system's notification chimed, deducting 5 golden evolution points, which transformed into the purest source of evolutionary energy, surging into Yao Xuan's veins. Coursing throughout his body, waves of evolutionary energy flowed within him, rapidly elevating the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline. As the concentration increased, a faint, iridescent glow emanated from his skin, exuding an air of supreme authority, as if looking down upon the world. What is this? Such a familiar aura? Yet, I cannot quite recall what it is. At that moment, as Yao Xuan enhanced his ancestral dragon bloodline, Na, in the adjacent bedroom, exhibited a flicker of unusual emotion, a blend of longing and trepidation as she glanced towards Yao Xuan, murmuring softly, sensing the aura of Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline. Fragments of hazy memory seemed to emerge in Na's mind, only to dissipate swiftly. Nevertheless, she remained puzzled as to why Yao Xuan's essence felt so familiar and comforting. Simultaneously, as the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline surged, wondrous 9-colored runes flickered within Yao Xuan's body, fervently transforming him, optimizing his genetic structure, and purging impurities, thus elevating his physical prowess and potential to a new echelon. Ding. The enhancement concluded. The unlocking degree of the ancestral dragon bloodline increased by 0.3, bringing it to 1.2. A few minutes later, as the enhancement finished, the system's notification chimed once more, and a satisfied smile spread across Yao Xuan's face. Indeed, my strength has ascended. The ancestral dragon bloodline is remarkable. Even at a mere 1.2 unlock level, it has significantly transformed my physique. Feeling the surge of power within, Yao Xuan nodded excitedly. In terms of raw strength, he now approached 150 kilograms, approximately 1.5 times that of an average adult male, with other attributes substantially enhanced as well. At that moment, Lin Shiming emerged from the bedroom after settling Na, while Yao Xuan rose from the sofa to stand beside her. Mom, Na seems to have lost her home. She is truly pitiable. Mom, she's so adorable. Could we let her stay with us instead of sending her to an orphanage? Yao Xuan implored, gazing earnestly into Lin Shiming's eyes, his tone laced with a hint of childishness. Oh, my dear child, while you do have a point, What a spirited and delightful little girl she is. Who knows how she would be treated in an orphanage? Lin Shiming sighed. Let us do this, tomorrow. I'll take Na Er to the governor to see if we can locate her parents. If we cannot find them and Na Er wishes to stay with us, I shall initiate the adoption process. How does that sound? Though initially reluctant, Lin Shiming's heart softened upon hearing Yao Xuan's tender words. Remembering Na Er's lively and charming demeanor, she found it difficult to send her to an orphanage, especially considering the notoriously poor conditions there. Thank you, Mom. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, a heavy burden lifted from Yao Xuan's heart, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Observing Yao Xuan's joyful demeanor, Lin Shiming, albeit with a hint of exasperation, gently patted his head, thinking to herself that this child certainly has a tendency to stray off course. The night passed in silence. And the following morning, Yao Xuan set off alone for Hongshan Academy to pursue his cultural studies, while Lin Shiming accompanied Nair to the city hall to inquire about her identity. After an entire morning of classes, Yao Xuan eagerly returned home, where he found Lin Shiming had prepared a steaming meal to welcome him. Meanwhile, Nair had donned a pure white dress, enhancing her already charming appearance, making her seem even more graceful and lovely. Mom, has Nair's family been found? Yao Xuan inquired, approaching Lin Shiming, fully aware of the answer. Not at all. There were no records of Nair at the city hall, she replied, shaking her head. But to ask about this right upon your return, you little rascal. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's question, Lin Shiming shook her head gently, then reached out to pinch Yao Xuan's cheek playfully. Mother, since Nar is unable to find her home, shall we let Nar reside with us from now on? Would that be agreeable? Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan continued, Of course, I agreed to you last night. Didn't I? However, you should first inquire whether Nar is willing to stay with us, right? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming smiled gently and affectionately patted Yao Xuan's head, then encouraged, Indeed, what your mother said is true. Nar, why not stay with us from now on? I promise to protect you well and ensure that no one bullies you. Besides, if you don't stay with us, you would have to go to an orphanage, where the environment is far from our home. You might often go hungry and face frequent punishments. As she spoke, Yao Xuan approached Nar, gazing into her large, amethyst-like eyes, and softly added, All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Nar nodded willingly. Wonderful, Nar. From now on, you'll be my little sister. With Nar's agreement, Yao Xuan felt a great weight lift from his heart, and he joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, brother Yao Xuan. Observing Yao Xuan's happiness at her arrival, Nar couldn't help but smile sweetly, revealing her charming dimples, and then called out to Yao Xuan with an angelic voice. Chapter 14. Nar moves in Ding. As Nar expressed her gratitude and affection, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed in Yao Xuan's ears, indicating that the wheels of fate in the Douluo Continent had begun to turn because of him, granting him 10 golden evolution points. With the system's notification, Yao Xuan's smile deepened. 10 golden evolution points were ample to elevate his strength to a new level. Don't worry, you're so adorable. How could I bear to send you to an orphanage to suffer? Nar, from now on, we are family, Yao Xuan remarked, unable to resist gently ruffling Nar's soft hair while his tone brimmed with excitement. Although Nar initially appeared reserved, she felt an inexplicable sense of warmth and security in Yao Xuan's presence. Thus, when he playfully touched her face, she offered no resistance and willingly complied with his gentle gestures. With Naya's impending move confirmed, Lin Shiming recognized the need to make certain adjustments to their home. Despite both Yao Xuan and Nar being merely 6 years old, Lin Shiming understood the importance of maintaining gender boundaries. Hence, she planned to convert the study into Naya's new room, purchasing a variety of new furniture and clothing for her. Of course, all of this was to come later. For now, the family gathered around the dining table to savor the meticulously prepared lunch by Lin Shiming. Contrary to her petite frame, Nar had quite an impressive appetite. After unlocking the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's own appetite had significantly surged. In a display of gluttony, the two managed to finish the entire dinner prepared by Lin Shiming, leaving them with a lingering desire for more. Oh dear, you two are such little gluttons, Lin Shiming remarked, observing Nar and Yao Xuan with a playful tone, yet her heart swelled with joy at having her culinary skills appreciated. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Since Nar did not yet have her own bed, she temporarily shared a bed with Lin Shiming, while Yao Xuan retired to his own room. Despite having acquired 10 golden evolution points, Yao Xuan chose not to hastily invest them into enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline. Instead, he resolved to first master the powers within him before further elevating his bloodline, thus ensuring stability in his foundation. Moreover, Yao Xuan harbored another concern, If he frequently showcased his ancestral dragon bloodline, it might inadvertently awaken Naru's memories. Hence, he decided to refrain from enhancing his bloodline within the confines of their home. As the afternoon passed swiftly, Yao Xuan ventured out alone to continue his studies at Hoshan Academy, while Lin Shiming took Naru to a furniture store in Aolai City to procure the necessary furnishings and clothing for Nair's arrival. For Yao Xuan, endowed with enhanced comprehension, absorbing knowledge and cultural courses posed no challenge. By the time he returned home in the afternoon, the custom furniture for Nar had already been delivered and mostly installed. As a level 22 Soul Master, Lin Shiming naturally enjoyed expedited service beyond that of an ordinary person. Brother Yao Xuan, you're back. Upon unlocking the door, Nar greeted him with a smile, clearly showing that her previously closed heart had begun to open. Yes, Nar, mother, I'm home. In response to Nair's greeting, Yao Xuan beamed with joy and exchanged pleasantries with both her and Lin Shiming. Oh, Yao Xuan, you've returned? Come, everyone, it's time to eat. Upon seeing Yao Xuan's arrival, Lin Shiming displayed a loving smile as she emerged from the kitchen with an array of sumptuous dishes. Having witnessed the impressive appetites of both Nar and Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming had prepared a more generous spread to satisfy the two little gourmands. Mother, your dishes are truly delicious. What do you think, Nar? Both Yao Xuan and Nar thoroughly enjoyed Lin Shiming's carefully prepared meal, devouring every morsel. Satiated, Yao Xuan wiped his mouth contentedly and nudged Nar beside him. Burp. That was delicious. Thank you, mother. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's inquiry, Nar let out a satisfied belch and expressed her gratitude with a contented smile. Well, as long as you all enjoyed your meal. However, in terms of appetite, you two truly complement each other. If it weren't for your mother being a grand soul master, you two little rascals would surely eat us into poverty. Lin Shiming gazed affectionately at Nar and Yao Xuan, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a teasing tone. Mom, I shall go meditate now. For the students of the Soul Master class, cultural studies are merely supplementary, devoid of any assignments, allowing the children ample time for meditation. After finishing dinner, Yao Xuan naturally began this customary practice of a Soul Master. Indeed, Yao Xuan, you are quite obedient. Meditation is an essential path to becoming a Soul Master. You must not become complacent. Observing Yao Xuan's diligence in seeking meditation, Lin Shiming's face radiated with a look of satisfaction. Yao Xuan then entered his bedroom, closed the door, and sat cross-legged upon the bed, focusing his mind and spirit, extending his consciousness to sense the soul power within the space. He then proceeded to guide it according to the techniques of the 5 hearts to the heavens. 2.5 hours later, feeling that he could no longer absorb new soul power, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, concluding his training. Training in the 5 hearts to the heavens technique. Total soul power increased, 1. 9. Current soul power, level 5, 3. 1. Training in the 5 hearts to the heavens technique. Mental strength increased, 5. 6. Current mental strength, 45. 8. 7. Mid-stage spirit origin. Training in the 5 hearts to the heavens technique. System absorbed soul power energy. Evolution points 162. Current evolution points, 273. With the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan found his capacity to absorb soul power significantly enhanced, leading to improved training results. As he concluded his practice, a silver light flashed before his eyes, revealing a system notification. Excellent, my cultivation speed has indeed accelerated. I must strive to advance to Soul Master as swiftly as possible to acquire the techniques of the creation refinement of souls, which will allow me to further enhance my abilities. Observing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded silently, deep in thought. Brother Yao Xuan, what have you been up to? While Yao Xuan was immersed in his training, Nara lay on the sofa, engrossed in the colorful displays of the soul-guided television, her face alight with wonder. Upon seeing Yao Xuan emerge from his room, she lifted her head with curiosity and gently inquired, "What were you doing?" Chapter 15. Side Quest. Learning Forging. I went to meditate, which is to practice soul power. Listening to Nadar's inquiry, Yao Xuan smiled gently as he reached out to affectionately ruffle Nar's hair, then tenderly replied, "Meditation, is it? If it lasts this long, surely my dear brother Yao Xuan must be quite fatigued." Shaking her head, Nar inquired with a voice as clear and refreshing as spring water, "Of course. Meditation is far more exhausting than watching television. However, upon hearing your voice, I feel remarkably rejuvenated." Nodding in agreement, Yao Xuan gazed at Nar with a tender expression and softly responded, "That is wonderful. In the future, if brother Yao Xuan feels weary, I shall come and keep him company." Grinning at Yao Xuan's praise, Nar's lips curled into a sweet smile, and she grasped Yao Xuan's hand, saying, "Indeed, thank you, Nar." Upon hearing Nair's words, Yao Xuan smiled broadly and expressed his gratitude. As the meditation concluded, the clock struck 9:30 in the evening. After engaging in a brief period of leisure activities, Yao Xuan, Nair, and Lin Shiming returned to their respective rooms, extinguishing the lights to embrace slumber. At present, all seemed exceedingly smooth. My primary objective now is to cultivate a favorable rapport with Nair and swiftly ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Moreover, if I could achieve some accomplishments in forging as well, that would be even better, for a secondary profession holds significant importance for a Soul Master. With my eyes closed, Yao Xuan quietly reflected on the pivotal events of the future while contemplating. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a side quest to learn forging. Would you like to view it? Just as Yao Xuan was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed in his ear once more. Ah, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. What a fortuitous coincidence. Naturally, I shall take a look. Listening to the system's prompt, a glimmer of joy appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he silently recited in his heart. Task name, Forging Mastery. Side quest, task description, for a Soul Master. The selection of a secondary profession is of utmost significance, as it not only provides essential resources for cultivation but also serves as a prerequisite for the creation of battle armors. In light of your desire to enhance your forging abilities, the system has specially generated this side quest for you. Time limit, 3 years preliminary reward. Admission qualification to the Hmph Workshop Task Stage 1. Advance to Level 1 Forging Master Task Reward. 10 Golden Evolution Points Failure Penalty. Deduction of 100 Golden Evolution Points Task Stage 2. Advance to Level 2 Forging Master Task Reward. 30 Golden Evolution Points Failure Penalty. Deduction of 30 Golden Evolution Points Task Stage 3. Advance to Level 3 Forging Master Task Reward. 100 Golden Evolution Points Failure Penalty. Deduction of 10 Golden Evolution Points Task Remark. This is a side quest. You may choose to accept or decline this task. As Yao Xuan contemplated, a silver light flickered before him, revealing an ancient task frame that displayed all the details of this side quest. A 3-stage side quest? As long as I advance to Level 2 Forging Master. This task is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor, especially since it involves studying at the Hmph workshop. Of course, I shall accept. Gazing at the task, Yao Xuan silently chose to accept it. Tang Wuling managed to complete 1,000 forges and advance to Level 3 Forging Master within 3 years, naturally. Yao Xuan felt equally confident in his own capabilities. Compared to the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the ancestral dragon bloodline undoubtedly possessed a higher echelon of existence. Moreover, Yao Xuan was aware that Tang Wuling had also studied forging at the Hmph workshop during his childhood. If he could enter the Hmph workshop as an apprentice, he would have greater opportunities to glean more golden evolution points from Tang Wuling, which would undoubtedly benefit his future development. Ding. Task accepted. Congratulations, you have received the preliminary reward. Hmph Workshop Admission Qualification X1. Upon arriving at the Hmph workshop and stating your name, you may undertake the workshop's assessment. Once you pass the assessment, you will be permitted to study at the Hmph workshop. As Yao Xuan contemplated further, the system's prompt echoed once more, providing details on how to utilize the Hmph Workshop Admission Qualification Reward. Truly, the Super Divine system is remarkable. With my strength and insight, as long as I do not sabotage myself, joining the Hmph workshop will undoubtedly be a seamless endeavor. The only challenge now is to persuade Lin Shiming. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently nodded and sighed, then quietly contemplated. The following day at noon, in Lin Shiming's office. What? You say you wish to learn forging? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, a hint of surprise flickered in Lin Shiming's eyes. Indeed, mother. It is said that a second profession is of great significance for a soul master. I have just obtained an interview opportunity at the Hmph studio. May I have the chance to give it a try? Listening to Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan silently nodded and asked, if it is the Hmph studio, you may give it a try. However, you must ensure that your forging does not impede your cultivation of soul power, understood? In Ally City, Hmph studio is quite renowned. Knowing that Yao Xuan had obtained an interview opportunity, there filled Lin Shiming's heart with quiet joy, yet she sternly cautioned him. Yes, mother. I understand. For us soul masters, soul power is the very foundation of everything. I assure you, I will dedicate only my remaining time to forging, and it will not affect my cultivation of soul power. Seeing Lin Shiming's open-mindedness, Yao Xuan felt a surge of happiness and subsequently reassured her. Indeed, Yao Xuan. I believe in you. Go and give it your best shot. If you can truly join Mang Tian Studio and learn genuine skills, it will undoubtedly benefit your future as a soul master. Of course, if you are not selected, do not lose heart. Aside from forging, you have many other options ahead of you. Observing Yao Xuan's earnest demeanor, a smile graced Lin Shiming's face as she said, "Thank you for your understanding, mother. I will do my utmost. Now, I shall take a short rest." "Very well, good afternoon." As Yao Xuan exchanged pleasantries with Lin Shiming, he made his way to the lounge. At 5 in the afternoon, after a day filled with classes, the children completed their meditation and each prepared to leave school. "Mother, I am heading to the Mang Tian Studio for my interview. I may return home a bit late tonight." Approaching Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan sought her approval. "Go ahead, my dear, and I wish you the best of luck. Please be careful on your way back. We will wait for you to return before we have dinner." Patting Yao Xuan's shoulder, Lin Shiming encouragingly smiled. Chapter 16. Brother Xuan, you are here too. "Thank you, mother. I shall be on my way." After bidding farewell to Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan departed from Hongshan Junior Academy, making his way to Mang Tian Studio. The area of Aolai City is not vast, and Mang Tian Studio, conveniently located in the city center alongside Hongshan Junior Academy, was merely a 20-minute walk away. Yao Xuan soon arrived at the entrance of Mang Tian Studio. It was a modest storefront that appeared to have seen better days. Adorned with a metallic sign displaying the bold characters Mang Tian Studio painted in gold. As he approached the entrance, Yao Xuan distinctly sensed a rise in temperature and caught a whiff of a peculiar metallic scent in the air, accompanied by a rhythmic symphony of metallic clinks and clatters. Ding dong. Upon reaching the door, Yao Xuan pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, a burly man in his 20s with well-defined muscles opened the door. "Young lad, I am Brother Long. This is Mang Tian Studio. What brings you here?" Although his appearance seemed somewhat intimidating, Brother Long's voice was surprisingly gentle, accompanied by a faint smile. "Brother Long, I am Yao Xuan, here to undergo an assessment by Master Mang Tian." Upon hearing Long Ji's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded candidly. "Oh, so you are Yao Xuan. Very well, please come in. The teacher is currently engaged in forging, and he will emerge to meet you once he has completed his work." With Yao Xuan's reply, Long nodded in acknowledgement and led Yao Xuan into the workshop. As they entered the workshop, a wave of heat enveloped them. The temperature had risen by at least 10 degrees compared to the outside. Scattered across the floor and tables were various metallic components, meticulously crafted into an array of shapes. "Hey, Xinge, what brings you here?" Just as Yao Xuan stepped into the workshop, a black-haired boy seated on a stool in the corner suddenly looked up, surprise gleaming in his eyes as he beheld Yao Xuan. "Oh, Wu Lin, it's you. Are you here to learn forging as well? What a delightful coincidence." Although Yao Xuan was well aware that Tang Wu Lin would likely come to the Mang Tian workshop to study forging, he feigned surprise. "Wu Lin, is this the Yao Xuan you mentioned? The one who helps you speak up in class and guides your training?" Beside Tang Wu Lin sat a middle-aged couple with an ordinary appearance, his adoptive parents, Tang Ziran and Lang Yu. Listening to Tang Wu Lin greet Yao Xuan, Lang Yu leaned closer and whispered in Tang Wu Lin's ear, inquiring softly, "Yes, Mom, that's him. Who would have thought he would also come here to learn forging? Our fates are truly intertwined." Upon hearing Lang Yu's inquiry, Tang Wulin nodded with a gleam of joy in his eyes. At that moment, Yao Xuan approached Tang Wulin's side. "Good afternoon, uncle and aunt. I am Yao Xuan, a classmate of Tang Wulin." With a courteous greeting towards Tang Ziran and Lang Yu, Yao Xuan proceeded with his introduction. "Thank you for your assistance to Wulin. You are truly a remarkable child," Lang Yu said softly, her face radiating warmth as she gently touched Yao Xuan's hand. "Indeed. I sincerely appreciate your help, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Wulin." Tang Ziran echoed earnestly from the side. "Uncle and aunt, the moment I saw Wulin, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Should Wulin encounter any difficulties in the future, I will undoubtedly offer my assistance if it is within my capabilities. Moreover, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths, as we were able to meet here." Upon hearing the words of Tang Ziran and Lang Yu, Yao Xuan feigned embarrassment, scratching his head before responding, "Ah, I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lang Yu's eyes shimmered with gratitude as she expressed her thanks once more. After the pleasantries concluded, Yao Xuan took a seat beside Tang Wulin, who seized the opportunity to pose a question regarding his cultivation. In response to Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan meticulously provided detailed answers, resulting in the accrual of 1 point of golden evolution. Meanwhile, Tang Ziren and Lang Yu observed Yao Xuan's earnest instruction of Tang Wulin, their faces adorned with expressions of relief and appreciation. "Oh, junior sister, you have arrived." Approximately 10 minutes later, the door to the central forging chamber of the studio swung open, revealing a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man, his formidable appearance accentuated by a fierce-looking beard. With a deep, resonant voice that carried a slight hum, he greeted, "Good afternoon." The visitor was none other than the owner of the Meng Tian studio, the 6th-level forge master, Master Meng Tian. Indeed. Hearing Tang Wulin greet him, Meng Tian nodded slightly and then addressed Lang Yu beside him, saying, "Ziren, sister-in-law, you may return for now. I will pick him up in 2 hours." "Meng Tian, master, I am Yao Xuan, here to undergo your assessment," Yao Xuan said politely, bowing to Meng Tian. "Oh, Yao Xuan, is it? Very well, you may enter with Wulin," Meng Tian replied expressionlessly, leading the way into the forging room. "Thank you, brother Meng Tian." "Wulin, be sure to heed the master's guidance," Lang Yu said with a hint of reluctance as she exchanged a glance with Tang Ziren before leaving the studio with him. Meanwhile, under Meng Tian's guidance, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin traversed a corridor and entered a room. Inside the room, there were several metallic workbenches, approximately a meter high, reaching nearly to the chin of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Approaching one of the benches, Meng Tian pressed several buttons, causing 2 of the workbenches to lower to about half a meter in height. "Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, do you know what forging is?" Meng Tian turned to them after completing the adjustments, his tone serious. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin shook their heads, bewildered. "Given your ages, it is understandable that you do not know. At your tender age, forging is not typically suitable for you, and I was not particularly inclined to instruct you. However, since you are here, I have decided to grant you an opportunity to try." As he spoke, Meng Tian pointed, and the soul guide screens beside the workbenches illuminated, each displaying a large, red Arabic numeral 0. Chapter 17. The test. After setting everything up, Meng Tian retrieved 2 circular metal blocks and 4 small forging hammers, placing 1 metal block and a pair of hammers on each workbench. "Do you see that circular metal block? Your task for today is quite simple. Strike the metal block a total of 1,000 times with the hammers on the table, 500 times each side. Of course, not just any strike will count. Each strike must possess sufficient force for the counter to register. The specific threshold is roughly the strength required to lift the hammer and bring it down. If you succeed, I will accept you as apprentices and teach you forging. If not, it indicates that your strength falls short of the standard, and you need not return tomorrow. Now begin." Pointing at the metal blocks and hammers, Meng Tian coldly instructed before turning to leave the forging room. Once Meng Tian assigned the task, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin exchanged glances and approached their respective workstations, picking up the forging hammers. These hammers were entirely metallic, with handles about 30 centimeters long and heads shaped like cylindrical masses of approximately 15 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in diameter, appearing quite unadorned. Yao Xuan estimated that each hammer weighed around 5 kilograms. Even for an adult, wielding such a hammer would not be an easy feat, let alone for an ordinary 6-year-old, especially given the requirement of 1,000 strikes. However, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were no ordinary 6-year-olds. Thanks to the refinement of the primary ancestral dragon body and the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength had reached 150 kilograms, far surpassing that of an average adult male. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin also possessed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, which, though temporarily sealed, still bestowed him with extraordinary strength and recovery abilities. Thus, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin easily lifted their forging hammers and began to swing them, the resonant clang of metal echoing throughout the forging room as the numbers on the screens began to rise rapidly. 1, 2, 3. As their arms swung continuously, the numerical displays fluctuated. In less than 10 minutes, Yao Xuan had completed 500 strikes, only then feeling a slight soreness in his arms and breaking a sweat. With each strike, Yao Xuan felt a warm current flowing through his body, relaxing his muscles and enhancing their resilience and strength. This power stemmed from the residual ancestral dragon energy fused within him during the refinement process, awakened by Yao Xuan's forging, replenishing his stamina and further fortifying his physique. Though Yao Xuan felt relatively at ease, Tang Wulin beside him was not as composed. At that moment, Tang Wulin had completed merely 350 strikes, his clothes soaked with sweat and his face slightly flushed from exertion, clearly lagging behind Yao Xuan in physical condition. "Wulin, adjust your breathing to synchronize with the rhythm of your hammering. This will conserve energy," Yao Xuan advised, glancing at Tang Wulin. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Brother Xian. Tang Wuling responded, gratitude lighting up his expression as he noticed Yao Xian's progress, feeling an increase in admiration for him. Ding. Guiding the destined child Tang Wuling. Receiving his gratitude and admiration, gaining 2 golden evolution points. With Yao Xian's thought, the system notification chimed again, indicating the addition of 2 golden evolution points to his total, which now stood at 13. With Yao Xian's guidance, Tang Wuling began to adjust his rhythm, feeling a significant reduction in the pressure on him. Casting a grateful glance at Yao Xuan, who continued swinging his hammer, striking the metal block with determination. 998, 999, 1000. As Yao Xuan struck, the numbers on the screen continued to rise until they reached 1000. He merely panted lightly, feeling a mild soreness in his arms, which was gradually diminishing as the ancestral dragon energy circulated within him. I have completed it. Satisfied, Yao Xuan nodded and glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been less than 20 minutes since Meng Tian assigned them the task. Though Yao Xuan finished effortlessly, Tang Wuling, on the other hand, had only managed 650 strikes thus far. His arms were turning red and experiencing intense soreness. Additionally, due to overexertion, sweat poured from him, clinging his school uniform to his body, and with each swing, he felt as though his arms might fracture, causing his hammering speed to noticeably decrease. Wuling, keep going. You can do it. Yao Xuan encouraged, observing Tang Wuling struggling beside him. What? Brother Xian has already completed the task? Truly impressive, but I must push myself as well. I cannot let Brother Xian down. Upon hearing the voice of Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling could not help but feel a deep admiration, recognizing that in comparison to Xian Ge, he was indeed lacking in many aspects, unable to even aspire to reach his heights. However, rather than succumbing to discouragement, Tang Wuling found his competitive spirit ignited, his gaze reflecting a newfound determination. Just then, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the base of his spine, as if an electric shock coursed through him, causing a brief tremor. Remarkably, the persistent soreness that had plagued him began to dissipate, and the once burdensome forging hammer felt somewhat lighter in his grasp. Master Meng Tian, I have completed your task, he declared. Exiting the forging chamber, Yao Xuan proceeded to the adjacent room, where he found Meng Tian seated on a sofa, tinkering with a component. What? You have already completed my task? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Meng Tian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and realized that it had barely been 20 minutes since he had assigned the task to Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Chapter 18. The astonished Meng Tian indeed, Master Meng Tian, Yao Xuan replied with a calm demeanor, unyielding in the face of Meng Tian's inquiry. Very well. Take me to see, Meng Tian said, his skepticism evident as he observed Yao Xuan's relaxed demeanor. He was unconvinced that Yao Xuan could fulfill the task he had set. Thus he merely instructed lightly before rising to accompany Yao Xuan to the forging room. My heavens, you actually did it. Upon arriving at the forging station and witnessing the large Arabic numeral 1000 displayed on the screen, Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. His mouth fell agape, and his face was a portrait of disbelief. Although Yao Xuan appeared at ease, the assessment Meng Tian had devised for him was far from simple. Each of the forging hammers weighed a solid 5 kilograms, making it a formidable challenge even for a regularly exercising adult male to swing such a hammer 1,000 times consecutively, let alone accomplish this feat within 20 minutes. Especially considering that Yao Xuan was merely a 6-year-old child. However, in the entire forging room, apart from Meng Tian and Long Gu, there were no other forgers present, indicating that Yao Xuan had no opportunity for deceit and had indeed completed the task solely through his own capabilities. Was this what they referred to as extraordinary talent? At that moment, Meng Tian's gaze shifted to Tang Wuling's score, which stood at 650. A flicker of surprise graced his features. Although this score paled in comparison to Yao Xuan's, it was still remarkable for a 6-year-old child. Could it be that fortune favored him, allowing him to discover 2 forging prodigies in a single day? Yao Xuan, demonstrate your hammering for me once more. Do not pause unless I say so, Meng Tian instructed. His tone significantly softened compared to before. Yes, Master Meng Tian. Yao Xuan responded promptly, approaching the forging station again. He lifted the forging hammer, swinging his arms and commenced his strikes. Clang, clang, clang. With each of Yao Xuan's movements, the crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed through the room. Observing Yao Xuan's technique, Meng Tian's expression softened with appreciation. He was now certain that Yao Xuan possessed the strength to wield the forging hammer and complete the strikes. Yet, Meng Tian refrained from calling a halt, instead silently observing Yao Xuan's actions, eager to discover the limits of his abilities. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed. On top of the initial 1,000 strikes, Yao Xuan had completed approximately 500 additional strikes. By this point, he felt a faint tearing sensation in his arm muscles, his back dampened with sweat, and his breath grew increasingly labored. "Meng Tian, uncle, I have finished." Just then, Tang Wulin concluded his own hammering, releasing the forging hammer with a sense of relief. Approaching Meng Tian, he respectfully stated, and as he passed by Yao Xuan, he caught sight of the number 1512 on the soul guide screen, a figure that exceeded his own by half. "Xian Gu is truly impressive. 1,500 strikes. And he seems to have ample energy left. What an extraordinary individual." Gazing at Yao Xuan from a distance, Tang Wulin felt a surge of admiration and respect, further solidifying his resolve to become stronger. "Indeed, Wulin, your performance is commendable as well. All right, Yao Xuan, you may stop now." Looking at the two children before him, Meng Tian nodded approvingly, his gaze softened. In truth, the test Meng Tian devised was a subtle form of refusal. He believed that two 6-year-olds could not possibly possess the aptitude for forging. Thus, he presented what appeared to be an insurmountable challenge, but the reality starkly contradicted his expectations. However, rather than feeling anger, Meng Tian was filled with joy and gratitude. The fact that both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had passed his test at such a young age only underscored one point: they were both geniuses in the realm of forging, entirely worthy of his mentorship, and could even pursue the path towards becoming a master craftsman, completing the ambitions he had yet to fulfill. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Yao Xuan set down his forging hammer, exhaling a deep breath of frustration, and relaxed the muscles in his arms. Meanwhile, upon receiving Meng Tian's praise, Tang Wulin couldn't help but break into a silly grin, feeling the aches in his body subside considerably. "You two apprentices, I accept you. From now on, come here at this hour every evening. I will personally guide you," Meng Tian stated. "Now, apply this ointment to your arms, and after a 5-minute rest, I will explain the art of forging to you." As he spoke, Meng Tian retrieved 2 bottles of dark ointment from a cabinet beside the forging platform, handing them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Ding! Received recognition from the important figure Meng Tian, earning 3 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Meng Tian's words, the system notification chimed in once more. With the addition of these golden evolution points, Yao Xuan's current total had reached 16 points, sufficient to elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 2. Of course, this influx of golden evolution points primarily stemmed from NAR, a one-time gain. In the future, acquiring substantial amounts of golden evolution points would not be so straightforward. "Thank you, Master." Listening to the words of Yao Xuan and Twln responded with utmost respect, applying the medicinal ointment onto their arms. As the ointment was applied, Yao Xuan felt a refreshing stream of coolness surging into the muscles of his body, alleviating much of the soreness in his arm. Meanwhile, Twln, having also smeared the black ointment, exhibited a noticeable reduction in the expression of pain on his face. Now, allow me to elucidate the concept of forging. Unlike casting, which employs machinery to shape metal according to molds, forging necessitates the skilled hands of a blacksmith who painstakingly hammers the material into form. Mechanical casting can merely transform metal into a predetermined shape. However, forging is an intimate dialogue between the blacksmith and the metal, a process that imbues the material with spirit, even life itself. For this reason, the finest mecha components must be meticulously handcrafted by a skilled forger. Listening to the words of Meng Tian, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan absorbed the teachings with utmost seriousness. Soon after, Meng Tian began imparting the techniques of forging, focusing on how to direct the force of the strikes into the metal as effectively as possible, as well as how to protect oneself from the recoil that could cause injury during the process. Subsequently, he announced the future tasks for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, which involved striking iron blocks. Yao Xuan was to complete 3,000 strikes daily, while Tang Wulin was tasked with 2,000, thereby honing their foundational skills. Chapter 19. Nar. I wish to be with brother Yao Xuan. Having completed these instructions, Meng Tian personally demonstrated the correct forging posture for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, allowing them to practice while he corrected their postural errors. For Yao Xuan, who was enhancing his understanding, mastering these positions was akin to grasping a tangible object, while Tang Wulin, inheriting excellent genetics for forging, too, grasped the techniques with remarkable ease, much to Meng Tian's satisfaction. "Well, I believe I have taught you sufficiently. You may return home now. Be here before 5:30 tomorrow afternoon to begin your tasks. Once completed, you may leave. If not, you must continue until the tasks are finished." Gazing at the clock, Meng Tian realized it was already 7:30 in the evening, prompting him to issue the dismissal. Goodbye, teacher. Yao Xuan and Tang Wuluan bid farewell to Meng Tian and to each other before heading home. Unexpectedly, forging seemed to facilitate the integration of the ancestral dragon's power. Though the effect was not significantly pronounced, it was nonetheless a gratifying gain. As Yao Xuan walked along the path, he reveled in the sensation of his strength, nodding in satisfaction. After an hour of recuperation, aided by the initial ancestral dragon body and the ancestral dragon's power, the soreness in Yao Xuan's body had diminished by 90%, and the torn tendons had healed considerably. In just another half hour, he would be fully restored. Furthermore, Yao Xuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that during the forging process, the residual ancestral dragon power within him had been absorbed once more, augmenting his strength by approximately 1 kilogram, an unexpected delight indeed. As he strolled home, Yao Xuan soon arrived at his doorstep and rang the doorbell. Moments later, a petite silver-haired girl emerged, none other than Naher. Brother Yao Xuan, you're back. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at him. Yes, I have returned. Naher, gently running his fingers through her silver short hair, a natural smile graced Yao Xuan's face as he responded cheerfully. Yao Xuan, how did the assessment go? Was it smooth? A concerned voice from deeper within the apartment interrupted their exchange. Mother, everything went quite well. Master Meng Tian has agreed to take me on as an apprentice and even offered me personal guidance. Moreover, after school each day, I will go to him for 2 hours of forging lessons. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's question, Yao Xuan replied with candor. You have passed? That is truly splendid. Your mother is immensely proud of you. Come, let us all dine together. Upon learning that Yao Xuan had successfully completed Master Meng Tian's assessment, Lin Shiming's voice brimmed with excitement, and she enthusiastically called out. As a Grand Soul Master, Lin Shiming understood far better than the average person what it truly meant to be a level 6 sect master. Oh, have you not yet dined? Listening to Lin Shiming's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he subsequently inquired, Indeed, I had intended to ask Naher to eat first, but she insisted on waiting for you and refused to eat. As she spoke, Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes that had been kept warm, placing them delicately on the table. Thank you, Naher. Upon hearing that Nair was waiting for him to share a meal, Yao Xuan felt a quiet warmth within his heart. Gazing into Nair's sparkling violet eyes, he sincerely expressed his feelings. Yao Xuan exuded a comforting aura, and Nair yearned to dine alongside him, desiring to spend time in his company. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nair leaned against his body and earnestly replied, Yes, sharing a meal with you makes me very happy. Brother, you must be hungry too, right? Come, let us all dine together swiftly. As she spoke, Yao Xuan took Naher by the hand and led her to the dining table, where they indulged in a sumptuous dinner. The night passed in silence, and the following day unfolded differently. This day was dedicated to cultural studies. Before the class bell rang, Yao Xuan had already arrived in the classroom. Good morning, Brother Xuan. You were incredible yesterday. I never imagined that not only do you possess unique insights in cultivation, but you were also remarkably talented in forging, exclaimed Tang Wuli, who approached with admiration as Yao Xuan entered the classroom. For some reason, he felt a peculiar sense of closeness to Yao Xuan. Being near him brought an immense comfort and uplifted his spirits. Not at all. I merely possess a bit more strength than the average person. Yao Xuan humbly responded. By the way, Wulin, your arm should be healed by now, right? Today, we must double our efforts. Yes, it's much better. In fact, I feel as though my strength has increased significantly. Tang Wulin replied. It seems that Master Meng's ointment is indeed a precious remedy. Listening to Yao Xuan's inquiry, Tang Wulin responded with enthusiasm, engaging in light conversation with Yao Xuan until the class bell rang. The instructor who entered was a middle-aged teacher in his 40s, sporting black-framed glasses. The lesson was quite straightforward, presenting no challenge for Yao Xuan, who possessed enhanced comprehension. Thus, he focused his thoughts and immersed himself in the system space. Spending 16 evolution points, he could enhance his ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.8, bringing it to a total of 2.0. Should he proceed with the enhancement? With Yao Xuan's decision, a prompt from the system resonated in his ears. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded in affirmation without hesitation. As he concentrated, 16 golden evolution points transformed into the purest source of evolutionary energy, continuously flowing into Yao Xuan's meridians, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline within him. With the elevation of this bloodline, mystical and formidable nine-colored runes began to coalesce within Yao Xuan's bloodstream, seamlessly merging with his lineage to effectuate the utmost transformation of his physique. A radiant, almost imperceptible nine-colored light emanated from his body, and Yao Xuan felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. Inside, his ancestral dragon bloodline surged, while his cells fervently absorbed the aura it exuded, initiating a metamorphosis that rendered them increasingly translucent, significantly amplifying his evolutionary potential. Why is brother Yao Xuan glowing? It feels so familiar and comforting. How peculiar. Although the others in the class remained oblivious to Yao Xuan's anomaly, Tang Wulin, as a bearer of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, immediately sensed the changes within Yao Xuan. He cast a questioning glance in Yao Xuan's direction, unable to articulate the sensation, before refocusing on the teacher. Chapter 20. The aroma of brother Yao Xuan is truly enticing. Ding. Enhancement complete. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. 8. Current Unlock Level 20. Minutes later, the evolutionary energy derived from the golden evolution points gradually dissipated, and Yao Xuan's body temperature returned to normal. Concurrently, the system's alert echoed in Yao Xuan's ears once more. Indeed, my strength has increased. However, he realized that further elevating his ancestral dragon bloodline by an additional 0 would not be a simple endeavor. It would require a substantial expenditure of 3 golden evolution points. Moreover, acquiring more golden evolution points in the future would likely prove challenging, making the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline a painstaking process. Sensing the changes in his physical condition, a subtle smile graced Yao Xuan's face as he contemplated silently. After raising his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 2, his strength increased by approximately 80 kilograms, reaching around 230 kilograms. Presently, even the combined strength of 2 ordinary adult males could not match his own. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan remained grounded, fully aware that subsequent enhancements of the ancestral dragon bloodline would become increasingly arduous. He understood that acquiring golden evolution points in the future would not be as straightforward, necessitating relentless effort and unwavering diligence. Brother Xuan, what were you doing during class? Why did I feel like you were glowing? As the class bell rang, Tang Wulin quickly approached Yao Xuan, his curiosity evident in his hushed tone. Glowing? You must be mistaken. How could I possibly be glowing? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan instantly grasped the crux of the matter. However, he chose to remain enigmatic and responded with a rhetorical tone. Well, all right then, Brother Xuan. Perhaps my eyes are deceiving me, but I truly believe you are radiating a glow. Noticing Yao Xuan's denial, Tang Wulin did not press further and returned to his seat. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and in the blink of an eye, the morning lessons concluded. The students departed the school, each heading home for lunch, Yao Xuan included. Brother Yao Xuan, you have finally returned. Oh, the fragrance emanating from you today is delightful. Upon pressing the doorbell, as anticipated, Na eagerly opened the door, her petite and charming face adorned with a smile as she gazed up at Yao Xuan, her nose twitching slightly as she exclaimed with joy. Does it truly smell wonderful? Listening to Na, Yao Xuan's eyes flickered, and he began to comprehend the root of it all. Na possessed the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King, which originated from the dragon god, who in turn inherited a fragment of the ancestor dragoness bloodline. It can be said that the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King and that of the ancestor dragon share the same source, with the former being an extension of the latter. This connection is precisely why Na felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and dependence toward Yao Xuan. As Yao Xuan's ancestor dragon bloodline grew stronger, Na's affection and closeness toward him deepened from within. Indeed, I can sense something uniquely special about you, Yao Xuan. It is quite comforting. Upon Yao Xuan's inquiry, Na nodded, leaned closer to his chest, and took a few deep breaths before affirming her sentiments. Well, as long as Na is happy, let us dine together. Seeing Na so affectionate, Yao Xuan felt immense joy as he took her hand and led her to the dining table, where the three of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Time flew by, and 6 months later, Yao Xuan's life had settled into a delightful rhythm, attending classes at school every morning, working at the Meng Tian studio in the evenings, followed by meditation. Weekends were relatively free, during which Lin Shimeng would take Yao Xuan and Na out for excursions. Through his daily meditations, Yao Xuan's spiritual power steadily increased. 2 months after the term began, he successfully broke through to become a level 6 soul master, the first in his class to achieve this milestone. Following his advancement, his meditation efficiency improved significantly, with each session yielding nearly 50% more evolution points. However, the soul power required for further advancement also increased greatly, and it took Yao Xuan another 80 days to successfully break through to level 7. Currently, Yao Xuan's soul power remained at level 7, with only 30 points progressed toward level 8. It was evident that without investing precious golden evolution points to enhance his soul power, he would require at least 2 more months to reach level 8. As for his mental power, it also progressed through repeated meditation, rising from 45 to 58 points, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the late stage of the spiritual origin realm. In addition to the enhancements in soul power and mental power, Yao Xuan also made substantial progress in forging. During the first 3 months at Mang Tian's studio, his task was to hammer iron blocks, completing 3,000 strikes daily to refine his forging technique. As time passed, the weight of the forging hammer in his hands increased from 5 kilograms to 10, and ultimately to 25 kilograms. After 3 months of foundational training, Mang Tian finally permitted Yao Xuan to undertake some basic metal refinement tasks. Every Saturday, Mang Tian personally taught Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin the intricacies of forging. Thanks to his robust physical condition and enhanced comprehension, Yao Xuan made remarkable strides in forging, successfully completing his first 100 strikes by the 5th month. Even though Mang Tian was notoriously strict, he couldn't help but offer praise for Yao Xuan's achievements. For a level 6 forge master like Mang Tian, completing 100 strikes was a trivial matter. However, considering Yao Xuan was merely 6 years old and had only been on the path of forging for less than 5 months, such accomplishments could not merely be described as genius. Mang Tian felt fortunate to have such a disciple. Finally, Yao Xuan also made advancements concerning his ancestor dragon bloodline. As he had anticipated, after accepting Tang Wu Lin as a younger brother and recognizing Na as a sister, acquiring each subsequent golden evolution point became increasingly arduous. Over the course of 6 months, Yao Xuan garnered a total of 31 golden evolution points, with 3 obtained through meditation, 11 through Tang Wu Lin, 4 through Na, 10 through leveling up to a level 1 forge master, and the remaining 3 from various events. Yao Xuan invested all 31 evolution points into his ancestor dragon bloodline, raising its concentration to 3. With the enhancement of his bloodline and the absorption of ancestor dragon power during forging, Yao Xuan's strength reached an impressive 350 kilograms. Chapter 21. Nata's birthday. While perusing his records within the system, Yao Xuan reflected on his growth with satisfaction. During his time on Douluo Continent, he believed he had made the most of his opportunities. Today was particularly significant, for it marked Nader's birthday. After residing with Lin Shimeng for half a year, Nader had largely adapted to daily life and could manage her own affairs. Following a period of application, her identity documentation was successfully processed, granting her a legitimate identity. Compared to 6 months prior, Nader had undoubtedly become more vivacious. Although she still hesitated to converse with strangers, she no longer exhibited the same shyness in front of Lin Shimeng, and her reliance on Yao Xuan deepened, as she often sought his company. Faced with such an endearing little girl, Yao Xuan felt no annoyance, only immense care and affection, despite his restraint from crossing any boundaries. As a traveler from another world, Yao Xuan understood that some matters require patience. One must not rush, but instead cultivate a long-term vision. His current objective was to plant a seed of love in Nader's heart, nurture it carefully, and wait for it to blossom and bear fruit. This would be a lengthy process, one that could not be hurried, for any inappropriate action on Yao Xuan's part could leave a psychological shadow on Nader, potentially causing her to darken upon awakening her memories. Thus, their interactions remained innocent, consisting of gentle head pats and cheek pinches, while more intimate gestures such as kisses were entirely avoided. On this special day, Yao Xuan specifically requested a day off from Mang Tian, although he felt somewhat reluctant. Mang Tian could not bring himself to refuse upon seeing Yao Xuan's earnest demeanor, only asking that he make up for any missed work over the weekend. Consequently, after school, Yao Xuan did not head to the Mang Tian studio as usual, but instead made his way home, stopping at a department store along the way to purchase a large box of white chocolate as a birthday gift for Nader. Though she was the Silver Dragon King, Nader, like any ordinary child, had a particular fondness for sweets. Thus, Yao Xuan indulged her preferences, confident that past experiences had shown Nader would not gain weight regardless of how much she indulged. Perhaps this was a unique trait of the dragon race? During the process of forging, as Yao Xuan was an apprentice to Mang Tian, he could only receive 20% of the earnings, while the remaining 80% belonged to Mang Tian. Nevertheless, over the past 3 months, Yao Xuan managed to accumulate a considerable sum of federal coins. At the very least, when it came to purchasing this box of chocolates, he felt no pangs of regret. Furthermore, for Yao Xuan, such an expenditure could be deemed a worthy investment, laying a solid foundation for his future pursuit of Yue Na. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan made his way home, encountering no obstacles along the route. After a little over 10 minutes, he rang the doorbell as usual, and Nar greeted him with a beaming smile. "Welcome home, brother Yao Xuan," she exclaimed, burying her delicate head against his chest, gently rubbing against him as if to imprint her scent upon him. "Happy birthday, Nar. Come, let us see what your brother has brought you as a birthday gift," Yao Xuan said with a smile, gently running his hand through Nar's silky, short silver hair. "Thank you, brother. I guess it's something delicious." Upon hearing that Yao Xuan had prepared a gift for her, Nar's lips curled into a crescent moon-like smile. After a moment of contemplation, she responded in a voice as angelic as her demeanor. "Nar is truly remarkable. Happy birthday, Nar. This is a birthday gift from your brother." As he praised her, Yao Xuan retrieved the meticulously prepared chocolates from behind him and presented them to Nar. "It's chocolate." "Hee. Thank you, brother Yao Xuan." Nar beamed at the sight of the birthday gift in Yao Xuan's hand. Ever since she had tasted chocolate, the amnesiac Silver Dragon King had developed a fondness for this unique human delicacy. "Well, it's still early. Let us engage in conversation until mealtime, and then we shall enjoy the cake together." Noticing the ample time left, Yao Xuan spoke with a smile. Nar readily agreed, settling beside him on the sofa, resting her head on his shoulder as she listened to tales from his school and the Meng Tian studio. "By the way, brother Yao Xuan, am I going to school soon?" As their conversation flowed, Nar curiously inquired. "School? Yes, indeed. After today, Nar will be 6 years old and will soon attend school. In a few months, Nar will also undergo the soul testing, and based on the results, she will join either the regular class or the soul master class. If Nar possesses innate soul power, she can become a soul master like me." Yao Xuan responded proudly. "When that time comes, if Nar enrolls in the soul master class and encounters any difficulties in her training, she can always seek my guidance. Among our peers, my training speed has consistently been the fastest." "All right, a soul weapon, huh? I wonder what my soul weapon will be?" Nar pondered with curiosity, listening to Yao Xuan's words. A glimmer of yearning appeared in Nar's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a hint of confusion. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the term soul master, she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. "Your martial soul, perhaps? The truth will reveal itself in due time. Nevertheless, I believe that someone as exquisite as Na must possess a formidable martial soul." When Na inquired about her own abilities, Yao Xuan, although aware that her martial soul was the Silver Dragon King, something that could not be detected through conventional means, gently caressed her cheek and smiled as he responded. As Yao Xuan and Na engaged in their warm exchange, time slipped away unnoticed. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. At that moment, Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, calling out cheerfully and bringing forth an array of sumptuous dishes to adorn the dining table. "Dinner is ready, my dear." Listening to Lin Shiming's call, Na and Yao Xuan responded almost in unison, exchanging a smile before dashing to the dining table. On the table, Na's favorite dish, crispy fried ribs, was already laid out, their golden crust shimmering under the glow of the soul-guiding lamp, instantly igniting one's appetite. Beside it, several platters of delicacies such as braised pork, soy sauce beef, and oil-drizzled lettuce were arranged. At the center of the table stood a cream cake, adorned with a greeting card inscribed in milkshake, wishing Na a happy birthday, accompanied by an array of colorful fruits. Chapter 22. A desire to be forever united with brother Yao Xuan. "Come, Na, let us place the candles on your cake," Lin Shiming cheerfully said, handing Na 6 short candles. There seemed to be an extraordinary aura surrounding Na after half a year of shared living. Lin Shiming had completely embraced and grown fond of Na, treating her as if she were her own daughter. "All right, Mama." Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Na softly agreed, taking the candle from Lin Shiming's hand and subsequently inserting it into the empty spaces of the cake, one by one. "Come, Na. Allow me to light the candles for you." After Na had placed all the candles, Yao Xuan took a lighter from the side to illuminate them for her. Shortly after, Lin Shiming extinguished the soul-guiding lamp in the living room, leaving only the gentle flicker of the candlelight swaying in front of the 3 of them. "Now, Na, make a wish and then blow out the candles." After singing the birthday song, Yao Xuan approached Na with a warm smile. Brother Yao Xuan." As she spoke, Na stepped forward to stand in front of the cake and closed her eyes. She wished to be with brother Yao Xuan forever, silently contemplating. Na took a deep breath and then blew forcefully forward. Though her mouth was quite petite, her breath was remarkably powerful. With just one blow, she extinguished all the candles. Wow, Na, you were truly impressive, able to blow out so many candles at once. Did you know that blowing out all the candles on the cake at once means your wish is likely to come true? Yao Xuan said with a cheerful smile as he looked at Na. Really? That is simply wonderful. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na beamed with a radiant smile, revealing two adorable dimples. All right, everyone, let's eat. On the side, observing the close bond between Yao Xuan and Na, Lin Shiming also displayed a faint smile as she switched on the soul-guiding lamp and spoke. Wonderful. As the conversation shifted to the topic of food, Na's smile grew even more brilliant. And soon the family began to indulge in the sumptuous feast. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Na's birthday. While Yao Xuan had unknowingly reached the age of 7.5. In Yao Xuan's second year of school, Na completed her martial soul awakening. Surprisingly, Na discovered that she possessed no martial soul, a highly unusual occurrence throughout the Douluo Continent. In truth, Yao Xuan understood that Na did have a martial soul. As the transformed embodiment of the Silver Dragon King, her martial soul was her true form, the Silver Dragon King. However, due to Na's memories being dormant, her martial soul remained concealed and undetectable. Naturally, Yao Xuan kept this knowledge to himself, unable to disclose it to others. As she lacked soul power, Na could only attend a regular class rather than the Soul Master class. Her extraordinary beauty often attracted the curiosity of male classmates and the envy of female peers. Some mischievous children even attempted to bully Na. In response, Yao Xuan was unyielding and decisively dealt with them, imparting a profound lesson. For Yao Xuan, even at the tender age of 6.5, his strength had already surpassed 200 kilograms, exceeding the combined might of 2 average adults, making it effortless to handle those little rascals. However, Yao Xuan exercised restraint. Though he caused those troublemakers considerable pain, he left no scars, let alone drew blood. Moreover, given that Yao Xuan acted justly and was the top performer in the Soul Master class, he faced minimal repercussions, merely writing a few brief reflections. Thanks to Yao Xuan's presence, no one dared to bully Na at Hongshan Academy. Classmates were aware that Na had an older brother named Yao Xuan, who was immensely strong and fierce in fights. Anyone who provoked Na could expect a beating. As for Yao Xuan's motivation to protect Na, his reasoning was straightforward. He genuinely cherished her, regarding her as his sister. How could he remain silent when his sister was bullied? Additionally, there were the added benefits of accruing golden evolution points. During Na's first 6 months at school, Yao Xuan garnered nearly 20 points by driving away those troublemakers, yielding substantial rewards. Today marked another special day. Yao Xuan felt that his soul power had reached a plateau, and he was on the verge of breaking through the 9th level to attain the 10th. Yes, after a full year of diligent practice, Yao Xuan was finally poised to step into the realm of soul masters. Simultaneously, his mental power had successfully advanced to the latter stage of the spiritual source realm, reaching a remarkable 83 points. Although still a distance from the pinnacle of 90 points, he was not far off. In addition to the progress in soul power and mental acuity, Yao Xuan also made strides in forging his ancestral dragon bloodline and physical fitness. Shortly after his 7th birthday, Yao Xuan had successfully completed 100 forges with 10 different metals, achieving the status of a 2nd-level blacksmith. Although he still had a way to go before reaching 1,000 forges, such impressive accomplishments left Meng Tian in awe. Due to his success in becoming a 2nd-level blacksmith, Yao Xuan also completed the 2nd phase of his side quest, earning 30 golden evolution points. While his task evolved from forging metals to crafting simple components to hone his blacksmithing skills. Beyond the golden evolution points earned from side quests and protecting Na, Yao Xuan had also acquired a considerable number of points through training and other means, totaling 80 points. Yao Xuan dedicated all these golden evolution points to enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, raising it to 4.8. As his bloodline strengthened, Yao Xuan's power further increased. On the day of his 7th birthday, Meng Tian had tested Yao Xuan's strength. Even though Yao Xuan deliberately held back, the 300 kilograms result left Meng Tian astounded. Even Long Go, without the aid of soul power, could not match Yao Xuan in sheer strength, despite Yao Xuan merely being a 7-year-old child. Following the enhancement of his ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength further escalated. although the residual power of the primary ancestral dragon body had nearly been fully absorbed. The augmentation from the ancestral dragon bloodline alone had elevated Yao Xuan's physical prowess to 500 kilograms, nearly 2.5 times that of Tang Wulin. As Chapter 23 titled Breakthrough, Level 10 Soul Power unfolded, Yao Xuan stepped out of the teaching building, refraining from hastening home. Instead, he quietly awaited at the foot of the building. "Brother Xian, I'm here." Not long after, a petite girl with short silver hair, sparkling purple eyes, and dressed in a school uniform dashed down the stairs, her cuteness radiating. "Nar, don't rush. Take care not to trip," Yao Xuan admonished, gazing fondly at Nar as she approached. 1.5 years had passed, and due to the unlocking of his ancestral dragon bloodline and the effects of the ancestral dragon body, Yao Xuan's height had surged by nearly 12 centimeters. In contrast, Nar had not changed much. She had grown slightly taller, yet in appearance, the age gap between her and Yao Xuan seemed to be merely half a year. "Brother Xian, let us hurry," Nar exclaimed, linking her arm with Yao Xuan's and giving it a gentle shake. "All right, let us go. I'll escort you home." Given Nar's remarkable beauty, she often became the target of unsavory youths. Thus, since Nar began attending school, Yao Xuan had taken on the responsibility of escorting her home. At first, several delinquent youths attempted to lay hands on Nar, but after Yao Xuan effortlessly lifted them overhead and sent them crashing to the ground, they soon realized the terrifying strength concealed within Yao Xuan's seemingly diminutive frame. From that day forward, few dared to obstruct Yao Xuan and Nar on their way, allowing the pair to relish their peaceful moments together. Once Yao Xuan safely escorted Nar home, he changed into work attire and departed again, heading to Mang Tian's workshop. "Brother Xian, you're here." Just as it had been 1.5 years ago, upon seeing Yao Xuan enter the forging room, Tang Wulin gazed at him with a mix of admiration and envy, respectfully greeting him. "Yes, I've arrived, Wulin. By the way, you should be starting the 100 forges with the 5th metal soon, right?" Yao Xuan naturally greeted Tang Wulin and inquired, as maintaining a good relationship with this fated child was crucial for Yao Xuan to earn more golden evolution points in the future. "Yes, indeed. Sigh, Brother Xian. Although the teacher says my talent in forging is quite commendable, I feel a vast gap when compared to you. Also, Brother Xian, you should be on the verge of breaking through to level 10, right?" Upon being inquired by Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin candidly responded, silently expressing his thoughts, and then posed a question. "Level 10? Indeed, my soul power is nearly saturated. I feel that with just 1 or 2 more meditative sessions, either this evening or tomorrow afternoon, I shall successfully transcend to level 10. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan nodded in response while tidying up the forging table. "Level 10, I truly envy you, Brother Xian. You are soon to become a true soul master," Tang Wulin remarked, his eyes glistening with admiration at Yao Xuan's reply, subsequently expressing his aspirations. Despite Tang Wulin's relentless dedication to his training and the repeated guidance from Yao Xuan, he had only just managed to break through to level 7. Still a considerable distance from reaching level 10. "Indeed, but Wulin, you must have already attained level 7, correct? With diligent meditation, I am certain that achieving level 10 before graduation will pose no challenge for you. At that point, we can continue our studies together at the Intermediate Academy." Yao Xuan reassured him, adding, "Of course, should you have any questions regarding your training or forging, feel free to discuss them with me. Perhaps my experience could prove beneficial to you." Noticing the envy in Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xuan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Thank you for your encouragement. Brother Xian, I will certainly strive to improve. Becoming a powerful soul master has always been my dream, and with your support, I am confident that I will succeed." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's encouragement, Tang Wulin clenched his fists and solemnly responded, his eyes brimming with determination. After exchanging a few words with Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan proceeded to his workstation, embarking on his daily duties. According to Mang Tian, with Yao Xuan's strength, he could attempt 1,000 temperings once he advanced to the rank of Soul Master. Thus, Yao Xuan eagerly anticipated his breakthrough. Yet his current focus remained on forging 100 tempering components. An hour and a half later, having completed his assigned tasks and passed Mang Tian's inspection, Yao Xuan returned home alone. After enjoying dinner with his family, he engaged in light conversation with Nar before retreating to his room, locking the door, drawing the curtains, donning earplugs, and sitting upright on his bed. Soul Power, Level 9, 98. 7. Soul Practitioner. With a thought, Yao Xuan immersed himself in the system, observing the progress of his realm with a quiet nod. "Excellent. Today is the day. Let us begin. As he contemplated, Yao Xuan closed his eyes, calming his mind, dispelling distractions, and emptying his thoughts. He then silently initiated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, absorbing the surrounding soul power. Within Yao Xuan's mental realm, clusters of white, drifting soul power were captured and, under his guidance, surged continuously into his body, circulating through his meridians before ultimately settling in his dantian. Thoroughly assimilated into a part of Yao Xuan's soul power. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour and a half. Just as Yao Xuan assimilated a new cluster of drifting soul power, a crisp crack resonated within his consciousness, as if some shackle binding him had shattered. Yao Xuan realized he had successfully broken through to level 10. However, as he had yet to fuse with the soul spirit, he could not truly be called a soul master, but rather a quasi-soul master. It would not be a difficult task for Yao Xuan to merge with the soul spirit. So he quietly retracted his mental energy, halted the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, and opened his eyes. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven technique increased his total soul power, successfully breaking through the bottleneck of level 9 to advance to level 10, current soul power, level 10, 0, 0. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven technique increased his mental strength, current mental strength, 8549, gaining an additional 2 points of mental strength due to breaking through level 10. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven technique allowed the system to absorb soul power energy. Evolution points, 341, current evolution points, 6201. You have reached the realm of quasi-soul master. Please acquire a soul spirit promptly to advance to the soul master realm. Rising silently, a flash of silver light flickered in Yao Xuan's consciousness, and a system prompt appeared. Upon reading the system's notification, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The realm of soul master, here I come. Chapter 24, Rewards, Journey to the Transmission Tower. Mother, Nar. I have succeeded. Just now, I have successfully broken through to level 10. Stepping out of his room, Yao Xuan's face radiated a brilliant smile as he expressed his gratitude loudly to Lin Shiming and Nar. Congratulations, my child. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's face broke into a proud smile. She then congratulated Yao Xuan, as achieving the rank of Soul Master is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for anyone on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, considering that Yao Xuan is merely 7.5 years old, his swift ascension to Soul Master showcases his remarkable potential for future advancement. Thus, Lin Shiming genuinely felt joy for Yao Xuan. Brother Yao Xuan, you are truly the best. On the other side, Na Er, who was savoring a lollipop on the sofa, approached Yao Xuan, shaking his hand and smiling to offer her blessings. Even though she often felt an inexplicable discomfort at the mention of soul masters, upon learning of Yao Xuan's impending promotion, her heart was filled solely with joy and happiness. The following day, at the Hongshan Academy, in the principal's office, Yao Xuan, is it? You claim that your soul power has surpassed level 10. Well then, let us conduct a test to verify this. Listening to Yao Xuan's report, the principal of Hongshan Academy, Yang Yuzhua, revealed a hint of approval in his eyes. He then led Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming to the soul power testing room within the academy. As the testing apparatus was activated, Yao Xuan relaxed his entire being and gradually released his soul power. 1, 2, 10, in less than 5 seconds. The numbers on the soul power detector surged from 1 to 10. Observing the results on the screen, Yang Yuzhua nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, achieving a breakthrough to level 10 at the tender age of 7.5 is remarkable, Yao Xuan. Your accomplishment is the finest in our Hongshan Academy over the past decade. Moreover, as the first soul master in your grade to surpass level 10, the academy will reward you with a decade's worth of soul spirit at no cost. With a pat on Yao Xuan's shoulder, Yang Yuzhua offered words of encouragement. Thank you, Principal. Listening to Yang Yuzhua's words, a spirited smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Rewarding exemplary students has always been the school's tradition. Receiving such an honor is merely a reflection of your hard work. Furthermore, once you successfully advance to a soul master, you will also be required to deliver a speech at the next grade assembly to inspire and motivate your fellow classmates. Since you have now made a breakthrough, the school has granted you a special day off today, allowing Teacher Lin to accompany you to the Spirit Tower to acquire your soul spirit. Here, take this 10-year soul spirit exchange voucher. With it, you can select a 10-year soul spirit from the Spirit Master at the tower. As he spoke, Yang Yuzhua produced a copper-brown card and handed it to Lin Shiming, who then led Yao Xuan towards the Spirit Tower branch in Ally City. 15 minutes later, at the center of Ally City, they arrived at the Spirit Tower branch. Yao Xuan, we have arrived, Lin Shiming remarked, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia as she gazed at the structure before them. Indeed, mother, what a magnificent edifice, Yao Xuan replied, raising his gaze towards the Spirit Tower. It was an octagonal building with 3 tiers, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. The main entrance stood wide open, and the floor was adorned with marble, creating an impressive sight. However, outside the Spirit Tower, there were few passers-by, for only soul masters frequented such establishments. And in a small place like Ally City, their numbers were indeed scant. Consequently, the Spirit Tower here was merely a basic branch. Yet it remained the tallest building in Ally City. Above the lower-tiered Spirit Towers, there existed 7 levels of intermediate Spirit Towers located in medium-sized cities within the Sun-Moon Federation, while larger cities boasted towers reaching 13 levels. The headquarters of the Spirit Tower, situated in Shrek City, soared to a staggering height of 81 stories, making it one of the most magnificent structures on the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Tower itself was an organization founded by Hmph 10,000 years ago. And due to their groundbreaking research on artificial soul spirits, the Spirit Tower has since eclipsed both the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy, emerging as a superpower that spans the Sun-Moon Federation, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinglua Federation, harboring countless formidable individuals. As Yao Xuan surveyed the Spirit Tower, a wealth of information about it flooded his mind, and he silently vowed that one day he would conquer this place. Determined to become a supreme powerhouse on the Douluo Continent and alter the tragedies that should never have occurred. Yao Xuan, let us enter, Lin Shiming gently urged. Noticing Yao Xuan's momentary daze, she took his hand and led him inside the Spirit Tower. The interior matched the grand exterior, spacious and adorned with closed archways. At the center stood a counter, behind which sat a spirit master clad in a gray robe, seemingly in a meditative state, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Esteemed Spirit Master, greetings. My child's soul power has surpassed level 10, and I have come to purchase a soul spirit today. Here is our voucher, Lin Shiming announced as she approached the counter, retrieving the copper-brown card from her pocket. Very well, I understand. Allow me to verify the authenticity of this card first, the Spirit Master replied. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, the Spirit Master opened his eyes and accepted the card she offered, swiping it on a nearby verification terminal. Indeed, your 10-year soul spirit exchange card is valid. It can be exchanged for a 10-year white soul spirit suitable for your martial soul. Child, please follow me so I can assess your mental strength. Additionally, there is a fee of 100 federal coins for the mental strength evaluation. Kindly make the payment first. As the green light illuminated on the terminal, the Spirit Master nodded and, with an air of professionalism, stated, Very well, please proceed with the payment. Listening to the words of the Spirit Communicator, Lin Shiming took out a federal coin worth 100 and handed it to him. Immediately, the Spirit Communicator led Yao Xuan into a room, while Lin Shiming waited in the hall. This room, imbued with a modern aesthetic, contrasted sharply with the antiquity of the outside. It was furnished with numerous instruments. The Spirit Communicator gestured for Yao Xuan to take a seat on a large chair, then pressed several buttons on the workstation. A metallic helmet-like device slowly descended from the ceiling and was placed upon Yao Xuan's head. Chapter 25, The Genius of Mental Power. 2 millennia ago, during the era of the martial soul hall in Tang San, mental power existed. Yet it was of little significance to the soul masters of that time, with no classifications pertaining to it. However, since the emergence of Hmph and the soul spirits a millennium ago, mental power has gained increasing importance among soul masters. It is the foundation for merging with soul spirits. The stronger a soul spirit, the higher the mental power required for a soul master to subdue and fuse with it. Through generations of research and summation by soul masters, mental power has been categorized into 6 distinct levels: Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm, Spirit Domain Realm, and Divine Origin Realm. Concurrently, for the sake of convenience and description, a quantifiable value for mental power was established. Mental power ranging from 0 to 99 points is classified as Spirit Origin Realm, representing the most basic form of mental power capable of accommodating yellow soul spirits. When mental power lies between 100 and 499 points, it is deemed Spirit Communication Realm, wherein the soul master can manipulate their mental power and can accommodate purple soul spirits. Beyond the Spirit Communication Realm is the Spirit Sea Realm, indicating that one's mental power is as profound as an ocean, serving as the foundation for becoming a formidable soul master, able to accommodate black soul spirits. A soul master in the spirit sea realm possesses mental power between 500 and 4,999 points, which is also the ceiling that the majority of soul masters can attain in their lifetime. Above the spirit sea realm lies the spirit abyss realm, where a powerful soul master's mental prowess can even influence the material world on a small scale, serving as the cornerstone for achieving the title of Douluo, capable of accommodating legendary soul spirits of 10,000 years. A soul master in the spirit abyss realm has mental power ranging from 50,000 to 19,999 points, representing the utmost limit for humanity, with only a handful of individuals in an era able to transcend the constraints of the spirit abyss realm. Next is the spirit domain realm, wherein a soul master can condense their mental power into a domain, allowing for the fusion of any tier of soul spirit, possessing boundless might and serving as the foundation for achieving the pinnacle of Douluo. The mental power of a practitioner in the spirit domain realm ranges from 20,000 to 49,999 points. Lastly, there exists the divine origin realm, a legendary domain reserved for deities. Theoretically, a soul master in this realm should possess mental power exceeding 50,000 points, a feat purportedly only achieved by Yue Na, the founder of the Spirit Tower, who ascended to the divine realm. Do not be anxious, remain relaxed. During the test, you may experience a slight dizziness, which is entirely normal. Just keep yourself at ease. As Yao Xuan contemplated the knowledge of mental power, the spirit communicator's reminders pulled him back to the present. Yes, sir, I understand. After receiving Yao Xuan's reply, the spirit communicator pressed another button on the workstation. The helmet enveloping Yao Xuan's head began to emit a gentle white glow, while red numbers started to flicker on the nearby soul guide screen. 20, 30, 40, 85. Initially, the numbers fluctuated rapidly but soon stabilized. As the spirit communicator gazed at Yao Xuan's testing results, an expression of profound astonishment crossed his face. 85 points? How could this be? Is there a malfunction with the machine? The spirit communicator murmured to himself while scrutinizing Yao Xuan's results. He then approached Yao Xuan and said, "Child, the instrument for testing mental power may have a slight fault. Your mental power data appears unusual. Do not be anxious, I will test you once more." As he spoke, the spirit communicator reactivated the instrument for another assessment. Yao Xuan's mental power remained unchanged, fixed at 85 points, confirming that the apparatus was functioning correctly. 85 points of mental power, a prodigy, truly a prodigy. Child, may I inquire as to the level of your innate soul power? The spirit communicator's tone became slightly tremulous as he regarded Yao Xuan, then inquired further. Innate soul power? My innate soul power is level 5. Listening to the words of the spirit transmission master, Yao Xuan responded truthfully, as all this information was documented, and there was no need for deceit. Level 5? What a pity. If your innate soul power could reach level 7, given your demonstrated mental prowess, you would undoubtedly have the opportunity to be recommended for the Spirit Transmission Tower, receiving focused training. What a shame. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, the expression in the eyes of the Spirit Master revealed a hint of regret, and he continued to speak. For ordinary soul masters, the average spiritual power at the age of 7.5 is merely around 30 points. However, Yao Xuan's spiritual power has nearly reached 3 times that amount, which is undeniably formidable. It can be said that Yao Xuan possesses an innate advantage in the future fusion of soul spirits. For a soul master endowed with such formidable spiritual power, an exceptionally high innate soul power is not a prerequisite, as long as they achieve a level above 7. They inherently possess the potential to advance to the realm of Soul Saint, or even further, aspiring to the ranks of Soul Douluo or even title Douluo. Hence, the Spirit Transmission Tower is naturally inclined to invest in them early and incorporate them into their fold. However, Yao Xuan's innate soul power is merely at level 5. Generally speaking, soul masters with innate soul power at level 5, even with exceptional fortune, can only hope to surpass the realms of Soul King or Soul Emperor, making the ascent to Soul Saint nearly impossible. Resources are limited, and thus, the Spirit Transmission Tower cannot afford to allocate additional resources to these soul masters. Is this the reason why the system has designated my innate soul power at level 5? How enlightening. Listening to the words of the Spirit Transmission Master, a flicker of enlightenment sparked within Yao Xuan. As a transmigrator, Yao Xuan's mental prowess was innately superior to that of ordinary children. If his innate spiritual energy were exceptionally strong, there was a high likelihood that he would be directly recruited by the Spirit Transmission Tower or the Sun Moon Federation for cultivation. While this would grant him access to more resources in the early stages, It would also sever his connection with Nar and diminish the opportunity to sow the seeds of love in her heart. Furthermore, it would be arduous to establish a bond with the destined child, Tang Wulan's, rendering him a case of gaining a sesame seed while losing a watermelon, thereby forfeiting a great opportunity. Master Spirit Transmission, is my mental strength really that high? Yao Xuan inquired, feigning ignorance while contemplating. Not just high. I would dare say you are a super genius. You are the best soul master I have ever tested in terms of mental strength. The Spirit Transmission Master replied. However, in comparison to your mental prowess, your innate spiritual energy is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, your future would be incredibly bright. Nevertheless, do not lose heart. Your mental strength will provide significant advantages in your future cultivation. As long as you remain diligent, gaining admission to a prestigious academy will be a certainty. If you can eventually advance to the rank of Soul King, coupled with a mecha, you will undoubtedly hold a prominent position within the realm of Soul Masters. Now, I shall prepare a report of your test results for you. When you arrive at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, you can submit it directly. Then I will accompany you to select a Soul Spirit. The Spirit Transmission Master's tone softened considerably, and as he printed Yao Xuan's test results using a soul guide printer, he offered words of encouragement. Child, what is your martial soul? In our Spirit Transmission Tower in Ally City, there are a total of 73 types of white soul spirits available for selection. I will assist you in choosing one that is relatively suitable based on your martial soul. The Spirit Transmission Master explained, gazing at Yao Xuan. Master Spirit Transmission, my martial soul is the Lizard Dragon, Yao Xuan replied. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan promptly responded, a Lizard Dragon, you say? Indeed, that is a formidable beast martial soul. Since your martial soul is a Lizard Dragon, I would suggest selecting the 10-year Black Rock Serpent Spirit. The serpent shares a certain affinity with the dragon, thus it would harmonize well with your martial soul. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's response, the Spirit Transmission Master pondered for a moment before suggesting, thank you for your advice. I shall choose the Black Rock Serpent as my spirit. Having received the Master's counsel, Yao Xuan replied without hesitation. To him, the integration of the spirit held little significance at this juncture. It merely served as a means to advance to the rank of Soul Master. Once he attained this rank, he would be eligible for system rewards and could subsequently replace his original spirit with an infinitely growing one. Thus, Yao Xuan readily accepted the Spirit Transmission Master's recommendation. Very well, please follow me, said the Master as he led Yao Xuan to another room diagonally across from the previous one. Compared to the earlier spirit power testing chamber, this room was considerably larger. At its center stood a cylindrical apparatus, towering at 5 meters with a radius of approximately 3 meters. Resembling a large cultivation tank found on Earth. Within this device, a viscous green liquid filled the interior, accompanied by numerous transparent spheres, each about 30 centimeters in diameter. Suspended within the apparatus, emanating a soft luminescence. Approaching the device, the Spirit Transmission Master pressed several buttons, and shortly thereafter, a white spirit orb descended from the machine's outlet, landing in a metallic box below. By pressing this button, you will release your spirit. Our research at the Spirit Transmission Tower indicates that spirits released by the Soul Master themselves exhibit a higher degree of integration. Therefore, this process must be carried out by you personally. He picked up the spirit orb and placed it atop an adjacent oval device, subsequently instructing Yao Xuan to stand beside the apparatus. I understand, esteemed Spirit Transmission Master. Listening to the words of the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. He then approached the apparatus and pressed a button. Accompanied by his action, a gentle yellow light emanated from the device, casting its glow upon the spirit orb. Instantly, the surface of the orb began to emit a faint radiance. The once sealed sphere gradually became translucent, exuding a subtle essence of life. A delicate white light flickered, and soon the entire spirit orb slowly opened from its center. Within the orb, a serpent-like spirit emerged, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length. With a diameter akin to that of an adult's wrist, its body adorned with black scales, coiled tightly. Behold, this is your spirit, the 10-year-old Black Rock Serpent. Now, once you are ready, you may officially merge with it and ascend to the rank of Spirit Master, explained the Spirit Master, gazing at the serpentine spirit. Yes, I am fully prepared. Upon hearing the words of the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan nodded and resolutely stated that merging with a decade-old soul spirit posed no challenge for him. Furthermore, this was merely a formality, as the Black Rock Serpent spirit would soon be supplanted by the infinitely evolving spirit awarded by the system. Very well, follow me. The Spirit Master instructed. For Soul Masters purchasing spirits within the Spirit Tower, we offer dedicated training rooms to facilitate their successful fusion and subsequent advancement. Seeing that Yao Xuan was ready, the Spirit Master explained briefly before leading him into a training chamber. The chamber, measuring 20 cubic meters, was adorned with numerous soul-guiding arrays, evidently designed to gather souls. As Yao Xuan entered the training room, the soul-guiding arrays began to illuminate one after another. Instantly, he sensed a surge in the concentration of soul power within the chamber, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Let us commence. Quietly seated on the ground, Yao Xuan placed the original spirit orb upon the floor, settled into a meditative posture, and cleared his mind of distractions while extending his right hand towards the spirit orb. 4 lower-tier spirits, they lacked a tangible form, existing only in an ethereal state. Yet, Yao Xuan felt as though he had touched something warm. With a thought, a kaleidoscope of colors suddenly converged before him as the ancestral dragon martial soul materialized. In that moment, the previously vibrant black rock serpent spirit trembled, its eyes wide with terror as its energy-based form coiled tightly. Merge with me. With a mental command, the ancestral dragon martial soul lunged towards the spirit orb, opening its maw to draw in the black rock serpent spirit, which promptly diminished in size and was absorbed into the ancestral dragon martial soul. As the black rock serpent spirit was consumed, the fusion process officially began. Yao Xuan closed his eyes and followed the techniques taught at his academy to initiate the spirit merging. As the fusion commenced, the fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan intensified, his entire being surging with energy like a tidal wave, battering against the confines of his soul master rank. With each wave of soul power crashing against the barrier, cracks swiftly appeared, expanding into fissures that culminated in a resounding shatter, completely obliterating the obstruction. At that moment, Yao Xuan felt an extraordinary lightness envelop him, as a tremendous suction force emerged from his dantian, drawing the soul power from the room into his body, flowing through his meridians and pooling in his dantian. Simultaneously, he sensed a heat radiating from his spine, torrents of searing energy erupting from the depths of his being, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his body. If Yao Xuan were able to observe himself at that instant, he would be astonished to witness streams of radiant, multicolored energy proliferating within him, forming an intricate and profound lattice imbued with the essence of the great Tao. As these lattices traversed his being, his cells fervently absorbed the vibrant energy, undergoing a profound metamorphosis, ascending to a higher echelon of life, and his aura deepening and strengthening. Chapter 27. Successful Advancement. Abundant rewards. What a familiar sensation. Yet what could it be? At the moment Yao Xuan broke through the Soul Master barrier, Na, at the distant Red Mountain Academy, involuntarily turned her gaze towards the Spirit Tower in Owlai City, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her violet eyes. Similarly, at the instant of Yao Xuan's breakthrough, Tang Wuling felt a jolt within his body as a wave of warmth surged from his tailbone, encircling him before gradually dissipating. Aside from the sensations experienced by Na and Tang Wuling, within the training room of the Spirit Tower, Yao Xuan was engulfed in the advancement process. As the multicolored energy transformed his body, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to being cradled in the womb, nourished, and utterly relaxed, both mentally and physically. Ding! Congratulations on successfully merging with the Soul Spirit and advancing to level 11 Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of advancing as a Soul Master. You have received a task reward, 100 golden evolution points, the first 3 tiers of the Soul Forging Technique, System Ability Storage, System Ability Enhancement Meditation, and 1 infinitely evolving Soul Spirit system item, which will replace the original spirit upon use. Ding! Successful advancement as a Soul Master. Personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later, as the exquisite sensation gradually subsided, the system notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ear. View. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded silently. Name: Yao Xuan. Age: 7. 5 system abilities: Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Perception, Space Storage, not activated. Enhanced Meditation, not activated. Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 11, 0, 0, Soul Master, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 4, 8 Mental Strength, 91, 0, 0, Peak of Spiritual Origin Realm, Soul Spirit, Black Rock Serpent, temporarily in use, can be replaced at any time. Please use the system-rewarded infinitely growing Soul Spirit for replacement. Soul Skills, not yet unlocked, activated after merging with the exclusive Soul Spirit rewarded by the system, Bloodline Ability. Beginner Ancestral Dragon Body Battle Armor. None Mecha. None Evolution Points. 6201 Golden Evolution Points. 101 Skills. Forging, Level 2. Mecha Design, Level 0. Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0. Mecha Maintenance, Level 0. As Yao Xuan concentrated, a silver light flashed before his eyes, forming an ancient-style data frame that displayed his overall attributes after his promotion. Marvelous. I have finally advanced to Soul Master. At last, I have taken the first step on my path of cultivation. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Yao Xuan couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. This breakthrough was not just in soul power. His mental strength also increased by 6 points during the promotion, reaching 91 and achieving the pinnacle of the spiritual origin realm. Furthermore, he acquired 2 brand new system skills, which he planned to unlock at home rather than within the spirit transmission tower. Ding. New main quest acquired. Breakthrough to Grand Soul Master. Do you accept the quest? Just as Yao Xuan prepared to rise from the training room, the system's prompt sounded in his ear once more. I accept. With his thought, the original data frame vanished, and a quest frame reappeared, accompanied by a flash of silver light. Quest name: Breakthrough to Grand Soul Master. Quest description: having entered the realm of Soul Master, you have transcended the mortal coil and entered a realm of the extraordinary. However, in the world of Soul Masters, this level is merely the beginning. To secure your place in the future Soul Master community, you must not relax. Time is of the essence, and you must strive to break through to the next realm. Grand Soul Master. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: none. Failure to complete on time will result in forfeiting quest rewards. Quest rewards: Golden Evolution Points x 1000. Extraordinary condensation of system abilities. Simulation combat space for system abilities. Special note: the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul and Ancestral Dragon Bloodline are mutually reinforcing. To ensure your flawless promotion, please strive to elevate your Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to level 10 and unlock the first stage of Bloodline abilities before breaking through level 20. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your future development. Can I achieve the breakthrough to Grand Soul Master within 2 years? With the Soul Forging technique. As long as I make good use of my time, it should not be difficult. Now, I must hasten home to unlock new system abilities and merge the infinitely growing soul spirit gifted by the system to truly unlock my first soul skill. However, while breaking through to Grand Soul Master may seem straightforward, enhancing the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to level 10 before reaching level 20 is no easy feat. It appears that to ensure a flawless transition to Grand Soul Master, and for my future development, I must remain diligent. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan stood up from the ground and subsequently left the training room. Child, have you truly advanced to Soul Master? So soon? Seeing Yao Xuan emerge from the training room, the Spirit Transmission Master outside inquired in astonishment. Yes, esteemed Spirit Transmission Master. Merging with the Soul Spirit was not difficult at all. I succeeded on my first attempt. Indeed, your mental strength has already reached nearly 3 times that of a Soul Master of the same level, and you merged with a 10-year Soul Spirit. Coupled with the fact that your martial soul is superior to the Soul Spirit, such a seamless merging is quite reasonable. Now that you have advanced to Soul Master, let us conduct a test of your soul power. Upon successful testing, your promotion record will be entered into the archives of the Sun and Moon Federation, and you will be eligible to receive a monthly reward of 1,000 Federation coins. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the Spirit Mentor seemed to grasp something profound, nodding thoughtfully. Subsequently, he led Yao Xuan out of the training chamber. Yao Xuan, have you successfully fused with your soul spirit? Lin Shiming inquired as she observed the Spirit Mentor escorting Yao Xuan. Mother, I have succeeded. I am now a Soul Master. This esteemed Spirit Mentor will also take me to test my soul power and proceed with the registration. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded candidly. Very well. Success is paramount. Your mother is proud of you. Go forth. I shall await your return here. With the news of Yao Xuan's success, Lin Shiming's face illuminated with a sense of relief. The Spirit Master escorted Yao Xuan to another soul power testing chamber, where he instructed Yao Xuan to sit at a different soul guiding apparatus and release his soul power. Level 11, splendid. It appears you have successfully advanced to the rank of Soul Master. Congratulations, young man. I shall now issue your certificate and proceed with the necessary documentation. Observing the results on the soul power tester, the Spirit Master nodded in affirmation and said to Yao Xuan, in half an hour, you may collect your Soul Master certificate. With that, Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming departed from the Spirit Tower and made their way home. Chapter 28. The art of soul forging and enhanced meditation. Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming left the school around 8 in the morning. Since Yao Xuan spent only about half an hour merging with the spirit, the time was still shy of 10 when Lin Shiming led him away from the spirit tower. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they returned home. At that moment, Lin Shiming began preparing lunch for both Yao Xuan and Nar, the two voracious eaters. While Yao Xuan entered his bedroom, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the floor. With a thought, he immersed himself in the system space. You have acquired the technique, the art of soul forging, first 3 layers. Do you wish to commence the inheritance of this technique? He selected the option in the system, and a prompt echoed in his ear. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently nodded in affirmation. Ding. Prepare to inherit the first 3 layers of the creation soul forging technique. Please maintain a clear consciousness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's voice resonated. And immediately, Yao Xuan felt streams of profound techniques and corresponding insights flooding into his mind, which he swiftly comprehended and absorbed. Ding. Transmission completed. 10 minutes later. As Yao Xuan began to feel a slight dizziness, the transmission of the information regarding the technique abruptly came to a halt with a crisp sound. He marveled at the sheer power of the creation soul forging technique, truly deserving of its name. Reflecting on the descriptions of the technique he had received, his eyes sparkled with fervor. As a reward from the system, this technique was anything but ordinary. According to the information he garnered, the creation soul forging technique was indeed remarkable, almost otherworldly. Firstly, this technique could be cultivated to the divine level, comprising a total of 18 layers. The first 12 layers correspond to the ranks of Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Saint, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Spirit Douluo, Title Douluo, and Ultimate Douluo Quasi-Demigod, Demigod, Quasi-God, available for mortals. The latter 6 layers, however, belong to the divine realm, correlating with the levels of Level 3 God, Level 2 God, Level 1 God, Level 3 God King, Level 2 God King, and Level 1 God King. Furthermore, the technique outlines the methods for condensing divine essences, establishing divine realms, and achieving divinity with utmost perfection, thereby granting the strongest potential for advancement post-ascension. Secondly, in practical training, from the very first layer of the technique, the soul power absorbed by the practitioner begins to compress, transitioning into a liquid form. Typically, even in an elite institution like Shrek Academy, students must wait until they advance to Soul Sovereign to attempt soul power compression. Yet, the creation soul forging technique allows for this compression to commence at the Soul Master level, a testament to its formidable nature. Additionally, the speed of soul power absorption is extraordinarily rapid, boasting an efficiency at least tenfold that of the 5 Hearts Towards Heaven technique. Even the Xiantian technique of the Tang sect pales in comparison to the efficacy of the creation soul forging technique. Moreover, the process of cultivating this technique significantly enhances the practitioner's mental strength and subtly augments their soul potential, effectively improving their cultivation capacity or innate soul power, thus yielding multiple benefits. Concerning the condensation of soul cores, the effects of the creation soul forging technique are astonishingly unparalleled. Typically, a regular soul master can condense their first soul core only upon advancing to Soul Sage. Even the ultimate Douluo can manage only 2 soul cores. Remarkably, prodigies such as Tang Wulin, Hui Hao, and Di Tian can condense a maximum of 3 soul cores. However, through the creation soul forging technique, one can condense a total of 9 soul cores. At the Soul Sovereign level, the technique enables the condensation of the first soul core, and subsequently, at the levels of Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Spirit Douluo, Title Douluo, Ultimate Douluo Quasi-Demigod, Demigod, and Quasi-God. It allows for the continuous condensation of 1 soul core at each level, culminating in a total of 9 core condensations, which is 5 times that of an ordinary soul master and 3 times that of a destined child. Of course, despite its extraordinary effects, the creation soul forging technique imposes stringent requirements on its practitioners. Without a divine-level martial soul, one cannot cultivate this technique. Fortunately, Yao Xuan possesses a creation-level ancestral dragon martial soul, alleviating such concerns. Additionally, the technique places great emphasis on foundational strength, initiating the soul power compression process during the practitioner's training. Consequently, while the creation soul forging technique boasts high efficiency in soul power absorption, its advancement speed cannot reach the tenfold acceleration of ordinary techniques. Instead, it achieves a dynamic balance between the speed of cultivation and the solidity of foundation. Very well. Now, let us commence the unlocking of new system capabilities. After receiving the first 3 layers of the creation soul forging technique, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts and clicked on the system. Ding! You currently have an unlocked system ability, Enhanced Meditation. Would you like to activate it? Enhanced Meditation Effect transforms your mental strength, amplifying your ability to attract soul power while remodeling your internal meridians to withstand stronger soul power impacts. Overall, increasing your meditation efficiency by 100. As Yao Xuan concentrated, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Activate. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded silently, and soon felt 2 distinct energies surging from within him. One of these energies imparted an extraordinarily cool sensation, flowing into Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness and transforming his mental prowess, enhancing its affinity for soul power. The other energy, in stark contrast, radiated a searing heat, coursing through his body, expanding previously narrow meridians and unblocking hidden, obstructed channels. Furthermore, this energy did not violently assault Yao Xuan's meridians. Rather, as it traversed each one, it left a portion behind, merging with them to render them more resilient, capable of withstanding even greater impacts of soul power. Ding! System Ability Enhancement Meditation activated. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 energies, one hot and one cold, were nearly fully absorbed, and the peculiar sensation of dual extremes dissipated. Excellent. Truly formidable. As expected from the system's capabilities, feeling the surrounding soul power become markedly more welcoming and sensing the unimpeded flow within his meridians, Yao Xuan could not help but smile slightly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. After acquiring the Creation Refinement Soul Technique, Yao Xuan's efficiency in absorbing soul power surged to 10 times that of ordinary methods, coupled with the reinforcement of meditation. Even though the ancestral dragon martial soul required several times the soul power for each advancement compared to common martial souls, and the technique itself necessitated compression of soul power, his rate of progression remained at least several times that of an average soul master. Chapter 29, Spatial Storage. Merging with limitless growth soul spirits, having successfully unlocked the system's capability for enhanced meditation, Yao Xuan nodded in contentment. Taking a brief 5-minute respite to adjust to the changes in his body, he then delved once more into the system and lightly tapped on the function panel. Ding! You have an unlocked system ability, Spatial Storage. Would you like to activate it? Effective Spatial Storage. This system ability opens a personal storage space for you to store your belongings, which will expand in volume as your level increases. Current volume, 5 cubic meters. Please note that this storage space can only contain inanimate objects and cannot accommodate living beings. As Yao Xuan focused his intent, a flash of silver light flickered in his sea of consciousness, and a system prompt appeared therein. Yes. Seeing the system's enhancement, Yao Xuan nodded slightly in affirmation. With Yao Xuan's action, waves of spatial energy surged around him, continuously coalescing under intricate seals, evolving into a stable storage space. Ding! System Ability, Spatial Storage activated. 5 minutes later, with the sound of the system's prompt, the storage space had fully solidified, manifesting as a silver spatial mark floating in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness. Truly marvelous. Focusing his mental energy on that spatial mark, Yao Xuan quickly perceived the expanse of that space. Then, with a mere thought, he targeted the table in the room and drew it into the system's space. As Yao Xuan's will enacted, the table before him abruptly vanished from the room, only to reappear within the storage space. In awe of this phenomenon, he exclaimed in wonder. Now, let me retrieve it and test it. With another thought, Yao Xuan locked onto the table in the storage space, then summoned it forth. This time, the table almost instantaneously emerged from the storage space, reappearing in the distance. Fantastic! I now possess my own storage space. Moreover, compared to the storage soul guides of Douluo Continent, mine is undoubtedly far more powerful. After playfully experimenting with his newly acquired storage space several times, engaging its energy consumption, Yao Xuan nodded in immense satisfaction, a radiant smile illuminating his face. On Douluo Continent, even the smallest storage soul guide, with a capacity of merely 0.1 cubic meters, costs upwards of hundreds of thousands of federal coins. The larger the storage soul guide, the higher the price per unit volume. A 5 cubic meter storage soul guide, if auctioned, could fetch at least 10 million federal coins. A true treasure. Furthermore, 5 cubic meters is merely the minimum capacity of the system's storage space, which is destined to expand further in the future. More importantly, the storage space provided by the system is intangible and directly bound to Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, eliminating the risk of loss, and is incredibly discreet. Should he acquire any forbidden items, they could be safely hidden within the system's storage, completely undetectable by others. Now, let us embark on the most crucial step, merging with the limitless growth soul spirit. With a satisfied smile, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, severing the connection to the storage space. From within, he retrieved a basketball-sized, multicolored crystal. This was the essence of the limitless growth soul spirit, destined for the creation of an infinitely evolving soul spirit. Placing the radiant crystal before him, Yao Xuan took a deep breath and began to channel his soul power, enveloping the crystal in a cocoon of energy, initiating the refining process. As Yao Xuan infused his soul power, the crystal began to emanate a soft, iridescent glow, gradually intensifying. Suddenly, it levitated off the ground, spinning gracefully in midair. Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, arise. As the crystal began to hover, following the system's directive, Yao Xuan summoned his ancestral dragon martial soul. With his will, brilliant colors danced around his right hand, and the ancestral dragon martial soul manifested fiercely. Compared to the moment of its initial acquisition, the martial soul now radiated with significantly enhanced might, exuding an aura of immense power, its scales shimmering with a faint iridescence. Claws sharper than ever, and its gaze more imposing. Once the ancestral dragon martial soul was revealed, Yao Xuan pointed towards the multicolored crystal. The martial soul then detached from his body, hurtling towards the crystal with ferocious intent. With an overwhelming force, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul surged through the crystal, and amidst the sound of shattering, cracks began to appear on its surface, rapidly expanding. The fissures swiftly transformed into wide gashes, enveloping the entire crystal, which then shattered into countless particles of light, dissipating into the air, creating a breathtakingly beautiful spectacle. At the center of the shattered crystal, a radiant, multicolored silhouette resembling the ancestral dragon martial soul emerged, circling affectionately around Yao Xuan before merging into his sea of consciousness. Ding! Successfully merged with the limitless growth soul spirit, ancestral dragon, imprint form. Current cultivation of ancestral dragon soul spirit, 100 years, maximum potential, limitless. Please enhance the ancestral dragon soul spirit's cultivation through means such as accessing the ascension platform to seize life energy, practicing the creation refinement soul technique, consuming rare materials, or utilizing golden evolution points. Ding! Successfully integrated soul spirit, obtaining the first soul skill, ancestral dragon sky shatter strike. As the vibrant spectrum of light merged into Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, it was swiftly assimilated by his mental force without any resistance, seamlessly transforming into Yao Xuan's first soul spirit. Concurrently, a notification sound from the system echoed once more. Indeed, akin to Yao Xuan's martial soul. His inaugural soul spirit was also the ancestral dragon, and specifically, it was an imprint of his ancestral dragon martial soul. This spirit was birthed from the essence of a soul spirit with infinite growth potential, drawing upon the aura of Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul, thus sharing a common root and origin. For a martial soul of such divine caliber as the ancestral dragon, should Yao Xuan attempt to merge with an ordinary soul spirit, the latter would undoubtedly succumb to the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon and shatter instantly. Conversely, if it were an entity of equal standing to the ancestral dragon, it would never submit to its supremacy. Hence, Yao Xuan's first soul spirit opted for the imprint of the ancestral dragon martial soul, ensuring no conflict arose. Furthermore, as it was directly born from the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan experienced an exceptionally smooth integration with this spirit, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Moreover, during the fusion with the ancestral dragon soul spirit, the power of the ancestral dragon within Yao Xuan was reignited, further enhancing his physical attributes. His strength, recovery ability, and cellular vitality were all significantly elevated, while his mental force increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 94. Chapter 30. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike. A new breakthrough in the Ancestral Dragon bloodline now. It was time to witness the might of my new soul skill. The Ancestral Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike. A name that exudes immense power. With a mere thought, a translucent figure resembling Yao Xuan appeared in his sea of consciousness. Given the formidable nature of the Ancestral Dragon's Sky-Shattering Strike, Yao Xuan was naturally hesitant to showcase it within the confines of his home, fearing that a misstep could obliterate the entire room. However, thanks to the Super God system, Yao Xuan could vividly simulate the actual effects of his soul skill. Furthermore, should Yao Xuan successfully transcend to the rank of Great Soul Master, the simulation capabilities of the super god system would further enhance, allowing the creation of a simulated combat space. At that point, the system's simulation function would not only be confined to replicating his soul skills, but would also extend to simulating battles against foes Yao Xuan had previously encountered, thereby augmenting his combat prowess through continuous simulated engagements. Ancestral Dragon Manifest. In the sea of consciousness, the ethereal figure of Yao Xuan softly uttered these words, causing his soul power to surge as a faint, multicolored glow enveloped his form. Extending his right hand, the luminous radiance coalesced in the palm, and in the next instant, the ancestral dragon martial soul floated above it. Yao Xuan's ethereal figure then raised his hand, and the ancestral dragon martial soul soared into the heavens. Upon reaching its zenith, the martial soul reversed direction, hurtling down towards the crown of Yao Xuan's ethereal figure, ultimately merging with him. As the ancestral dragon martial soul integrated, Yao Xuan's figure exuded an intensified aura, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils that radiated a faint, multicolored brilliance, emanating a terrifying presence that seemed to disdain the world. Additionally, the once diffuse multicolored glow on Yao Xuan's skin began to coalesce, forming a delicate layer of dragon scales on his surface, though they appeared somewhat immature and not fully developed. His fingertips, too, elongated and thickened, morphing into a pair of razor-sharp dragon claws, each approximately 5 centimeters long, shimmering with a subtle glow. At that moment, a steel plate, about 3 centimeters thick, materialized 10 meters in front of Yao Xuan's figure. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike. With a commanding shout, a circle of yellow soul rings illuminated behind Yao Xuan's figure. He propelled himself forward, his right foot driving him as he crossed his arms in front. His claws poised in a cross shape, lunging towards the steel plate with ferocity. The sound of tearing echoed as Yao Xuan's claws sliced through space, leaving behind 2 barely perceptible afterimages. In an instant, accompanied by a pair of sharp rending sounds, the steel plate bore witness to 2 gruesome fissures, nearly cleaving the entire sheet in twain. Truly formidable. The ancestral dragon martial soul is indeed extraordinary, and the soul skill bestowed by the infinite growth spirit is nothing short of remarkable. Observing the destruction wrought by his soul skill, a fervent glimmer flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although this was merely an ordinary steel plate, not forged with 1,000 strikes nor enhanced with any soul-guiding formations, it was still a formidable piece of material. Even the third soul skill of an ordinary assault-type soul master might struggle to breach it, let alone inflict such profound damage. Moreover, this was merely Yao Xuan's first soul skill, and his infinite growth spirit had only just been acquired, possessing merely a century of cultivation without any further enhancement. It is evident that Yao Xuan's future soul skills will only grow more powerful, and his combat prowess will undoubtedly reign supreme in this era. Additionally, Yao Xuan learned from the system that as the mastery of the ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike increases, it will continually gain additional enhancements. Provided Yao Xuan can elevate his soul spirit to a millennium, transforming his first soul skill into one of 1,000 years, the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering strike will acquire the ability to pierce through defenses, disregarding both physical and soul skill barriers, akin to Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw, but even more formidable. Should he elevate the first soul skill to 10,000 years, the ancestral dragon's divine claw will gain a guaranteed hit effect based on causality. At 100,000 years, it will attain the ability to annihilate, utterly destroying the targeted object at an atomic level, rendering any healing soul skills ineffective. Simultaneously, once it reaches a millennium, the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering strike can also be transformed into a ranged attack, dispatching energy-based ancestral dragon claws to assault enemies. Though its power may not match a direct physical strike, and it will lack the absolute piercing effect, it will prevent enemies from evading, providing an unexpected advantage. Pleased with his soul skill, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction before interacting with the system once more. Spending 101 golden evolution points would enhance the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline by 9, bringing it to 6. 7. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? As Yao Xuan contemplated, the system's notification resonated in his ears. Following his successful ascension to the rank of Soul Master, Yao Xuan had acquired 100 golden evolution points. For someone who had obtained the Creation Soul Refinement technique, enhancing his soul power and mental force was not a daunting task. Thus he devoted all his golden evolution points to augmenting the ancestral dragon bloodline. Indeed, a hint of reluctance flickered across his face. Yet Yao Xuan affirmed his decision with a nod, understanding that while the golden evolution points held various utilities, Hastening the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10 was his utmost priority to awaken its latent abilities. Ding. The enhancement commenced. After receiving affirmation from Yao Xuan, all of his remaining 101 golden evolution points within the super god system were expended, transforming into an exquisitely pure and profoundly mysterious source of evolutionary energy. This energy surged forth from the depths of Yao Xuan's being, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his body. As this source of evolutionary energy flowed, the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan, which had begun to condense, fervently absorbed this energy, becoming increasingly refined, causing Yao Xuan's body to emanate a faint, iridescent glow. With the elevation of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's physical prowess surged anew. His strength intensified, cellular vitality became ever more vigorous, his meridians grew increasingly resilient, and his dantian continuously expanded, enhancing his evolutionary potential. When the ancestral dragon bloodline within him transcended level 5, Yao Xuan sensed a unique connection forming between his already vigorous life force, enabling him to exert control over it. A delicate, iridescent network emerged along his veins and meridians, establishing a special circulation. Ding. The enhancement concluded, unlocking the ancestral dragon bloodline to degree 1. 9. Current ancestral dragon bloodline unlock level 6. 7. 10 minutes later, the fusion ended, accompanied by the familiar ding of the system's notification. Yao Xuan quietly opened his eyes. Chapter 31. Cultivating the Art of Transformation and Soul Forging Excellent. My strength has grown even more formidable. Rising to his feet and feeling the surging life force within him, Yao Xuan was immensely satisfied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. After elevating the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline to level 5, it underwent a further transformation, establishing a rudimentary cycle of life force, marking a qualitative leap from its previous disordered state. Moreover, following the formation of this life force cycle, a portion of the ancestral dragon's power permeated Yao Xuan's organs, initiating a preliminary transformation that significantly bolstered their resilience and strength. For soul masters, refining the organs is notoriously difficult, as they are among the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Any damage incurred can lead to severe consequences. However, after the tempering by the ancestral dragon's power, Yao Xuan's organs had become at least several times stronger than those of an ordinary soul master, granting him a distinct advantage. This enhanced physical constitution also allowed him to withstand more potent soul power impacts in the future, greatly benefiting his cultivation. As for Yao Xuan's strength, it had ascended to a new echelon. Prior to becoming a soul master, his strength had already reached 500 kilograms, a distance unfathomable for a child of 7.5 years. Upon advancing to soul master, with the further liberation of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's physical prowess was further augmented, adding approximately 100 kilograms, bringing his total strength to around 600 kilograms. Not only that, but just moments ago, alongside the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the initial formation of the life force cycle, Yao Xuan's strength surged dramatically, increasing by nearly 300 kilograms to an astonishing 900 kilograms. Moreover, this figure represented only his physical strength. Once he activated his soul power and employed the ability of the ancestral dragon's embodiment, his strength would increase by at least 50, surpassing 1,000 kilograms and reaching an incredible 1,350 kilograms. Truly extraordinary. Thus, it was time to practice the art of transformation and soul forging. The fusion of the ancestral dragon spirit and the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline was not time-consuming, taking Yao Xuan approximately 20 minutes. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was not yet 10:30, and he still had time before picking up Nar. Therefore, he resolved to attempt the newly acquired art of transformation and soul forging, a technique imbued with the essence of transformation that excited him greatly. He silently recited the incantation of the art of transformation and soul forging in his mind. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe vast and chaotic. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars align. As he meditated, the surrounding celestial soul power surged toward him, and within half a minute, a tremendous force of celestial soul power gathered in his bedroom. For foundational meditation techniques like the 5 hearts to heaven, one can only passively sense the surrounding soul power, which yields mediocre efficiency. However, the art of transformation and soul forging, being of the transformation level, does more than merely sense soul power. It employs mysterious means to attract all nearby celestial soul power, significantly enhancing the concentration of soul power around the practitioner. This ability to draw celestial soul power necessitates the unique characteristics and allure of the practitioner's martial soul. Thus, only those with divine-level martial souls are eligible to cultivate the art of transformation and soul forging. Truly, the art of transformation and soul forging lives up to its reputation for extraordinary power. As Yao Xuan sensed the changes in the surrounding soul power, he nodded in appreciation. The concentration of celestial soul power around him had increased at least tenfold and continued to rise steadily. It is worth noting that even in the cultivation chamber of the spirit transmission tower moments ago, the soul power concentration was merely twice that of the external environment. Onward, dispelling any distracting thoughts, Yao Xuan followed the guiding methods within the art of transformation and soul forging, releasing strands of mental energy that attached to and drew in the surrounding dense celestial soul power. As Yao Xuan focused his intent, the celestial soul power around him surged toward him like iron filings drawn to a magnet, flowing through his body and into his meridians. Despite Yao Xuan's meridians being significantly enhanced by the ancestral dragon martial soul and the primary ancestral dragon body, making them several times wider and more flexible than those of an ordinary soul master, the intensity of this celestial soul power was so potent that even he felt a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. If Yao Xuan, with his robust physique, experienced such a sensation, one can only imagine the fate of ordinary soul masters, should their bodies be bombarded by such a torrent of soul power. The most likely outcome would be the rupture of their meridians, rendering them incapable of further cultivation, a key reason why only those with divine-level martial souls can practice the art of transformation and soul forging. Feeling the overwhelming soul power within him, Yao Xuan continued to operate the art of transformation and soul forging, compressing and guiding the torrents of soul power, ensuring they followed the correct trajectory into his dantian for ultimate assimilation. As he activated the art of transformation and soul forging, the gaseous soul power within Yao Xuan's meridians began to compress, growing increasingly concentrated, and in the central area, it even transitioned from gas to a liquid state. The streams of compressed soul power flowed rapidly through Yao Xuan's meridians under his guidance, ultimately merging into his dantian. With each passage, the tissues within Yao Xuan's body received corresponding nourishment, growing stronger. Once these soul powers entered his dantian, Yao Xuan further activated the refining techniques within the art of transformation and soul forging, enveloping them with mental energy for additional refinement, assimilating the external soul power into his own. An hour later, that should suffice. Continuing to absorb celestial soul power may harm my dantian and meridians. Sensing a slight sourness in his dantian, Yao Xuan timely ceased his attraction and absorption of the world's soul energy, instead concentrating on compressing and refining the soul power within him. Patience is a virtue, and as a transmigrator, Yao Xuan was well aware of this principle. Hastiness could damage his body, akin to trading a watermelon for a sesame seed. As he stopped drawing in the world's soul energy, the dense energy that had gathered around him gradually dispersed. However, a substantial amount of soul energy still lingered within his meridians and dantian. It took nearly 20 minutes for Yao Xuan to completely refine it, after which he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 32. The sin of Brother Yao Xuan has become even more pleasant practicing the art of creation and soul forging. His total soul power increased 312. Current soul power, level 11, 312. Practicing the art of creation and soul forging, his mental power increased 16. 1. Current mental power, 94, 16, 1. Practicing the art of creation and soul forging, the system absorbs soul energy, evolution points 2405, current evolution points 8506. Rising from his bed, with the conclusion of his training, a silver light flickered in Yao Xuan's mind, and a system notification box suddenly appeared. Indeed, the art of creation and soul forging truly lived up to its reputation. Its effects were extraordinary. Observing the feedback information on the system notification box, a glimmer of fervor ignited in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. In every aspect, the effectiveness of the art of creation and soul forging far surpassed that of the 5 hearts to the heavens technique. Firstly, regarding the effects on soul power cultivation, the art of creation and soul forging undoubtedly exhibited immense strength, allowing Yao Xuan to advance to a level 12 soul master in just about a month. Generally speaking, cultivating at the soul master level is more challenging and time-consuming than at the soul scholar level. During his time as a soul scholar practicing the 5 hearts to the heavens technique, Yao Xuan spent 3 months merely to break through from level 9 to level 10. Continuing to advance through the 5 hearts to the heavens would only require more time. Yet now, with the art of creation and soul forging, Yao Xuan could ascend from level 11 to level 12 in merely 1/3 of the time, clearly illustrating the disparity between the two techniques. Moreover, in terms of the quality of the soul power gained, the 5 hearts to the heavens could not even compare to the art of creation and soul forging. The soul power derived from the 5 hearts to the heavens was loose and uncompressed, rendering a soul master's combat capability relatively weak and hindering future development. Hence, after entering a mid-level soul master academy, most soul masters would switch to other techniques. In contrast, the art of creation and soul forging provided Yao Xuan with intricately compressed soul power, its purity at least 5 times greater than the former, achieving a purity level comparable to that of a soul honor, with some even approaching a liquid state. It is noteworthy that even at the Shrek Academy, the techniques of soul power compression are only taught after reaching the soul honor realm, underscoring the exceptional nature of the art of creation and soul forging. However, it is precisely this extreme compression of soul power that enables practitioners of the art of creation and soul forging to condense their first soul nucleus at the soul sect level. As long as Yao Xuan continues to practice this technique, his foundation will become exceedingly solid, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his level with ease. Secondly, the art of creation and soul forging also refines mental power more effectively within the same time frame. Its enhancement of mental power exceeds that of the 5 hearts to the heavens by 5-fold. For a soul master, mental power is an exceedingly crucial attribute. Formidable mental power is essential for controlling soul skills, subduing soul spirits, and manipulating battle armors. Thanks to the art of creation and soul forging, even without additional mental power training, Yao Xuan's mental power can increase by 1 approximately every 9 days, and as his level rises, this rate of enhancement will only accelerate. Lastly, concerning the accumulation of ordinary evolution points, in the past, Yao Xuan would only gain around 300 evolution points per training session, averaging 1 golden evolution point per month. This was hardly sufficient for enhancing his bloodline. Now, however, he can accumulate 1 golden evolution point approximately every 4 days, amounting to 90 points in a year, a considerable sum for him, especially since his reward for breaking through to Soul Master was only 100 golden evolution points. It is about time to fetch Na. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 11:50 in the morning. After informing Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan departed from his home towards Hongshan Academy. At Hongshan Academy, classes ended at noon. With the physical prowess of a soul master, Yao Xuan arrived punctually at the academy and, as usual, quietly waited beneath the teaching building. "Brother Yao Xuan, I'm here." As expected, it wasn't long before a silver figure dashed out from the teaching building and leaped into Yao Xuan's embrace. It was Na. "Yes, Na is so well behaved. Come, let's head home." Holding Na's small hand, Yao Xuan spoke affectionately. Na replied, but instead of walking, she leaned against Yao Xuan, her delicate face drawn closer to his, taking a careful sniff and revealing an expression of near ecstasy. "Brother Yao Xuan, your scent seems even more pleasant than before." She looked up at Yao Xuan, her purple eyes shining with sincerity as she earnestly remarked, "Really? If Na likes it, then I'm truly delighted. By the way, Na, did you know that I successfully advanced to Soul Master today?" While speaking, Yao Xuan gently stroked Na's head before continuing. "A Soul Master? Congratulations, Brother Yao Xuan. I knew you would succeed." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Na could not help but smile sweetly, her lips curving into 2 delightful dimples. Genuinely happy for Yao Xuan from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, Na. Now, let us set off. Mother is still waiting for us at home. Today, in celebration of my advancement to Soul Master, Mother has specially prepared a grand feast for us." Upon hearing Na's words, Yao Xuan gently massaged her fair and delicate palm, then led her homeward. "Brother Yao Xuan, what does it feel like to become a Soul Master?" As they walked along the path, Na curiously inquired, "What does it feel like to be a Soul Master?" To be honest, it doesn't feel much different. After all, I could already manipulate soul power at the Soul Fighter level. However, in comparison to the Soul Fighter realm, as a Soul Master, I can wield a greater quantity of soul power and also utilize soul skills. Listening to Na, Yao Xuan responded while gently manipulating his soul power to draw a heart in the air, which caused Na's eyes to sparkle with delight. "So, what is your soul skill, Brother Yao Xuan?" she inquired again, her tone still tinged with curiosity. "My soul skill?" he pondered. "It is a highly destructive technique, capable of tearing through thin steel plates with ease. However, due to its immense power, I shall refrain from demonstrating it for you, Na." After carefully choosing his words, Yao Xuan explained the effects of the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering strike, deliberately omitting its name to avoid triggering any painful memories for Nar. And he did not perform a live demonstration. Chapter 33, Testing Strength in the Afternoon. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Lin Shiming together with Nar, they each returned to their respective rooms for a brief respite. Later, as was customary, Yao Xuan escorted Nar to Hoshan Academy for her classes. After school, he first accompanied her home, then changed into his work attire and made his way to the Mang Tian studio. "Ah, Yao Xuan, you've arrived," greeted Long Gu, who was resting in the studio when he noticed Yao Xuan's entrance. He approached and clapped Yao Xuan on the shoulder, extending a warm salutation. "Indeed, Long Gu, good afternoon. By the way, is Master available now?" Yao Xuan inquired respectfully while acknowledging Long Gu. "Yes, the teacher is currently taking a break from forging. Is there something you wish to discuss with him?" Long Gu replied. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Long Gu nodded thoughtfully and then curiously inquired, "Indeed, just this morning, I successfully fused my soul and transcended to the rank of Soul Master. My teacher had previously mentioned that I had already mastered the 100 forging technique. Now that I have broken through to Soul Master, I can attempt the 1,000 forging practice, so I wanted to inform my teacher." In response to Long Ji's question, Yao Xuan answered truthfully, "Oh, you have already become a Soul Master. Congratulations. Come, let me take you to see the teacher." While congratulating Yao Xuan, Long Gu led him toward Mang Tian's workshop, filled with envy for his junior. As Mang Tian's foremost disciple, Long Gu began studying forging at the tender age of 12, only commencing the 1,000 forging technique at 20, and it wasn't until he was 25 that he finally crafted his first 1,000 forging masterpiece. Now, witnessing his little junior attempting 1,000 forging at the mere age of 7.5 made him feel rather inadequate. Nevertheless, he understood that Yao Xuan was indeed qualified to learn 1,000 forging. In just a year and a half, he had skillfully mastered the 100 forging technique and possessed immense strength that surpassed ordinary individuals. His little junior was truly a prodigy in the art of forging. "Teacher, I have successfully broken through to Soul Master." Upon entering Mang Tian's workshop, Yao Xuan first respectfully bowed to Mang Tian and then spoke. "The realm of Soul Master? Excellent. After transcending to Soul Master, your strength should receive further enhancement, allowing you to attempt 1,000 forging. However, before we proceed, I must first help you test your strength." With that, Mang Tian took Yao Xuan's hand and led him to a specialized device designed to assess a forger's strength, activating the strength testing apparatus. This device comprised 3 parts: a square metallic platform resembling a conventional forging table, upon which was mounted a hefty, cylindrical metal body, and behind that stood a cylindrical structure approximately 1.5 meters tall, housing a slender mercury column. During the strength test, the forger would strike the metal column with a 100 gene testing forging hammer, and the mercury column would rise in response to the force of the blow, automatically deducting the hammer's weight. "Let us begin. First, test the strength of your right hand." While handing the testing hammer to Yao Xuan, Mang Tian instructed calmly. "Yes, teacher." Grasping the hammer tightly with his right hand, Yao Xuan steadied himself, took a deep breath, and raised the forging hammer high, concentrating all his strength into his right arm. He lowered his center of gravity, then, with a fierce determination, brought the hammer crashing down onto the cylindrical structure, producing a sharp, resounding crack. Bang! With a tremendous roar. The entire forging room trembled slightly, and both Yao Xuan and Mang Tian experienced a momentary ringing in their ears. Simultaneously, the mercury column shot up, and the adjacent display screen recorded the maximum force exerted during the strike. 960 kilograms? How is that possible? Could the apparatus be malfunctioning? But that seems unlikely. Gazing at the test results, Mang Tian's face displayed sheer astonishment, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. After a lengthy pause, he spoke with a look of incredulity. It is worth noting that even a grown Long Gu, without utilizing his martial soul or channeling soul power, could only muster a striking force of around 250 kilograms. The strength Yao Xuan exhibited at that moment was nearly 4 times greater than Long Ji's. An astonishing feat indeed. He recalled testing Yao Xuan's strength on his 7th birthday, where Yao Xuan had already demonstrated a force nearing 500 kilograms, leaving Mang Tian utterly flabbergasted and exclaiming that he had discovered an extraordinary talent. This was precisely why Mang Tian was eager to impart the 1,000 forging techniques to Yao Xuan following his breakthrough to Soul Master. Now, nearly 6 months had passed since Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, and yet his strength had nearly doubled, a fact that left Mang Tian in disbelief. Master. After breaking through to Soul Master, I truly feel that my strength has significantly increased. The results from this apparatus should be accurate. Thus, Master, may I test again? Observing Meng Tian's astonished expression, Yao Xuan secretly chuckled inwardly, though he maintained a composed demeanor and kindly explained, do give it another try. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the expression on Meng Tian's face gradually returned to normal as he nodded and instructed. With Meng Tian's command, Yao Xuan, as before, grasped the forging hammer, gathering strength, and then struck down with tremendous force. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding boom, the immense power caused the entire forging room to tremble once more. Meng Tian promptly covered his ears and glanced at the results displayed on the force testing device. It was evident that the device was functioning correctly, and Yao Xuan's latest achievement was recorded at 964 kilograms, surpassing his previous score by 4 kilograms. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yao Xuan, now try with your left hand. As he gazed at Yao Xuan's results, Meng Tian repeated the word excellent thrice, his face radiating uncontainable joy and admiration, before giving a slight nod and instructing again. Understood. Master. While responding, Yao Xuan switched the forging hammer to his left hand and replicated the action, delivering a powerful strike to the force testing platform. 932 kilograms. Impressive, very impressive. Observing the strength of Yao Xuan's left arm, Meng Tian's smile widened, his lips almost blooming with delight. For a blacksmith, the more balanced the strength between the left and right hands, the greater the stability in forging. Generally, a person's strength disparity between hands is at least around 10. However, for Yao Xuan, the difference was merely 3.5, marking him as a prodigious talent in forging. Reflecting on his fortune in taking Yao Xuan as his apprentice filled Meng Tian with gratitude. Very well, with a power of 1,000 kilograms. You are fully capable of meeting the requirements for Qianduan. Now, allow me to explain the secrets of Qianduan to you. Striving to calm his joyful emotions, Meng Tian retrieved a golden metal piece from the metallic storage rack behind him, placing it before Yao Xuan. Chapter 34. Refined Gold. Learning Qianduan Refined Gold. Recognizing the metal's appearance and properties, Yao Xuan immediately identified it. Refined gold is a precious metal sourced from beneath the earth, exceedingly rare, with incredibly challenging extraction methods, and exorbitantly priced, at least 100 times more than ordinary steel. Once mined, it is swiftly snatched up by various families and military factions, making it nearly impossible to acquire without special channels. The primary characteristic of refined gold is its hardness, yet it also possesses considerable ductility. Avoiding the issue of being too brittle, this quality has made it highly sought after. More importantly, in terms of soul power conduction, refined gold exhibits astonishing efficacy, making it an exceptional material for soul-guiding tools. Thus, whether for crafting mechas, battle armor, or other soul-guiding devices, refined gold is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Your foundational skills are quite solid. This is indeed a piece of refined gold. Yao Xuan, you possess innate strength, and refined gold's hardness perfectly complements your superior power. Therefore, when you truly decide to tackle Qianduan, you may use refined gold as your material. The concept of Qianduan is fundamentally different from Baiduan. It is not merely a matter of striking the metal 1,000 times. Instead, it involves continuously hammering to eliminate all impurities within the metal, restructuring its internal structure and grain. Simultaneously, Qianduan possesses a remarkable effect known as sublimation. While Baiduan represents a quantitative change, Qianduan signifies a qualitative transformation. A successful Qianduan will manifest a sublimation effect in the metal, which is the true essence of Qianduan. Take, for instance, the Qianduan tungsten steel hammer we frequently use in forging. Tungsten steel inherently possesses significant hardness and density, which is why it is employed for forging other metals. Following the Qianduan process, its density increases by 50% and its strength doubles. Furthermore, the force exerted during strikes is 1.25 times its mass, which we refer to as sublimation. For common metals like tungsten steel, sublimation is relatively straightforward, whereas for more advanced metals, successful Qianduan can yield unique sublimation effects, often resulting in metals of immense value. Generally, the value of Qianduan metals exceeds that of Baiduan metals by 100-fold. Only upon reaching the level of Qianduan can a blacksmith be deemed to have truly entered the profession, earning the title of a master blacksmith. As Meng Tian observed Yao Xuan, he elaborated on the effects of Qianduan, his tone growing increasingly serious and earnest. He then fixed his gaze on Yao Xuan's eyes and solemnly stated, "Now, let me explain the techniques and nuances of Qian Duan. In our forging community, Qian Duan is also referred to as intent forging. When engaging in Qian Duan, you must not regard the metal as a lifeless object. On the contrary, you must perceive the metal as a living entity on an equal footing with you, using your intent or mental energy to communicate and connect with it. Only by establishing this connection and gaining the metal's recognition can you truly uncover its mysteries, unlocking its inner potential, leading to a qualitative transformation and achieving sublimation. It may sound perplexing, possibly even esoteric, but it is indeed the case. Qian Duan cannot be accomplished in a single attempt. It is a prolonged process of understanding, continual experimentation, and gradual accumulation. Initially, I spent 2 whole years attempting and comprehending before successfully executing my first Qian Duan. Now, I shall demonstrate a Qian Duan for you, showcasing the process. However, remember that each blacksmith's approach to Qian Duan is unique. Do not merely imitate, but forge your own path to succeed in Qian Duan. With that, Meng Tian activated the forging platform, heating the piece of refined gold. Once heated, he extracted it and raised the forging hammer, striking with a special rhythm. Clang, 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 clang. As Meng Tian moved, sparks flew, and soon after 100 strikes, the refined gold's volume had diminished by about 1/10, its surface emanating a peculiar luster. 200 strikes, 300 strikes, 400 strikes. Half an hour passed quietly as Meng Tian continued his strikes, reaching 990. The refined gold's volume had reduced by a quarter, now emitting a faint golden glow. At that moment, Meng Tian suddenly accelerated his strikes, increasing his force, delivering 9 rapid strikes in under 3 seconds, further compressing the refined gold and intensifying its luminescence. Simultaneously, a faint white light ascended, soaring approximately 30 centimeters. Qian Duan is complete. Do you see? This is Qian Duan. In the future, on weekdays, continue with your regular part forging, and on weekends, I will provide you with metal to practice Qian Duan, twice a week. Initially, begin with tungsten steel, and once you have grasped the essence, you may commence genuine Qian Duan with refined gold. My expectations are simple. Before your graduation, successfully forge a piece of Qian Duan metal, and you will be deemed qualified. I believe you can achieve this. With a gentle pat on Yao Xuan's shoulder, Meng Tian issued a subtle dismissal, prompting Yao Xuan to return to his forge and commence his work. "Oh, Xuan Ge, what brings you here so late today?" Inquiring warmly as Yao Xuan entered the forging chamber, Tang Wulin extended a friendly greeting. "I successfully advanced to Soul Master today. My master imparted to me some techniques regarding the 1,000 forgings and even demonstrated the process, which is why I arrived a bit later than usual." Yao Xuan replied while preparing the materials for the day, his gaze fixed on Tang Wulin. "Soul Master? 1,000 forgings? Congratulations, Xuan Ge. You truly are my idol. It's incredible." Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy as he looked at Yao Xuan. "Thank you for your kind words, Wulin. However, I merely took the lead. I am certain that with your insight and talent, you will have the opportunity to advance to Soul Master and begin learning the 1,000 forgings before graduation." Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan smiled and encouraged him, saying, "I will certainly give it my all, brother Xuan." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin could not help but clench his fists, his small eyes filled with determination and earnestness. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan commenced his work for the day. To observe Meng Tian demonstrate the 1,000 forgings, he dedicated approximately an hour to the task. He needed to forge the day's components promptly, for otherwise, Lin Shiming and Na would surely grow anxious. Chapter 35. Breakthrough, Spirit Connection Realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Although no breakthrough had been made in the art of 1,000 forgings, Yao Xuan's persistent practice of the creation forging soul technique had enabled his soul power level to ascend to level 12, marking his first breakthrough after advancing to the Soul Master realm, taking him a step closer to the Great Soul Master level. Despite the increasing demands of natural soul power with each ascension, Yao Xuan remained confident that he could surpass the Great Soul Master level within 2 years. What he required now was to acquire as many golden evolution points as possible to enhance the purity of his ancestor dragon bloodline. In addition to his breakthrough in soul power levels, the creation forging soul technique had significantly improved his mental strength. 10 days ago, Yao Xuan's mental power had already reached an impressive 99 points, the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm. If he could increase his mental power by just a fraction more, he would shatter the confines of the spirit origin realm and attain the higher realm of spirit connection. Unlike the spirit origin realm, once a soul master's mental power reaches the spirit connection realm, they gain a fundamental mastery over their mental strength, enabling them to perform simple tasks such as manipulating objects in the void. However, within the spirit connection realm, due to the relatively weak mental power of the soul master, they could only move lightweight objects like cups or books, lacking the ability to apply their mental power in combat situations. Nevertheless, this represented a significant breakthrough compared to the spirit origin realm. Moreover, for a soul master aspiring to enter a prestigious soul master academy, breaking through to the spirit connection realm was a necessary condition. In the spirit origin realm, mental power could only sustain one yellow soul spirit. Advancing to the great soul master was already the limit. In contrast, mental power in the spirit connection realm could support 2 yellow soul spirits or 1 purple soul spirit, enabling the soul master to at least advance to the soul sect and possess further potential for progression. As Yao Xuan's mental power reached 99 points, he sensed a certain bottleneck. However, through the past 10 days of rigorous training, the accumulation of mental power within his consciousness surged, relentlessly assaulting the barrier that confined it. The cracks upon this barrier multiplied. Today is the day to make a decisive push. After completing his forging, Yao Xuan returned home, had dinner, and entered his bedroom. He closed the door and shut his eyes, activating the creation forging soul technique. As he invoked the technique, an immense quantity of natural soul power converged within his bedroom. Yao Xuan guided, compressed, and refined this power. Alongside the refinement of soul power, the mental power within his consciousness grew increasingly tumultuous, transforming into waves of mental force that crashed against the intangible boundaries surrounding it. After 10 days of relentless assault, the invisible bottleneck had become riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a final surge, he would break through. However, despite its apparent fragility, the bottleneck withstood nearly an hour of concentrated mental force assaults and remained steadfast, almost as if it were determined to resist Yao Xuan's efforts. Very well. I shall expend a few golden evolution points. Sensing the lingering barrier, Yao Xuan's brow furrowed slightly as he resolved to act. Opening the Super God system and selecting an option on the panel. Consume 1 golden evolution point to enhance mental strength and break through to the spirit connection realm. Do you wish to proceed? With Yao Xuan's thought, the system's prompt resonated in his ears. Yes. Nodding silently, Yao Xuan issued the command to the system. As he focused, a single golden evolution point was consumed, transforming into a refreshing current that flowed into his consciousness. This current was immediately refined by Yao Xuan's mental strength, becoming pure mental energy that surged forth to assault the barrier of the spirit connection realm. Crack, crack, with the reinforcements added. The waves of mental energy within Yao Xuan's consciousness surged dramatically, intensifying the impact against the barrier. Within mere breaths, he felt a series of cracking sounds near his ears, and his consciousness began to swell with pressure. Boom. Approximately 30 seconds later, a thunderous roar echoed beside Yao Xuan, akin to a waterfall plummeting from a great height or a thunderbolt crashing down, causing his mind to momentarily reverberate. With that thunderous sound, the barrier confining Yao Xuan's consciousness shattered violently, and he felt the world around him suddenly become much clearer. As if his perception of reality had sharpened, his thoughts raced, and many questions that had puzzled him before were suddenly resolved. Moreover, at that moment, with the removal of restrictions, Yao Xuan's consciousness began to expand at a perceptible pace, allowing it to accommodate more mental power. While the total amount of his mental power steadily increased, after a full half hour, Yao Xuan's consciousness finally stabilized, and he gradually ceased his practice of the creation forging soul technique, opening his eyes. I have reached the spirit connection realm. I have finally broken through. Sensing the rejuvenated state of his consciousness and the refined mental power within, Yao Xuan wore a satisfied smile. 106 points of mental power? Not bad. Now, let me test the capabilities of my mental power in the spirit connection realm. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the system panel, Yao Xuan noted that his mental power had not merely remained at 100 points after his breakthrough, but had surged to 106 points, confirming his mental power. He eagerly extended a thread of it, preparing to attempt the manipulation of objects in the void. Locking onto a pin on the desk, Yao Xuan concentrated, attempting to lift it into the air. As he focused, the pin trembled violently but ultimately did not rise. Is my mental power insufficiently concentrated? Let me try again. Though no one had guided Yao Xuan in the application of his mental power, his enhanced understanding, granted by the system, allowed him to swiftly identify the source of the issue. He promptly adjusted his approach. This time, although the pin wobbled, It indeed lifted off the desk and hovered 50 centimeters above its surface. For an ordinary novice in the spirit connection realm, even with a teacher's guidance, achieving such control over mental power would typically require several days of persistent practice. Yet, Yao Xuan accomplished it in just 2 attempts. A feat that would surely astonish even titled Douluo-level experts witnessing his extraordinary talent. Chapter 36, Na's Gift. Does brother like it? Shortly thereafter, Yao Xuan harnessed his mental strength, attempting to manipulate the objects on the table. After half an hour, as he exited the room, he had become adept at moving heavier items such as the pencil case and water cup with considerable stability, no longer wobbling as he had before. Naturally, Yao Xuan shared this delightful news with Na and Lin Shiming. Upon learning of Yao Xuan's breakthrough in mental prowess, both Na and Lin Shiming felt a surge of joy for him, especially Lin Shiming, being a Grand Soul Master, understood the extraordinary nature of achieving spiritual enlightenment at the tender age of 7.5. Coupled with Yao Xuan's consistent discipline and diligence, she firmly believed he was destined for a bright future. Time flew by, and approximately 5 months had passed since Yao Xuan's breakthrough. On the 9th day of September, a date of significance, Yao Xuan celebrated his birthday. Throughout this period of cultivation, he achieved remarkable progress, ascending 2 levels in soul power to reach level 14, while his mental strength soared to 135 points. Additionally, through his training, Yao Xuan acquired 31 golden evolution points, complemented by another 20 points obtained through channels such as Tang Wulin, bringing his total to 54 golden evolution points. Yao Xuan devoted all these points to enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline. After expending 53 points, he successfully increased the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline to 7.4, marking a 0.7 improvement compared to 6 months prior. This enhancement endowed Yao Xuan with a significantly superior physical constitution. In terms of strength, which is the most easily measured attribute, the elevation of his ancestral dragon bloodline, combined with his relentless daily training, allowed Yao Xuan's strength to surpass 1,000 kilograms, reaching approximately 100 kilograms. When he activated his martial soul, he could exert over 500 kilograms of force, even relying solely on his physical strength. Yao Xuan felt confident he could contend with an ordinary Grand Soul Master. Indeed, within 2 years of arriving in the Douluo Continent, Yao Xuan's power had undergone a monumental transformation. Yet, he remained acutely aware that, in comparison to true strong individuals, his current abilities were still negligible, akin to that of an ant. Moreover, Yao Xuan recognized that his future path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and dangers. However, with the support of his extraordinary system, he felt reassured in his ability to overcome any obstacles ahead. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, a silvery figure stealthily entered Yao Xuan's bedroom and approached his bedside. This figure was none other than Na, who resided in the room opposite his. "Happy birthday, brother Yao Xuan." Her violet eyes gazed at him, brimming with affection and admiration, as she called out in a voice as melodious as silver bells, soft as a gentle spring and sweet as an angel's song. "Oh, it's Na. Thank you. But you've come quite early today." Although his mind was still somewhat foggy, Yao Xuan immediately recognized Na's voice, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality that dispelled his drowsiness. Sitting up in bed, he gently stroked her smooth, silvery short hair, tidying it while smiling warmly at her. "Of course, didn't you say yesterday that today is your birthday and a day off? You deserve to rest and then take Na out for some fun. So, I had to come early." Feeling the warmth of Yao Xuan's large hand, Na felt a wave of comfort wash over her. As she shook her head playfully, a smile revealed her adorable dimples. "Naturally, it's a rare occasion to have free time, and I want to spend it with you, Na. So, where would you like to go?" Gazing at the dimples on Na's face, Yao Xuan felt a surge of affection, playfully poking her dimples with his finger. "Hee, brother Yao Xuan, don't do that. It tickles. How about we go to the amusement park?" As Yao Xuan teased her, Na giggled, playfully urging him to stop while cautiously suggesting their destination. "Absolutely. If Na wishes to visit the amusement park, I would be more than happy to accompany you. Now, let us head downstairs for breakfast, and after we eat, we shall set off." Listening to Na, Yao Xuan obediently withdrew his fingers from her cheek and inquired, "Of course, but please wait a moment, dear Yao Xuan." At that moment, Na gently grasped Yao Xuan's arm and shyly whispered, "Today, I have a special gift to present to you as a token for your birthday." "Oh, Na wishes to give a birthday gift? I am filled with anticipation," Yao Xuan replied with a smile, once again caressing Na's silky hair. Now, dear Yao Xuan, please close your eyes. Na's enchanting voice, reminiscent of a fairy, resonated once more. All right, I have closed my eyes. Upon hearing Na's words, Yao Xuan obediently closed his eyes and, with a hint of anticipation regarding the gift she mentioned, he reminded himself to remain calm. In the next moment, he felt a gentle warmth and softness against his forehead, as if something tender had leaned in. Mua. Na's delicate lips brushed lightly against Yao Xuan's brow. You may open your eyes now, brother Yao Xuan. Do you like Na's gift? Her enchanting violet eyes sparkled as she eagerly awaited his response. Of course, thank you, Nar. I truly cherish your gift, Yao Xuan replied, smiling back at Nar, who beamed with radiant joy. When it's your birthday, would you like a similar gift? As he admired Nar's brilliant smile, Yao Xuan felt a mysterious transformation occurring within him. After receiving Nar's kiss, he sensed a vibrant, multicolored energy flowing from his forehead into his being, guided by his spiritual awareness in the Lingtong realm. This resplendent energy swiftly resonated with the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan, ultimately merging into it. With this infusion, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline began to elevate rapidly. 7, 4, 7, 5, 7, 9. In mere seconds, his bloodline had enhanced by 0, 5. An accomplishment that would have required an expenditure of 40 golden evolution points had it been achieved through conventional means. Naturally, Yao Xuan was elated. But what delighted him even more was how Nar's kiss had opened her heart just a little wider, which would undoubtedly aid him greatly in his future endeavors to win over Yue Na. Chapter 37. Outing. If brother Yao Xuan enjoys Nar's gift, then Nar is truly overjoyed. Seeing the smile on Yao Xuan's face warmed Nar's heart, causing her mouth to curl into a sweet smile. She then softly expressed, as for brother Yao Xuan's gift, Nar is incredibly eager for it. However, if brother Yao Xuan could reciprocate today, it would make Nar even happier, wouldn't it? Would you like to receive a return gift today? Of course, that is not a problem, Nar. Moreover, when I give you my gift, you need not close your eyes if you don't wish to, Yao Xuan replied, unable to resist gently rubbing his hand against Nar's exceptionally fair and delicate face. All right, brother Yao Xuan, then let us proceed quickly. Nar responded earnestly, gently nodding as she leaned her forehead toward him. Very well, Nar. Let us go and have a meal. With a tender kiss upon her forehead, Yao Xuan took her small hand, guiding her to the dining hall. As today was Yao Xuan's birthday and coincidentally a day of rest, Lin Shiming prepared a lavish breakfast for the family. Cream cake, fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, and fruit. Faced with such a sumptuous spread, both Yao Xuan and Nar were beaming with delight, while Lin Shiming looked on with satisfaction at the sight of her two little gluttons relishing their feast. Mother, this morning I wish to take Nar to the nearby amusement park for a few hours, so we shall not be having lunch at home. Is that all right? After finishing breakfast, Yao Xuan approached Lin Shiming to share his plans for the day. Oh, you wish to take Nar to the amusement park? That is perfectly fine. Leisure is just as important as work, especially on your birthday. Enjoy yourselves, and may your day be filled with joy. However, I must remind you both to stay safe on the way, avoid running about to prevent attracting any unwanted attention. Additionally, should you encounter any trouble, Yao Xuan, you can present your Soul Master certificate, which should alleviate most issues. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming nodded in agreement and then thoughtfully advised, I understand, Mother. I will set off with Nair immediately. Nair, let's go change our clothes first. With Lin Shiming's approval, Yao Xuan responded affirmatively while instructing Nair to change. As for himself, Yao Xuan returned to his room to change and took his wallet with him. Over the past 2 years at the Mang Tian studio, Yao Xuan had crafted over 1,000 exquisite items. Although a significant portion of his earnings had to be surrendered to Mang Tian, the remaining amount still exceeded 100,000 Federation coins. Yao Xuan contributed half of this to Lin Shiming for household expenses, while the other half was deposited into his savings. Despite frequent expenditures, he still retained nearly 30,000 Federation coins, a sum equivalent to an average family's annual income, more than sufficient for a half-day visit to the amusement park with Nair. Dressed in a black tracksuit, Yao Xuan exited his room. After about a minute, Nair emerged from her room, now adorned in a lovely white dress, one of the gifts Yao Xuan had given her upon her enrollment. Brother Yao Xuan, shall we go? Nair urged with hopeful purple eyes. Certainly, Nair, you look even more beautiful today. Yao Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Nair's adorable appearance but quickly regained his composure, agreeing as he gently took Nair's arm. And together they departed for the amusement park in the city center. After paying 20 Federation coins for 2 tickets, Yao Xuan and Na Er entered the amusement park. Although termed a park, its size was modest, far from the grandeur of places like Happy Valley on Earth, especially since Hongshan City was merely a small town with a resident population in the hundreds of thousands, not comparable to the likes of Mingdu or Donghai City. Despite it being the weekend, the park was not crowded. For an average family, a 10-coin ticket was affordable, yet they seldom visited, allowing Yao Xuan and Na Er to enjoy various attractions without lengthy queues. They indulged in leisurely activities, carousel rides, bumper cars, and water rafting, catering to Na Er's preferences, steering clear of more thrilling rides such as roller coasters. As they played, Yao Xuan and Na Er engaged in cheerful conversation. After 2 years of nurturing, Na Er had largely integrated into human society, though she remained distant from others, rarely initiating conversation outside of Yao Xuan and Lin Ximeng. Fortunately, under Yao Xuan's protection, no one dared bully her at school. However, in Yao Xuan's presence, Na Er was open and conversational. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime. Yao Xuan led Na Er to the dining center within the park, where an array of delectable dishes awaited: skewers, teppanyaki, and woohoo noodles. They feasted heartily. Just like 2 years ago, Na Er's appetite was insatiable. She consumed as much as a fully grown man, yet her stomach showed no signs of fullness. Similarly, Yao Xuan, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, matched her capacity, and their food containers steadily piled higher. "Ah, I'm full, brother Yao Xuan." After a substantial half-hour of dining, Na Er leaned back slightly and let out a satisfied burp, her delightful expression eliciting a smile from Yao Xuan. The height of their food containers had reached her chin. "Good, as long as you're satisfied. I'll settle the bill now." Seeing Na Er's contentment, Yao Xuan smiled and proceeded to the cashier to pay for their meal. "Na Er, I still need to go to Master Meng Tian's place to learn forging this afternoon. Let's head home." After settling the bill, Yao Xuan returned to Na Er's side. Upon hearing his words, Na Er obediently stood, took his hand, and held on tightly as they walked home together. Chapter 38. The Challenge of Qian Duan. After safely bringing Na Er home, Yao Xuan set off for the Meng Tian studio. After half a year of diligent training, Yao Xuan's understanding of Qian Duan had deepened significantly, and he prepared to officially challenge it on his birthday. Explaining his intentions to Meng Tian, Yao Xuan received an immediate nod of approval. Meng Tian then retrieved a cubic block of refined gold, each side measuring approximately 20 centimeters. "If you are confident, then let us begin at once. I will observe as you forge, and I plan to have Wu Lin come to observe your process as well. Do you have any objections?" As he handed the gold block to Yao Xuan, Meng Tian inquired. "Of course, I have no objections. I shall begin my preparations immediately." Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Yao Xuan accepted the ingot of refined gold from his hands and replied, "Very well, you may proceed with your preparations. I shall visit that young man, Tang Wulin, and bring him here. The timing should be just right." With Yao Xuan's response, Meng Tian nodded in acknowledgement, issued a brief instruction, and then departed from the workshop, heading towards Tang Wulin's residence. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan silently activated the forge, adjusting the temperature to its highest setting. Although the ingot was not large, its remarkable density rendered its weight nearly 200 kilograms, equivalent to that of 3 adult men. Nevertheless, for Yao Xuan, who possessed a strength of 1,500 kilograms, moving it posed no challenge. Gripping the ingot firmly with tongs, he gently placed it into the searing forge to commence the heating process. Only after enduring high temperatures would the once inflexible refined gold reveal a degree of malleability, making it suitable for forging and processing. While awaiting the ingot to reach the optimal temperature for forging, Yao Xuan reflected on his past experiences with the 1,000 forging technique, integrating and summarizing his insights, gradually feeling more assured. 25 minutes later, Meng Tian returned with Tang Wulin in a flurry, just as the ingot inside the forge had turned a deep crimson, emitting a sizzling sound. "It's nearly time. Let us begin." 5 minutes later, the refined gold finally reached the ideal temperature for forging. Yao Xuan, with a swift thought, used the tongs to extract the glowing ingot from the forge and placed it on the anvil. He then seized his pair of tungsten steel forging hammers, a gift from Meng Tian on his 7th birthday, each weighing 150 kilograms, though after a year, they felt slightly lighter. However, Yao Xuan paid little mind to this. Quickly honing his focus on the ingot before him, lifting one hammer high, he gently struck the surface of the ingot. The clear, resonant sound of the impact echoed, signifying the completion of his initial test strike to assess the metal's basic properties. Observing Yao Xuan's composed demeanor and deft movements, Meng Tian could not help but admire him inwardly. With Yao Xuan's perceptiveness, confidence, and diligent training, Meng Tian believed that this time, Yao Xuan had a real opportunity to succeed in the thousand forging technique, which was precisely why he had readily provided such a valuable ingot for Yao Xuan to practice with. Meanwhile, Tang Wuling watched Yao Xuan's actions with shining eyes, filled with envy and admiration, paying acute attention to the process of the thousand forging. After a period of training, Tang Wuling's soul power had reached level 8, and he was capable of forging metals of up to 9 types. According to Meng Tian, once Tang Wuling advanced to Soul Master, he too would impart the thousand forging techniques to him, hence his unwavering gaze upon the forge, secretly admiring Yao Xuan's progress. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Tian and Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan commenced the forging process. With both hammers raised, he struck down like a bolt of lightning, delivering powerful blows to the refined gold. The sound of each strike resonated clearly, and within 3 minutes, Yao Xuan had completed the 100 forging. The ingot's volume had diminished by approximately 1/10, with impurities meticulously eliminated. As Yao Xuan executed his fluid motions with grace, Meng Tian nodded silently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Given Yao Xuan's proficiency in completing the 100 forging, even if he were to encounter failure in the 1000 forging, a few more attempts would undoubtedly lead him to success. Gazing at the ingot that had undergone the 100 forging, Yao Xuan remained undisturbed, entering a wondrous state of transcendence. His mental energy seeped into the ingot, revealing its internal patterns, as he began a mysterious mental resonance with it, an unspoken dialogue. While his consciousness resonated with the ingot, Yao Xuan's hammers did not cease their rhythmic strikes, creating a harmonious melody that echoed in the workshop. Indeed, it was this very sensation, this profound feeling, with utmost concentration. Stifling the urge to vocalize his excitement lest he disturb Yao Xuan, Meng Tian gazed intently at him, his heart surging with emotion. This was the essence of the thousand forging. As a master craftsman of the highest caliber, Meng Tian's keen perception allowed him to discern that Yao Xuan had grasped the opportunity, uncovering the essence of the thousand forging technique. Such a sensation was beyond description. Only those who had truly experienced the thousand forging could comprehend it. Yet, for 99% of craftsmen, this ephemeral spark of inspiration would elude them throughout their lives, preventing them from achieving mastery. To find the essence of the thousand forging was akin to having one foot already in the door, and at this moment, Yao Xuan was merely just over 8 years old. Meng Tian vividly recalled that the current record for the thousand forging within the Craftsmen's Association was held by an 8th-level sacred craftsman, who had astounded the community with his achievement at the age of 11 years, 3 months, and 2 days. Should Yao Xuan succeed, he would surpass that record by a full 3 years. What an extraordinary prodigy. Chapter 39. Thousand Forging Success. Clearly, with Yao Xuan's innate talent, comprehension, and diligence, aspiring to become a sacred craftsman was merely a matter of time and experience. In the future, Yao Xuan would undoubtedly possess the potential to challenge the 9th-level divine craftsman. The thought of potentially mentoring a future divine craftsman stirred within Meng Tian a profound excitement. His heart raced, and his breathing became slightly labored. On the other side, Tang Wuling too was transfixed by Yao Xuan's actions, entering a state of wonder, his arms involuntarily mimicking Yao Xuan's rhythm, clearly in a state of epiphany. At this moment, Yao Xuan remained blissfully unaware of Meng Tian's thoughts or Tang Wuling's enlightenment. He had fully immersed himself in his own rhythm, feeling as though only he, the hammers in his hands, and the refined gold before him existed in the world. As the forging progressed, Yao Xuan's strikes grew increasingly frequent and forceful. With each blow, the ingot's volume continued to diminish, and numerous stubborn impurities were expelled. Furthermore, with each strike, the molecular structure within the refined gold underwent mysterious adjustments, becoming more organized and refined, endowing it with superior properties. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Similar to the process of 100 forges. The art of 1000 forges is not merely the act of striking 1000 times. It requires the metal to undergo a transformative change. After an hour of forging, Yao Xuan had delivered over 5,000 strikes upon the precious metal before him. At this juncture, the volume of the metal had diminished by nearly 15% compared to its original size, emanating a subtle golden glow. Concurrently with Yao Xuan's prolonged efforts, the deepest core of the precious metal became imbued with a faint aura reminiscent of the 9-colored sacred dragon. After this hour of labor, Yao Xuan felt a certain fatigue. Although his arms were only slightly sore, he had expended approximately 70% of his mental energy to communicate with the precious metal. However, his endeavors were not in vain. Through the mysterious connection he had forged with the metal, Yao Xuan sensed that it was on the brink of transformation, poised to complete the process of 1,000 forges effortlessly. 1,000 forged precious metal, come to fruition. With another 10 strikes, an extraordinary, ineffable sensation surged within Yao Xuan, prompting him to exclaim with an almost divine intuition. He instinctively increased the force of his blows against the metal. With a resounding clang, the entire forging room seemed to tremble, and before Yao Xuan, the precious metal suddenly leaped into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light that bathed the room in a resplendent hue before gently descending onto the anvil. Well done, Yao Xuan. Now cut your wrist and perform the blood sacrifice for this precious metal. Observing the success of Yao Xuan's 1,000 forged metal, Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise as he tossed a dagger to Yao Xuan and urged him with urgency. The blood sacrifice is a highly specialized forging technique that establishes a unique bond between the metal and the sacrificer, allowing the crafted item to become akin to an extension of the body, thereby imbuing it with a degree of sentience and potentially granting it formidable traits. Furthermore, once a metal undergoes a blood sacrifice, it cannot be used or further forged by others without the original sacrificer's acknowledgement, thus marking a process of claiming ownership over the metal. However, this act does incur damage to the forger's vitality. Hence, it is reserved for only the most cherished creations and particularly valuable metals. Nevertheless, a tradition persists among forgers. When a craftsman successfully completes their first 1,000 forged, spirit forged, or soul forged item, they will perform a blood sacrifice as a unique ritual of remembrance. Taking the dagger from Meng Tian, Yao Xuan did not hesitate, positioning the blade against his right arm and making a gentle incision. The blade did not break the skin initially, prompting Yao Xuan to frown slightly and apply more force. This time, he successfully created a shallow wound. Blood surged forth, cascading down and staining the glimmering precious metal below, while the wound on Yao Xuan's arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With a series of unusual sounds, the temperature of the precious metal plummeted, its surface losing its fiery hue, and its size further diminished by several fractions. Congratulations, Yao Xuan. You have succeeded. You have achieved greatness. At the age of 8, an extraordinary third-level forger, do you realize you have set a record, a groundbreaking record that will astonish the entire Sun and Moon Federation upon its revelation? Looking at the precious metal before Yao Xuan, Meng Tian's eyes glimmered with fervor, his tone brimming with excitement, and his expression radiated elation, even causing his arm to tremble slightly. Brother Yao Xuan, congratulations on your remarkable success. Xuan Ge, you are truly my idol. Having witnessed Yao Xuan's entire process of achieving 1,000 forges, Tang Wulin gazed at him with admiration, envy, and gratitude, subsequently offering his heartfelt congratulations. Receiving the admiration of the fated child, Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan gained 3 points of golden evolution. As Tang Wulin's voice echoed, the system's notification resounded once more. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Wulin, you too, keep striving. In a year or two, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to challenge the 1,000 forges. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan responded with excitement, quietly gazing at the exquisite piece of refined gold before him, his very first creation. Compared to its state before forging, the surface of the gold appeared to have subdued its luster. However, upon employing his mental prowess to perceive the interior, an even more resplendent golden radiance emerged, accompanied by faintly shimmering points of 9 colors, manifesting a deeper restraint. Moreover, the surface of this refined gold bore intricate, undulating engravings, reminiscent of rolling mountains, endowing it with a uniquely striking appearance that evoked a sense of awe. Additionally, its size had diminished significantly, reduced by at least a quarter, while its hardness had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, the quality and density had ascended due to the successful forging process. If the original density of the refined gold was 10, then the density of the forged gold had reached at least 20. Perhaps even more. This represented a true transformation and leap, serving as the foundation for constructing a battle armor. Chapter 40. New Task. Mastery of forging. The changes extended beyond mere appearance. As Yao Xuan utilized his mental energy to sense the refined gold before him, he experienced an ineffable sensation, as if this piece of gold were an extension of his own flesh and blood, akin to a part of his own body. To be candid, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it nearly inconceivable that someone could achieve such mastery at the tender age of 8, truly a miracle. All of this is intrinsically linked to your strength, insight, and diligence. In the realm of forging, you are undoubtedly a crownless genius across the entire Douluo Continent. Congratulations. However, Yao Xuan, you have undoubtedly heard the saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. Thus, it would be prudent to keep your early achievement in forging a secret for the time being. When you eventually join the intermediate academy and venture into the great city, you may reveal it then. Do you understand? Approaching Yao Xuan, Mang Tian endeavored to suppress his own excitement, adopting a serious and earnest tone as he advised. I understand. Master. Listening to Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan silently nodded in agreement. For the Super God system, the criterion for completing the blacksmith series tasks lies in achieving 1,000 forges, rather than passing an assessment to obtain the blacksmith medal. Thus, he held no objections. Wu Lin, it is imperative that you keep Yao Xuan's accomplishment of 1,000 forges today confidential, even from your parents. Do you understand? Seeing Yao Xuan's obedience, Mang Tian nodded in satisfaction before turning to Tang Wulin. Yes, master, I understand. I will absolutely not divulge this to anyone. Upon hearing the words of Mang Tian, Tang Wulin responded earnestly. Simultaneously, as Tang Wulin engaged in conversation with Mang Tian, Yao Xuan's thoughts stirred, and he descended into the system space. Ding. The side quest learning forging, Phase 3, has been completed. Would you like to claim the task reward? With Yao Xuan's mental focus, the system's notification echoed within his consciousness. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently confirmed in his heart. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 golden evolution points. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the side quest mastery of forging. Would you like to view it? As Yao Xuan confirmed, 2 system notifications resonated in his ears in succession. View. Quest name, Mastery of Forging. Side quest, quest description. After advancing to a level 3 blacksmith, you have stepped into the realm of forging. You must not relent. Your next objective is to advance to level 4 blacksmith within 3 years. Time limit, 3 years. Quest reward, 1,000 golden evolution points. Failure penalty, minus 300 golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan contemplated, a flicker of silver light flashed before him, and a system quest frame materialized within his consciousness. Advancing to a level 4 blacksmith entails completing 1,000-fold forging. I recall that Tang Wulin took 3.5 years to successfully advance from level 3 to level 4 blacksmith, with my innate talent. Accomplishing this task within 3 years should pose no challenge. Furthermore, the rewards for this quest are remarkably generous, a full 1,000 evolution points. Although the penalties are significant. With my talent, as long as I remain diligent, how could I possibly fail to complete this task? Such an enticing quest, I must accept it. Glancing at the information on the quest frame, Yao Xuan pondered for but a moment before promptly nodding in affirmation. Accept. Ding. The quest mastery of forging has been accepted. With Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's prompt resounded once more. Yao Xuan, this piece of 1,000-fold forging gold is now yours. In the forging realm, there exists a rule. Regardless of who provides the materials, the breakthrough-level creations belong to the blacksmith. Moreover, this gold has been blood sacrificed, and only you can wield it. So do not decline. Additionally, you are now able to perform the 1,000-fold forging. The previous tungsten steel hammer is no longer applicable. You may forge 2 forging hammers from this gold. As a metal you have blood sacrificed, it possesses a high affinity with you, greatly increasing the likelihood of manifesting special abilities. Just as Yao Xuan accepted the quest, Mang Tian turned around, his face beaming with delight as he addressed Yao Xuan. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. I shall graciously accept. Upon hearing Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan bowed in return and replied, It is nothing. You have earned this. Today, having completed the 1,000-fold forging, you must be quite fatigued. Take a good rest for a while. For the upcoming week, I shall refrain from assigning you any additional forging tasks. Instead, immerse yourself in the experience of the 1,000-fold forging, and with this piece of exquisite gold, forge yourself a hammer. Receiving Yao Xuan's response, Mang Tian waved his hand and commanded, I understand, master. I will place this exquisite gold in my forging chamber for the time being, if that is acceptable. As he extinguished the flames of the forge, Yao Xuan remarked, That is only natural. It is already yours, and you have every right to manage it as you wish. With a wave of his hand, Mang Tian signaled Yao Xuan to feel free to depart. Brother Xuan, to have completed the 1,000-fold forging is truly remarkable. I admire you so much, Brother Xuan. And happy birthday, Brother Xuan. Clutching the exquisite gold and making his way to his forging chamber, Tang Wulin expressed his admiration once more. Thank you, Wulin. By the way, you are on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of Soul Master. Are you not? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan smiled and expressed his gratitude before inquiring further. Indeed, I believe that in 1 or 2 months, I shall surpass the 9th rank Soul Master. With 10 months remaining, I shall endeavor to ascend to the 10th rank and subsequently break through to become a soul teacher. I am convinced that I can achieve this, and I am deeply grateful for your guidance and encouragement over the past 2 years. Noticing Yao Xuan's inquiry, Tang Wulin responded candidly. Yes, indeed, have faith in yourself. You are certainly capable. As they conversed, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin made their way into the forging room. Placing the refined golden ingot into the storage cabinet, Yao Xuan then patted Tang Wulin's shoulder from behind, offering words of encouragement. Thank you, Brother Xuan. By the way, Brother Xuan, may I have a look at the refined golden ingot you crafted? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin expressed his heartfelt gratitude and then inquired further. Of course, you may observe. However, after the forging process, it absorbed an immense amount of energy, resulting in a significant increase in weight, nearly 300 kilograms. Please exercise caution. I am feeling a bit fatigued now and shall take my leave. Farewell, Wulin. With these instructions, Yao Xuan gathered his belongings and exited the forging room. Goodbye, Brother Xuan. As Yao Xuan departed, Tang Wulin respectfully uttered these words, turning to watch Yao Xuan's silhouette fade from view before continuing to examine the exquisite golden metal he had forged. Chapter 41. Nar, I shall forever guard your side. Upon returning home, Yao Xuan's physical state rapidly rejuvenated. Possessing the formidable recuperative abilities bestowed by the bloodline of the ancestor dragon, the weariness from the forging dissipated completely within 20 minutes, and the soreness in his arms vanished entirely. As for the wounds on his arms left by the blood sacrifice, they had nearly healed due to the exceptional self-healing capabilities granted by the ancestor dragon bloodline, leaving behind only a faint scar, which was also rapidly recovering. Nevertheless, the recuperative power of the ancestor dragon bloodline predominantly applied to the body, while its effects on mental recovery were rather modest. Consequently, Yao Xuan felt slightly dazed and yearned for a restful slumber. However, as he possessed the mental prowess of the spirit realm, he did not overextend himself, thus avoiding the fainting spell that had befallen Tang Wulin. After a rejuvenating sleep at home, Yao Xuan finally restored his mental state to its peak. Following a period of meditation, the three of them gathered around the dining table, lit candles, extinguished the soul-guided lights, and sang a birthday song together. Nar, with me by your side, I shall never allow you to bear suffering alone. I shall ensure you do not become entangled in despair. Nor shall I let you tread the path of self-destruction. I vow to protect you eternally, thwart the schemes of the immoral in the divine realm. Establish a new order wherein humanity and soul beasts coexist harmoniously, and orchestrate the grandest of weddings, so that we may live together in unburdened joy until the end of time. Silently contemplating these thoughts, Yao Xuan inhaled deeply and then blew forcefully. With a whoosh, all the candles atop the cake extinguished. Lin Shiming smiled and approached the switch to illuminate the soul-guided lights above. Happy birthday, Brother Yao Xuan. By the way, Nar is curious to know what wish you made. Nar inquired, her gaze fixed on Yao Xuan with eager curiosity. A wish? That is a secret. If one reveals their wish, it may never come to fruition. However, I can tell you, Nar, that it is a profoundly beautiful wish, albeit one that may encounter some challenges in its realization. Yet, I firmly believe it will come to pass in the future. Yao Xuan gently patted Na's head, his eyes reflecting determination as he spoke resolutely. Indeed, the wish held by Yao Xuan was fraught with difficulties. To alter fate, safeguard Yue Na, and prevent tragedy from befalling her, the foundation rested upon immense strength. Even a quasi-demigod or a demigod would find it arduous to truly shift the tides of fate, as the mastermind behind these conspiracies was none other than one of the most formidable beings in the divine realm, the god King Tang San, who had meticulously plotted for millennia. Even if circumstances forced Tang San into a temporary predicament, his residual schemes were sufficient to obliterate true deities. Even the seemingly invincible abyssal Saint Monarch fell to his might. Therefore, if Yao Xuan wished to avert tragedy and effect genuine change, he must attain at least a third-tier deity status or stronger. With the power of the ancestor dragon martial spirit and bloodline, he could thwart Tang San's schemes, offering himself and Yue Na a blissful future, liberating the Douluo Continent from the shackles of the divine realm. Such an undertaking would undoubtedly be formidable. Even with the assistance of the super god system, Yao Xuan could not guarantee the completion of such a monumental feat. However, he was willing to attempt it, to dare to pursue it, and to embrace the challenge, for the notion of accepting mediocrity was foreign to Yao Xuan. After silently making this wish, Yao Xuan felt as though his spirit had undergone a profound elevation. He would not shy away from challenges, and the future of the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly belong to him. Yao Xuan. I understand now, brother Yao Xuan. Although Nara was unaware of the specifics of Yao Xuan's wish, she resolutely proclaimed, "Your wish is my wish, and I shall assist you in realizing it. I believe with all my heart that your wish will come true." Observing Nara's innocent demeanor, Yao Xuan felt a surge of pain in his heart. It pained him to see such a pure and lovely girl burdened with suffering and turmoil. He was determined to change everything, regardless of the perilous path ahead. All right. Let us enjoy the cake together. At that moment, Lin Shiming cut 2 generous slices of cake, handing one to Nara and the other to Yao Xuan. "Thank you, mother. I shall indulge." Yao Xuan cheerfully exclaimed at the sight of the cake, though Nara appeared momentarily dazed, hesitating before accepting the slice Lin Shiming offered. Could it be that Nara's memories are beginning to awaken? Yao Xuan pondered, frowning slightly at her unusual behavior. Recollecting the original timeline, Nara had taken 3 years to awaken her memories. However, due to his ancestor dragon aura subtly influencing her, an early awakening was not entirely out of the question. After the meal, Nara looked up at Yao Xuan, her crystalline purple eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, and softly asked, "Brother Yao Xuan, after we finish eating, will you accompany me for a walk by the seaside?" It seemed Nara's memories were genuinely on the verge of resurfacing. Yao Xuan, keenly aware of the change in her gaze, felt both helpless and heartbroken. If given the choice, he would prefer Nara's memories to remain dormant, forever sheltered beneath his wings. Yet, this was merely an ideal. Now, all he could do was accept reality, strive to enhance his strength, and ensure Yue Na's safety in the future. "Mother, may Nara and I take a stroll?" Yao Xuan turned to Lin Shiming, inquiring. "Of course. You are growing up and possess the ability to protect yourself. Go ahead, but remember to return home early," she replied reassuringly. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming smiled softly and then advised, "Yes, I understand, mother." Taking Nara's hand, Yao Xuan led her towards the seaside. Although the name Ally City contains the word city, its actual area is rather modest, comparable to a larger town on Earth, and it lacks city walls. Thus, after approximately 20 minutes of walking, Yao Xuan brought Nara to the shore. Chapter 42. Striving for a Reunion in the Future. "Nara, we have arrived," Yao Xuan announced as he gazed at the beach before him. Since Ally City is not a large metropolis, it attracts few tourists, and consequently, its rulers did not invest heavily in creating artificial beaches. The area retains a relatively pristine state, with the sand beneath their feet coarse and interspersed with fragments of stone and shells. Though the beach may not be considered picturesque, the moon in the sky is exceptionally enchanting, a delicate crescent suspended in the air, casting a luminous glow as pure as snow. The stars twinkle in the firmament, resplendent like exquisite gemstones embedded in the celestial canvas. This place, unlike Earth, is devoid of abundant fossil fuels and industrial pollution, which contributes to the brilliance of the night sky. The sea breeze is refreshingly invigorating, mingling with the sounds of crashing waves, creating a vibrant atmosphere that uplifts the spirit. "Yes, brother Yao Xuan, the starry sky is truly beautiful tonight," Nara replied, her gaze fixed upon the heavens, and she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. "Indeed, the night sky is magnificent. Nara, from now on, whenever we celebrate our birthdays, let us come here together to gaze at the stars, shall we?" Listening to Na's words, Yao Xuan sighed softly, gently clasping her delicate hand as he inquired, "Shall we continue to gaze at the stars together every year?" Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Na fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, she turned around, gazing deeply into Yao Xuan's eyes, and then spoke. "Brother Yao Xuan, if one day I were to leave, would you miss me?" "Of course I would miss you," he replied. "You are my sister, and if you were to go, I would think of you every single day. But why would you want to leave? Let me accompany you and protect you for a lifetime, shall we?" Listening to Nara, Yao Xuan felt increasingly certain that her memories had revived significantly. A subtle discomfort stirred within him, yet he sincerely replied, "Will you protect me for a lifetime?" Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nara's violet eyes shimmered with a hint of bewilderment, while her petite head unconsciously nestled against Yao Xuan's shoulder. "Indeed, I shall protect you for a lifetime." Listening to Nara, Yao Xuan nodded earnestly and said that no matter how arduous the journey ahead, nor how terrifying, cunning, or hypocritical the adversaries may be, he would not falter. He was resolute in achieving success. "Thank you, brother. If I depart, I will certainly think of you, very, very much." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nara's eyes became somewhat hazy, as if veiled by a layer of mist, yet a flicker of determination passed through her gaze. After conversing with Yao Xuan by the seaside for half an hour, Nar took the initiative to suggest returning home. The two clasped each other's hands and strolled toward home. Following a session of meditation, Yao Xuan and Nar exchanged good-night wishes before retreating to their respective rooms. In the deep of night, Yao Xuan's door creaked open silently, and a silvery figure stealthily entered. Approaching Yao Xuan's bedside, it was Nar. Her eyes reflected a blend of reluctance and anguish as she withdrew a note from her pocket and placed it delicately on Yao Xuan's desk, pressing it down with care. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes, and shimmering silver scales emerged upon her chest. Extending her delicate arm, she gently brushed against one scale, causing it to slip away, resembling a perfect circle yet edged with facets. Nar then lightly tapped it, and countless strands of moonlight coalesced into a slender silver thread that threaded through the scale, transforming it into a necklace. Brother Yao Xuan, I'm sorry. But Nar must depart. She tenderly draped the necklace around Yao Xuan's neck and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. A look of resolve shone in her eyes as she twisted her arm, manifesting a silver portal before her. Forgive me, farewell. With a mix of determination and yearning in her gaze, Nar cast one last glance at Yao Xuan before stepping into the silvery gateway, her figure vanishing instantaneously. The silver portal swiftly faded, as if it had never existed. In the outskirts, a luxurious black soul-guided sports car, worth over 10 million federal coins, was parked by the roadside, and Nar's silhouette appeared beside it. Miss, your memories have finally awakened. It has been 2 years. We have been unable to trace your whereabouts. Over these years, miss, I trust you have not faced any grievances? If so, the entirety of this city's humanity shall prepare to accompany you in your demise. A robust, middle-aged man clad in a brown leather jacket emerged from the sports car, bowing respectfully before Nar and inquiring, No, I have been quite well. Let us depart. Silently shaking her head, Nar walked briskly into the soul-guided vehicle, which then closed its doors and sped away. Brother Yao Xuan, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot remain by your side any longer, nor can I continue to watch the stars with you each year. I'm sorry. As she sat in the soul-guided car, memories of Yao Xuan flooded her mind. Recalling the moments spent together over the past 2 years, contemplating her impending departure from Yao Xuan, a tear escaped from the corner of Nar's eye. The following morning, a slightly urgent voice roused Yao Xuan from his slumber. Yao Xuan, Yao Xuan. Mother, what is it? Though he had a vague idea of what had transpired, Yao Xuan inquired nonetheless. It's terrible. Nar is missing. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming spoke with a hint of urgency in her voice. Has Nar already departed? Upon listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan felt a void within his heart. After spending 2 years with Nar, he had genuinely come to regard her as a family member, a sister he wished to protect. The news of her departure brought him sorrow and a sense of loss. However, Yao Xuan was also aware that due to Nar's identity, her departure was inevitable. Yet he knew that soon he would reunite with Yue Na, though she would no longer be called Nar, but Yu. Though tinged with melancholy, Yao Xuan did not succumb to despair. He understood the formidable foes that lay ahead. Wallowing in sadness over Nar's absence would serve no purpose. Only through cultivating immense strength could he truly alter the course of the future, avert tragedy, and safeguard Yue Na, ensuring a blissful conclusion for them both. Thus, with the hope of their future reunion, he resolved to strive forward. As he contemplated this, Yao Xuan's determination to grow stronger surged within him, igniting a fervent desire to enhance his abilities. Chapter 43. The first boundary of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Breakthrough. What? Nar is gone? As he uttered these words, Yao Xuan rose from his bed and, in the next moment, spotted a note on the table. Brother, mother, I have left. I am immensely grateful for your care over the past 2 years, but I have recalled who I am, and my family has come to take me. I must go. The days spent with you have brought me immense joy, and I truly do not want to part from you. Yet, the memories I am gradually regaining compel me to leave. There are many matters I must attend to. Brother, I will forever remember how you saved me from the clutches of evil, and I will always cherish your kindness and affection. However, if I were to remain, I might inadvertently bring you trouble, even disaster. For your safety, I must depart. Brother, there is a talisman I left around your neck. You must keep it close. If danger befalls you, it will surely protect you. With all my love, Nar. Reading Nar's note, Yao Xuan lowered his gaze to his neck, where a necklace hung, its end adorned with a white scale that shimmered like a gem, radiating a spectrum of colors. Is this her scale, left to protect me? Indeed. I am still too weak. I must grow stronger, and I will. Gazing at the scale, Yao Xuan comprehended Na's predicament, and once more solidified his resolve to become stronger. Mother, this is Na's note, he revealed. She mentioned that she has regained her memories and recollected her lineage. And now she is returning to find her parents. As he spoke, he handed the note to Lin Shiming. She has found her family? Surely. That is a wonderful development for her, Lin Shiming remarked, nodding at the note. Turning to Yao Xuan, she offered words of comfort. Child, I understand your deep concern and affection for Na. Her departure must be difficult for you. This is something a mother can certainly empathize with. It is evident that Na must miss you dearly. In the future, once she has completed her affairs, you will undoubtedly have the chance to meet again, will you not? Therefore, I hope you can find the strength to uplift yourself and not dwell in sorrow. Yes, mother, I understand. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, he devoted all his energy to forging and cultivation. 9 months later, the status of his ancestral dragon bloodline stood at 9, with 10 golden evolution points. At last, he could complete the first phase of unlocking his ancestral dragon bloodline. Opening the system and gazing at the information displayed, Yao Xuan felt a subtle smile curl at the corners of his mouth. On his 8th birthday, his ancestral dragon bloodline had already reached 9. And following a kiss from Na during their farewell, it further advanced to 8. At that time, Yao Xuan successfully promoted to a level 3 forger, earning 100 golden evolution points. With this acquisition, his ancestral dragon bloodline climbed to 9. Another 9 months passed, and through relentless practice, Yao Xuan had gathered nearly 60 golden evolution points from ordinary evolution points, in addition to the 10 golden evolution points obtained through Tang Wulin's assistance. Finally, he was poised to elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline to 10%. According to the system's prompt, upon raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10%, Yao Xuan's vitality and physical attributes would experience a significant leap, and he would unlock a brand new passive and active ability. Moreover, this advancement signified that Yao Xuan could ascend to the rank of a great soul master in the most impeccable manner. Spending 10 golden evolution points would enhance the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.1, bringing it to a perfect 10 and breaking through the first limit. Would he like to proceed with the enhancement? With a gentle tap on the system, a prompt echoed in Yao Xuan's ear. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently confirmed in his heart. Ding. The enhancement begins. As Yao Xuan concentrated, 10 golden evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest source of evolution energy that flowed into his body. Waves of evolutionary energy surged through Yao Xuan's veins, and as this energy circulated, the ancestral dragon bloodline within him fervently absorbed it, becoming increasingly refined. Roar. With the elevation of the ancestral dragon bloodline, a sudden dragon's roar echoed in Yao Xuan's consciousness, and he felt a binding force within him shatter completely. His vital energy surged, and an overwhelming ancestral dragon power erupted from his body, flowing like scalding magma into him. It was scorching. Feeling the intense energy coursing through his body, Yao Xuan instinctively gasped, gritting his teeth in a fierce struggle against the pain. He could not afford to lose consciousness. Otherwise, this energy would surely annihilate his body, leading to potential disability or even death. Ancestral dragon martial soul, manifest. Enduring the excruciating burning sensation, Yao Xuan focused his spirit power, causing the 9-colored aura to shimmer before the ancestral dragon martial soul suddenly appeared, soaring into the air before merging with his crown. With the manifestation of the ancestral dragon martial soul, a layer of faint dragon scales emerged on Yao Xuan's skin, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes, alleviating much of the pain within him, and allowing him to fully refine the ancestral dragon power flooding his body. As the ancestral dragon power was refined, Yao Xuan's physical prowess visibly increased, his strength swiftly surpassing 2,000 kilograms. Simultaneously, his meridians and dantian experienced significant fortification, drastically improving his affinity for spirit power, absorption efficiency, and capacity. Furthermore, the vital energy within Yao Xuan surged wildly, doubling in just 10 minutes. Layer upon layer of 9-colored energy grids appeared, enveloping Yao Xuan's body in a protective cocoon, instigating extraordinary changes within him. An hour later. Ding. Enhancement completed. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlocking Degree 0. 1. Current Unlocking Degree. 10. 0. Ding. The first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline has been breached. Congratulations on acquiring the active ability, Ancestral Dragon Void Step, and the passive ability, Right Claw Dragon Transformation. When the ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 20, the next ability unlock will commence. Strive to obtain golden evolution points to enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline. Unlockable abilities: Ancestral Dragon Chaotic Barrier, active ability. Left Claw Dragon Transformation, passive ability. Intermediate Ancestral Dragon Physique, passive ability. As the heat within his body subsided, Yao Xuan gasped for air, his tense physique finally relaxing. With the system's notification echoing in his ears, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 44. Right Claw Dragon Transformation, Ancestral Dragon Void Step. At last, it is over. After approximately 10 seconds, Yao Xuan finally emerged from the depths of excruciating pain, calming his emotions before slowly rising to his feet. The unlocking of the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline was not a matter of mere minutes. After enduring a grueling hour, Yao Xuan successfully completed the unlocking process. Even with the support of the ancestral dragon martial soul, the immense agony had brought him to the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. Yet, through unwavering willpower and an indomitable belief in victory, he persevered, avoiding collapse and loss of control. After an hour of torment, Yao Xuan's clothes were drenched in sweat. Deep red marks etched into his lips from biting down too hard, and his hands bore numerous crimson imprints from his nails. Despite the harrowing ordeal, Yao Xuan understood that the suffering was not in vain. The rewards reaped were monumental. With the unlocking of the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the vital energy within him had perfectly formed the first layer of circulation, tripling compared to before the breakthrough. This meant enhanced recovery capabilities and sustained combat endurance. Moreover, with the establishment of the vital energy cycle, Yao Xuan had officially unlocked his first vital ability, Ancestral Dragon Void Step, which could be unleashed by merely channeling his vital energy without consuming spirit power, serving as an excellent trump card. Additionally, with the breaking of the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, he acquired a new passive ability, allowing him to channel vital energy to completely transform his right claw into that of a dragon, granting him immense strength and destructive power. Lastly, upon surpassing the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's overall strength increased by approximately 1,000 kilograms, reaching 2,000 kilograms. When activating the martial soul, his overall strength could exceed 3,000 kilograms, exemplifying unparalleled might. Now, let me assess the specific effects of these two bloodline abilities. Sensing the change within, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and headed to the bathroom for a thorough wash to cleanse himself of the perspiration before returning to his room. Right Claw Dragon Transformation. Channeling his vital energy, radiant 9-colored light coalesced on Yao Xuan's right arm, instantly forming a layer of colorful dragon scales that shielded his upper and lower arms entirely. Moreover, as the Right Claw Dragon Transformation activated, Yao Xuan's right hand enlarged significantly, fingers thickening and elongating into razor-sharp dragon claws, each about 15 centimeters long, glinting ominously. What tremendous power! Observing the transformation of his right arm, Yao Xuan could not help but smile with delight, nodding in approval. After invoking the Right Claw Dragon Transformation, the overall strength of his right arm increased by over 50%, meaning that when combined with the ancestral dragon manifestation, his right arm could achieve a staggering power of 5,000 kilograms. Such formidable strength, even relying solely on his might. Yao Xuan's destructive capabilities would rival those of an ordinary soul master, let alone those at the soul master level like himself, an undeniable advantage. Now, let us test the might of the dragon claws. With a thought, Yao Xuan retrieved a piece of refined iron from the system space, grasping it in his left hand. He then swiftly slashed with his right claw towards the iron. Crack! With a metallic snap, Yao Xuan's right arm merely felt a slight resistance as the iron was effortlessly severed in two. Truly sharp. If this claw were to strike an enemy, it would undeniably be fatal. Gazing at the cleaved iron, Yao Xuan gasped in awe. Although the refined iron was merely a common material, without the defenses of a defensive soul master, an ordinary soul master's defense would be utterly inadequate against Yao Xuan's strike. Finally, let us test the defense after the Right Claw Dragon Transformation. With a thought, Yao Xuan lightly scratched the surface of the refined iron, sharpening it before gripping the piece tightly in his left hand and driving it forcefully into his right arm. Clang, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Yao Xuan felt a slight tingling in his right arm, hardly registering any pain. Beneath the strike, a mere small white appeared on his arm, leaving him virtually unscathed. Truly, a perfect blend of offense and defense. The abilities bestowed by the Zulong bloodline were indeed remarkable. Now let us observe the potency of the Zulong space, shattering step. Sensing the formidable enhancement from the Zulong claws, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, then focused his thoughts to revert his right claw back to its original state. Immediately thereafter, he summoned the power of his vital essence and activated the proactive capability provided by the first boundary of the Zulong bloodline, the Zulong space shattering step. As he initiated this technique, Yao Xuan felt his speed surge significantly, and moreover, he sensed a profound harmony between his body and the surrounding space. Every movement was exceedingly nimble, with resistance nearly non-existent, allowing him to glide effortlessly. To test the might of the Zulong space shattering step, Yao Xuan exited his home and ventured to a nearby small playground. Once he activated the technique, his speed increased by at least 50%, but more importantly, his agility was unparalleled. With each movement, he felt an ethereal connection with the space around him, as if he were being aided by spatial forces, rendering him extraordinarily light and elusive. Furthermore, Yao Xuan experienced an inexplicable intuition that, should he wish, he could truly traverse through space after employing the Zulong space shattering step. So he decided to give it a try. With a focused thought, Yao Xuan seized the fleeting opportunity and propelled himself forward. In the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. His body abruptly vanished from its original position, only to reappear 1 meter away. Was this the sensation of traversing through space? How wondrous! As he landed back on the ground, Yao Xuan's face was etched with astonishment, and he silently marveled at the experience. Just moments ago, upon activating the Zulong space shattering step, he felt enveloped by a mysterious spatial force, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself 1 meter away. For Yao Xuan, this was undeniably a magical experience, leaving him in awe. Chapter 45, Graduation and Departure to Donghai Academy. However, the only regret was the immense consumption of vital essence required for spatial traversal. It appeared that until his vital essence reached a certain level, the capability of the Zulong space shattering step to traverse space would not be a viable routine method. Subsequently, Yao Xuan assessed his vital essence and was taken aback, contemplating silently. Indeed, after merely executing one instance of spatial traversal, nearly 20% of his vital essence had been expended. This meant that with his current reserves, he could only perform 5 instances of spatial traversal before becoming utterly fatigued. Even so, Yao Xuan remained exceedingly pleased with the Zulong space shattering step. Even in the absence of spatial traversal, it significantly enhanced his combat prowess, allowing him to evade enemy attacks and swiftly close in for a decisive strike. Moreover, although the current consumption of the technique was somewhat excessive and of limited practical use in battle, as Yao Xuan's vital essence improved, the ability of the Zulong space shattering step to traverse space would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. It was merely a matter of time. Time flew, and before long, 3 months had passed. On August 30th, at the Seoul Guide train station in Ally City, Yao Xuan declared, "Mother, I am leaving. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years." Grasping his luggage, he bid farewell to Lin Shiming, bowing deeply in gratitude. Although Lin Shiming was merely his adoptive mother, her nurturing and care over the 3 years had been akin to that of a biological mother, deeply moving Yao Xuan. Take care on your journey. Once at the academy, commit yourself to your studies. Mother wishes you well, Yao Xuan. Lin Shiming's eyes shimmered with love and reluctance as she admonished him. Thank you, Mother. I will not slacken my training once at Donghai Academy. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement once more. Beside him, Tang Wulin was also bidding farewell to his parents. Half an hour later, the train carrying Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin slowly departed from the station, gradually shrinking from view under the watchful eyes of their 3 parents as it journeyed towards Donghai City. 2 months prior, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had successfully graduated from Hoshan Junior Academy, and due to their remarkable breakthrough into the realm of Soul Masters, they had received recommendation letters to attend a Senior Soul Master Academy. This would mark the commencement of their 6-year advanced education in soul mastery. In a small city like Ally City, there were no Senior Soul Master Academies. Thus, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were granted recommendations to study at Donghai Senior Academy, and they were now en route to Donghai City. Donghai City is a prominent metropolis within the Sun Moon Federation, situated along the coast of the East Sea. It serves as a crucial port, responsible for maritime transport and the exploration of oceanic resources. The city has a resident population of approximately 3 million, supplemented by transient workers, bringing the total to around 5 million. Even within the Federation, Donghai City holds a distinguished reputation. Brother Xian, We are about to embark on our studies at the Senior Academy. I am so excited. Tang Wulin, sitting beside Yao Xuan, cautiously surveyed their surroundings before speaking. Indeed. I share your excitement. We must continue to strive for excellence in the future. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan silently nodded. The figure of Na flashing before his eyes. Surely, he would soon appear before him as well. At that moment, he must capture her heart earnestly. Indeed. He resolved to strive diligently, aspiring to achieve a breakthrough within 6 years, as he yearned to attend an advanced Soul Master Academy for further studies. By the way, Xian, what level of soul power have you attained now? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a glimmer of determination flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes as he earnestly replied. He then inquired, as for my soul power level, I am currently an 18th level Soul Master, and with approximately another week of diligent training, I shall be poised to break through to the 19th level. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan replied with a smile, are you really about to reach level 19? My goodness, Xian Ge, you are truly impressive. If that is the case, in just a few months, you will undoubtedly surpass the great Soul Master rank, won't you? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin gazed at him with admiration and sighed, a Grand Soul Master? It should be imminent. As he responded, Yao Xuan's thoughts shifted, and he immersed his consciousness into the system space to retrieve his profile. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9 years. System abilities, Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Comprehension. Spatial Storage, 5M, Enhanced Meditation. Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power. Level 18, 91, 5. Soul Master, Cultivation Technique. Creation Forging Soul Technique. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 10. 2. Mental Power, 195, 11. 7. Initial Stage of Spiritual Realm, Soul Spirit. Ancestral Dragon, 100 years, Soul Skill. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitting Strike Bloodline Ability. Passive Beginner. Ancestral Dragon Body. Right Claw Dragonization Bloodline Ability. Active Ancestral Dragon Void Step Armor. None Mecha, none Evolution Points. 7205 Golden Evolution Points. 9 Skills. Forging, Level 3. Mecha Design, Level 0. Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0. Mecha Maintenance, Level 0. Since his 8th birthday, through diligent cultivation, Yao Xuan's soul power had surged from level 14 to level 18. Merely a step away from breaking into level 19. Achieving a 5-level advancement within a year is a miraculous feat, regardless of one's innate talent. And Yao Xuan's foundation and purity of soul power far exceed those of his peers. This extraordinary progress is undoubtedly attributed to the creation forging soul technique. Although Yao Xuan had only mastered the first layer, its effects were enough to astonish all. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, 3 months prior, Yao Xuan had already reached level 10. However, in the past 3 months, he had only progressed by 0.2. The reason for this was simple. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reached level 10, the cost for each subsequent increase became tenfold, requiring 100, 200, up to 1,000 golden evolution points. With Yao Xuan's advancement, he could now accumulate a golden evolution point every 2.5 days. Yet this remains insufficient compared to the demands of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Nonetheless, Yao Xuan was not anxious, for he understood that the primary means of acquiring golden evolution points lies not in cultivation but in combat. At the Junior Soul Master Academy, students primarily focus on cultivation, with little practical experience. However, at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, a crucial task for students is engaging in real combat. By then, with his formidable strength, Yao Xuan could amass substantial golden evolution points. In addition, Yao Xuan was steadily progressing in his mental cultivation. With the practice of the creation forging soul technique, his mental power increased by at least 1 point each week. After a year, his mental power had naturally risen by nearly 60 points. Currently, Yao Xuan's mental power stood at 195 points, just 5 points shy of entering the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. At the age of 9, possessing 195 points of mental power is truly extraordinary within the Douluo Continent. Even those limit Douluo, at 9 years old, might not boast 100 points, while Yao Xuan exceeds that by double. Unless one were Guyu, the human embodiment of the Silver Dragon King comparable to a level 1 deity. Surpassing Yao Xuan's mental power would be an impossible dream for most. In fact, historically, Guyu only exhibited 120 points of mental power at the age of 9. Moreover, Yao Xuan's physical prowess had also seen remarkable advancements. After unlocking the first threshold of the ancestral dragon bloodline, his body underwent a baptism of ancestral dragon power, most of which was absorbed, resulting in a direct increase in strength to 2,000 kilograms. The residual energy remained within Yao Xuan, gradually refined over time. Subsequently, nearly every day, his strength grew by approximately 3 kilograms, and now it had reached 2,300 kilograms. When he activated the ancestral dragon's embodiment and the right claw dragonization, his right arm's power could exceed 5,000 kilograms. This immense strength, combined with the sharpness of the ancestral dragon's right claw and the elusive ability of the ancestral dragon void step, enables Yao Xuan to pose a lethal threat to soul masters at the soul sovereign level. And even those at the soul sect level would think twice before allowing him to strike. Lastly, Yao Xuan made significant strides in forging. The quality of forged metals is classified, with the lowest being level 5 and the highest level 1. Upon breaking through to level 3 forging master, Yao Xuan primarily forged level 3 and 4 metals. Now, he occasionally succeeded in crafting level 2 metals. To advance to level 4 forging master, 2 requirements must be fulfilled: forging 10 types of level 2 metals or crafting 1 type of level 1 metal, which is semi-spiritual. After a year of training, although Yao Xuan had not yet achieved level 4 forging master, he had made considerable progress and would likely accomplish this within the next 2 years. In contrast to Yao Xuan's rapid progress, Tang Wulin's journey had not been as smooth. Despite Yao Xuan's guidance, Tang Wulin had only recently broken through to become a soul master, currently at level 12, slightly ahead of his historical timeline. Additionally, lacking sufficient stimulation, he had yet to break through the threshold of forging despite studying for half a year. However, Yao Xuan was confident that, given Tang Wulin's comprehension, mastering the art of forging would merely be a matter of time. Hours later, at the East Sea City Soul Guidance train station, the sound of wheels rolling could be heard as a deep blue Soul Guidance train slowly arrived at the platform. "Xinge, we've arrived," exclaimed Tang Wulin, his excitement evident as he observed the transformed surroundings. "Indeed, we have finally arrived," Yao Xuan replied with a smile, surveying the environment. After traveling nearly 1,000 kilometers, the Soul Guidance train had reached East Sea City. Unlike Ally City, East Sea City boasts a rich and ancient history, retaining a rustic charm with numerous buildings aged over a century or even a millennium. The Soul Guidance train station, despite renovations, is at least several decades older than Yao Xuan himself. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin curiously examined their surroundings, the train came to a complete stop. A bustling crowd with luggage poured out, and Yao Xuan, along with Tang Wulin, disembarked from the Soul Guidance train. This was Tang Wulin's first time leaving home to venture into a city 1,000 miles away alone. He felt a mix of nervousness and melancholy, however. Seeing Yao Xuan's calm demeanor inspired him to clench his fists silently, vowing not to embarrass his brother. "Let us go find the person in charge of welcoming new students at East Sea Academy." Stepping out from the East Sea Soul Guide station, Yao Xuan offered an explanation, and then, accompanied by Tang Wulin, began to survey their surroundings. As a mid-level Soul Master Academy, East Sea Academy dispatches shuttle buses each year during the enrollment period to transport new students from various stations. By locating the designated personnel, they could smoothly arrive at East Sea Academy. Upon finding them, Yao Xuan remarked, "Let us proceed." After walking approximately 300 meters, he spotted a sign emblazoned with the words East Sea Academy and led Tang Wulin towards it. "Hello, fellow students. Are you here to register?" Behind the sign sat several students clad in the East Sea Academy uniform, all appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Among them, a girl of average stature with flowing black hair, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor, stood up and spoke. "Indeed, here is my recommendation letter." As he spoke, Yao Xuan retrieved his recommendation letter and handed it to the girl, while Tang Wulin carefully produced his own recommendation letter and presented it as well. "Ah, everything checks out. Welcome to East Sea City, and welcome to East Sea Academy, junior students. I am Liu Yusen, a first-year student at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, and I will be your senior responsible for welcoming new students. Please, take a moment to fill out this information form." While introducing herself, Liu Yusen pulled out 2 information forms, handing one to Yao Xuan and the other to Tang Wulin. Yao Xuan, 9 years old, graduated from Hongshan Junior Academy in Ally City, and holds an 18th level attack type Soul Master rank. Wow, achieving 18th level soul power at just 9 years old. You truly are a prodigy, junior. I am quite envious, Liu Yusen exclaimed as she observed Yao Xuan filling out the form. "Ah, you flatter me, senior," Yao Xuan replied modestly. Listening to Liu Yusen's words, Yao Xuan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He then handed the completed form to Lu Yusin, while Tang Wulin, who was beside him, also submitted his filled-out form. This metal badge serves as your identification for entering and exiting the academy before enrollment. Please take good care of it. You may wait on the soul-guided bus, and once it fills up, it will take you to the academy. After that, you will need to report, receive your materials, and attend your class allocation. I wish you all good fortune. After stamping the recommendation letters for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Lu Yusin took out 2 metal badges and handed them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, giving them further instructions. Chapter 47. Arrival at Donghai Academy. Conflict. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were not the first to board the bus. A number of individuals were already seated within, including both students and parents accompanying them for enrollment. After waiting approximately an hour and a half on the bus, which gradually filled to capacity, it finally set off towards Donghai Academy. Towering buildings slipped past the bus window. Compared to Aolai City, Donghai City was undoubtedly more prosperous, bustling, and modernized, with a plethora of pedestrians, vehicles, and shops, creating a dazzling spectacle. Arrived at Donghai Academy, students and parents, please disembark in an orderly fashion and proceed to the Academic Affairs Office for registration. 20 minutes later, Lu Yusin's voice echoed from the front of the bus. Following her instructions, all students and parents exited in an orderly manner, while Yao Xuan surveyed the imposing Donghai Academy before him. In stark contrast to Hoshan Academy, Donghai Academy exuded grandeur. The entrance featured a majestic archway crafted from massive stones, emblazoned with 4 prominent red characters spelling Donghai Academy, exuding an impressive aura. Unlike typical intermediate academies, Donghai Academy was a large institution, comprising both intermediate and advanced divisions. Lu Yusin, who welcomed them, was a student from the advanced division. The admission process for the Advanced Soul Master Academy was significantly more challenging, with a stringent examination that typically resulted in an acceptance rate of less than 10%. Only the true elite could gain entry into the Advanced Soul Master Academy, after presenting their temporary identity badges and recommendation letters for verification. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin entered Donghai Academy. In contrast to the concrete jungle of Donghai City, the interior of Donghai Academy was lush and vibrant, adorned with verdant trees and exuding an air of antiquity. Walking along the main thoroughfare of the academy, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin arrived before a 12-story building, which served as the main teaching hub of the intermediate division. The higher the floor, the higher the grade, and the greater the strength associated with it. Upon reaching the Academic Affairs Office, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin successfully completed their enrollment procedures by presenting their recommendation letters and tokens, receiving their uniforms, academic calendars, identity cards, and completing the class allocation process. Based on their soul power levels and martial spirits, Tang Wulin was unsurprisingly assigned to Class 1 of Year 1, while Yao Xuan was placed in Class 5 of Year 1, the so-called Key Class. Naturally, Yao Xuan was not pleased with this outcome. Being separated from Tang Wulin would undoubtedly diminish his acquisition of golden evolution points and deprive him of the guidance from the esteemed Wu Chong Kong from Shrek Academy. However, Yao Xuan was not foolish enough to request a transfer to Class 5, for that would be too conspicuous. In truth, he had devised a clever plan to achieve his objectives through a different means. Clutching the dormitory key, Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin toward the dormitory building. The dormitory was equally tall as the teaching building, featuring 12 stories, and Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's dormitory was numbered 205. Navigating through the somewhat crowded and chaotic corridor, they arrived at their dormitory. Contrary to the grand exterior of the dormitory building, the interior was rather austere, furnished only with 2 bunk beds for desks and chairs, and 4 cabinets, extremely simple accommodations. Inside the dormitory, 2 lower bunks were already occupied. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin approached, the occupants turned to face them. The resident of the left lower bunk was a tall youth with short hair, a muscular build, and bulging eyes, exuding a somewhat fierce demeanor. The occupant of the right lower bunk, clad in a blue tracksuit, had short brown hair, fair skin, a prominent nose, and striking green eyes, radiating an air of aloofness and pride. Is this Xie? Yao Xuan thought of himself, gazing at the aloof youth. If he was not mistaken, this cold individual was indeed Xie, one of the original members of Shrek's 7 monsters, the possessor of the twin martial spirits, the Light Dragon Dagger and the Shadow Dragon Dagger. Hello everyone, I am Tang Wulin, and this is Yao Xuan, your future roommates. Tang Wulin warmly introduced as he looked at the 2 individuals in the dormitory. I am Shou Changxi, and if all goes according to plan, I shall be the dormitory leader, your big brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will gladly assist you. The tall young man proclaimed loudly, casting a glance at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Xie. Unlike Zhou Changxi, Xie's self-introduction was remarkably succinct, merely stating his name. Wulin, wait here for me. I will go out to buy some food. After placing down his luggage, Yao Xuan smiled and patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder before speaking. Food? Sure. Thank you, Brother Xian. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin expressed his gratitude, and Yao Xuan stepped out of the dormitory. However, he did not venture far. Instead, releasing his mental energy to observe, anticipating a conflict between Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. Indeed. Scarcely had Yao Xuan departed for a few minutes when Zhou Changxi rolled her eyes and arrogantly proclaimed, Hey, newcomer, Tang Wulin, is it? Go clean the dormitory. All right. Tang Wulin replied, somewhat bewildered by the situation, nodding in compliance as he took a mop bucket to fetch water from the restroom. Hmph, a coward. He looks utterly displeasing. Let me see what he has brought along, Zhou Changxi sneered, rising to her feet. With a swift motion, she seized Tang Wulin's belongings and yanked down the zipper. Shaking the bag vigorously, several articles of clothing, a few necessities, and a blanket tumbled out, scattering across the floor. What a rustic fellow, bringing such shabby items. Goodness. Could he possibly be of beggar origins? Ha. Zhou Changxi laughed heartily at the sight of the disarrayed items. Brute, what are you doing? At that moment, Tang Wulin returned with the mop bucket, and upon seeing the mess on the ground, he exclaimed in fury, What are you doing? Just checking what this rustic fellow has brought? Is that a problem? Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changxi curled her lips and then smiled as she said, Of course. I have my objections. Pick it up for me. Gazing at Zhou Changxi, Tang Wulin clenched his fists and coldly replied, Oh, country bumpkin, with such an attitude. Do you seek to revolt? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changxi raised an eyebrow and then declared with heightened volume, That's enough. It is now my turn to take the stage. Perceiving the shift in the atmosphere of the dormitory, Yao Xuan also smiled lightly. With a thought, he retrieved a bag of oranges from the system space, holding it in his hand as he made his way towards the dormitory. Chapter 48. Such audacity. Daring to bully my little brother Wulin? I'm back. Yao Xuan exclaimed while pushing open the dormitory door. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he feigned surprise and inquired, What are you all doing? Xingu, that Zhou Changxi is bullying me. He threw my belongings on the ground and insulted me, calling me a bumpkin. Tang Wulin, glancing at Yao Xuan, displayed a trace of grievance on his face. He then pointed at the scattered clothing on the ground and lamented to Yao Xuan. Oh, how dare he be so outrageous? Zhou Changxi, you have quite the audacity to bully my little brother. Yao Xuan said coldly, gazing disapprovingly at Zhou Changxi. Bully your little brother? So what? I have indeed bullied him. Do you have any objections? This kid is nothing but a rural bumpkin. And since you are his elder brother, I suppose that makes you a big bumpkin as well? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a hint of mockery appeared on Zhou Changxi's face, followed by a nonchalant sneer. Very well, you are quite impressive. Now, I present you with one final opportunity. Pick up Wulin's belongings, organize them properly, and then bow to both me and Wulin an apology. Listening to Zhou Changxi's words, Yao Xuan remained unfazed, merely issuing a calm command. One last chance. Ha, that's the best joke I've heard. The young man declared, Remember this. In this dormitory, I'm in charge. Extending his thumb, Zhou pointed to his chest, lifting his chin proudly. Very well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. After saying this, Yao Xuan clenched his fist and stepped forward, swinging towards Zhou Changxi's chest. Hmph, mere trivial skills. Zhou Changxi was no fool. He quickly recognized Yao Xuan's intent to strike and prepared to counter, his right hand poised to deflect the incoming blow. Bang! To everyone's surprise, with a resounding crash, Zhou Changxi was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud that seemed to shake the entire dormitory, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Not bad. You've got some strength, but now I'm serious. Spirit of the mighty ape, manifest. After being struck by Yao Xuan's punch, a flicker of rage mixed with embarrassment crossed Zhou Changxi's face as he roared and summoned his soul power. As he spoke, a white light ascended from his body, forming a muscular, large ape spirit cloaked in brown fur. This mighty ape spirit swiftly merged with Zhou Changxi, transforming his physique. His skeletal frame expanded by nearly 20%, and his arms and legs bulged with muscle, turning him into a miniature powerhouse. Prepare yourself. With a furious roar, Zhou Changxi sprang back to his feet, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, directing a vicious punch toward Yao Xuan's forehead. It appeared that his previous punch had lacked sufficient force. So he intended to be more serious this time. Seeing Zhou Changxi rise again, Yao Xuan shook his head in slight disappointment before speaking. As a being endowed with a colossal strength of 2,300 kilograms, should Yao Xuan unleash his full power, he could easily obliterate even a grandmaster. Survival would be nearly impossible, let alone for Zhou Changxi. If that were to happen, not only would Yao Xuan face expulsion, but also a life sentence of imprisonment. Yao Xuan didn't strike to kill. He merely intended to face the disciplinary actions of Donghai Academy and transfer to Class 5. Thus, he had only exerted about 5% of his strength in that punch, yet it was enough to send Zhou Changxi sprawling. If an ordinary child were to receive such a punch, while it wouldn't break bones, they would certainly feel pain and be incapacitated for a time. However, Zhou Changxi's unique mighty ape spirit granted him strength and physicality comparable to an adult, allowing him to continue fighting. But even so, what could it matter? Yao Xuan had only used 5% of his strength. Observing Zhou Changxi charging towards him, Yao Xuan elevated his force to 10%, coldly launching a punch in Zhou's direction. Whoosh! Accompanied by a faint sonic boom, their fists collided in midair, creating a resounding impact. Zhou Changxi's hand emitted a series of cracking sounds as his bones fractured, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Are you subdued? Apologize. Yao Xuan addressed the fallen Zhou Changxi with indifference. I refuse. I haven't even used my soul skill yet. Again, mighty ape fist. Zhou Changxi, trembling as he rose, clearly injured but still defiant, summoned his soul power, the first white soul ring shimmering behind him. As the soul ring flickered, a pale glow enveloped Zhou Changxi's fist, enhancing both speed and power, and he charged at Yao Xuan with renewed ferocity. Your courage is commendable, but alas, you are too weak, Yao Xuan remarked without flinching, as he prepared to counter yet again. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as Zhou Changxi was sent flying once more. However, this time, Yao Xuan did not grant him the opportunity to rise. Instead, he stepped forward, his right foot striking like lightning on Zhou's back. Zhou Changxi, this is your final opportunity. Do you concede? If so, you will obediently help Wu Lin gather his belongings and apologize to both of us. With a slight pressure applied, Yao Xuan spoke coldly. I concede. I concede. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't step on me. I can't breathe. I was wrong. I will apologize to you and classmate Wu Lin right now. With Yao Xuan's foot pressing against his back, Zhou Changxi felt the air escape him, panic setting in as he pleaded for mercy. Those who recognize the situation are wise. Since you've admitted your fault, you may rise. Had you known this would be the outcome, why not apologize sooner to avoid this ordeal? Yao Xuan replied coolly. Brother, you speak the truth. I was wrong to offend you and classmate Wu Lin. Please forgive me. Zhou Changxi's eyes reflected a hint of fear as he deeply bowed before Yao Xuan. Very well. I forgive you. Now, apologize to Wu Lin. Yao Xuan nodded in acceptance of Zhou's apology before continuing his instructions. Classmate Wu Lin, I was wrong. I should not have tampered with your personal belongings nor called you a country bumpkin. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once. Standing before Tang Wu Lin, Zhou Changxi bowed respectfully and spoke softly. All right, I will forgive you this time, as we are to be roommates for the next 6 years. However, you must promise not to bully other classmates in the future. Tang Wu Lin, a kind-hearted boy, quickly chose to forgive Zhou Changxi upon hearing his apology. Thank you. Classmate Wu Lin, I will help you tidy up right away. As he spoke, Zhou Changxi obediently knelt to gather the scattered blankets and clothes, placing them back into Tang Wu Lin's backpack. Thanks, Xiangu. Tang Wu Lin approached Yao Xuan, expressing his gratitude with a sincere gaze. No problem. Since you call me Xiangu, I cannot allow you to be bullied by others, can I? Although Aolai City may not be a large metropolis, we Aolai people are not to be trifled with. Yao Xuan waved his hand dismissively, responding with pride as a notification echoed in his ears. Defeated Zhou Changxi. Acquired 3 golden evolution points. Assisted the destined child Tang Wu Lin, earning his gratitude and admiration, acquired 7 golden evolution points. Indeed, it was confirmed. Combat was the most effective means to acquire golden evolution points. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within. Elated beyond measure. Although he had attained the rank of an 18th level soul master, merely a step away from the 19th level, the process of cultivation was rather slow. On average, it took him 2 to 5 days to condense a single point of golden evolution. However, just moments ago, in a battle lasting less than a minute, he had acquired a remarkable 10 points of golden evolution, nearly the sum of his efforts over the past month, a bountiful reward indeed. Furthermore, Upon entering the intermediate academy, Yao Xuan was sure to engage in numerous battles. The promotion tournament, the EC Alliance competition, and the battle at the Ascension platform, among others. He could almost envision an endless stream of golden evolution points cascading towards him. What are you all doing? A voice boomed from outside as he heard reports from other students about a fight in their dormitory. Come with me to the Academic Affairs office. At that moment, a robust voice resounded, followed by a stern-looking middle-aged man in uniform, with a formidable stature, striding into the dormitory. 10 minutes later, at the discipline office of the East Sea Academy's intermediate division. So it was Zhou Changxi who first provoked and bullied Tang Wulin. And then Yao Xuan intervened to defend Tang Wulin, resulting in a confrontation with Zhou Changxi, ultimately subduing him. The director of instruction, Long Hengxiu, gazed solemnly at the 4 students before him, his expression grave as he began to inquire. Listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Zhou Changxi, and the bystander Xie silently nodded in agreement. So that is how it is. Zhou Changxi, given your martial soul aptitude, although your soul power level is somewhat lacking, it was not entirely impossible for you to enter Class 3. However, your behavior of bullying and insulting classmates right at the beginning of the school year is truly unacceptable. You deserve the repercussions. Thus, you shall remain in Class 5. Gazing at Zhou Changxi, Long Hengxiu spoke with a calm demeanor. Zhou Changxi, despite his desire to retort, found himself silenced by Long Hengxiu's icy gaze, swallowing back the words he had intended to say. As for you, Yao Xuan, your willingness to help others is commendable. However, it must not contravene the school's rules and regulations. At our EC Academy, if one wishes to spar, it must be conducted in the designated combat rooms under the supervision of teachers, and private brawls are strictly prohibited. According to school regulations, in your case, a severe penalty could have been imposed, which would negatively impact your future admission to a prestigious Soul Master Academy and your registration as a mecha engineer. However, pausing momentarily, Long Hengxiu continued, ignorance is no sin. Since you have just entered our EC Academy and are still unfamiliar with the rules, this severe penalty shall be waived this time. Nevertheless, your temperament is rather fierce and requires some refinement. Therefore, you shall also join Class 5. I understand, Director Long. Thank you for your fairness. Upon hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Yao Xuan maintained a calm demeanor as he bowed, yet inwardly he felt a surge of joy, convinced that his stratagem had proven sound and that he had finally achieved his desires. Tang Wulin, this time you did not engage in combat. Rather, you find yourself a victim and thus face no repercussions. However, I must impart this wisdom. Respect is earned through strength. If you seek to command respect, devote yourself to diligent training over the next 6 years. The realm of Soul Masters is a domain where the strong reign supreme. Turning to Tang Wulin, Long Hengxiu spoke with a measured tone. I understand. I will strive to improve, Director Long. Upon hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Tang Wulin nodded earnestly, subsequently casting a glance of guilt towards Yao Xuan. It was his own inadequacy that had led to his bullying and had also resulted in Brother Xian being relegated to the lowest class in the school. Noticing the expression in Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xuan shook his head, signaling him not to take it to heart. Xie, if I am not mistaken, you are a member of the Xie family from the East Sea, correct? I recall that your soul power should be at level 18 by now. In the end, Long Hengxiu's gaze settled upon the aloof young man, Xie, as he posed the question. Indeed, came the reply. Listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Xie nodded lightly. Indeed, possessing strength, yet merely observing classmates fight without intervening, one must question their sense of justice. Cunning indeed, to be so sly at such a tender age. Perhaps one should abandon Class 1 and join Class 5 instead. Gazing at Xie, Long Hengxiu continued, Director Long, this does not adhere to the rules. Upon hearing Long Hengxiu's words, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Xie's eyes as he exclaimed, not in accordance with the rules? In the intermediate department of Donghai Academy, when the Director of Education assigns you to Class 5, you are obliged to attend Class 5. If you find my decision unsatisfactory, you are welcome to lodge a complaint with the principal and see if the reputation of the Xie family holds any weight in our Donghai Academy. Upon hearing Xie's words, Long Hengxiu's eyes revealed a flicker of anger. He then raised his voice and declared, very well, if it's the 5th class, then so be it. Do I, Xie, have any reason to fear you? When the promotion competition takes place in a few months, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails. Listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Xie retorted fearlessly, all right, I shall await your decision. Disband then. Gazing at Xie, Long Hungshu coldly replied before announcing the disbandment. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Changxi each made their way back to their dormitories. In Chapter 50, the battle with Xie, it was noted that 2 level 18 students had been placed in the least favorable Class 5. This arrangement would undoubtedly exert greater pressure on the other students, compelling them to remain diligent. Furthermore, while Wu Changkong may exude a somewhat aloof demeanor that can be rather irksome, one cannot deny his formidable teaching abilities, having emerged from a prestigious background. I am eager to observe whether some extraordinary synergy might unfold among them. As Long Hungshu watched Yao Xuan and the other 3 exit the training facility, a subtle nod of approval graced his features, and the sternness on his face quickly faded, revealing a smirk of cunning satisfaction. Brother Xian, I am truly sorry for dragging you down. You could have entered Class 1 and availed yourself of the finest educational resources, but now, in seeking vengeance for me, you are relegated to the worst class, Tang Wulin lamented. His head bowed and his expression heavy with guilt as he sincerely apologized to Yao Xuan on their way back to the dormitory. Wulin, since the situation has come to pass, we must accept it and actively seek to amend it. Wallowing in regret serves no purpose. In truth, given my capabilities, even in Class 5, I will not be significantly hindered. Moreover, I have heard that midway through the term, Donghai Academy organizes a promotion competition among classes. As long as we defeat our opponents, our class will benefit from superior resources. Let us train diligently and strive together. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan did not admonish him. Instead, he gently patted Tang Wulin's shoulder and comfortingly replied, Indeed, you are right. One cannot dwell in the past. I will certainly strive to do my best, Brother Xian. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin silently clenched his fists. Brother Xian had sacrificed so much for him, thus, he must dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his training. Otherwise, how could he ever justify the efforts Brother Xian had expended? 5 minutes later, in Dormitory 205, Yao Xuan, accompany me to the Academy's battle room. I wish to challenge you, Xie stated, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he confronted Yao Xuan. A challenge? On what grounds? Yao Xuan replied, not lifting his gaze, his tone indifferent. On what grounds? The personal grudge between you and Zhou Changxi has unjustly barred me from Class 1, relegating me to the inferior Class 5. I am determined to give you a thorough beating to relieve this pent-up frustration, Xie said, his voice laced with anger and resentment. I see. In that case, I certainly won't be participating. If my presence only invites punishment, then why should I attend? Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan shook his head and then countered. Well, that does seem to hold some merit. So, let us establish a condition. How might you accompany me for a match? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his tone noticeably softened. Nevertheless, he continued to inquire, how might I accompany you in a match? In truth, engaging in a duel with you is not out of the question. However, considering your sentiments, it seems you wish to give me a good thrashing, which would render our contest rather perilous. Therefore, if you could provide me with a remuneration of 50,000 federal coins and agree to cover my medical expenses, I would consent to partake in this encounter with you. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan feigned contemplation for a moment before responding. Goodness, Brother Xian is truly cunning. If Xie were to agree, he would surely end up losing both money and resources. At the same time, upon hearing Yao Xuan's remark, Tang Wulin silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, inwardly marveling at the situation. Having been apprentices under Mang Tian for 3 years alongside Yao Xuan, he was well aware of Yao Xuan's formidable strength, which undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 kilograms. It was virtually impossible for Xie to land a blow on Yao Xuan without suffering a significant loss, namely the 5,000 federal coins. 5,000 federal coins. For Tang Wulin, this amount represented nearly a year and a half of his forging income. If Xie truly agreed, wouldn't Brother Xian then strike it rich? While pondering this, Tang Wulin discreetly glanced at Xie, eagerly anticipating his reaction. 5,000 federal coins? No problem, let us proceed. After the fight, I shall transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie nodded almost instinctively and continued speaking. For an ordinary person, 50,000 federal coins is indeed a substantial sum. However, for Xie, the young master of the Xie family from Donghai, it is merely a trifling amount. If it allows him to vent his frustrations properly, it is undoubtedly worth it. Very well, lead the way. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan nodded slightly and subsequently followed Xie toward the central battle hall of Donghai Academy. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the battle hall. A grand space measuring approximately 50 meters in both length and width. The floor was constructed from pressed steel, possessing a hardness comparable to that of refined metals. Additionally, numerous soul-guiding formations were inscribed upon the hall's floor, enhancing its strength to rival that of ordinary thousand-forged metals, albeit lacking the sublime properties inherent to such materials. In terms of durability, the thousand-forged metal is more than sufficient to withstand attacks from typical soul venerates, making it adequate for combat among intermediate department students. For more advanced battles, however, there exist halls of even higher specifications. Xie, an 18th-level battle soul master wielding the martial soul of a light dragon dagger, declared, "I am an agile attack soul master. For the sake of fairness, I shall maintain a distance of 30 meters when we commence the battle. You may begin your preparations now." As he spoke, Xie moved away. Although he harbored a desire to strike Yao Xuan, his noble lineage instilled in him a sense of pride that deterred him from taking advantage of Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, also an 18th-level battle soul master, possessing the martial soul of a lizard dragon, responded, "I look forward to your guidance." Listening to Xie's words, Yao Xuan replied nonchalantly, his disdain for Xie diminishing considerably. Although this fellow possessed a somewhat irritable temperament, looked down upon others, and exhibited a certain arrogance akin to that of a young master, the subtleties revealed that Xie was not the treacherous individual Hmph had described. Rather, he appeared to be an upright young man. Naturally, forging a friendship with someone as aloof as Xie would not be an easy task. However, once one secured Xie's recognition, he would undoubtedly prove to be a trustworthy and dependable friend. At present, though, it seemed that Xie not only had yet to acknowledge Yao Xuan but also harbored considerable anger towards him, even contemplating giving Yao Xuan a beating. In response to this, Yao Xuan remained unperturbed. In the realm of Earth, there is an ancient adage that states, "No fight, no acquaintance." If Xie was unwilling to befriend him, then perhaps a confrontation would suffice. In the original timeline, it appeared that Tang Wulin had similarly forged a friendship with Xie through such means. Chapter 51. Effortless defeat what? Your soul power is also at level 18? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a flicker of surprise appeared in Xie's eyes, and he retorted, "Indeed. Why is it that you are permitted to be at level 18 while I am not?" Gazing at Xie, Yao Xuan stood with his hands at his sides, calmly replying, "Hmph, level 18 is level 18. Yao Xuan, let me tell you, every individual is distinct. Do not assume that because your soul power level matches mine, you can surpass me. Hey, are you prepared?" Xie had already pushed himself to the opposite side of the battle room. After hearing Yao Xuan's words, he scoffed and confidently stated, "What a coincidence, Xie, that is precisely what I wish to convey. I am ready, let us commence." With his gaze sharpening, Yao Xuan looked intently at Xie and spoke, "Very well, I shall demonstrate to you what the true disparity entails. Prepare yourself." As his words fell, Xie propelled himself forward with a swift thrust of his right foot, accelerating like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards Yao Xuan. Concurrently, a faint yellow glow flickered around him, and his right hand swiftly transformed. With his movement, a dagger, approximately 40 centimeters in length, gleaming with a cold light and imbued with a subtle dragoness roar, materialized in his grasp, echoing throughout the combat chamber. Ancestral dragon martial soul, manifest. Seeing Xie charging towards him, Yao Xuan took a step forward, secretly channeling his soul power. Multicolored radiance coalesced around him, coalescing into the shape of the ancestral dragon martial soul. In the next moment, as Yao Xuan invoked it, the ancestral dragon let out a soft roar and soared skyward. Upon reaching its zenith, the ancestral dragon swiftly altered its trajectory, plummeting downwards before accelerating violently, merging into Yao Xuan's crown, enveloped in a gentle multicolored glow, becoming one with his form. With the ancestral dragon martial soul now infused within him, Yao Xuan felt a surge of vitality course through his veins. His skeletal structure expanded slightly, his height increased by nearly 10 centimeters, and a layer of faint dragon scales appeared upon his skin. Though Yao Xuan believed himself significantly more powerful than Xie and could easily defeat him without utilizing his martial soul, he chose to respect Xie by employing the martial soul's enhancement. Understanding Xie's proud nature, Yao Xuan recognized that not using his martial soul would likely lead Xie to feel underestimated, fostering resentment. While he did activate the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan refrained from unleashing the bloodline ability of his right claw's dragon transformation. Against an 18-level soul master like Xie, even with dual martial souls, he felt no need to invoke such powers, so his right arm retained its normal appearance, unaffected by dragon transformation. From a distance, upon witnessing the emergence of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Xie suddenly felt a subtle pulse of trepidation surge within him, causing the light dragon dagger in his hand to tremble slightly, emanating an undercurrent of fear. What is happening? Confounded by the fear emanating from the light dragon dagger, Xie pondered, why would Yao Xuan, merely an 18-level soul master, instill such dread? After all, his own martial soul, the light dragon dagger, possessed a trace of draconic lineage. How could a noble dragon be easily intimidated? Despite his confusion regarding his martial soul's state, Xie's movements did not falter. His figure seemed to blur, leaving behind afterimages. Had an ordinary soul master been present, they would have likely been dizzy from trying to discern his true form. Yet, he was merely an ordinary soul master. In the presence of Yao Xuan, endowed with extraordinary insight and the ancestral dragon martial soul, Xie's figure was utterly exposed. Yao Xuan stood firm, waiting for the opportune moment. Haha, prepare yourself. Observing Yao Xuan's stillness, Xie believed he had successfully disoriented him. A victorious smile creeping across his lips, he then swiftly advanced to Yao Xuan's side, thrusting the light dragon dagger towards Yao Xuan's arm. Too slow. As Xie closed in, Yao Xuan finally moved. He slightly shifted his body, causing Xie's dagger to narrowly miss, not even grazing a hair on Yao Xuan's arm. In an instant, Yao Xuan struck with lightning speed, delivering a gentle yet forceful punch to Xie's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yao Xuan's fist connected with Xie's gut, sending him tumbling backward to the ground, landing heavily. Though Yao Xuan had only exerted a fraction of his strength, Xie, being a fragile, agility-based soul master, lacked the physical resilience to withstand the blow, collapsing to the floor, his insides churning, stars dancing before his eyes. Oh, my apologies. I might have applied a bit too much force. Xie, are you all right? Observing the fallen Xie, Yao Xuan feigned concern as he stepped forward, attempting to assist him. I am fine. Step aside. I can get up on my own. Xie replied defiantly, mustering his strength to prop himself up, though he visibly wavered. Oh, you're fine? That is splendid. I nearly feared I had injured you. Shall we continue? Yao Xuan remarked, maintaining his composure. No. That won't be necessary, I concede. Let us not continue. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, as he began to grasp the reason behind the fear emanating from the light dragon dagger moments ago. Very well, then, we shall not proceed with the fight. Now, Xie, kindly settle my entrance fee of 50,000 federal coins. Acknowledging Xie's concession, Yao Xuan nodded slightly, his mind shifting as he dispelled the state of his martial soul manifestation, then calmly remarked, defeating Xie has granted me 7 golden evolution points. Simultaneously, a somewhat mechanical notification echoed in Yao Xuan's ear. What? An entrance fee of 50,000 federal coins? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie was momentarily taken aback and retorted, Indeed, if you had not promised to pay me a performance fee, why would I accompany you in this endeavor? Do you intend to renege on your word? As he spoke, Yao Xuan clenched his fist. No, Xie stammered, slightly at a loss for words upon observing Yao Xuan's gesture, quickly adding, that's reassuring. By the way, Xie, I noticed you seem a bit unwell. Would you like me to escort you to the school infirmary? Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan gently patted Xie's shoulder and then inquired with concern. Chapter 52. You seem quite agreeable. Shall we become friends? No, it's quite unnecessary. I am perfectly fine. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie repeatedly waved his hands and then responded, It is a relief that you are unscathed. I was worried that I might have exerted too much force and inadvertently caused you harm. If you had truly been injured, it would have been quite unfortunate, especially since we are destined to be roommates for the next 6 years. Upon hearing Xie's response, Yao Xuan spoke again. Should I be thanking you then? Alas, Yao Xuan, your concealment runs deep. This time, it seems I have suffered both financial loss and physical blows. Truly unfortunate. With a hint of melancholy gracing his features, Xie gestured with his hands, exhaling a sigh. In light of this, I feel somewhat guilty for charging you such a sum. How about this? You need not transfer the full 50,000 federal coins to me. Merely half will suffice as my appearance fee. Observing the expression on Xie's face, Yao Xuan felt a pang of compassion and replied, Thank you. However, since I have promised to transfer you 50,000 federal coins, I shall certainly uphold my word. I, Yao Xuan, am not one to go back on my commitments. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie shook his head, declining Yao Xuan's goodwill. However, as he listened to Yao Xuan, an inexplicable reduction in his disdain for him occurred, and he found Yao Xuan increasingly agreeable to behold. Well, in that case, Yao Xuan continued, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. After our skirmish, I have come to realize that you are rather likable. Therefore, let us become friends. Noticing Xie's insistence on gifting him 50,000 Federation coins, Yao Xuan did not refuse further. Instead, he extended his right hand while speaking. What? Yao Xuan's words came so swiftly that Xie momentarily failed to respond, taken aback, and retorted, What do you mean? I mean, Xie, I find you quite agreeable. Let us be friends. After all, we are destined to be roommates for the next 6 years. It is impractical to be at odds with one another daily. Wouldn't you agree? Yao Xuan reiterated, gazing intently into Xie's eyes. All right, good. I am delighted to be your friend, Yao Xuan. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Setting aside his animosity, Xie scrutinized Yao Xuan and found him increasingly amiable. Moreover, the resonance of his martial soul, the radiant dragon dagger, and the shadow dragon dagger emanated waves of affinity towards Yao Xuan. Consequently, Xie swiftly extended his right hand, firmly shaking Yao Xuan's. Xie, I look forward to your guidance as well. Now, let us return. With that, Yao Xuan and Xie engaged in conversation as they made their way back to the dormitory. At noon, during the mealtime, Yao Xuan accompanied Tang Wulin and Xie to the dining hall, where they indulged in a hearty feast. In the East Sea Academy's cafeteria, the seemingly unassuming Tang Wulin exhibited astonishing potential, consuming a staggering 80 large buns in one sitting, nearly doubling the Academy's record and drawing the attention of onlookers. As for Yao Xuan, despite his considerable appetite, the circulation of energy within him moderated his food intake compared to Tang Wulin. He stopped after consuming 30 large buns. Observing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin devour their meals with fervor, Xie's eyes reflected astonishment. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Yao Xuan formally introduced Tang Wulin to Xie. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's martial soul and soul power level, Xie harbored a slight disdain for him in his heart. However, out of respect for Yao Xuan, he extended a friendly handshake to Tang Wulin. Yao Xuan refrained from saying much on the matter, believing that respect from others must be earned through strength. Nonetheless, he was confident that, given Tang Wulin's abilities and character, gaining Xie's acknowledgement and respect would not pose a significant challenge. In the afternoon, the group collaboratively tidied up their dormitory, after which Yao Xuan took Tang Wulin to depart from Donghai Academy, setting their sights on the Blacksmith Association in Donghai City for the assessment of blacksmithing rank. A year prior, Yao Xuan had already surpassed the threshold of 1,000 forges, yet due to the absence of a blacksmith association in Ally City, he had not undergone the rank assessment. Now, having arrived in Donghai City, it was imperative for Yao Xuan to complete this step. Only after passing the assessment could he accept tasks from the Blacksmith Association and, by fulfilling a certain quota of tasks each month, earn additional rewards and benefits. Before leaving Ally City, Meng Tian had repeatedly instructed Yao Xuan to temporarily conceal his prowess as a third-rank blacksmith, advising him to wait until he turned 10 to undertake the professional rank assessment. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin traversed the streets of Donghai City, they noted the vastness of the city compared to Ally City, which rendered it more intricate. However, this complexity posed no challenge for Yao Xuan, who had meticulously studied the map and memorized it through his extraordinary perception, guiding Tang Wulin effortlessly toward the Blacksmith Association. Much like Donghai Academy, the Blacksmith Association was also situated in the heart of Donghai City. After a leisurely half-hour stroll, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin arrived at their destination. The Blacksmith Association was highly recognizable. Even from several hundred meters away, they instantly identified it as a square, gray building that resembled a block of refined metal, making it stand out distinctly. Surrounding the building were large hammer emblems, prominently displayed, ensuring that even in the absence of a signboard, one could not mistake it for anything else. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Blacksmith Association, they were greeted by a 10-meter-high glass wall, at the center of which was a magnificent relief of a colossal hammer, shimmering with a faint golden light that drew the eye. With the advent of mechas and battle armor, the status of blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent was visibly ascending. The creation of premier mechas and battle armor necessitated the finest materials, which, in turn, required the craftsmanship of master blacksmiths. Consequently, the Blacksmith Association emerged as a vital and affluent organization, its significance continually on the rise. In the hall, Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin to the reception desk, where two attendants clad in gray uniforms were seated. "Hello, Young gentleman, are you here to find someone? This is the Blacksmith Association, so please do not wander around. One of the attendants stood up and smiled warmly. No, we are here to undergo the blacksmith rank assessment. Our teacher instructed us to seek out a master named Xinyu for the evaluation, Yao Xuan replied. Listening attentively to the server's words, Yao Xuan responded earnestly. Master Xinyu? Very well. May I inquire if you have ever been in contact with Master Xinyu? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the attendant initially harbored some disbelief. However, upon hearing the name Xinyu, her expression became markedly serious. Xinyu, a distinguished member of the East Sea City Blacksmith Association, would be known only to those well-versed in the craft. Thus, it was evident that these two children were indeed here for a blacksmith-level assessment. Chapter 53, Assessment. Mu Chen's astonishment. Very well. I shall place a call to Master Xin, the attendant stated, while dialing the sole communicator. A minute later, she turned to the two young ones. Master Xin is available. Please follow me. As she spoke, she guided Yu Xian and Tang Wulin to a side of the hall and into the soul elevator. Ding. Moments later, the soul elevator halted on the 15th floor of the Blacksmith Association building. The attendant led Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to Xinyu's office. After ringing the doorbell, a deep voice from within beckoned them to enter. They stepped into the office, which was modest in size, around 30 square meters. Inside, a large wooden table dominated the space, behind which sat a stout middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, with a robust physique, broad shoulders, and notably well-developed biceps. Are you the disciples of Meng Tian? Xinyu inquired, lowering the newspaper in his hands. His curiosity piqued as the two approached. Yes, Masterson, greetings. My teacher instructed me to convey his regards, Yao Xuan replied softly, bowing alongside Tang Wulin. Ah, he has already informed me. I never imagined that Meng Tian, such a lofty individual, would take on disciples. Now, follow me, Xinyu responded, leading Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to the third floor. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the 15th floor, the third floor of the Blacksmith Association buzzed with activity, the clanging sounds of forging echoing throughout. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin filled out their personal information, while Xinyu requested a testing room and ushered them inside. The so-called testing room was essentially a forging chamber. After acclimating to the environment, a middle-aged female assessor entered. The assessment for a first-level blacksmith required the completion of 100 forges. After announcing the rules, the assessor led Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to a storage rack where they could select the metals for their forging. From the rack, Tang Wulin chose the silver he was most familiar with, while Yao Xuan confidently selected the refined gold. Observing their choices, both Xinyu and the assessor displayed expressions of surprise. Silver and refined gold were among the more challenging metals to forge, and it was rare for blacksmiths to opt for them during assessments. One could only wonder if these two youngsters were perhaps overestimating their capabilities. Shall we begin? Yao Xuan inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yes, the assessor nodded in agreement. With the confirmation, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin commenced their forging, activating the forge and raising the temperature for smelting. After more than 10 minutes, once the smelting was complete, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin retrieved the glowing red-hot metal blocks, wielding their forging hammers to begin their work. After successfully forging the refined gold, Yao Xuan had crafted a pair of refined gold hammers for himself, which, like Tang Wulin's yet-to-be-forged silver hammer, possessed the unique ability to strike 4 times with a single swing. Following Meng Tian's guidance, Yao Xuan concealed the identity of his refined gold hammer and instead employed a tungsten steel hammer. Nevertheless, both Xinyu and the assessor were deeply astonished. It was worth noting that even many second-level blacksmiths struggled to wield the 80-kilogram tungsten steel hammer, let alone 2 9-year-old children. Such strength was indeed remarkable, suggesting that they were not merely grasping at straws. Once they completed their initial strikes, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin proceeded with the forging, rhythmically striking the metals before them. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated throughout the forging chamber. Excellent! Excellent! Observing the fluidity of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's movements, their focused gazes, and composed expressions, the assessor and Xinyu could not help but nod appreciatively. Achieving this level of proficiency assuredly indicated that they would complete the 100 forges without difficulty. These children are undoubtedly geniuses, Xinyu mused. Both silver and refined gold were notoriously difficult to forge, and even second-level blacksmiths might struggle with them. Yet, witnessing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's adept actions and serene demeanor made it clear that they would face little trouble in this endeavor. This suggested that their capabilities surpassed those of mere first-level blacksmiths, likely reaching the level of second-level blacksmiths. A 9-year-old second-level blacksmith was indeed a remarkable rarity. Meng Tian had truly taken on two exceptional disciples. Xin Yu's thoughts remained fixated on Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's performance. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Blacksmith Association, the elevator doors opened once more with a chime, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man, dressed in a silver-gray suit, exuded an air of authority, showcasing a robust physique and a metal pin to his left chest. The metal's golden background featured a prominent forging hammer at its center, surrounded by 8 stars. Any blacksmith present would be astounded by this medal, as the 8 stars denoted that the middle-aged man was an 8-star holy blacksmith within the entire Douluo Continent. There existed only one 9-star divine craftsman, with 8-star holy blacksmiths ranking just below him, a rarity indeed. Beside this middle-aged man stood a young girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, clad in a fitted outfit, tall and slender, with a striking golden ponytail and bright, expressive eyes. Upon their arrival, a staff member promptly rose and bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully addressing them. "Greetings, President. Miss Mushi, good afternoon. Yes, I am here to bring Mushi for the second-level blacksmith assessment. Please summon an assessor," the middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. He was none other than the 8-star holy blacksmith, Mu Qin, the president of the East Sea City branch of the Blacksmith Association. "Understood. Please hold on a moment while I make the arrangements." Upon hearing Mu Qin's words, the staff member nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Mu Qin's brow suddenly twitched, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. In the air, he caught a series of crisp, harmonious tapping sounds, both the rhythm and frequency exceptionally pleasing to the ear, instilling a sense of comfort. "Is someone conducting a level 4 or above blacksmithing assessment?" he inquired, slightly lifting his gaze towards the staff member. "No, not at all. However, Master Xin Yu just brought 2 children over for a level 1 blacksmithing assessment," the staff member replied, somewhat bewildered. "Just a level 1 blacksmith?" Mu Qin mused, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He then turned to Mushi and said, "You should head to the testing room to prepare. I will take a look." Chapter 54, Mu Qin's Thoughts. "Yes, father." Mushi, though curious, had to focus on her impending level 2 blacksmithing assessment and could not afford to be distracted. Parting ways with his daughter, Mu Qin followed the sound to the testing room where Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were located. He squinted his eyes and listened intently to the sounds of forging within the chamber. Is that the metal entering a state of fusion? It is quite rare for a level 1 blacksmith to achieve such a feat. Nodding slightly, Mu Qin's eyes reflected approval. As an 8-star master craftsman, his sensitivity to forging had reached an extraordinary level. He could discern hints merely from the sounds produced by Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Though Yao Xuan had not undergone 1,000 temperings, the result of prolonged tempering had led him to unconsciously resonate with the exquisite gold before him, entering a remarkable state, which is the foundation of 1,000 temperings. Despite his curiosity, Mu Qin refrained from entering the forging room. Even as the president, he lacked the authority to do so. Nevertheless, within his heart, he secretly nurtured an appreciation for talent. By the way, who was testing in room 3? Returning to the front desk, Mu Qin approached the staff member responsible for registration and curiously inquired, "President, in room 3, the assessment is being conducted by Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, under the guidance of Master Xin. Listening to Mu Qin's words, the staff member respectfully responded and deftly clicked a few buttons to retrieve the data sheet, presenting it to Mu Qin. It turned out to be a subordinate of Old Xin. No wonder, no wonder. 9 years old. Gazing at the information before him, a flicker of relief momentarily appeared in Mu Qin's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment as he uttered a soft exclamation. "Is there an error in your registration regarding this 9-year-old? Are those 2 blacksmiths currently being tested truly only 9 years old?" Turning to the staff, Mu Qin inquired with curiosity. To him, it seemed implausible that individuals capable of such high-level craftsmanship could be as young as 9. They ought to be at least 19. "Honorable President, our records are indeed accurate. We verified them at the time. We too find it hard to believe that such young children can undergo the blacksmith level assessment." Upon hearing Mu Qin's inquiry, the staff member responded with complete candor. 9 years old, merely 9 years of age. Such a prodigy, I must certainly meet them in person. Listening to the words of the staff, Mu Qin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a look of incredulity. From the sound of the hammering just moments ago, he had already deduced that the unknown blacksmith, though not yet at the 3rd tier, was but a step away from mastering the art of forging. If he were indeed only 9 years old, it would be nothing short of a miracle in the annals of forging history. How could Mu Qin not desire to meet such a prodigious blacksmith in person? Moreover, Mu Chen resolved silently within himself that if the opportunity arose, he would certainly take this blacksmith as his apprentice and pass on his legacy. Ding ding! Just as Mu Chen was lost in astonishment, the soul guiding communicator at his waist chimed, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Father, I am ready. Can you come over now? Came the voice of Mu Shi. Yes. I'm in room 6 for the test. Taking out the communicator, Mu Chen heard her voice clearly. All right, I shall come at once. As he spoke, he turned to the staff and solemnly instructed, when Xinyu and those 2 young ones emerge, have them rest at the Blacksmith Association and inform them that I wish to see them. You wish to see them? Listening to Mu Chen's words, the staff member was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I'm not jesting. As he spoke, Mu Chen proceeded towards the number 6 forging chamber. Meanwhile, in the No. 3 forging chamber, the time had come. Accompanied by the evaluator's voice, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin ceased their forging hammers in succession. After an hour of forging, the precious metal before Yao Xuan and the dense silver before Tang Wulin had both diminished in size, emanating an extraordinary luster, clearly indicative of having undergone 100 forges. Approaching the 2 pieces of metal, the evaluator meticulously conducted an inspection and ultimately rendered his verdict. Without a doubt, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had successfully passed the assessment for the rank of junior forger. My esteemed masters, we wish to continue our application for the assessment of intermediate forger. They respectfully bowed to the evaluator and Xinyu, making their request. Very well, that poses no issue. By the way, my young friends, are you capable of forging medium-sized components? Upon hearing the words of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, the evaluator nodded in acknowledgement and inquired further. Generally speaking, a level 2 blacksmith is required to perform 100 forges on 10 different metals. However, such an assessment would be excessively taxing. Therefore, as long as one can forge a single medium-sized component using metal forged 100 times, it is considered a successful completion of the level 2 blacksmith evaluation. Certainly, this is feasible. Listening to the words of the evaluator, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin nodded in agreement. Excellent. You may commence, the evaluator said with a smile, gesturing for them to begin. With the evaluator's approval, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin once again wielded their forging hammers, commencing their work. 40 minutes later, having completed the forging of their respective components, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin executed the task with the ease born from countless repetitions. Well done. Congratulations, you have passed the evaluation and successfully advanced to level 2 blacksmiths. Your foundational skills are exceptionally solid. Continue to strive for excellence in the future. After inspecting the works of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, the blacksmith announced the results with a beaming smile and extended his congratulations to them, then turned to Xinyu and said with a grin, You have gained 2 excellent apprentices. These 2 are not my disciples. They are students of the esteemed Mang Tian from Ally City, Xinyu replied, shaking his head. Mang Tian, that fellow? Listening to Xinyu's words, a hint of astonishment appeared on the face of the middle-aged female evaluator. Indeed, it is him. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin. Although these 2 pieces of metal are the fruits of your forging efforts, the Forgers Association will unconditionally take possession of them as the outcome of the assessment and retain them. You have no objections, do you? Xinyu explained, turning to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. None. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin shook their heads. That is good. Let us proceed, Xinyu remarked, leading the way. After expressing their gratitude once more to the evaluator, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin followed Xinyu out of the forge and towards the hall. Chapter 55. Yao Xuan, do you wish to take me as your mentor? Ah. Esteemed President, Miss Mu Shi, what brings you both here? Upon entering the hall and beholding the 2 figures before him, a hint of surprise flickered across Xinyu's countenance. He then respectfully bowed to Master Mu Chun and inquired, Yao Xuan, Wulin, this is our esteemed president of the East Sea Blacksmith Association, the 8-star Master Craftsman. Master Mu Chun. Do not hesitate to greet Master Mu Chun. Subsequently, Xinyu turned to introduce Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Greetings, Master Mu Chun. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both bowed respectfully to Mu Chun, then greeted him warmly. Haha, dear children. There is no need to be overly formal. You may simply call me Uncle Mu Chun, he replied with a genial smile. By the way, what are your names? Looking at the 2 before him, Mu Chun inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Uncle Mu Chun, my name is Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, they responded. Upon hearing Mu Chun's inquiry, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin responded in succession. Oh, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, splendid names indeed. Young ones, have you come here today to partake in the level 2 blacksmith assessment? With a slight nod, Mu Chen continued to question them. Yes. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin replied in unison. Excellent. I believe, given your capabilities, you must have successfully passed the assessment. Am I correct? With a gentle smile. Mu Chen inquired further. Indeed, we both passed, Uncle Mu Chen, Yao Xuan affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Xinyu, I must say, I never anticipated that you would take on such remarkable disciples. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mu Chen's smile deepened as he turned to Xinyu and spoke, Esteemed President. They are not my disciples. Rather, they are the apprentices of the esteemed Master Meng Tian from Ally City. Observing Mu Chen's gaze upon him, Xinyu also waved his hand in response, saying, they are disciples of Master Meng Tian, I see. Listening to Xinyu's words, Mu Chen furrowed his brow. If the two youths before him were Sun Yu's disciples, then taking them as his own apprentices would merely be a matter of words. However, if they were disciples of Meng Tian, it would present a slight complication, albeit a minor one. President, what troubles you? Have they caught your eye? Xinyu inquired. Curiosity evident in his expression. Indeed, 2 9-year-old level 2 blacksmiths, surely you comprehend the significance of that? Mu Chen retorted, sending a pointed glance at Xinyu, while extending his spiritual energy to sense the states of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. How is that possible? A flicker of incredulity crossed Mu Chen's eyes as he swept his spiritual energy over Yao Xuan, but he quickly masked his expression. Relying on his mastery as an 8th-level sacred craftsman, with a slight exertion of his soul power, he enveloped both himself and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. His eyes glinted with fervor as Mu Chen fixed his gaze on Yao Xuan. Certainly, Uncle Mu Chen. Yao Xuan replied, sensing the earnestness in Mu Chen's demeanor and nodding slightly. Have you already completed 1,000 temperings? Rest assured, I have isolated our conversation with soul power. No third party will overhear us. After a brief pause, Mu Chen continued, his voice laced with urgency. Yes, I have indeed completed 1,000 temperings. But, Uncle Mu Chen, how did you discern that? A spark of curiosity lit Yao Xuan's eyes as he countered. From your spiritual energy, I detected the scent of refined gold. Only a blacksmith who has completed 1,000 temperings and truly interacted with metals would exhibit such a transformation in their spiritual energy. A 9-year-old level 3 blacksmith, my goodness. After addressing Yao Xuan's question, Mu Chen could not help but exclaim thrice, his face finally regaining its composure. I may have lost my composure, but I must tell you. A 9-year-old level 3 blacksmith is unprecedented in the annals of Douluo Continent. You are a true prodigy in blacksmithing. And to call you a genius would not be an exaggeration. Thus, Yao Xuan, would you be willing to take me as your master? Struggling to contain his inner joy and excitement, Mu Chen endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he posed the question. Uncle Mu Chen, you are an 8-star sacred craftsman. I would be honored to take you as my master. However, in the realm of blacksmithing, I already have a mentor, Master Meng Tian, and I must seek his counsel. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan also responded. To respect one's teacher and value the way is commendable. Rest assured, I shall have a special discussion with your mentor Meng Tian, as long as you have no objections. With that, Mu Chen proceeded to lift the seal on the soul power. What did Uncle Mu Chen ask you? Tang Wulin inquired curiously upon Yao Xuan's reappearance. Oh, it's nothing. If all goes as expected, you will find out shortly. Yao Xuan whispered in Tang Wulin's ear. All right, I shall wait a little longer then. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin ceased his inquiries and fell into a contemplative silence. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin engaged in their hushed conversation on the other side, Mu Chen had obtained the sole communicator number of Meng Tian from Xinyu. He dialed the number quietly and once more summoned his soul power to create a barrier around him. Hello, this is Meng Tian from the Meng Tian Forge. May I ask who is calling? Meng Tian stared at the unfamiliar number on the communicator, momentarily taken aback, yet he proceeded to answer the call. Greetings. I am Mu Chen, the president of the Forging Association in East Sea City, an 8-star master craftsman. Listening to Meng Tian's words, MCH and also introduced himself. It turned out he was President M, whose esteemed name had long preceded him. President M must be calling regarding the 2 children, Yao Xuan and WLN. Am I correct? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian responded with utmost respect and inquired, despite harboring a certain pride. His heart brimmed only with admiration for Mu Chen, the legendary figure in the realm of forging. Indeed, Meng Tian, you conceal your depths remarkably well. A level 3 forger at the tender age of 9, how admirable. May I ask, how did you cultivate such a prodigy? Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, MCHN also spoke to confirm, then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, a level 3 blacksmith? How did you discern that Yao Xuan is a level 3 blacksmith? I distinctly instructed him not to reveal his prowess as a level 3 blacksmith too early. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. Oh, Yao Xuan did not reveal his prowess as a level 3 blacksmith. It is merely that after completing 1,000 forges, a certain trace of the blacksmith's mental energy remains, which I happen to discern. Rest assured, aside from myself, he has not disclosed his attainment as a level 3 blacksmith to anyone else. Noticing Mang Tian's inquiry, Mu Chen remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating the matter. Chapter 56, Apprenticeship to Mu Chen that is indeed reassuring. If his talent had been exposed at such an early stage, I believe it would not bode well for Yao Xuan. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart now at ease. You are indeed correct. Those malevolent cults would undoubtedly oppose the emergence of a second divine craftsman within the Sun Moon Federation. Recently, the Holy Spirit sect has shown signs of resurgence, orchestrating numerous attacks and assassinations. Should Yao Xuan's exceptional talent be revealed, it would inevitably attract their lethal intentions. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian concurred, the second divine craftsman? Do you truly believe? Listening to Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian's tone became equally fervent. Indeed, given Yao Xuan's exceptional talent, if another divine craftsman were to emerge on the Douluo Continent, aside from him, I truly cannot conceive of another candidate. Mr. Mang Tian, I earnestly present to your request. I wish to take Yao Xuan as my disciple, imparting to him the knowledge of forging and guiding him on the path of the divine craftsman. Responding to Mang Tian, Mu Chen did not withhold his praises for Yao Xuan and then spoke with utmost sincerity, to take him as my disciple. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian felt a profound sense of comfort, yet a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. After all, Yao Xuan was a prodigy he had meticulously nurtured for 3 years. Surrendering him so easily left him with a sense of discontent. Nevertheless, he understood that Mu Chen's willingness to accept Yao Xuan as a disciple was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, one that would greatly benefit Yao Xuan's future development. Indeed, Mr. Mang Tian, as a 6th-level master craftsman, you are undoubtedly capable of guiding Yao Xuan through the trials of forging and even spiritual forging. However, when it comes to the soul forging stage, it may prove challenging for you to continue assisting him. In contrast, I possess the ability to provide him with ample guidance even when he endeavors to challenge the sacred craftsman level. Furthermore, should the day arise when Yao Xuan aspires to confront the celestial forge, I can enlist the esteemed Master Jinhua, my senior brother, to offer his invaluable insights. I comprehend your reluctance, but for the sake of the forging realm and the future of Douluo Continent, I earnestly implore you to permit Yao Xuan to become my disciple. Rest assured, you will remain his teacher, with me merely stepping in to instruct him in your stead. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Additionally, I am aware that due to insufficient soul power, you sustained injuries during your attempt at spiritual forging, rendering you unable to break through for a lifetime. If you allow Yao Xuan to study under me, I can seek out spiritual materials to aid in your healing. What do you think? Mu Chen, the president of the East Sea City Forging Master Association, articulated his thoughts with clarity and depth, his emotion sincere. Under his persuasive reasoning, Mang Tian began to waver. Yes, Yao Xuan was indeed his disciple, yet he was also a treasure born of the forging realm, a gem of the Douluo Continent. If his selfishness were to hinder Yao Xuan's growth, he would surely be remembered as a villain throughout the ages. Moreover, Mu Chen assured him that even though Yao Xuan would become his disciple, he would still be recognized as Yao Xuan's teacher, thus not diminishing Mang Tian's contributions. As compensation, Mu Chen offered to treat his chronic ailment, making the terms quite reasonable. Very well, President Mu Chen, I consent to Yao Xuan becoming your disciple. For the sake of Yao Xuan's development and the future of the forging realm, I cannot afford to be overly selfish. After a moment's contemplation, Mang Tian finally reached his decision and conveyed it through the soul communicator. Thank you, Mr. Mang Tian. On behalf of the forging community, I express my gratitude for your generosity and understanding. Listening to Mang Tian's words, Mu Chen let out a sigh of relief and then expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. It is what I ought to do. By the way, President Mu Chen, I would like to recommend my other disciple, Tang Wulin, to seek you as his mentor. Although his talent may not match that of Yao Xuan, at the age of 9, he has already achieved the rank of a level 2 blacksmith, and he is merely a step away from attaining level 3. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian continued, Tang Wulin? Oh, indeed. That young man's talent can truly be regarded as exceptional. I shall grant you your request. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Mu Chen suddenly recalled Tang Wulin, who had come to the assessment with Yao Xuan. Tang Wulin undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent and was entirely deserving of becoming his disciple, with the potential to strive for the rank of a saint craftsman. However, under the overwhelming impact of Yao Xuan's 1,000 forges, he had momentarily forgotten this matter. Now, with Meng Tian's reminder, Mu Chen naturally could not refuse such a request. Thank you, President Mu. I shall not take up more of your time, he expressed. Seeing Mu Chen's willingness to accept Tang Wulin as a disciple, Meng Tian was delighted and said, no trouble at all. When the time comes, do visit East Sea City. I will arrange for a healing soul master to diagnose you and procure spiritual materials to assist in your treatment. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Meng Tian, Mu Chen finally ended the call and approached Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, Meng Tian has already agreed for you to become my disciple. Additionally, Wulin, your talent is commendable as well. I wish to take you as my apprentice, and Meng Tian has concurred with this. Are you willing to accept me as your master? He inquired with a smile, gazing at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. I am willing, Uncle Mu Chen. Tang Wulin replied eagerly, listening to Mu Chen's words. A glimmer of light flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes, and he subsequently replied, all right, all right. However, from now on, there is no need to call me Uncle Mu Chen. You should address me as master. Looking at the figures of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin before him, Mu Chen cheerfully reminded, greetings, master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin exchanged knowing glances and respectfully bowed to him. Then, they obediently called out, all right, all right. Mu Chen continued, allow me to introduce this young lady. She is your senior sister and also my daughter, Mu Shi, currently a 5th-year student at EC Academy. Today, she has just successfully passed the assessment to become a level 2 blacksmith. By the way, you are also students of EC Academy. So Mu Shi is indeed your senior. Turning around and pointing to the girl behind him, Mu Chen smiled as he spoke. Yes, we are all students of EC Academy. Senior sister Mu Shi, greetings. Yao Xuan said as he looked at the young lady before him, while Tang Wulin beside him also offered his greetings to Mu Shi. Hello, my 2 junior brothers. Mu Shi beamed. Hee. If you encounter any bullying at EC Academy, you can come to me. I will protect you. Mu Shi's cheerful demeanor was infectious as she addressed Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Thank you very much, senior sister Mu Shi. Although Yao Xuan believed that there was no student from the intermediate department who could bully him, he graciously accepted Mu Shi's goodwill without any intention of refuting her. Mu Shi, what you said sounds like a gang leader. Mu Chen chided her with a playful glare, then turned to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, explaining with a smile, however, if you do encounter any trouble at school, you can indeed seek her help. Her reputation there is quite formidable. Chapter 57. Mu Shi's Challenge. The appearance of Wu Changkong having gained the recognition of the significant figure, Mu Chen. Yao Xuan received a notification from the system indicating he had acquired 50 golden evolution points. By the way, Yao Xuan, Wulin, do you have soul guide numbers? With a smile on his face, Mu Chen suddenly inquired of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Master, we do not possess any. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin exchanged subtle shakes of their heads. The price of a single soul communicator exceeds 10,000 federal coins. While neither Yao Xuan nor Tang Wulin could be considered financially incapable, it was evident that such an expenditure was far from a prudent investment in their eyes. In that case, allow me to gift these 2 items to you, a small token of my appreciation, Mu Chen declared, as a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing 2 exquisite soul communicators. Thank you, master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin expressed their gratitude respectfully, extending their hands to receive the items, each taking one to wear. Now, please record my soul communicator number. Should you encounter any significant troubles, do not hesitate to contact me. In 2 days, you may return here to collect your forging metals, after which you will be able to accept tasks from the Blacksmith Association. In the meantime, continue your personal training. And every Saturday afternoon, come together here, and I shall provide unified guidance for half a day. Furthermore, I must remind you not to neglect your soul power cultivation. In any profession, without formidable soul power, reaching the pinnacle is unattainable. Especially you, Wulin, you must devote more effort to your soul power training. Observing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin before him, Mu Chen patiently instructed them. Thank you, master, for your teachings. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, will certainly keep them close to heart. Upon hearing the responses from Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Mushi approached, her tone somewhat defiant as she declared, Yao Xuan, I wish to challenge you to a forging competition. As the favored daughter of heaven, Mushi had long been regarded as a prodigy in the realm of forging. Having achieved the status of a second-tier forger at the tender age of 13, even Mu Chun acknowledged that she had surpassed him at that age. Today marked a momentous occasion for Mushi as she successfully advanced to the rank of second-tier forger, a day that should have been filled with joy. However, the unexpected emergence of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin shattered her achievement, particularly as Yao Xuan was mistakenly perceived by his father as a fourth-tier forger. Driven by a competitive spirit cultivated since childhood, Mushi felt a burning desire to ascertain the true extent of Yao Xuan's abilities. Shir, do not be troublesome. Upon hearing Mushi's words, Mu Chun cast her a reproachful glance. Father, I merely wish to exchange some insights on forging with Yao Xuan. My intentions are purely innocent. In response to Mu Chun's scrutinizing gaze, Mushi hastily clarified her position. Alas, very well, Mu Chun conceded, though he could perceive the genuine thoughts concealed within his daughter's eyes. Nevertheless, reflecting upon the matter, he considered that Mushi's journey in forging had been somewhat too smooth. Thus, a minor setback earlier that day might not be detrimental to her growth. Consequently, he ultimately refrained from dissuading her. Senior Mushi, it is indeed an honor to compete with you. However, Wulin and I must return to report. Might I suggest that when I come to learn forging from the master this weekend, we could discuss it further then? Listening to Mushi's words, Yao Xuan also spoke in response. Very well, then it's settled. A promise is a promise. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mushi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin departed from the Blacksmith Association, returning to Donghai Intermediate Academy. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, students from both the intermediate and advanced departments gathered in the vast central square of Donghai Academy. Once all the students had assembled, the academy's principal, an elderly man named Yu, approximately 60 years of age and wearing spectacles, ascended the podium to deliver a speech. This eloquent principal Yu spoke for a full 15 minutes without notes before concluding. Following his address, the other students exited in succession, leaving only the first-year students of the intermediate department to await their class assignments. The process of class allocation was straightforward. Prior to this, the students' abilities, innate soul power, soul spirits, martial souls, and mental attributes had all been thoroughly assessed, and they were categorized based on a specific algorithm. Now, it was merely a matter of announcing the results. Stepping up to the podium, Long Hongshu offered a few encouraging words before commencing the class assignments. As anticipated, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Shou Changxi were all placed in Class 5, the least favorable class. Upon learning the outcome, both Xie and Zhou Changxi displayed expressions of regret, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin remained unfazed. With that, the respective homeroom teachers led their students back to their classrooms to familiarize themselves with the academy. Once the class assignments were concluded, Long Hongshu applauded, and 5 teachers emerged. One of them, a strikingly handsome teacher with lake blue hair, approached Class 5. The students, aside from Yao Xuan, momentarily paused in surprise upon seeing him. The homeroom teacher was indeed exceptionally handsome, standing at around 6 feet tall, with a slender, upright figure, penetrating black eyes, and clad in a white robe. His waist-length hair cascading behind him, exuding an ethereal presence. Though his face bore no expression and his gaze was somewhat cold, he was none other than Wu Changkong. Wow, our teacher is so handsome. Several girls whispered to one another, gazing at Wu Changkong. Follow me, he said lightly as he approached the students, a chill emanating from his presence. Almost all the students shivered at the icy aura radiating from Wu Changkong, with only Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin remaining unaffected. Noticing this, Wu Changkong's expression shifted slightly as he led the way to the classroom after conducting a brief assessment of the students. Given that Class 5 was the lowest tier, their classroom was located on the ground floor, situated at the innermost section, reflecting the principle of supremacy for powerful soul masters, intended to motivate the students to strive diligently. Upon entering the classroom, they found 30 sets of desks and chairs, with a podium at the front and a blackboard. Take your seats, Wu Changkong instructed coolly from the podium. Yao Xuan chose a seat in the second row, flanked by Xie and Tang Wulin on either side. I am Wu Changkong. For the next 6 years, I will be your homeroom teacher, he stated, his gaze sweeping over the students. Those who had been conversing felt a chill run down their spines and promptly silenced themselves, the room falling into a hushed stillness as Wu Changkong began to introduce himself, writing his name on the blackboard. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, your name, soul power, martial soul, and future aspirations. You start, he said, pointing to the first student in the front row. Chapter 58. Good, full of spirit. I am Yun Xiao. My martial soul is the star disc, soul power level 12. And my goal is to become a wise support-type soul master. The first student, a slender boy, stammered as he stood up to introduce himself. Next, Wu Changkong replied with a slight nod, offering no further comment. One by one, the students stood to introduce themselves until it was Tang Wulin's turn. Tang Wulin. My martial soul is blue-silver grass, level 12, and my aspiration is to become a powerful soul master, he stated earnestly as he rose. Blue-silver grass. A useless martial soul, and you wish to become a powerful soul master? How amusing. A discordant voice rang out from the back of the classroom during Tang Wulin's introduction. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a piece of chalk was expertly thrown by Wu Changkong, striking the student who had mocked Tang Wulin, causing him to gag. Wu Changkong's icy voice followed. Remember this. In this world, there are no useless martial souls, only useless individuals. Before you label others as worthless, consider your own character. You think you aren't worthless, yet you ended up here? Continue. Yao Xuan, my martial soul is Lizard Dragon, level 18. And my goal is to become a strong soul master and battle armor master, Yao Xuan stated, rising to speak. Listening to Yao Xuan's introduction, the other students cast envious glances his way. Achieving level 18 at the tender age of 9 is an extraordinary feat, with just 2 more levels. He would ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master and acquire his second soul skill. Reaching level 18 by the age of 9 marks him as a prodigy. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, advancing to Soul Sage before the age of 15 and gaining admission to an esteemed academy would be almost a foregone conclusion. Oh, your soul power is at level 18? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Then, for the first time, he spoke up and inquired. Yao Xuan, please tell me, how were you assigned to Class 5? Someone bullied my good friend Tang Wulin, and after I had a confrontation with them, I violated the school rules, which led Director Long to reassign me to Class 5. Upon hearing Wu Changkong's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded candidly. Fighting? So that is the case. Indeed, by following my guidance, you will encounter numerous opportunities for combat and practical experience. Please, take a seat. With a slight nod, Wu Changkong signaled for Yao Xuan to sit down. Following Yao Xuan was Xie, whose remarkable level of 18 astonished the entire class once more. 2 students at level 18. Such prowess was typically expected only from those in the first class. Long Hengxi was truly a shrewd strategist. Observing the levels of Yao Xuan and Xie, Wu Changkong was well aware of Long Hengxi's intentions. However, for Wu Changkong, he was more than willing to mentor those with exceptional talent. Indeed, although you have all joined Class 5, each of you possesses a fervent desire to grow stronger. And I am quite pleased. My objective over the next 6 years is to cultivate you into the strongest among your peers. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Once all the students had been introduced, Wu Changkong returned to the center of the stage and spoke once again. Yes, came the response. Apart from Yao Xuan and Xie's assertive voices, the replies from the other students were somewhat muted. I cannot hear you once more. As the students' responses reached his ears, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wu Changkong's face, and a faint chill emanated from him. The students, feeling the icy aura, instinctively raised their voices slightly in an attempt to counteract the subtle coldness. Lacking vigor, such feeble utterances, yet aspiring to become formidable soul masters? Gazing at the students before him, Wu Changkong's icy demeanor intensified, causing even Tang Wulin to shiver slightly, while only Yao Xuan remained composed. In response to the dual provocation of the cold atmosphere and Wu Changkong's words, the classmates answered this time with an almost shouting fervor. Excellent, quite spirited. Listening to the words of his classmates, Wu Changkong nodded in satisfaction. You all have confidence. That is commendable. Tomorrow morning, we will commence formal classes. My teaching methodology will markedly differ from that of other instructors. If you fear hardship, exhaustion, pain, or injury, I suggest you transfer or find a way to change classes. However, should you choose to remain, prepare yourselves mentally for rigorous training. I hope you will exhibit the same spirited enthusiasm during practice as you did today. Very well. Class dismissed. With that, Wu Changkong turned and departed the classroom, leaving behind a flurry of animated discussions among the students. The next morning marked the official beginning of classes. Most of your courses will be delivered by me, he declared. Now, everyone, please rise and follow me to the playground. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and checkered trousers, Wu Changkong coldly commanded, silence formed two lines, observing the somewhat chaotic students. He remained unperturbed and issued his instructions calmly. Under Wu Changkong's formidable presence, the students obediently arranged themselves into two lines, silencing their chatter. I mentioned yesterday that my teaching approach is unlike that of other teachers, who primarily focus on theory and practice. My instruction is rooted in practical combat, as it is the most effective means to enhance one's abilities. Today's first lesson is practical combat. You will pair off for sparring, and I will serve as the referee. It will be a single elimination format. Let me assess your capabilities to devise a training plan for each of you. As the students formed their lines, Wu Changkong continued. Teacher Wu, do I also need to engage in combat as a support-type soul master? Timidly inquired a student named Yun Xiao, whose martial spirit was the star plate. Of course, Wu Changkong replied. Consider this. If you were on the battlefield and declared yourself a support-type soul master, would the enemy spare you? Moving forward, I expect no dissent regarding my commands, or else. He released a chilling aura, causing Yun Xiao to shudder involuntarily. There will be consequences. Now, let the matches commence. He gestured towards the first pair of students, who were none other than Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. Hmph, Tang Wulin. Last time Yao Xuan assisted you. This time, without his protection, I shall teach you a lesson. Zhou Changxi said, cracking his knuckles. Bring it on. I will not lose. Tang Wulin retorted defiantly. Begin. There are no rules. Knock down your opponent using any means necessary. No need to hold back. With me here, no one will be harmed. Wu Changkong announced as the battle commenced. With the signal to start, Zhou Changxi summoned his soul power, and a lively brown monkey appeared on his shoulder. This monkey was his 10-year spirit. Upon releasing his spirit, Zhou Changxi activated his first soul skill and charged aggressively at Tang Wulin. Despite not matching Zhou Changxi's size, Tang Wulin remained unafraid, silently throwing a punch. With a strength of 500 kilograms, he was confident that he would not be outmatched by any of his contemporaries outside of Yao Xuan. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, and to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly slight Tang Wulin stood his ground, while the towering Zhou Changxi was forced to retreat 3 steps, his expression one of disbelief. Instantly, the glances directed at Tang Wulin shifted from disdain to a newfound respect, while Xie regarded him with interest, realizing that Yao Xuan's protege possessed considerable skill. Seizing the momentum, Tang Wulin pressed forward, delivering a series of punches that ultimately eliminated Zhou Changxi. Tang Wulin wins. Next group. Wu Changkong coldly instructed as Zhou Changxi exited the stage, humiliated. One by one, the students showcased their skills until it was Yao Xuan's turn. Facing off against Li Chushui, whose martial spirit was a black cat. As expected, Li Chushui was swiftly defeated by Yao Xuan's single strike, contributing to Yao Xuan's tally of golden evolution points. The next round commenced, and Yao Xuan's opponent was Han Lan, a formidable student with a 13-level earth element spirit. Yet, even against Han Lan, Yao Xuan remained overwhelmingly dominant, refraining from using his soul skills. Simply by activating his martial spirit, he effortlessly shattered Han Lan's stone prison and approached her, compelling her to concede. After 2 rounds of combat, only 5 students remained, Yao Xuan, Xie, Tang Wulin, and 2 others. Following a brief intermission, the 3rd round began, and by sheer coincidence, Xie and Tang Wulin faced the remaining 2 students, defeating them both, leaving only Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, your opponent is me, Wu Changkong stated, pointing at him. Teacher Wu, this seems rather unfair, Yao Xuan replied. Though he felt a surge of anticipation, I believe it is quite fair. Rest assured, I will not overpower you. I will only employ my 18th level soul power and first soul skill. Furthermore, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you will be deemed the victor. Wu Changkong asserted confidently. Understood, Teacher Wu. Upon hearing Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan ceased to hesitate and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Now, let the battle commence. Almost instantaneously as the announcement was made, a glimmer of blue light flickered in Wu Changkong's hand. Streams of spiritual energy converged, manifesting into an elegantly elongated sword, shimmering with a faint blue radiance, exuding an aura of icy chill. This was none other than Wu Changkong's martial spirit. The Heavenly Frost Sword. How magnificent. Indeed, what a striking sword. Such powerful energy. The onlookers pondered whether Yao Xuan could withstand a strike from their esteemed teacher. As they observed Wu Changkong's imminent attack, whispers of admiration and envy flickered in their eyes. With the appearance of the Frost Sword, a subtle chill enveloped Wu Changkong, who suddenly accelerated, stepping forward and unleashing a strike, slicing through the air with a crisp blue sword light. laden with boundless cold. Aimed at Yao Xuan's midsection. That was incredibly fast. Yao Xuan internally marveled at Wu Changkong's prowess. Despite suppressing his spiritual power to the 18th level and not exerting himself fully, Wu Changkong's combat capabilities were still vastly superior to Yao Xuan's current state. Though astonished, Yao Xuan did not falter. He retreated while fervently channeling his spiritual energy. In contrast to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan's summoning of his martial spirit was noticeably delayed. Only after Wu Changkong's strike did the nine-colored brilliance begin to coalesce before forming the ethereal image of the ancestral dragon martial spirit before his right hand. Ancestral dragon. Manifest. With a quiet command, the ancestral dragon spirit soared upward, accelerating toward Yao Xuan's crown, yet simultaneously, Wu Changkong's heavenly frost sword drew closer. Imbued with an icy aura. Ancestral dragon shattering step. Observing Wu Changkong's strike, Yao Xuan had yet to fully summon his martial spirit. Instead, he harnessed the innate abilities of his bloodline, utilizing his blood vitality to deftly sidestep the impending blow, evading the sword by a narrow margin. Wu Changkong expressed mild surprise, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Yao Xuan, merely a soul master, could execute such an intricate maneuver. Impressive. He actually dodged it. Indeed, while I could hardly perceive the shadow of Wu Laosher's sword, Yao Xuan managed to evade it. Truly remarkable. I wish I possessed such strength. The admiration and envy in the eyes of his classmates were palpable. Even Xie felt a twinge of astonishment. Despite being a dual martial spirit soul master of the agility attack type, Xie was not entirely confident in his ability to evade Wu Changkong's strike. Revealing Yao Xuan's strength surpassed his expectations. While his classmates gazed at him with admiration, Yao Xuan remained dissatisfied with his own performance. His control over his martial spirit paled in comparison to Wu Changkong's. It took him until Wu Changkong had already unleashed his sword before he could complete his martial spirit manifestation. In a genuine life and death battle, such a delay would be fatal. As Yao Xuan reflected, the ancestral dragon spirit had already descended from the air, merging with his body. Simultaneously, a layer of shimmering, faintly nine-colored scales emerged on Yao Xuan's skin, causing his power and aura to surge significantly. Sensing the escalation in Yao Xuan's energy, Wu Changkong's eyes widened in surprise. Yao Xuan's current aura rivaled that of the weaker Soul Emperors. Even among the peers of Shrek Academy, achieving such a feat was rare, especially considering Yao Xuan had yet to undergo systematic training. Truly a hidden gem. Wu Changkong's heart swelled with appreciation for talent. Teacher Wu, be careful. As he spoke, Yao Xuan summoned his martial spirit, and in an instant, the ethereal image of the ancestral dragon appeared before him, the first yellow soul ring behind him flickering with intensity. Ancestral dragon sky shatter. With a powerful roar in his heart, Yao Xuan's formidable soul skill made its debut in the Douluo Continent, accompanied by the soul ring's illumination. Yao Xuan propelled himself forward with a swift kick, transforming into a fleeting shadow aimed at Wu Changkong, while his arms crossed before him. Claws poised to strike fiercely at Wu Changkong. How swift. A century-old soul ring. Truly impressive. I can hardly discern his speed. No wonder he's an 18th level soul master. As Yao Xuan launched his attack, the envy in his peers' gazes intensified, and even Xie looked on with admiration. For Tang Wulian, having never witnessed Yao Xuan's skills before, his eyes sparkled with unbridled respect and admiration. Brother Xuan is phenomenal. If only I could possess half of his prowess. Is it truly possible for a soul master to unleash such an attack? Wu Changkong's gaze reflected incredulity as he observed Yao Xuan's strike. Had he not known that Yao Xuan was merely an 18th level soul master, he would have believed this move to be a third soul skill of a soul emperor. By Shrek Academy standards, Yao Xuan's attack could be deemed exceptional. Moreover, as he scrutinized Yao Xuan's technique, Wu Changkong could only describe it as flawless. While other students' soul skills were riddled with flaws, Yao Xuan's strike was remarkably cohesive, even as a soul emperor from Shrek Academy. Wu Changkong found it challenging to identify any weaknesses in the execution. With a whoosh, Yao Xuan's claws sliced through the air, leaving behind two scarcely perceptible afterimages as they rapidly approached Wu Changkong. As the ancestral dragon sky shatter neared, Wu Changkong's expression turned grave. Even using only 18th level spiritual power, he was unsure if he could perfectly defend against this strike. However, Wu Changkong was a man of his word. Having declared his intention to utilize only 18th level power, he resolved to uphold that promise. Silently channeling his spiritual energy, the first deep yellow soul ring behind him glimmered. Frost Trace. With a gentle flick of his right hand, Wu Changkong directed the Tian Shuang sword towards Yao Xuan's claws. In an instant, strands of sky-blue sword energy erupted from the Tian Shuang sword, intertwining and merging to form a delicate azure barrier. Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon strike crashed against the blue shield before Wu Changkong, and a wave of chilling energy surged towards Yao Xuan, causing a thin layer of frost to form on his arm. Fortunately, the protective dragon scales shielded him from frostbite. Meanwhile, the blue shield before Wu Changkong quaked violently. Although Yao Xuan's ancestral strike had not reached the millennium level, its penetrative power against soul energy remained formidable. Half a second later, the blue shield shattered suddenly, dispersing into countless azure particles that dissolved into the air. In that moment, Wu Changkong unleashed another slash, cutting through a cyan blue shadow towards Yao Xuan. Observing Wu Changkong's strike, Yao Xuan's expression turned grave. With a thought, he summoned the forged tungsten steel hammer from his spatial soul guide, grasping its handle as he prepared to meet the Tian Shuang sword. Taken aback by Yao Xuan's unexpected response, Wu Changkong stood momentarily stunned. The clang of their collision resonated, and in an instant, a deep crack of 1 centimeter appeared on the tungsten steel hammer, yet Wu Changkong's sword was also halted. Had Wu Changkong wielded a Soul Emperor's might, his strike could have cleaved through armored defenses, let alone mere tungsten metal. However, at that moment, he was limited to the power of a Soul Master, allowing the tungsten to withstand his blow. Simultaneously, the force propelled him backwards. What immense strength! The impact of that hammer must be at least 3,000 kilograms. Yao Xuan marveled silently at the power coursing through his arm. In response, Wu Changkong discreetly elevated his soul energy to the soul venerable level, lightly tapping twice in the air to stabilize his trajectory, avoiding an embarrassing display before his peers. Well done, Yao Xuan. This time, I concede, Wu Changkong remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his expression. Defeating Wu Changkong earned Yao Xuan his acknowledgement, along with 20 golden evolution points. As Wu Changkong conceded, the system's notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. Indeed, battle was the most effective means to acquire golden evolution points. With this influx, Yao Xuan's total of golden evolution points reached 98. Although Yao Xuan had attained level 18, his daily training yielded merely 5,000 ordinary evolution points, equating to a golden evolution point every 2 days. Now, having engaged in just 3 exchanges with Wu Changkong, he had garnered an astonishing 20 golden evolution points. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your leniency, he expressed gratefully. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan also bowed and expressed his gratitude. No, I did not show any mercy. This is a testament to your own formidable strength. Very impressive. In the 4th round, Tang Wulin faced off against Xie, with the victor set to contend against Yao Xuan. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's response, Wu Changkong shook his head, and then, without reservation, lavished praise upon Yao Xuan before announcing the commencement of the next round of combat. As Wu Changkong's words echoed, Tang Wulin and Xie stepped into the central arena, and the battle commenced. Despite Tang Wulin's advantage in strength, his lack of combat experience rendered him almost defenseless against the agile Xie, who easily overcame him. Fortunately, due to Wu Changkong's intervention, Xie's light dragon dagger did not inflict harm upon Tang Wulin, thus preventing the manifestation of the golden scale phenomenon. Finally, it was time for the duel between Yao Xuan and Xie. With a hint of bitterness in his expression, Xie approached Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu, may I concede? He weakly inquired, casting a glance at Yao Xuan in the distance. He was reluctant to endure another punch from Yao Xuan, recalling the discomfort he had suffered in his abdomen for the better part of the previous day. No. The battle begins. Listening to Xie's words, Wu Changkong coldly rejected him and subsequently announced the commencement of the battle. Rest assured, I shall regulate my strength, Yao Xuan remarked coolly, directing his gaze at Xie before launching a strike. After several exchanges, despite Xie's evasive maneuvers, he was ultimately struck on the shoulder by Yao Xuan's punch, causing him to fall to the ground. Chapter 61. Selection, Advancement Tournament concluded. Yao Xuan prevails. Gazing at the fallen Xie, Wu Changkong coldly declared the result. Yao Xuan, you explicitly stated that you would control your strength. Xie expressed his dissatisfaction with a glance at Yao Xuan. Enough with the chatter. Rise quickly, Wu Changkong admonished, casting a stern glare at Xie, who obediently stood up. Gather around, Wu Changkong addressed the students before him. The competition has concluded. Do you know what impression you have left on me? He regarded his classmates with a chilling inquiry. Aside from Yao Xuan, I can succinctly summarize you all in 5 words. Rotten wood cannot be carved. It is no surprise that you have been assigned to Class 5. Before the students could respond, Wu Changkong self-answered. However, fret not. Even rotten wood can shine brilliantly in my hands. Currently, from observing your battles, the most significant issue I discern is your inadequate physical conditioning. You may believe that physical strength is of little relevance at this stage, but I assure you, this is a grave misconception. I can responsibly inform you that a robust physique is the foundation for becoming a formidable soul master, especially now with the advent of mechas. Even an ordinary person without soul power can become a mech engineer. In comparison to soul power, a strong physique is paramount. Only with exceptional physical conditioning can one withstand the impacts and high-intensity combat within a mech. In light of the generally weak physical condition among you all, starting tomorrow, our class will engage in specialized physical training. Each morning will be dedicated to physical conditioning, while in the afternoons, I shall impart theoretical knowledge. This morning's class is concluded. You may disperse and reflect upon today's battle. Addressing the students before him, Wu Changkong coolly analyzed the battle before decisively announcing the forthcoming arrangements. Yao Xuan, Xie. Tang Wulin, you three come with me. As the classmates bustled away, Wu Changkong called out to the trio preparing to return to their dormitory, leading them to his office. 5 minutes later, after a brief walk, Wu Changkong escorted the three into his modest office, a small room approximately 10 square meters, furnished only with a desk, a bookshelf, and a single chair. You three have performed the best in our class, particularly you, Yao Xuan. Your martial spirit and soul skills are truly exceptional. Addressing Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie, he continued. The reason I summoned you is simple. You have been selected as representatives of Class 5 for the advancement tournament. Wu Changkong began to elaborate. Every year, Donghai Academy hosts the advancement tournament, involving all grades. It is a grand event for our institution. The advancement tournament entails selecting students from the weakest class to challenge the next higher class. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so forth. If victorious, the class name is changed accordingly. In other words, if you defeat Class 4, we will no longer be Class 5, but Class 4. And you may continue to challenge until a loss occurs. Moreover, if you conquer Class 1, you may challenge students from the 2nd, 3rd, up to the 6th grade. Upon victory, you will earn substantial rewards. This is a battle of honor and an opportunity to secure more resources for your cultivation. In the advancement tournament, the number of combatants is determined by the lower-ranked class, but there must be no fewer than 3 participants. The representatives for our class will be the 3 of you. Wu Changkong patiently explained to Yao Xuan and the others. We understand. And we will certainly strive to do our best. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the 3 nodded vigorously. Indeed, very well. Initially, my objective was to elevate our class name to Grade 1 Class 1, but with the presence of Yao Xuan, this goal must be set even higher. Your mission is to defeat at least Grade 3 Class 1. The promotion competition will take place in 3 months. Thus, starting tomorrow, aside from attending classes, I will conduct special training for the 3 of you every evening. Now, Tang Wulin, Xie, you may disperse. I wish to have a private conversation with Yao Xuan. After elucidating his goals to the 3, Wu Changkong gestured for Xie and Tang Wulin to leave, retaining only Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, your performance today was commendable. Now, I would like to pose a question, and I hope you will answer truthfully. What is the true nature of your martial soul? Closing the office door, Wu Changkong inquired solemnly. I am uncertain myself. The spirit master initially stated that my martial soul is a lizard dragon. Yet I am convinced that my martial soul is not a lizard dragon. However, I am not entirely clear on what it truly is. Teacher Wu, with your vast experience, you must know the nature of my martial soul, correct? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan naturally understood that the explanation regarding the lizard dragon could not escape Wu Changkong's keen perception. Thus, he responded with a blend of truth and artifice. Please unleash your martial spirit, so that I may observe it closely. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong also responded, Yes, Teacher Wu. Receiving Wu Changkong's reply, Yao Xuan's mind stirred, and he summoned his soul power, causing the ancestral dragon martial spirit to manifest suddenly. This is rather unfamiliar to me. I don't believe I've encountered a similar martial spirit before. However, this weekend, I shall seek out several well-informed friends. By then, your martial spirit should be identified. After observing Yao Xuan's martial spirit for a considerable time, Wu Changkong gently shook his head and then, somewhat bashfully, replied, Thank you, Teacher Wu. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude, while secretly chuckling to himself. In the present realm of Douluo Continent, it is utterly impossible for anyone to recognize his ancestral dragon martial soul. Even Yue Na, at best, could only identify the power akin to that of the dragon god, but she could never utter the name of the ancestral dragon. It is nothing. By the way, is your hammer today a forging hammer? Wu Changkong inquired, gazing at Yao Xuan. Indeed, I have studied the art of forging, Yao Xuan replied. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded in response. As a soul master, what need do you have for forging? With a slight furrow of his brow, a hint of displeasure flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes. Teacher Wu, the cultivation of a soul master requires resources. My pursuit of forging is to acquire these essential resources for my training. Moreover, I aspire to become a battle armor master, which demands an even greater consumption of resources. Therefore, I believe that learning the art of forging is indeed indispensable. Upon hearing Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan responded, Indeed. It is quite remarkable that at such a young age, one recognizes the significance of a second profession. However, for soul masters, it is generally more advantageous to learn about mecha design, mecha construction, and mecha repair. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong nodded slightly before continuing. Chapter 62, Physical Training, Gu Yu's Arrival. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. However, I have already attained the rank of a level 2 blacksmith and have been accepted as a disciple by Master Mu Chun. Therefore, I wish to persist on my path of forging. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan bowed respectfully and then elucidated. Mu Chun? Are you referring to Master Mu Chun, the esteemed president of our East Sea City Forging Association, the 8th level Saint Craftsman? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong displayed a hint of astonishment on his countenance and then responded with a counter-question. Indeed. As he nodded, Yao Xuan replied, If he is willing to take you as his disciple, then I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of forging as your secondary vocation. However, you must also bear in mind that the essence of a soul master lies in their soul power. Do not allow your studies in forging to cause you to neglect the cultivation of your soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Changkong continued, I understand. Teacher Wu, Master Mu Chun has imparted the same teachings to me. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded in response. That's good. Keep it up. I eagerly anticipate your progress over the next month. As he spoke, Wu Changkong also issued a dismissal order. The following morning at 8 o'clock, at Donghai Academy's playground. After breakfast, all the students of Class 5 gathered punctually at the center of the field, with no one daring to arrive late. Excellent. No one is tardy. This morning, your task is to run 10 laps around the playground, Wu Changkong coldly commanded as he gazed at the students before him. Upon hearing the command from Wu Changkong, the trainees, though daunted by his formidable presence, could not suppress the resentment bubbling within their hearts. The playground of the intermediate department at Donghai Academy measures a full 800 meters in circumference. Thus, completing 10 laps equates to an arduous 8 kilometers. This endeavor is by no means a trivial pursuit, even for those endowed with the soul power of spirit masters. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie, you three, step forward. With the mission declared, Wu Changkong proclaimed once more. Acknowledged. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan and 2 others stepped forward from the ranks. A month later, Donghai Academy will hold a promotion competition, the rules of which are as follows. As the victors of yesterday's battle, Yao Xuan and his classmates shall represent our class in the contest. In order to hone their abilities, unlike the rest of you, they will undergo additional weight training. Now, let us proceed. After outlining the rules of the promotion competition, a glimmer of light flashed in Wu Changkong's hand, revealing 3 iron chain suits, which he distributed to Yao Xuan and his companions. Among them, Tang Wulin and Xie were given suits weighing 20 pounds each, while Yao Xuan's suit was a staggering 100 pounds, 5 times heavier than those of Tang Wulin and Xie. Now, commence training. With the distribution of the iron suits, Wu Changkong coldly issued his command, and the students, with a steely resolve, began to run. As an agile attack-type soulmaster, Xie maintained remarkable speed despite the 20-pound burden. Tang Wulin, while slightly slower, managed to keep pace with the majority. As for Yao Xuan, despite bearing 5 times the weight of Tang Wulin and Xie, the enhancement from his initial dragon body and dragon bloodline allowed him to outpace even Xie, leading the group and capturing the attention of his classmates. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps. By the 5th lap, nearly half the students had fallen behind. Xie felt as if lead weighed down his legs, and his lungs burned as though on fire, while only Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan retained their stamina. breathing evenly and maintaining a steady pace. In truth, had Yao Xuan exerted himself fully, he could have completed 10 laps by now. But such a display would be overly conspicuous and ultimately meaningless. Thus, he chose merely to lead the group at a manageable speed rather than accelerate further. Observing the nearly demoralized students on the field, Wu Changkong remained silent, yet his brows knitted tightly in frustration. The foundational skills of these children were simply inadequate. As the students trained fervently, a young girl strolled along the path from the intermediate department's playground toward the school gate. She wore white trousers and a matching top. Her age seemingly akin to that of the first-year students in Class 5, yet her beauty was strikingly exceptional. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, appearing smooth and delicate. With a slender neck, her exquisitely flawless face was captivating. What a breathtaking visage it was, with pale, smooth cheeks that gleamed softly like jade, and large, sparkling eyes reminiscent of amethyst, radiating vitality. Her delicately upturned nose and slightly pursed cherry lips evoked admiration. As for her figure, it was equally astonishing, nearly perfect. Although some aspects had yet to mature due to her age, she was undeniably a stunning beauty, complemented by her fair and flawless skin. Moreover, this girl seemed to possess an extraordinary aura, akin to a lotus that remains untainted by the mud, transcending the mundane world, resembling a celestial being. Her steps carried a unique rhythm, harmonious as if performing a graceful dance. "Hello, may I inquire which class you belong to?" Wu Changkong's gaze lingered on her as he noticed her absence of a school uniform, coupled with the fact that classes were currently in session. He approached her and inquired, "I came to attend school, but they said the registration period has already passed." While responding to Wu Changkong's query, the girl's gaze remained fixed on the leading Yao Xuan, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable interest in him. "Attending school? Are you a student of Douluo Academy?" Wu Changkong furrowed his brows and continued questioning. "Not yet, but I hope to attend here. May I please, dear teacher?" Listening to Wu Changkong's words, the young girl continued, "If it were an ordinary teacher, they might have simply dismissed me. However, Wu Changkong is certainly not an ordinary instructor. While it is indeed possible, this is a Soul Master Academy, and to study here, one must rely on their own abilities." Gazing at the girl, Wu Changkong further stated, "I am willing to accept your challenge." The girl smiled softly. "All right, what is your name?" Wu Changkong inquired. "Gu Yu." The girl replied gently. "Very well, Gu Yu, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, Wu Changkong turned to the running Yao Xuan and called out, "Yao Xuan, come here." "Yes, Teacher Wu," Yao Xuan replied, his heart secretly exhilarated at Gu Yu's appearance, though he maintained a facade of calm as he jogged over. "This is Yao Xuan, our class's strongest student. If you can fight him with all your might and prove your strength, you may remain here," Wu Changkong continued. Looking at Gu Yu. "All right," Gu Yu responded, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she turned her gaze towards Yao Xuan. Chapter 63, Battle with Gu Yu. Gu Yu's thoughts. "Yao Xuan, you have 10 minutes to rest. The battle will commence in 10 minutes, Wu Changkong said nonchalantly, observing Yao Xuan. Understood. Although he had expended less than half of his stamina, Yao Xuan chose to sit cross-legged, meditating in repose. 10 minutes later. Stand 30 meters apart. Prepare. As Wu Changkong issued the command, Yao Xuan and Gu Yu retreated until they were approximately 30 meters apart, where they halted. Gazing at Gu Yu before him, Yao Xuan couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Indeed, she was the embodiment of the Silver Dragon King Yue Na, captivating and enchanting, instantly drawing his attention. If Nar had evoked his protective instincts with her cuteness, then the present Gu Yu exuded an exquisite beauty that stirred his desire for conquest. As Yao Xuan assessed Gu Yu, she too scrutinized him with a serious gaze, though beneath her serious demeanor lay a hint of inexplicable emotion. "Let the battle begin," Wu Changkong called out straightforwardly, noticing that both were prepared. "Ancestral Dragon, manifest." As soon as Wu Changkong's words resonated, Yao Xuan activated his soul power, and a resplendent 9-colored light coalesced before him, revealing the ancestral dragon martial spirit. "What is this?" Gu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she sensed the aura of the ancestral dragon before Yao Xuan, her planned attack faltering for a moment. A dragon god? How can this be? Why does the aura of the dragon god manifest in a human? Biting her lip, Gu Yu's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. Hadn't the dragon god already perished? Wasn't she the inheritor of the dragon god's rational attributes? Yet, what was this martial spirit and the aura emanating from him? Nevertheless, as the primary persona of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yu quickly regained her composure, entering a battle-ready state as she swiftly raised her hand, summoning a circle of yellow soul rings that blossomed from beneath her feet. It was no surprise that Guyu mistook the aura of the ancestral dragon for that of the dragon god. After all, the dragon god was born from a fragment of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, sharing a common origin and a strikingly similar aura. Guyu is only releasing her spiritual power at the spirit connection level, thus leading to this misconception, just as Guyu summoned her soul rings. The ancestral dragon martial spirit surged upward, then turned to charge at Yao Xuan's crown, ultimately merging with his body. With the manifestation of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's aura surged dramatically, a layer of faint scales appearing on his surface to protect him, while his fingertips transformed into sharp dragon claws. Indeed, this was undeniably the aura of the dragon god. Sensing the energy radiating from Yao Xuan post-manifestation, Guyu became even more convinced of her earlier assumptions, while also reflecting on her past memories. At that time, she had not yet differentiated Nar as a secondary persona, her memories dormant. She only recalled that her name contained the character Na, and she had lived in Yao Xuan's home under that name for 2 years. During that period, she often found Yao Xuan's aura exceptionally pleasant, drawing her in. Could it be that this was the influence of the dragon god's aura? The more she pondered, the more Guyu affirmed her thoughts. As the noble silver dragon king, the master of soul beasts, how could she possibly be attracted to the aura of a mere human? It must be the allure of the dragon god's energy that captivated her. However, she could not fathom why the aura of the dragon god would manifest within a human body and martial spirit. Yet, she remained unperturbed, after all. Her purpose for approaching Yao Xuan was to conquer him. With time, she would surely uncover the answer. As a myriad of thoughts flitted through her mind, Guyu did not hesitate in releasing her soul skill. As her rings glimmered beneath her, a red halo suddenly flashed behind her. In a swift motion, Guyu pointed her delicate arm forward, unleashing a fireball the size of a fist that surged toward Yao Xuan with searing heat. Mastery over fire elements? Impressive. This child's martial spirit quality is commendable, and her fundamentals are quite solid, Wu Changkong remarked approvingly, observing Guyu's attack. What a beautiful girl. What a spectacular fireball. I wonder if Yao Xuan can withstand this strike. Meanwhile, all the students from Class 5 who were jogging slowed their pace, watching the duel between Yao Xuan and Guyu, each lost in their own thoughts. As Guyu launched the fireball, Yao Xuan completed his martial spirit manifestation and, undaunted by the approaching fireball, activated the ancestral dragon's shattering step, sidestepping with agility. With Yao Xuan's evasive maneuver, Guyu's fireball brushed past him without even singeing a hair. What? Guyu's eyes widened in surprise as she sensed a ripple in the space from Yao Xuan's deft movement. Wu Changkong, too, narrowed his eyes, silently admiring the finesse of Yao Xuan's footwork. Having evaded Guyu's attack, Yao Xuan pressed forward, charging at her while secretly channeling his soul power. Igniting the first circle of yellow soul rings behind him, ancestral dragon's cleaving strike. If he were to confront any other soul master, Yao Xuan would hesitate to unleash such a powerful move, fearing that excessive force could injure his opponent, a serious breach of etiquette among soul masters. However, facing Guyu, the illustrious Silver Dragon King, he harbored no such concerns. How could she possibly falter against his first soul skill? Gazing at Yao Xuan's movements, Wu Changkong's expression turned serious from afar, secretly channeling his soul power, poised to intervene and prevent Yao Xuan from harming Guyu with his soul skills. However, in the face of Yao Xuan's onslaught, Guyu maintained an air of tranquility, betraying no sign of fear. As the soul rings shimmered, Yao Xuan's voice surged toward Guyu, his arms crossed before him, claws positioned in a diagonal cross, launching an attack toward her. As Yao Xuan's assault drew near, just as Wu Changkong prepared to act, the crimson halo behind Guyu abruptly transformed into a cerulean hue, her speed increasing significantly. Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon strike swept past her side, the fierce gust of wind billowing her shirt, yet it failed to touch her at all. Oh, a dual attribute martial soul of wind and fire? Could it be that I have stumbled upon a treasure? Wu Changkong marveled internally at Guyu's reaction, his gaze fixated on the confrontation between Yao Xuan and Guyu. Chapter 64. Stalemate. Guyu joins in Yao Xuan's attack missed its target, and unexpectedly, the halo behind Guyu shifted to a vibrant yellow. In the next moment, the ground beneath Yao Xuan's feet softened, resembling a swamp, firmly ensnaring his feet. The ability to manipulate earth elements? Furthermore, such control, it is likely beyond the reach of even a soul master. Wu Changkong mused to himself, filled with admiration for Guyu. This child embodies the qualities he yearns to nurture. Amidst the battle, as Yao Xuan sensed the change beneath him, he furrowed his brow, preparing to exert force to break free. At that moment, the halo behind Guyu flickered once more, transforming into a water blue hue. With a gentle wave of her right arm, she instantly conjured a sharp ice spear, radiating an oppressive chill, and shot it toward Yao Xuan's chest. Water. She can also manipulate water elements. Earth, wind, water, and fire, all under her command. What martial soul is this? Observing Guyu's techniques closely, Wuchangkong's astonishment deepened. Even with his extensive knowledge, he could not discern the true nature of Guyu's martial soul. Yao Xuan was indeed trapped. This girl is formidable. The ice spear is incredibly swift. I wonder if Yao Xuan can withstand this strike. On the playground, as the ice spear approached Yao Xuan, the hearts of the observing classmates leaped into their throats, eagerly anticipating his response. Futile. Yao Xuan showed no signs of fear as he regarded Guyu's ice spear. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck out at the ice spear. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yao Xuan's fist collided with Guyu's ice spear, producing a resonant sound. In an instant, the spear shattered into countless ice shards, scattering in all directions, while Yao Xuan's fist remained unscathed, showing only a faint white mark, with a delicate layer of frost forming due to the chill. Such formidable defense! Observing Yao Xuan's nonchalance, both Guyu and Wuchangkong silently marveled. The force of the ice spear's strike was such that even a great soul master would suffer severe injury if hit directly. Yet it had not even breached Yao Xuan's defenses. With a single blow shattering Guyu's ice spear, Yao Xuan activated his bloodline ability, the ancestral dragon shatter sky step, leveraging the spatial force to free himself from the swamp's grip and once again surged toward Guyu. Hmph, prepare yourself. As Yao Xuan charged toward her, Guyu scoffed lightly, her hands dancing as a barrage of ice spears, fireballs, and wind blades launched toward him. So many. How brutal. How fierce. My heavens. If it were me, I would surely be defeated in an instant. Witnessing Guyu's relentless assault, the other students felt their hearts race with trepidation. Such a dense flurry of attacks resembled a human artillery. Could Yao Xuan truly withstand it? This girl is astonishingly strong, capable of engaging Yao Xuan in such a back and forth. Clad in iron chainmail, Xie watched the battle intently, secretly impressed. If I were to face her, I would likely find myself defeated. Here it comes. Despite the multitude of elemental attacks directed at him, Yao Xuan's expression remained unperturbed, though Guyu's onslaught was swift. Its power barely reached the level of a great soul master, posing no real threat to him. One punch after another, he obliterated Guyu's elemental assaults, swiftly closing the distance between them. No wonder he has captured Na's affections. He truly is remarkable, but I will not concede. As he regarded Yao Xuan, Guyu's eyes flickered with admiration before hardening into determination, her soul power aura intensifying, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Faced with Guyu's newfound seriousness, Yao Xuan finally felt a measure of pressure. His school uniform bore several scorch marks and cracks, evidently inflicted by Guyu's strikes. All right, this shall suffice. Let it be a draw between you two, Guyu. You have proven your strength. Seeing the two locked in a stalemate, Wuchangkong stepped in to interrupt the clash, recognizing that Yao Xuan and Guyu were evenly matched, a sufficient testament to Guyu's capabilities. Indeed. Upon hearing Wuchangkong's words, Guyu retracted her martial soul, ceasing her elemental assaults on Yao Xuan, who silently dispelled his martial soul embodiment. Their fierce duel concluded in a stalemate, granting Yao Xuan a reward of 20 golden evolution points. With the combat cessation, a notification from the system resonated in Yao Xuan's ears. Simultaneously, Guyu turned to Wuchangkong and inquired, "Teacher, may I enroll?" "Certainly." Wuchangkong replied with a smile, "I shall fulfill my promise, but first, you must share your background and the specifics of your martial soul." Nodding slightly, Guyu acknowledged his request. "Now that the battle has concluded, let us resume training without delay. No slacking off. Last place must run an additional 3 laps. He then directed his attention to the students on the field, issuing commands with authority. Upon hearing the words of Changkong, the students finally regained their senses from the extraordinary and intensely fierce battle. They then resumed their strides, and compared to before, their pace seemed to quicken slightly. Perhaps out of fear of punishment or spurred on by the exhilarating conflict between Yao Xuan and Guyu. "Very well, esteemed teacher. Here lies my letter of recommendation for the Junior Academy. As for my martial soul, it is that of an elementalist." Listening to Wuchangkong's words, Guyu retrieved a letter from the spatial soul guiding device and handed it over, subsequently explaining, "Elemental Master?" Upon hearing Guyu's response, Wuchangkong couldn't help but furrow his brow once more. Although he prided himself on being well-versed in various matters, he had never encountered such a martial soul. Master, my martial soul allows me to control 6 elements: earth, water, wind, fire, light, and space. However, my soul rings cannot enhance any of these elements. In other words, I can manipulate the elements, but I am unable to augment their power. My first soul skill is called Elemental Tide, which reduces the consumption of my elemental manipulation and enhances my control over them. Noticing the astonishment in Wu Changkong's eyes, Gu patiently elaborated. What a remarkable martial soul. By the way, you mentioned that you can manipulate the element of space. Could you demonstrate it? Upon listening to Gu Yue's explanation, a look of realization flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes. Although Gu Yue's martial soul allows her to manipulate 6 elements simultaneously, she cannot specialize in any one of them, which aligns with the common understanding within the realm of soul masters. Nonetheless, this only serves to underscore Gu Yue's remarkable control, despite her inability to enhance the elements. She has nonetheless managed to withstand the formidable Yao Xuan using the inherent power of the elements themselves. Such an astonishing talent and mastery is truly remarkable. Very well. Esteemed teacher, listening to Wu Changkong's words, Gu smiled faintly. A glimmer of silver light flashed behind her, and her figure suddenly appeared 3 meters away. Well? Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of our class, the 1st grade, class 5. Observing Gu Yu's actions, Wu Changkong's smile deepened, and he gently continued, Thank you, teacher. Gu Yu responded with a radiant smile directed at Wu Changkong. No need for that. My name is Wu Changkong. From now on, simply refer to me as Teacher Wu. Furthermore, since you have joined class 5, let us proceed with our running exercises together, a total of 10 laps. As this is our essential physical training. Gazing at Gu Yu, Wu Changkong continued to instruct. Yes, Teacher Wu. With a slight smile, Gu Yu accepted without hesitation, promptly running to the edge of the playground to join her classmates from class 5, while simultaneously, Yao Xuan donned his iron chain suit and joined the group as well. How much does your iron chain suit weigh? Gu Yu inquired, quickening her pace to run alongside Yao Xuan, curiosity shining in her eyes. 100 pounds. Yao Xuan replied as he continued to move forward. 100 pounds? How heavy? Your physical strength must be remarkable. Also, during our spar today, you were quite formidable. Gu Yu remarked, a smile gracing her face. This level of weight is hardly a challenge for me. Moreover, you are quite impressive yourself. Had it been an ordinary level 18 soul master in my place, they might not have been able to withstand even 3 of your strikes. Yao Xuan acknowledged, admiring Gu Yu's exquisite features, and offered a compliment. You flatter me. I look forward to your guidance in the future. As the students of Class 5 diligently engaged in their training, Wu Changkong made his way to the Academic Affairs office, holding Gu Yu's recommendation letter. After a series of negotiations and subtle coercion, Hmph complied and assisted Gu Yu in completing her enrollment procedures, thus officially designating her as a student of the intermediate department at Donghai Academy. Gather round. Upon Wu Changkong's return from finalizing the paperwork, the students had nearly completed their running exercises, and he promptly announced the assembly. Upon hearing the command from Wu Changkong, the trainees resembled weary soldiers, each struggling to maintain their stance with exhausted bodies. This morning's training had concluded, and in light of your inadequate physical condition, additional training will be conducted this afternoon. Very well, you are dismissed. Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, Tang Wu Lin, you 4 remain behind. Gazing at the disheartened members of Class 5, Wu Changkong continued to issue orders. Additional training, this afternoon? Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the previously relieved students once again furrowed their brows in distress, yet none dared to voice their dissent. The other students gradually dispersed, leaving only 4 individuals on the playground, Yao Xuan and his companions. Despite carrying a burden 5 times heavier than the others, Yao Xuan remained composed, showing no signs of fatigue apart from a slight sheen of perspiration. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin appeared in good spirits, unaffected by exhaustion. As for Gu Yu, although she was a girl, she effortlessly harnessed the power of the wind while running, completing her task with ease. Her cheeks flushed a charming shade of red, and a light sheen of sweat clung to her clothing, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like skin beneath. Among the 4, the most beleaguered was Xie. Despite being a sensitive attack-type soul master, physical stamina was not his forte. Coupled with the burden of the iron chain attire, he was now panting heavily, every muscle in his body aching. Had it not been for Tang Wulin supporting him, he would have surely collapsed. Gu Yu, your enrollment procedures have been completed. From this moment forth, you are a member of our Class 5 in the first year. Here are your school uniform, textbooks, and dormitory key. Please take them." As he spoke, Wu Changkong handed a bag to Gu Yu. "Thank you, Teacher Wu," Gu Yu replied softly as she accepted the bag. "The reason I called you here is quite simple. There will be changes in the participants for our Class 5 promotion competition. Gu Yu, let me first introduce you to the rules of the promotion competition." After explaining the competition rules to Gu Yu, Wu Changkong turned his gaze back to the group. Previously, the participants from Class 5 were Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin. Now, with Gu Yu joining our class, the participants will be Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and Xie, while Tang Wulin will serve as a substitute. Yet he will still partake in special training. Do you understand? With a stern look in his eyes, Wu Changkong announced. Understood, they replied in unison. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the four responded, yet only Tang Wulin's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Observing Tang Wulin's expression, Yao Xuan gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "All right, everyone, you may disperse. Take a good rest at noon. Your training will be more rigorous this afternoon. And there will also be specialized training in the evening." After announcing the changes in the competitors, Wu Changkong signaled for everyone to rest well before departing. "I'm so hungry. Let us go to the cafeteria," Tang Wulin said, rubbing his stomach as he approached Yao Xuan. "All right, let us be off," Yao Xuan replied. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan nodded and then led the way ahead. "Yao Xuan, I happen to be hungry as well. Could you take me to the cafeteria for a meal?" At that moment, Gu Yu approached from a distance, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Of course. It would be my pleasure," Yao Xuan replied, nodding in agreement. 15 minutes later, at the East Sea Academy cafeteria, as usual, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie collected their respective meals and formed a line, with Yao Xuan seated in the center, flanked by Tang Wulin and Xie on either side. For lunch that day, the main dish was steamed buns, and after a day of training, all three, Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan, and Xie, had ravenous appetites. Even Xie, the lightest eater among them, ordered several large meat buns extra. Just as they were about to begin their meal, a female voice suddenly interrupted beside Xie. "You. Move aside." "Why should I?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xie responded, his displeasure evident as he turned away. "I wish to converse with Yu Xian. You are blocking me. So please make way," Gu Yu said in a tone that brooked no refusal. "No way," coming from a prestigious family. Xie was unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Moreover, recalling that Gu Yu, as a transfer student, had taken a spot in the competition from his roommate, Tang Wulin, only intensified his irritation, leading him to firmly refuse. If you refuse to move, does that imply you wish to spar with me?" Upon hearing Xie's words, Gu Yu's voice immediately elevated a notch. Subsequently, Xie felt a chill at the back of his neck, as an icy needle had unknowingly pressed against it. All right, you are formidable. I concede. Listening to Gu Yu's tone, Xie could only let out a helpless sigh and obediently respond. Reflecting on the battle between Gu Yu and Yao Xuan in the morning, Xie realized that, despite Gu Yu being a girl, he was undoubtedly no match for her. After all, she could contend evenly with Yao Xuan. Whereas he was swiftly defeated by Yao Xuan in just a few moves, making the disparity glaringly apparent. Chapter 66. You are only coveting her form truly. The Silver Dragon King exudes an impressive aura. Listening to Gu Yu's imposing words, Yao Xuan couldn't help but silently marvel. If one were to adhere strictly to convention, how could Gu Yu ever be deemed worthy of the esteemed title of Silver Dragon King? Indeed, this is the truth. Listening to Xie's words, Gu Yu finally nodded in satisfaction, and the icy spike pressed against Xie's neck vanished quietly. Subsequently, Gu Yu gracefully took her tray and seated herself beside Yao Xuan, while Xie, looking rather dejected, slumped down next to Tang Wulin. "Gu Yu, you're eating so little. There's training this afternoon. You should eat a bit more," Yao Xuan remarked. Observing that Gu Yu had only taken a portion of the second course and 3 buns, this made him reminisce about Na, who had an astonishing appetite back in the day. "Ah, thank you for your concern, Yao Xuan. However, my appetite is rather small. This amount is just sufficient for me," Gu Yu replied. She then glanced at the large bowl in front of Yao Xuan, which contained at least 20 substantial meat buns. And a faint look of nostalgia crossed her eyes. This fellow still has the same hearty appetite as before. Although Gu Yu and Na had undergone a separation of personalities, they both inherited the memories of the Silver Dragon King, which included the recollections of their past interactions with Yao Xuan. However, Naoi's personality was shaped during the period of amnesia, fostering goodwill towards humanity, while Guyu inherited the Silver Dragon King's resentment towards humans. Nevertheless, she still harbored a certain fondness for Yao Xuan, and the ancestral dragon aura emanating from him evoked a subtle attraction, even a kind of charm. Moreover, due to her wager with Na, she had come to East Sea Academy with the intention of winning Yao Xuan's affection. According to their agreement, the one who ultimately secured Yao Xuan's love would dominate upon their eventual reintegration. Of course, the ability to eat is a blessing. Now, let us eat while it's hot. We have training this afternoon, and judging by Teacher Wu's demeanor, it's surely won't be easy. Listening to Guyu's words, Yao Xuan responded with a smile and then began to devour the buns before him. At noon, in dormitory 205, Yao Xuan, do you think Guyu likes you? She insisted on sitting beside you, and even used force to drive me away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xie leaned in mysteriously to Yao Xuan's ear and inquired. Perhaps, Yao Xuan mused. In any case, I find myself developing feelings for her. If she reciprocates those feelings, wouldn't that signify a mutual affection? Listening to Xie's words, Yao Xuan responded with a cheerful smile. He believed that once he conquered the heart of Guyu, coupled with Na's affection for him, he would have completely won over the Silver Dragon King, Yue Na. Of course, the journey to win Guyu's heart would not be a swift endeavor. It required countless shared battles and experiences to ultimately unlock her heart, allowing her to relinquish the hatred within and genuinely fall in love with him. This entire process promised to be a lengthy one. Yet Yao Xuan held unwavering confidence in his ability to help Guyu break free from the chains of resentment and live happily alongside him. However, his goal was not merely to conquer Yue Na. Yao Xuan aspired to facilitate her true redemption. Yet, this ambition would undoubtedly face the obstruction of the shadowy figure, Tang San. To achieve such a magnificent salvation, formidable strength was an indispensable assurance, and he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Alas, Yao Xuan, it seems you have forgotten your friendships in the face of allure. I must say, what you feel is not love. It is mere lust for Guyu's form. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, Xie jested. This isn't a case of forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. It's a spark of the soul. A case of love at first sight. What are you, a mere child, understand? Gently nudging Xie on the shoulder, Yao Xuan chuckled, yet internally, he had to concede. Indeed, I am undeniably enamored by Guyu's figure. Spare me your pretentiousness. You don't sound like a child at all, Xie mumbled, turning away. Evidently displeased with Yao Xuan's prioritization of romantic pursuits over friendship. Wu Lin, do not lose heart. Train diligently. Even if you cannot participate in the promotion tournament, the opportunity to receive special training from teacher Wu will undoubtedly benefit you greatly. Keep pushing forward, Yao Xuan encouraged as he approached Tang Wulin's bedside. Yes, Brother Xuan, I will cherish this opportunity and strive to improve myself, Tang Wulin replied earnestly. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with resolve. I believe in you, he said. Yao Xuan responded with a slight nod. Indeed. Curiously, Tang Wulin inquired, by the way, Xuan good. Did you truly fall in love at first sight with Guyu? Of course, what of it? Yao Xuan retorted, gazing at Tang Wulin. It's nothing. I just think your love seems rather sudden, akin to a whirlwind. Nevertheless, I am confident that Xuan Gu will win her heart, Tang Wulin replied earnestly, shaking his head slightly. Thank you, Wulin. I too believe that I shall win her over, Yao Xuan said, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone equally earnest, while secretly feeling elated. Although Tang Wulin was merely a level 12 soul master, Yao Xuan recognized him as the destined child of this era. Words spoken seriously by such a child are never mere jest and can indeed alter the course of fate. Furthermore, Tang Wulin's statement signified a complete severance of his karmic ties with the Silver Dragon King, ensuring that even with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, he could no longer interfere in the love between Yao Xuan and Yue Na. At 2 in the afternoon, on the East Sea Academy's Intermediate Department playground, the students gathered punctually, ready for physical training. Although it had been agreed that the morning would be dedicated to physical training and the afternoon to theoretical lessons, the students had no choice but to comply with Wu Changkong's change of plans. The afternoon's physical training was even more grueling than in the morning, transitioning from endurance exercises to strength training involving frog jumps, squats, and push-ups. Having already endured fatigue from the morning session, the students found themselves utterly exhausted under the relentless sun, with members of Class 5 sprawled across the ground within half an hour. In light of this situation, Wu Changkong did not express anger. Rather, he organized a period of relaxation exercises for the students, allowing them to recover a semblance of strength before commencing the second round of strength training. Several hours later, amidst the eager eyes of the students, the physical training finally drew to a close. Rest well, and utilize the techniques I have taught you to relax your muscles. Dismissed, Wu Changkong announced to the students, before addressing Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wuling. You four, after dinner, please come to my office at 7:30. Returning in the evening. Upon hearing the words of Tang Chongkong, Xie could not help but let out a sorrowful cry. The teacher is doing this for our own good. Come, let me take you back, Tang Wuling gently urged, supporting the trembling Xie. All right, thank you, Wuling. Listening to Tang Wuling's words, a glimmer of gratitude appeared in Xie's eyes, and his fondness for Tang Wuling deepened further. Chapter 67. Preparations for Special Training. Gu Yu, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again this evening, Yin Xian said with a radiant smile as he gazed at Gu Yu. Yes, see you tonight, she replied. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Gu Yu smiled gently before turning away and making her way towards the girls' dormitory on the other side. In truth, as she watched Tang Wuling assist Xie, she felt a strong urge to ask Yao Xian to help her return as well. However, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion, deeming such an action overly intimate. Upon returning to her dormitory, she indulged in a delightful hot shower, while Yao Xian settled onto his bed, silently channeling the creation soul refining technique. Although Wu Changkong had intentionally doubled his training regimen, thanks to the superior physique and endurance endowed by his initial ancestral dragon body and bloodline, Yao Xian found that after merely half an hour of rest following his training, he had regained 90% of his vitality and felt invigorated once more. Similarly, although Tang Wuling had not unlocked the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal, he still benefited from its enhancement. Despite a lingering fatigue, he managed to muster enough energy to engage in meditation. As for Xie, the one with the weakest constitution, he lay completely collapsed on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. As Yao Xuan guided the creation soul refining technique, a surge of abundant natural soul power began to converge upon the dormitory, instantly elevating the soul power concentration within room 205 nearly twofold. Beside Yao Xuan, the concentration of soul power intensified almost tenfold. Tang Wuling, engaged in meditation, distinctly sensed the shift in the surrounding soul power density, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, he refrained from inquiring, instead seizing the opportunity to absorb the surrounding soul power, knowing that cultivating in such a rich soul power environment would greatly benefit his advancement. As he absorbed, compressed, and guided the abundant natural soul power, transforming it into a semi-liquid state within his dantian, Yao Xuan could not help but smile. After a day of training, not only had his physique improved, but his capacity for soul power seemed to have increased significantly, enhancing his cultivation efficacy. After an hour and a half, Yao Xuan concluded his training, slowly opening his eyes. With this session, his soul power cultivation progress had risen by 1.7, reaching 95. 1. With just 3 more days of dedicated training, he would successfully break through his current bottleneck. Xie, wake up. It's already 6:40. We should be leaving, Yao Xuan said, firmly squeezing Xie's shoulder as he reminded him. Oh, right. Thank you, Yao Xuan. If it weren't for your reminder, I surely would have overslept. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xie was momentarily taken aback before quickly rising and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Tang Wuling had also concluded his meditation, getting up from his bed and approaching Yao Xuan's side. Let us walk together, he suggested. With that, Yao Xuan led Tang Wuling and Xie out of the boys' dormitory, heading towards Wu Changkong's office. By the way, Brother Xian, during my training just now, I suddenly felt that the concentration of soul power around us seemed to have significantly increased, and it seemed particularly high near you, Tang Wuling remarked curiously as they walked. Indeed, your perception is not mistaken. It may be that my martial soul is rather unique. When I cultivate, certain anomalies may occur. Otherwise, with my innate soul power only at level 5, how could my progress be so rapid? Listening to Tang Wuling's words, Yao Xuan nodded in affirmation. The extraordinary phenomena during the cultivation of the creation forging soul technique could indeed not be concealed from others. However, Yao Xuan had no intention of revealing the technique itself. So that's how it is. I truly envy you, Brother Xian. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling sighed, expressing that it was only after advancing to the rank of Soul Master that such transformations occurred within him. In the future, Let us cultivate together. Your progress and soul power will undoubtedly accelerate. Keep up the good work. Yao Xuan encouraged, patting Tang Wulin on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Xuan. Tang Wulin replied, gratitude evident upon his face. As they conversed, the trio arrived at Wu Changkong's office, coincidentally arriving 15 minutes earlier than the scheduled time of 7:15. Similar to Yao Xuan and the others, Guyu arrived shortly after, gracefully donning the East Sea Academy uniform, which did little to obscure her elegant figure. She remained strikingly beautiful. Since everyone is here, let us proceed, Wu Changkong stated. Unlike the morning, he was now clad in a black tracksuit. Yet his expression remained stern as he regarded the four. He issued a calm directive before turning to lead the way. Following closely behind Wu Changkong, the five ventured deeper into the academy. After traversing roughly a kilometer, they reached an indoor training facility located at the back of the academy. A space Wu Changkong had specifically requested from Hmph for today's training session. Although Wu Changkong's demeanor was not particularly endearing, his professional capabilities were commendable. After promising to support Hmphu's endeavors, Hmph generously provided the training venue. This circular training space was safeguarded by a soul guide formation, surrounded by a faintly glowing purple protective barrier. Generally, this facility was reserved for advanced students. And compared to the training grounds where Yao Xuan and Xie engaged in combat, it was more expansive and less prone to damage, capable of withstanding battles at the Soul King level. After presenting his token and gaining access, Wu Changkong led Yao Xuan and the others to the center of the arena. From this day forth, you shall train with me every evening in preparation for the promotion tournament in 3 months. He addressed the four before fixing his gaze on Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, your martial soul is blue silver grass, and your soul power is only at the 12th level. The reason you were selected was that no one else surpassed your strength at that time. Now that Guyu is here, her capabilities exceed yours. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. She will take your place in battle. Yes, Teacher Wu, I understand, Tang Wulin replied, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. However, as compensation, I will still provide you with special training. If your strength meets my expectations, I shall allow you to participate in the fight. Of course, should you find it too overwhelming, you may choose to withdraw. Wu Changkong continued with a slight nod. Yes, Teacher Wu, I will strive to prove myself. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Tang Wulin's previously dim eyes as he responded enthusiastically. Chapter 68. Your opponent is me all right. I believe in you. Possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul and still gaining admission to the Intermediate Academy is already a testament to your character and perseverance. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Wu Changkong encouraged him. By the way, Teacher Wu, what exactly will our special training entail? Surely it won't just be physical conditioning, will it? At that moment, Xie, gathering his courage, also inquired. Certainly not, Wu Changkong replied, casting a cold glance at Xie before continuing. My training philosophy emphasizes a balance between intensity and comprehensiveness. During this period, the sole focus of your evening training will be on practical combat. In my view, the most effective way for a soul master to enhance their strength is through real combat. Engaging in actual battles not only hones your combat experience, but also unlocks your latent potential, facilitating your cultivation. It is in the face of life and death that one is most likely to transcend their limits. Life and death? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Xie could not help but shudder. Could it be that this special training involves life-threatening risks? Indeed, it teeters on the brink of life and death. However, rest assured, during our specialized training, you shall not encounter fatal dangers. At most, you may sustain some minor injuries. Now, without further ado, I shall elucidate the key points of your respective cultivation before we commence the training. First and foremost, Yao Xuan, your soul power, soul skills, endurance, and strength far surpass those of your peers. Though I am not particularly fond of showering others with praise, I must concede that your foundation is, without a doubt, the most formidable among individuals of your age that I have encountered. However, do not let this acclaim lead to arrogance. I can also perceive that your practical combat experience is somewhat lacking. While your control over martial souls and soul skills is commendable among your contemporaries, there remains a considerable gap between you and the true elite. In the future, I shall provide you with specialized training to enhance your capabilities in these two areas. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong first offered a compliment, then proceeded with a meticulous analysis. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. I will surely strive diligently in my training. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan responded with sincere admiration. Indeed, Wu Changkong, as a student of Shrek Academy, possessed an astute insight that immediately discerned Yao Xuan's shortcomings. With enhanced perception and diligent study, Yao Xuan had a commendable mastery over his martial soul and soul skills, rivaling that of Xie, who hailed from a prestigious family and received guidance from renowned mentors. However, despite his progress, Yao Xuan's training in martial souls and soul power lacked practical experience and mentorship, resulting in a somewhat insular approach. While he had achieved certain results, he still had much to improve upon in his ultimate mastery of martial souls and soul skills. Though Wu Changkong was merely a soul emperor, his origins from Shrek Academy and his master being the title Douluo Continent rendered his guidance invaluable. Coupled with Yao Xuan's own talent, he was confident that his strength would soar to new heights. Guyu, today during your battle with Yao Xuan, I observed your command over elements. I can say without exaggeration that your control over various elements is commendable for your current cultivation level. However, as you mentioned, your inability to enhance each element represents a limitation of your martial soul. To become a true powerhouse, my advice is to explore the fusion of multiple elements. If you can achieve this, your future self is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. With admiration in his eyes, Wu Changkong looked at Guyu and offered his guidance. Yes, thank you, teacher. Listening to Wu Changkong, Guyu nodded in response, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that a mere soul emperor could possess such profound insight. It seemed that humanity's progress over the years was indeed formidable. Xie, as for you, you have met the standards in terms of speed. Yet your physical endurance is lacking, making it challenging for you to engage in prolonged combat. A truly powerful soul master must not have any weaknesses. Thus, I offer you two pieces of advice. Firstly, you must train rigorously to enhance your physical capabilities. Secondly, during battles, you need to learn how to manage your stamina. Lastly, if my perception is not mistaken, you possess twin martial souls, do you not? Wu Changkong remarked, gazing at Xie. Is it true, Teacher Wu, that you could discern this? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, a look of astonishment appeared in Xie's eyes as he retorted, of course. The fluctuations generated by your other martial spirit cannot escape my notice. A hint of subtle pride flickered in Wu Changkong's gaze as he responded. And upon hearing his words, Xie also displayed a trace of admiration. Regarding your situation, I have two pieces of advice for you. First, do not neglect the cultivation of your mental strength. Second, refrain from casually using your second martial spirit, reserving it as a trump card to catch your opponent off guard. Gazing at Xie, Wu Changkong continued. Having a twin martial spirit signifies that a soul master possesses two martial spirits. In the era a millennium ago, every twin martial spirit soul master that emerged was undoubtedly a coveted existence. Twin martial spirits imply double the soul rings and double the soul skills, leading to battle power that far exceeds mere doubling. However, with the emergence of soul beasts, twin martial spirit soul masters are no longer as sought after. If one's mental strength is not sufficiently robust to merge with powerful soul beasts, the second martial spirit may fail to acquire formidable soul skills and could even become a burden. I understand, Teacher Wu. I will strive diligently in these areas. Xie replied with a deeply respectful bow, his face alight with admiration. Good, keep it up. Lastly, Tang Wulin. Your combat awareness and physical qualities surpass those of your peers, and your martial spirit has mutated to be more resilient than ordinary blue-silver grass. What you need to do now is to master your martial spirit and develop towards becoming a control-type soul master, Wu Changkong advised as he looked at Tang Wulin. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Tang Wulin's face lit up with surprise, completely unprepared for Wu Changkong's guidance. He listened intently to his teachings and bowed deeply in gratitude. All right. The special training begins now. As he spoke, Wu Changkong walked towards the center of the arena. Teacher, surely you won't be our opponent? A sense of foreboding rose in Xie's heart as he looked at Wu Changkong, then inquired. Ah, quite astute, Xie. Indeed, your opponent is me. When the time comes, the four of you may attack together, unrestrained. I will utilize the soul power of a level 21 Great Soul Master, but will refrain from using soul skills. Now begin. As he spoke, a faint blue glow of soul power shimmered around Wu Changkong. With a flick of his wrist, the heavenly frost sword appeared in his hand. And then he lightly thrust the sword forward, a flash of cold light aimed at Xie. Chapter 69. Battling Wu Changkong. Teacher, given your stature, isn't it inappropriate to ambush a mere 9-year-old student like me? This is not right. You lack martial ethics, Xie exclaimed, watching Wu Changkong's blade approach. He then abruptly summoned his soul power and retreated swiftly. Enough with the nonsense. On the battlefield, victors and vanquished exist. There is no place for martial ethics. Although Xie's reaction was swift, Wuchang sword was swifter, advancing towards him like a relentless parasite. As the distance between them shrank to less than 5 meters, the trio of Yao Xuan and the others sprang into action. First was Yao Xuan, whose soul power pulsed before him, coalescing into the form of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, rapidly merging with his body. With the ancestral dragon's manifestation, dragon scales reappeared on Yao Xuan's skin, his hands transforming into dragon claws that shimmered with cold light. Then, he summoned his soul power, the ancestral dragon's spirit materializing. And the first yellow soul ring behind him glimmered as he unleashed the soul skill ancestral dragon sky splitter, darting towards Wuchang. Yao Xuan's claws glimmered with a faint rainbow light, crossing in a diagonal pattern before launching a fierce attack aimed at Wuchang's chest. Next was Guyu, who summoned a blue halo behind her as her soul ring sparkled. With a graceful flick of her hand, sharp eye spikes shot forth like bullets from a machine gun, hurtling towards Wuchang. The slowest to react was Tang Wulin. After a brief pause, a faint blue light flashed in his hand, and a golden little snake appeared on his shoulder, his soul spirit, Golden Light. With the manifestation of Golden Light, the first white soul ring behind Tang Wulin flickered, activating his first soul skill, Binding, which caused tendril-like blue-silver grass to emerge before Wuchang, blocking his path. Excellent teamwork. Wuchang observed with a faint smile, clearly pleased with their response time. He then waved his arm, lightly tapping the Heavenly Frost sword. With a swift motion, the blue-silver grass summoned by Tang Wulin shattered almost instantly, consuming nearly a third of his soul power in the process, leaving his face slightly pale from the immense expenditure. Next came Guyu's ice spikes. Faced with the rapid, sharp projectiles, Wuchang remained unfazed, deftly wielding his Heavenly Frost sword to create a flurry of sword flowers that struck at the vulnerable points of the ice spikes, shattering them one by one. Finally, it was Yao Xuan's turn. As he launched his attack, Wuchang's expression shifted from ease to a hint of seriousness. He activated the soul skill Frostmark, weaving strands of sword energy into a protective shield. With a resounding bang, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky splitter collided with Wuchang's sword shield, producing a deep thud. The shield trembled violently, but ultimately held firm. Unlike the previous encounter, Wuchang had learned from his past experience and did not employ level 18 soul power. Instead, he elevated his power to level 21, that of a Great Soul Master. Though the distinction between Soul Master and Great Soul Master is merely one word, the disparity in strength is vast, both in the total amount of soul power and its purity. Wuchang's enhancement allowed him to effortlessly withstand Yao Xuan's strike. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After neutralizing the trio's attacks, Wuchang still had enough energy to direct his Heavenly Frost sword towards Xie, but the momentum had waned. With Guyu's acceleration skill in play, Xie narrowly evaded the thrust. Once more, undeterred by the previous failure, Wuchang focused his attack on Yao Xuan, summoning his soul power as the first yellow soul ring behind him flickered. Frostmark. Although it was the same first soul skill, this time, it was employed for offense rather than defense. In Wuchang's hands, the Heavenly Frost sword danced gracefully, unleashing chilling threads imbued with terrifying power, shooting towards Yao Xuan in a bewildering trajectory. Truly impressive. Teacher Wu is serious now. Gazing at the fierce onslaught from Wuchang, Yao Xuan could not help but feel a sense of awe. Previously, he had managed to withstand 3 of Wuchang's strikes and even repel him, entirely due to the latter's casual approach. Now, however, with Wuchang fighting earnestly, the sheer intensity of his combat prowess was truly terrifying. Though he employed only the soul power of a Great Soul Master, Yao Xuan could distinctly perceive that each strand of sword energy unleashed by Wuchang rivaled the full force of an ordinary beginner soul sovereign. The barrage of over a dozen sword energies was such that even an ordinary high-ranking soul sovereign would sustain injuries. Moreover, while the sword energies appeared chaotic, they were intricately connected in a profound manner, effectively sealing off all of Yao Xuan's escape routes, leaving him with no means of evasion or retreat. Confronted with such an assault, a chill of unease crept into Yao Xuan's heart. Though not fear, his alertness surged to its peak in an instant. If he mishandled this strike, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. As various countermeasures flickered through his mind, Yao Xuan, relying on his combat instincts, chose to evade in the direction least covered by Wuchang's sword energy, channeling his soul power to once again unleash the ancestral dragon-esque sky-splitting strike. Concurrently, Gu Yu, Xie Xie, and Tang Wulin, standing nearby, were not idle. Just as they had assisted Xie Xie earlier, they too launched their own attacks against Wu Changkong. The halo behind Gu Yu transformed into a radiant white as she activated her soul skill, Elemental Tide, sending a sphere of white light hurtling towards Wu Changkong's eyes, which then erupted into a dazzling display. Following her, Xie Xie summoned his soul power and swiftly appeared behind Wu Changkong, thrusting his weapon, the light dragon dagger, towards the latter's back. Finally, there was Tang Wulin. Having learned from previous encounters, he refrained from directly entangling Wu Changkong with his blue-silver grass. Fully aware that Wu Changkong could effortlessly break free from his bindings, leading to considerable depletion of his soul power, an ineffective tactic. Instead, Tang Wulin, inspired by the battle between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong from the previous day, resolved to leverage his superior strength. He retrieved his 1,000-forged tungsten hammer from his storage soul guide and aimed a powerful strike at Wu Changkong's thigh. Chapter 70, Achievements and Gains. It was futile. Observing the attacks from Gu Yu, Xie Xie, and Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong wore a confident smile, deftly defending against their strikes while maintaining his focus on Yao Xuan. With a flick of his Tian Shuang sword, another wave of sword energy was unleashed, ensnaring the light sphere launched by Gu Yu and completely severing her mental control over it. As Gu Yu's grasp faltered, the gathered light elements dispersed instantaneously, losing their intended potency and transforming into pure light energy. Simultaneously, as Wu Changkong wielded his sword, another beam of sword energy shot forth towards Xie Xie. Compared to the sword energy directed at Yao Xuan, this one was considerably weaker, merely reaching the standard of a mid-tier great soul master. Nevertheless, it remained formidable enough to disrupt Xie Xie's assault, ultimately striking his light dragon dagger. Upon impact, a layer of deep blue ice rapidly formed around Xie Xie's body, extending to encase his arm entirely, reaching to his chest and back before finally halting. Lastly, in response to Tang Wulin's aerial hammer strike, Wu Changkong merely floated forward, effortlessly dodging Tang Wulin's attack, leaving Tang Wulin with an embarrassed expression. As Wu Changkong countered the combined onslaught from Gu Yu and the others, a series of piercingly cold and remarkably sharp sword energies surged through the space, closing in on Yao Xuan, bringing with them an overwhelming chill. Due to Yao Xuan's evasive maneuvers, he managed to avoid nearly 2/3 of the sword energies, but the remaining 5 collided head-on with his ancestral dragon-esque sky-splitting strike. Despite Yao Xuan being only an 18-level soul master, his foundation was exceptionally solid, and the purity of his soul power exceeded that of an ordinary high-ranking great soul master. Coupled with the ancestral dragon martial soul and ancestral dragon soul spirit, the might of the ancestral dragon-esque sky-splitting strike was undoubtedly on par with a soul sovereign's, matching Wu Changkong's assault in intensity. With a resounding thud, the sword energies clashed with Yao Xuan's strike, shattering and dissipating into frigid air. While the power of the ancestral dragon-esque sky-splitting strike rapidly diminished, ultimately it shattered 4 of the sword energies, consuming half the energy of the final one before it finally dissipated, leaving the last sword energy to strike Yao Xuan directly. Impressive. To withstand my blow and destroy 4 of my sword energies, Yao Xuan truly possesses boundless potential. Wu Changkong observed Yao Xuan's actions with a sense of astonishment, internally praising him. Though the dozen sword energies were far from Wu Changkong's limit, Yao Xuan's performance was commendable, deserving of pride. Meanwhile, Xie Xie and Tang Wulin, witnessing Yao Xuan's display of power, marveled at whether this was indeed Yao Xuan's true strength. Concurrently, a desire to grow stronger ignited within them. Neither wished to be left behind. As for Gu Yu, her expression remained calm as she observed the duel between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong. To her, Yao Xuan exuded a pure dragon god aura, possibly even a reincarnation of a remnant soul of the dragon god. It would be strange if he could not withstand this strike. Ding! Amid the worried gazes of Tang Wulin and Xie Xie, the final sword energy struck Yao Xuan's arm, producing a faint metallic clink. Though Wu Changkong's last sword energy had been weakened, its force remained substantial. Even an ordinary beginner soul sovereign would find themselves injured and bleeding from such a hit, let alone Yao Xuan, who was merely an 18-level soul master. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As Wu Changkong's sword energy collided with the dragon scales on Yao Xuan's arm, it merely left a shallow dent the size of a pinky finger, less than a centimeter deep, emanating a powerful chill that immobilized Yao Xuan's right arm. Such formidable defense, Observing the effects of his sword energy, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Changkong's eyes. He knew Yao Xuan's defenses were extraordinary, yet he had never anticipated that his strike would fail to breach them. However, the next moment, the surprise in Wu Changkong's gaze was replaced by sheer joy. With such immense talent, Yao Xuan's admission into Shrek Academy was undoubtedly assured. To recruit a prodigy like Yao Xuan for Shrek Academy would serve as redemption for his past transgressions. Moreover, although he could not discern the exact nature of Yao Xuan's martial soul, it was undoubtedly dragon-related. Having previously betrayed his teacher, Ji Shi, Wu Changkong mused that if he could recommend Yao Xuan to become his disciple, he need not worry about his legacy being left without an heir. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Changkong calmly declared, "Very well. Continue," and resumed his fierce assault on the four. Yao Xuan, shaking off the layer of ice on his arm, advanced towards Wu Changkong once more. Half an hour later. Excellent. Today's special training will conclude here. As the Tian Shuang sword transformed into a myriad of azure particles and dissipated, Wu Changkong instructed. Yes, Teacher Wu. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan and the other three nearby let out a sigh of relief and came to a halt. Over the past half hour, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and the others had endured a barrage of relentless attacks from Wu Changkong, exerting every ounce of strength they possessed to withstand his onslaught. Particularly for Yao Xuan, who bore the brunt of Wu Changkong's attention for at least two-thirds of that time, the pressure was immense. Despite the advantages conferred by the ancestor dragon martial spirit and body, Yao Xuan found his soul power completely drained, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. However, effort begets reward. Through this intense training battle with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan had earned a commendable 15 points of golden evolution points. Though this was less than the bounty from their first encounter, it was still substantial. Furthermore, during the skirmish, Yao Xuan had significantly unleashed and developed his innate combat instincts. In the past, he possessed formidable strength but lacked an opponent to challenge him, leaving his abilities untapped. Yet, in facing Wu Changkong, he could finally unleash his full potential, expressing his combat instincts to the fullest. As the battle progressed, Yao Xuan felt himself entering a state of flow. The ancestor dragon was a being that traversed the myriad realms, vanquishing gods and battling Buddhas, with unparalleled combat prowess among the heavens. As the bearer of the ancestor dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan naturally inherited such instincts. Over the past 3 years, the absence of such intense combat had kept these instincts dormant, but now, with Wu Changkong as his opponent, they surged forth rapidly, adjusting Yao Xuan's combat style and enhancing his actual combat power. Chapter 71. Breaking through and elevating the ancestor dragon bloodline after this half hour of combat. Although his soul power had not seen a significant increase, Yao Xuan had improved his reaction speed, control over his soul power and techniques, and overall combat effectiveness by at least 20%. In their exchanges, Wu Changkong keenly observed Yao Xuan's continuous adjustments and could not help but marvel inwardly, was this what true genius looked like? Without offering any guidance, Yao Xuan had made such remarkable progress merely through self-discovery. No, this could not simply be described as genius. Even in the illustrious Shrek Academy, where prodigies were abundant, Yao Xuan's talent would undoubtedly stand out among the crowd. Such innate ability was nothing short of monstrous. Not only would he have no trouble entering Shrek Academy, but the Sea God Pavilion would also be well within his reach in the future. In this light, Yao Xuan was indeed a raw gem, a precious stone bestowed by the heavens, and Wu Changkong felt compelled to refine him to the best of his ability. Perhaps by nurturing such a talent, he could atone for his past mistakes. Overall, your performances were commendable, yet significant flaws remain. Now, I will elucidate the issues exposed among you. While internally exhilarated, Wu Changkong maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of approval as he began to comment on their performance. Although the combat and coordination displayed by Yao Xuan and the others appeared rather immature, it was their first collaborative effort, and their performance exceeded Wu Changkong's expectations, particularly that of Yao Xuan and Gu Yu. As for Xie Xie and Tang Wulin, while their achievements paled in comparison to those of Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, they were still impressive for 9-year-old children, showcasing their potential. Wu Changkong felt quite satisfied and was eager to nurture these two young talents. By the way, Tang Wulin, have you studied forging? Wu Changkong inquired, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he looked at Tang Wulin. Yes, Teacher Wu, came the reply. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Tang Wulin nodded in acknowledgement, a faint trace of pride evident on his face. What nonsense! Your martial soul aptitude is already inferior to that of others, and yet you divert your attention to forging. How can this be acceptable? Wuchang Kong remarked with a tone of reproach as he gazed at Tang Wuling. However, with his head bowed, too timid to meet Wuchang Kong's gaze. A hint of grievance flickered in Tang Wuling's eyes, yet he lacked the courage to voice a rebuttal. Teacher Wu, Tang Wuling possesses considerable talent in forging. He is now a second-level forger and, moreover, he is my junior disciple, having apprenticed under Master Mu Chen. At that moment, Yao Xuan interjected to alleviate the tension. Oh, he is also a disciple of Master Mu Chen? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wuchang Kong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he inquired, Indeed, Teacher Wu. And forging is not without its merits. It can also enhance my strength and soul power. At this moment, Tang Wuling finally nodded in silent agreement. If that is the case, it is certainly feasible. Since you possess a talent for forging, in the future, you may accumulate resources through this craft to purchase rare treasures or utilize special soul guiding arrays to elevate the quality of your martial soul. This is indeed a viable option. Gazing at Tang Wuling, Wuchang Kong ultimately nodded in approval of his choice. Very well, your soul power and stamina are nearly depleted. Thus, tonight's special training comes to a close. Upon returning, take the time to reflect and summarize. I hope to witness your progress each day. You are dismissed. As he spoke, Wuchang Kong deactivated the soul guiding barrier of the training ground and led the 4 individuals away. Goodbye, Teacher Wu. Upon exiting the training ground, Yao Xuan and the others bid farewell to Wuchang Kong. Yes, I shall be here promptly tomorrow evening. Do not be late. I will first conduct a test of your mental strength before we commence training. With that, Wuchang Kong turned and departed. Gu Yu, your performance today was truly remarkable. Until tomorrow, Yao Xuan praised, gazing into Gu Yu's violet eyes. Thank you for the compliment. Yao Xuan, your performance today was equally valiant. Until tomorrow. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu's fair face flushed slightly. She waved goodbye to Yao Xuan and walked towards the girls' dormitory, while Yao Xuan, accompanied by Xie and Tang Wuling, returned to the boys' dormitory. In dormitory 205, Yao Xuan quietly opened the system panel. Golden evolution points, 133. Gazing at the numbers on the system panel, a faint smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. 133 points of evolution. How wonderful. Indeed. Combat is the most effective means of accumulating golden evolution points. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan continued to navigate the system panel. Spending 120 golden evolution points could enhance the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline by 1.0. After the enhancement, the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline would reach 11.2. Would he like to proceed? As Yu Xian focused his thoughts, a system prompt appeared. It was clear that although he had gained numerous opportunities to acquire golden evolution points, enhancing the ancestor dragon bloodline remained a challenging endeavor. Observing the system prompt, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, but silently confirmed his decision. In the next moment, as Yao Xuan concentrated, 120 golden evolution points surged forth, transforming into pure, untainted evolutionary energy that flowed into his meridians, subsequently absorbed by the ancestor dragon bloodline within him, continually increasing its concentration. With the enhancement of his ancestor dragon bloodline concentration, Yao Xuan's physical attributes improved further, his strength reaching to 500 kilograms. His meridians and dantian rapidly strengthened, capable of accommodating even more robust soul power. The next day arrived swiftly. Following the directives of Wuchang Kong, the students continued their physical training, with Yao Xuan being the sole exception. Although Wuchang Kong was unsure why Yao Xuan possessed such formidable strength and physical capabilities, he understood that ordinary physical training would be akin to child's play for Yao Xuan, merely a waste of time. Thus, Yao Xuan was granted special permission to forego the physical training. Of course, this did not imply that Yao Xuan could relax. On the contrary, while the other students engaged in physical training, Wuchang Kong once again initiated combat training for Yao Xuan. After a grueling 20 minutes, Yao Xuan's soul power and physical energy were nearly depleted, at which point Wuchang Kong finally ceased, allowing Yao Xuan to rest. Though thoroughly exhausted, Yao Xuan bore no resentment towards Wuchang Kong, nor felt any dissatisfaction. Instead, he secretly rejoiced, having just acquired an additional 12 golden evolution points from the recent battle, further enhancing his combat prowess. As in the morning, the afternoon greeted the students with more physical training. However, this time, many classmates could no longer endure and collapsed in droves. Wuchang Kong ultimately announced that starting tomorrow, physical training would only occur in the morning, while the afternoons would be reserved for regular combat classes. Before long, night fell. Like the previous evening, Yao Xuan, Guyu, Xie, and Tang Wulin gathered outside the training grounds, and shortly thereafter, Wu Changkong arrived gracefully. As previously stated, he did not immediately commence training for Yao Xuan and the others. Instead, he led them to another grand building within the school. Chapter 72, Mental Strength Test. Wu Changkong's astonishment after verifying their identities, Wu Changkong guided the four into the building and then took the elevator to the second floor. Traversing a corridor imbued with a sense of advanced technology, the five ultimately entered a testing room, approximately 50 square meters in size. The walls of the testing room were adorned with a layer of silver metal panels, engraved with numerous soul guide runes that shimmered with a faint purple light. Dazzling to behold. Inside the testing room, large, technologically sophisticated instruments were arranged, and merely from their appearance, these devices appeared to be of considerable value. Observing these unprecedented instruments, curiosity flickered in Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's eyes, while Xie seemed familiar with them, maintaining his usual demeanor, as did Guyu. Now, we shall commence the mental strength test. Xie, you are first, Wu Changkong instructed, looking at Xie, settling into the testing chair. Wu Changkong pressed a button, and a silver helmet descended, enveloping Xie's head. On a nearby screen, a white beam of light appeared, accompanied by a scale and numbers. 10, 15, 29. The numbers on the screen gradually ascended, finally stabilizing at 29, marking the peak of the initial stage of the spirit element realm. Not bad, keep it up. Strive to break 30 before the promotion competition. Reaching the mid-stage of the spirit element realm, Wu Changkong encouraged, observing Xie. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Xie replied, stepping back. Following Xie, it was Tang Wulin's turn for testing. Wu Changkong held little hope for Tang Wulin, considering him a blue-silver grass martial soul user. How high could his mental strength possibly be? However, the outcome left Wu Changkong utterly astonished. Due to prolonged forging, Tang Wulin's mental strength unexpectedly surpassed Xie's, reaching 38 points, entering the mid-stage of the spirit element realm. Excellent, mid-stage of the spirit element realm. Keep cultivating diligently and enhance your soul power swiftly. Wu Changkong expressed his surprise and encouragement to Tang Wulin. Yao Xuan, it's your turn. Wu Changkong then turned to Yao Xuan, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation. Yes, Teacher Wu, Yao Xuan responded, stepping forward to take his place in the testing chair. Upon pressing the button, the helmet of the mental testing device slowly descended, enveloping Yao Xuan's head. The soul guide array above emitted a faint glow, while the scale displaying mental strength rapidly ascended. 20, 40, 60, 100. Under the gaze of Tang Wulin and Xie, within less than a second, Yao Xuan's mental strength had already surpassed 100 points, causing the instrument's color to shift from white to yellow. Over 100 points. Yao Xuan is incredible. Staring at the numbers on the instrument, Xie and Tang Wulin exclaimed in shock, regarding Yao Xuan as if he were a monster. Achieving 100 points in mental strength indicated that a soul master had reached an entirely new realm, transitioning from the spirit element realm to the spirit communication realm, gaining greater control over their mental power and the ability to fuse with purple soul spirits, possessing thousand-year soul rings. Moreover, the spirit communication realm was a prerequisite for admission into advanced soul master academies, barring 9 out of 10 soul masters. Anyone who broke through to the spirit communication realm before the age of 15 was considered an exceptional talent, and Yao Xuan was merely a 9-year-old child. Meanwhile, observing Yao Xuan's test results, a flicker of astonishment crossed Guyu's beautiful eyes as she thought, his mental strength is truly formidable. It seems I must also demonstrate more of my own abilities. As for Wu Changkong, gazing at Yao Xuan's test results, the calmness in his eyes, reminiscent of an ancient well, now sparkled with excitement and fervor. The spirit communication realm. He has actually reached the spirit communication realm. In the midst of the battle with Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong discerned that Yao Xuan's mental prowess far surpassed that of Tang Wulin and Xie. However, he could hardly fathom that Yao Xuan's mental strength had already ascended to the realm of Lingtong. Although Xie and Tang Wulin were aware of the formidable nature of a 9-year-old possessing such capabilities, it was Wu Changkong, hailing from Shrek Academy, who truly understood the extraordinary nature of this accomplishment. It is worth noting that, even in the annals of Shrek Academy, the number of soul masters who have attained Lingtong mental strength before the age of 9 is merely in the single digits. Each of these prodigies was a force to be reckoned with, dominating an era and unmatched in battle. Among them was the current Sea God Pavilion Master, the towering Douluo Yunming. Given Yao Xuan's innate talent, it is evident that he possesses the potential to reach the pinnacle of limit Douluo, a truly remarkable gift. Concurrently, a profound sense of responsibility burgeoned within Wu Changkong. Since he had the opportunity to mentor such a gifted student, he was determined to devote himself wholly to nurturing Yao Xuan's potential. Under the watchful gazes of Wu Changkong, Guyu, Xie, and Tang Wuling, the beam of light representing Yao Xuan's mental strength continued to ascend, 110, 120. When Yao Xuan's mental power reached 160 points, the rise of the beam finally began to decelerate. Approximately 10 seconds later, it stabilized at 195 points. A mental strength of 195 points. This marked the pinnacle of the initial stage of Ling Tong, with only a single step remaining to advance to the mid-stage. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong's eyes were ablaze with fervor, his tone imbued with palpable excitement. Even with his formidable cultivation and qi nurturing, he could not suppress the astonishment and joy swelling within him. My heavens, 195 points of mental strength. Such prowess transcends the realm of genius. It is a true anomaly. Staring at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong gasped, his voice quivering. Yao Xuan, your mental strength is actually at the Ling Tong realm? Meanwhile, Xie fixated on Yao Xuan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Xian's mental strength is simply astonishing. He is truly a polymath. If only I possessed half, no, a third of his talent. Besides Xie, Tang Wuling remained silent but was filled with admiration and envy, a longing glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, my mental strength is truly at the Ling Tong realm. Listening to the inquiries from Xie and Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan calmly nodded in affirmation. Yes, the spirit connection realm, splendid. Wu Changkong then inquired, by the way, Yao Xuan, may I ask you a question? When approximately did you break through to the spirit connection realm? What was your sensation during the breakthrough? Although still internally astonished, Wu Changkong, being a Soul Emperor and a graduate of Shrek Academy, had witnessed numerous grand events and possessed excellent self-cultivation skills. He finally managed to adjust his tone and expression, striving to maintain composure while questioning Yao Xuan. Chapter 73, Guyu's Test. Wu Changkong astonished again the spirit connection realm? I believe I transcended into that realm around the age of 8. At that time, I didn't experience much sensation. It was merely as if I heard a crack sound. And then I felt an extraordinary clarity, seeing things more distinctly and thinking with greater acuity. Listening to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan concealed the existence of the soul-forging technique and recounted the other circumstances truthfully. At the age of 8, he broke through to the spiritual connectivity realm. And currently, his mental strength stands at 195 points. If this progress continues, he may have the opportunity to challenge the spiritual sea realm by the 4th grade. Upon receiving Yao Xuan's response, Wu Changkong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to analyze. When a soul master's mental strength reaches 500 points, a qualitative transformation occurs, allowing them to transition from the spiritual connectivity realm to the spiritual sea realm. This is precisely the distinction between ordinary soul masters and those of great prowess. The mental strength in the spiritual sea realm is sufficient to merge with 10,000-year-old soul spirits, advance to soul saint, and wield a 2-word battle armor. Even within the Federation, a 2-word battle armor master is considered a formidable figure, capable of holding the rank of a brigade major. Given Yao Xuan's annual increase of 100 points in mental strength, it is evident that within 3 years, he will undoubtedly break through to the spiritual sea realm, and his future prospects are boundless. Teacher Wu, I will certainly strive to achieve this. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging that he must grow stronger, both for himself and for Guyu and Na. All right, Guyu, it is your turn. With Wu Changkong's command, Guyu was the last to sit on the apparatus. The helmet descended slowly, and under the watchful gaze of Yao Xuan and the other 3, the numbers representing Guyu's mental strength surged rapidly beside the device. 20, 40, 100. Mirroring Yao Xuan's previous test, Guyu's mental strength broke through the 100-point mark within a second, entering the realm of Ling Tong, and continued to ascend. After another 10 seconds, the numbers on the screen finally stabilized, settling at a position just above 200. A mental strength of 201 places her in the mid-stage of Ling Tong, surpassing Yao Xuan by 6 points. Guyu is truly tenacious. Observing Guyu's test results, Yao Xuan felt no surprise, yet he silently mused. He recalled that in the original timeline, during her first test, Guyu had demonstrated a mental strength of 116 points, and now she had revealed 201 points, evidently unwilling to lag behind him in mental prowess. Meanwhile, beside him, Xie and Tang Wulin gazed at Gu Yu's test results, their expressions once again filled with astonishment. Yao Xian's mental strength was already remarkable. Yet this classmate named Gu Yu astonishingly exhibited even greater strength. As for Wu Changkong, standing nearby, he too displayed a look of shock as he beheld Gu Yu's final results, his previously calm demeanor disrupted once more. From Gu Yu's meticulous control over the elements, Wu Changkong recognized her formidable mental strength, but he had never anticipated that it would reach the mid-stage of Ling Tong, even surpassing Yao Xian. Well done, Gu Yu. Your mental strength is impressive. It's no wonder that despite not being able to enhance the elements, you can wield their power to its fullest extent. I believe you will achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Having witnessed Yao Xian's mental strength, though Gu Yu's was even more formidable, Wu Changkong quickly composed himself and offered his praise. Yes, I will strive to cultivate and continually elevate myself, Teacher Wu. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Gu Yu nodded slightly, her expression remaining serene. Now, for the next item, we shall proceed with the strength test. Having said that, Wu Changkong led the 4 individuals to another instrument. This time, the first tester was Yao Xian, whose right hand exhibited a strength of 2,620 kilograms, while his left hand demonstrated a force of 2,480 kilograms. Gazing at Yao Xian's data, both Tang Wulin and Xie displayed expressions of awe, while Wu Changkong felt an increasing excitement within. As for Gu Yu, upon witnessing Yao Xian's strength, she became more convinced that he was no ordinary human. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the dragon god's remnant soul? Gradually, such a thought began to take root in her mind. After all, during the great battle, even she managed to escape, if the dragon god, in a bid to protect himself, had split to create the Golden Dragon King while retaining a fragment of his soul. Successfully fleeing like herself was not beyond the realm of possibility. If it were not so, Gu could not explain why Yao Xian emanated the aura of the dragon god, nor why she felt an inexplicable affinity towards him. Following Yao Xian, Tang Wulin stepped forward for his test. He unleashed a flurry of punches. Although he did not unlock the first bloodline seal of the Golden Dragon King, he still managed to exert a force exceeding 500 kilograms. Tang Wulin's results astonished Wu Changkong, elevating his desire to cultivate him further. Although Tang Wulin's talent was not on par with Yao Xian and the others, he was still worth nurturing. Finally, Gu Yu and Xie took their turns to test their strength. Thanks to the dual martial spirits, Xie's power was commendable, reaching 120 kilograms. Surprisingly, Gu Yu, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, demonstrated strength that was only slightly inferior to Xie's, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Was Gu Yu truly an ordinary human? She was practically a female Tyrannosaurus. Of course, Xie was self-aware enough to only harbor these thoughts silently, not daring to act out in front of Gu Yu. Very well, I now have a certain understanding of everyone's physical prowess. Now, let us continue with the special training. After conducting several other tests with Yao Xian and the others, Wu Changkong nodded and subsequently led the 4 back to the training ground. Half an hour later, just as the previous day, after a vigorous bout with Wu Changkong, Yao Xian and the others found their soul power and stamina nearly depleted, at which point Wu Changkong offered his evaluations. In contrast to the first day, Yao Xian appeared considerably more composed when facing Wu Changkong, yet this time, his combat power had only increased marginally, by less than 5%. The acquisition of golden evolution points had also diminished by 2 points, leaving him with only 10. From the 3rd day onward, the trainees' regimen reverted to morning physical training and afternoon theoretical study. Naturally, as competing members, Yao Xian and the others still faced Wu Changkong's special training in the evenings. Soon, for days had elapsed, and Sunday arrived. Unlike ordinary academies, the Soul Master Academy observed a single rest day, wherein students could freely arrange their time. Wu Changkong, understanding the balance between work and relaxation, did not assign any special training tasks to Yao Xian and the others. Consequently, on Sunday morning, Yao Xian set off with Tang Wulin, leaving Donghai Academy to visit the Blacksmith Association to collect their blacksmith badges and receive instruction from Mu Chen. Chapter 74. Bestowing Forging Knowledge. Mu Chen's expectations. After 4 days of training, Yao Xian's soul power experienced a smooth ascent, successfully breaking through to level 19. In terms of mental strength, with the cultivation of the creation forging soul technique, Yao Xian's mental power had grown daily, reaching 197 points after several days. Regarding the ancestral dragon bloodline, due to his twice-daily practical training sessions with Wuchang Kong, Yao Xuan had accrued a substantial amount of golden evolution points through intense combat. Over the 4 days of practical training, he garnered nearly 80 golden evolution points, and combined with the remaining points from before, his ancestral dragon bloodline had successfully risen to 11.7. However, as his combat strength improved, the pressure exerted by Wuchang Kong lessened each time they battled. The golden evolution points Yao Xuan could earn had decreased from 12 to 9. Of course, as battles progressed, the synergy among Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin grew increasingly harmonious. From their earlier chaotic skirmishes, they gradually began to exhibit coordination, particularly between Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, who seemed to share a unique rapport that left Xie and Tang Wulin envious. As Yao Xuan walked along the road, he silently reflected on his recent gains, feeling quite satisfied. Under Wuchang Kong's guidance, his strength and progress had reached unparalleled heights, lost in thought and advancing towards their destination. Yao Xuan soon arrived at the Donghai City Blacksmith Association. Presenting their tokens, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were ushered into Mu Chen's forging chamber. In comparison to Meng Tian's forge, Mu Chen's workshop was undoubtedly more opulent, with numerous soul guide formations etched upon the walls, elevating the soul power concentration within to approximately 4 times that of the outside world. Forging is an endeavor that consumes an immense amount of soul power, particularly for high-level forging such as spiritual forging, fusion forging, and soul forging, which require robust soul power support. With the assistance of these soul guide formations, Mu Chen would undoubtedly find his forging tasks significantly easier, enhancing his success rate. Come, Yao Xuan, Wulin, I shall now bestow upon you your blacksmith badges and impart to you the specific knowledge of forging. With that, Mu Chen retrieved a tray from his spatial soul guide, upon which rested 2 badges atop a red cloth. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship of these badges was exquisite, hexagonally shaped, with a blue base color and a prominently raised hammer symbol in the center, flanked by 2 white stars, signifying their status as second-level blacksmiths. Gently taking one badge, Mu Chen affixed it to Yao Xuan's right chest, then placed the other badge on Tang Wulin's left chest. Wulin, Yao Xuan, splendid. Do you realize that your age at which you have broken through to second-level blacksmiths has shattered the records of our Donghai Blacksmith Association? Congratulations! You must continue to strive for excellence. A smile graced Mu Chen's face as he encouraged them. Thank you, Master. We will certainly do our best. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin replied, bowing respectfully to Mu Chen. By the way, I have 2 more items to present to you. Upon finishing, a glimmer flickered from Mu Chen's hand, causing the original tray to vanish, revealing 2 ancient-looking rings of a pale blue hue, their surfaces adorned with intricate dark patterns, evoking a sense of dizziness. These are 2 spatial soul-guiding devices, each possessing a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. This will facilitate your task submissions and enable you to carry essential items with ease. However, these spatial soul-guiding devices are only lent to you for the time being. You may fully possess them once you advance to 4th-level blacksmiths. This is one of the benefits of our Blacksmith Association. With that, Mu Chen extended the rings toward them. Thank you, Master. Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the ring, and the 2 expressed their gratitude in unison. Now, it is time to formally begin imparting the knowledge of forging to you. In the process of forging, it is imperative that you diligently complete each piece of work, allowing your soul to resonate with the craft and drawing inspiration from life itself. True forging transcends the mere act of hammering metal. It is an act of creation, imbued with vitality. With a solemn expression, Mu Chen elucidated, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin listened intently, their eyes shimmering with excitement and their hearts resonating with an intense fervor. Now, I shall demonstrate the technique of Qian Duan, he announced. In an instant, a magnificent forging hammer, radiant and exuding a powerful aura, materialized in Mu Chen's grasp. He then opened the forging furnace and began a detailed demonstration. Do you see clearly? This is the direction in which you must strive. Qian Duan Yi Pin, also known as half-spiritual forging, is your goal, to forge a Qian Duan Yi Pin masterpiece before the age of 15. As the final strike fell, the metal block before Mu Chen erupted in a dazzling radiance, the brilliance soaring to a height of 1.5 meters before subsiding. Mu Chen continued his explanation. Indeed, we understand, Master. We will certainly strive to achieve it. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin responded, excellent. The Master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. This is the essence of my 1,000 refinements. Should you encounter any perplexities, feel free to seek my guidance. From now on, you are required to come for half a day's practice each week to maintain your proficiency. Do you understand? Listening to the conversation between Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then produced 2 small booklets and handed them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Thank you, master. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin replied respectfully as they received the booklets. All right, Wulin, you may proceed with your training. I have a few questions for Yao Xuan. After sending Tang Wulin away, Mu Chen approached Yao Xuan, and with a thought, he released his soul power, creating a barrier around them. By the way, Yao Xuan, what is the highest level of forging you can currently achieve? Mu Chen inquired, gazing at Yao Xuan. Master, I can currently forge up to the 2nd tier of 1,000 forgings, though my success rate is not very high. Out of 100 attempts, I should be able to successfully forge 10 pieces of 2nd tier 1,000 forged metal. But there is also a chance that one of the metals may reach the 4th tier of 1,000 forgings. Listening to Mu Chen's inquiries, Yao Xuan responded with clarity and detail. You have reached the realm of the 2nd tier of 1,000 forging. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Mu Chen's eyes reflected an expression of disbelief. Good heavens, I never imagined you would attain such a level. If your soul power keeps pace, you will be eligible to challenge true spiritual forging before the age of 15, which is my expectation for you. Work diligently, and should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to leave me a message via the soul communicator. Once you have mastered the 1st tier of 1,000 forging, inform me, and I shall impart to you the techniques of spiritual forging. Patting Yao Xuan's shoulder, Mu Chen endeavored to calm his emotions and encouraged him. Indeed, master, I shall not disappoint you, Yao Xuan affirmed earnestly with a firm nod. Moreover, do not neglect your soul power cultivation. A robust soul power is the foundation for your advancement to a saint craftsman and even further to a divine craftsman in the future. Do you understand? Satisfied, Mu Chen continued to emphasize his guidance. I comprehend, master. I will proceed with my training now, Yao Xuan assured. Very well, off you go. With a slight smile, Mu Chen waved goodbye to Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, you have arrived? Last week, you agreed to compete with me in forging, so let us commence now. Just as Yao Xuan exited Mu Chen's forging chamber, a melodious female voice resonated beside him. Ah, senior sister Mu Shi, please lead the way. Looking up, Yao Xuan recognized the voice belonged to Mu Shi, and he nodded in agreement. Guiding Yao Xuan, Mu Shi brought him into a forging room. Compared to Mu Chen's workshop, this forge was notably more modest yet far neater and more aesthetically pleasing than Meng Tian's studio. Come, little junior brother, since you are younger, I shall yield to you. Choose a type of metal, and we shall compete, Mu Shi stated as they entered the forging room. All right, let us compete with refined gold, Yao Xuan responded without hesitation. Selecting the metal he excelled at. Refined gold? I did not expect my junior brother to be so confident. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mu Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Among metals, exquisite gold is indeed one of the most challenging to master. Let us commence. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Yao Xuan offered a faint smile and replied. Of course. Mu Shi nodded slightly. Taking 2 ingots of refined gold from the storage rack, Yao Xuan and Mu Shi commenced their forging. They ignited the forge, placing the refined gold inside, and quietly awaited the process. Yao Xuan's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, while a tenacious spirit of defiance flickered in Mu Shi's eyes. 15 minutes later, as the refined gold was completed, Yao Xuan and Mu Shi simultaneously retrieved the glowing ingots, wielding their forging hammers to begin the rhythmic strikes. The clear sounds of forging echoed throughout the workshop, clang, clang. With another 10 minutes passing, they each completed the quenching of their respective ingots, subsequently exchanging smiles. Come, junior brother. Let us compare the final quality of the refined gold we have forged, Mu Shi suggested, looking at Yao Xuan. All right. He nodded slightly, and they approached the nearby analyzer. First, Mu Shi placed her forged ingot into the analyzer, and radiant beams of light emerged as it scanned the piece. Refined gold, volume reduction, 14, density increase, 17. Impurity removal, 96, quality, excellent. A line of red text appeared on the screen. Observing her results, a faint smile graced Mu Shi's face. Although her refined gold was not yet perfect, it was tantalizingly close. Junior brother, it's your turn, she said, her tone laced with pride as she turned to Yao Xuan. Very well, senior sister, he replied with a confident smile, placing his ingot into the analyzer. Refined gold, volume reduction, 15, density increase, 20, impurity removal, 100, quality, superior. Moments later, a line of red text emerged on the analyzer. How is this possible? Mushi stared in disbelief at Yao Xuan's results. Superior. That's truly extraordinary. Though the difference between excellent and superior was merely a single character, the disparity in value and forging difficulty was monumental, over fivefold. Furthermore, utilizing superior metal for forging would yield a success rate approximately 20% higher than that of excellent metal. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable, Mushi exclaimed, gazing at Yao Xuan in admiration. It was merely luck, Yao Xuan humbly replied. Senior sister, achieving excellent quality in your refined gold is already impressive. Not at all. You needn't comfort me. I am well aware of the significant gap between excellent and superior metals, Mushi said, pursing her lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. By the way, senior sister, let us discuss our perspectives on forging, Yao Xuan suggested, noticing her mood. Sure, junior brother, please share your thoughts on forging, Mushi encouraged. Listening to the forge, Mushi's spirits evidently lifted. As for the art of forging, my understanding lies in the mastery of metal. Metal is inherently untamed. Each particle possesses its own pride, often repelling one another, resulting in a disordered essence. During the forging process, my endeavor is to subdue them with my mental prowess, guiding them under my command, arranging them according to my will, ensuring that each metal particle occupies its most suitable position. My realization is that a blacksmith must assume the role of a commander over the metals, and the act of forging is akin to a strategic deployment. A meticulous arrangement of metal particles in accordance with the blueprint envisioned in my mind. Once achieved, the metal reveals its most exquisite quality. Observing Mushi, Yao Xuan articulated his insights: subdue, command, deploy. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mushi pondered. Indeed, this encapsulates my understanding of forging. With a slight nod, Yao Xuan affirmed. Thank you, junior apprentice. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a glimmer of admiration surfaced in Mushi's eyes, accompanied by a profound sense of submission. She realized that her own forging experience was merely rooted in the notion of practice making perfect, while Yao Xuan had already formulated his own methodology. By the way, junior brother, your understanding of forging is so profound. I presume you are not far from achieving the milestone of 1,000 forges? Mushi inquired, gazing at Yao Xuan with admiration. Indeed, senior sister, I must confess that I have already reached the stage of 1,000 forges. However, my master, fearing that I might become a target for others, has advised me to delay my assessment for another 2 years. Please, do not share this news with anyone else. Yao Xuan continued, looking at Mushi earnestly. What? Junior brother, you have already accomplished 1,000 forges? In that moment, Mushi's gaze towards Yao Xuan transformed. While it was within her comprehension for someone at the age of 9 to achieve 100 forges, the notion of a 9-year-old achieving 1,000 forges was entirely beyond her imagination. Yes, Yao Xuan confirmed with a slight nod. Junior brother, this is simply extraordinary. A 9-year-old, third-level forger. As Mushi regarded Yao Xuan, the last vestiges of her competitive spirit dissipated, leaving only pure admiration. She finally recognized the vast chasm between her and Yao Xuan, a gap so immense that it rendered any pursuit futile. 1,000 forges she, as the daughter and disciple of Mu Chun, inherently understood the distinction between 1,000 forges and 100 forges. Mu Chun had once told her that if she achieved 1,000 forges before the age of 18, she would be considered a super genius, with the potential to become a master craftsman. Yet, Yao Xuan had accomplished this feat in merely half, or even less than half, the time. Chapter 76, Breakthrough. Grand Soul Master, perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent, coupled with relentless effort. Senior sister Mushi, if the opportunity arises in the future, we could continue to exchange insights on forging, assisting each other in our improvement. Upon hearing Mushi's words, Yao Xuan humbly replied, No, this is not merely an exchange. It should be a form of inquiry. Thank you for your guidance, junior brother Yao Xuan. Indeed, there are individuals beyond individuals, and realms beyond realms. I realize I have been somewhat overly proud. In truth, I still possess a significant gap when compared to genuine prodigies. With a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes, Mushi sincerely spoke. Subsequently, she posed several questions regarding forging, to which Yao Xuan attentively responded. With his extraordinary insight, Yao Xuan's explanations were undoubtedly profound and incisive. After listening to Yao Xuan's enlightening words, Mushi gained considerable insights and her admiration for him deepened. Soon after, Yao Xuan and Mushi bid farewell and entered a forge room specially prepared by Mu Chen, where he commenced his forging endeavors. Only returning to the East Sea Academy late at night, As time progressed day by day, Yao Xuan's life became remarkably structured. On school days, he trained with Wu Changkong in the mornings, engaged in theoretical studies in the afternoons, and participated in specialized training sessions with Wu Changkong in the evenings, teaming up with Gu Yu and a few others to contend against Wu Changkong. On weekends, Yao Xuan ventured to the Forge Master Association with Tang Wulin to hone his forging skills, simultaneously accumulating experience and earning a modest sum of federal currency. Although he was yet unable to undertake the 1,000 forging tasks, even through the 100 forging tasks, Yao Xuan's forging speed allowed him to earn a substantial income in federal currency. During this rigorous training over the span of 2.5 months, Yao Xuan's soul power level reached 19, and with one more breakthrough, he could officially ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. However, compared to previous minor advancements, this significant breakthrough required a greater accumulation of soul power. Even with the blessing of forging soul technique, after diligently practicing for 2.5 months, Yao Xuan's soul power cultivation progress reached 99.5, and with a little more training, he would smoothly advance to Great Soul Master. In addition to his advancements in soul power, Yao Xuan's mental strength continued to increase at an average rate of 1 point per week, culminating in a mental power of 207 points, marking a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the spiritual communication realm. Regarding his ancestor dragon bloodline, as time passed, the golden evolution points he could gain from battling Wu Changkong reduced from 10 to 5 points. Fortunately, these points accumulated over daily battles, bringing Yao Xuan nearly 1,000 golden evolution points. He naturally invested all these points into enhancing his ancestor dragon bloodline, elevating it from 11.7 to 14.5, bringing him closer to achieving a level of 15. Once the ancestor dragon bloodline reached level 15, the initial formation of the second cycle of vitality would commence within Yao Xuan, significantly enhancing his attributes such as strength and endurance. Even without this second cycle fully formed, the enhancement of his ancestor dragon bloodline had already led to a remarkable increase in his strength, reaching an astonishing 3,000 kilograms. When activating his martial spirit, Yao Xuan's strength could soar to 4,500 kilograms, and with the dragon claw transformation, it could approach 7,000 kilograms, rendering him a formidable opponent even to ordinary primary soul masters. Despite not employing the dragon claw transformation, Yao Xuan's strength firmly positioned him at the level of an ordinary high-ranking soul master. Consequently, in their battles, Wu Changkong elevated his soul power from level 21 to 24, reaching the mid-level of Great Soul Master to exert greater pressure on Yao Xuan. Beyond his progress in soul power cultivation, Yao Xuan also made significant strides in forging. Under the guidance of Mu Qin, an 8th-level Saint Craftsman, Yao Xuan gleaned valuable insights from Mu Qin's notes and experiences, and through relentless training, his success rate in crafting second-tier 1,000 forging items approached 20%, bringing him closer to completing the first-tier 1,000 forging and advancing to a 4th-level Forge Master. Lastly, with the increasing frequency of their cooperative battles and Wu Changkong's meticulous guidance, the synergy among Yao Xuan and his 3 companions became increasingly seamless, forming a cohesive small team. Notably, the most harmonious pairing was between Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, whose collaboration was nearly flawless, often requiring no words to provide each other with excellent assistance. Although Xie and Tang Wulin also shared a high level of rapport with Yao Xuan, they still fell slightly short compared to Gu Yu, leading to playful banter about Yao Xuan's perceived favoritism towards her. However, in his interactions with Gu Yu, Yao Xuan had yet to make significant breakthroughs. Sensing that while she sought to draw closer to him, she seemed to intentionally maintain a certain distance. Was she afraid that too much intimacy would arouse his suspicion, opting for a more gradual approach? In truth, possessing the ancestor dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's aura was intoxicatingly sweet to Gu Yu, the Silver Dragon King, making her yearn to be near him, even to the point of wanting to touch his cheek. Yet, Gu Yu herself recognized that such an action would be excessively intimate and contrary to reason. Thus she diligently controlled herself to avoid any behavior that might provoke Yao Xuan's suspicion or misunderstanding. Reflecting on the progress made over the past 2.5 months, Yao Xuan slowly closed his eyes, as he aimed to break through to Great Soul Master at this pivotal moment. Yao Xuan chose not to remain at the East Sea Academy, but instead went to the Forge Master Association, entering a training room meticulously prepared by Mu Qin. Compared to the dormitory, the concentration of soul power here was undeniably richer, and the air carried a unique fragrance that instilled tranquility and indicated a potential enhancement in mental strength. This aroma emanated from a special incense, crafted from several rare millennium herbs, serving as an excellent aid for soul masters in breaking through their boundaries. Priced over 1,000,000 federal currency per stick and often scarce. Muchen presented this incense to Yao Xuan during his breakthrough to Great Soul Master, underscoring his high regard for Yao Xuan. As the incense burned, Yao Xuan dispelled distracting thoughts and activated the first layer of the Blessing of Forging Soul technique. With the activation of this technique, streams of natural soul power surged into the training room, enriching the atmosphere nearly fivefold within half a minute. Following this, under Yao Xuan's guidance, external soul power was continuously absorbed into his body, swiftly concentrated, and ultimately flowed through his meridians into his dantian, where it was incessantly refined. As the external soul power was refined, Yao Xuan's internal soul power became increasingly dense, surging like a tide against the threshold of his great soul master bottleneck, relentlessly breaking and loosening it. Finally, the moment had arrived to ascend. Yao Xuan felt the urge to expend 10 golden evolution points to enhance his soul power and break through the level 20 barrier. As this thought crossed his mind, a system prompt echoed within his consciousness. Yes. As Yao Xuan confirmed, the 10 golden evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest soul power, swiftly merging into Yao Xuan's meridians, joining the ranks of those surging against the bottleneck. With this influx of vitality, the tidal waves of soul power within Yao Xuan surged momentarily, amplifying the impact against the bottleneck by nearly 50%, causing the cracks on the barrier to multiply rapidly, teetering on the edge of collapse. Crack. At last. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound in his sea of consciousness, the bottleneck that bound Yao Xuan dissolved, and his soul power ascended from level 19 to 20, marking his emergence as a quasi-great soul master. With the breakthrough of the bottleneck, an immense force of attraction erupted from Yao Xuan's dantian, drawing in streams of soul power from the surroundings, which were refined almost instantaneously, enhancing Yao Xuan's soul power significantly. Approximately 10 minutes later, this extraordinary phenomenon came to a halt. By this time, Yao Xuan's soul power within the dantian had increased by at least 20%, with its purity also substantially elevated. Moreover, his body's meridians had become more supple. However, Yao Xuan's advancement process was not yet complete. In the bygone era of soul rings, he would have needed to venture into the soul beast forest, hunt soul beasts, obtain suitable soul rings, and integrate them to officially break through to the great soul master level. Yet, times have changed. In the current era of soul spirits, the breakthrough of a soul master is far less cumbersome. A single soul spirit can provide multiple soul rings, and in most cases, a soul master merely needs to allow the spirit to condense a new soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, Yao Xuan silently urges soul power. And in an instant, a faint 9-colored brilliance flickered before him, as both the ancestral dragon martial soul and the ancestral dragon soul spirit manifested, hovering before Yao Xuan. Subsequently, with a mental command, the ancestral dragon spirit gently opened its mouth, emitting an ethereal yellow ring that slowly flew towards the ancestral dragon martial soul. Compared to the soul ring Yao Xuan first fused with the ancestral dragon spirit, this ring was distinctly more vibrant in color. The reason was simple. The crafting soul technique not only enhances soul masters during cultivation, but also augments the soul spirits. Through this period of training, although Yao Xuan had yet to enter the spirit transmission tower, the cultivation of his ancestral dragon spirit had quietly advanced from 100 years to 400 years, thereby enhancing the potency of the soul skills it bestowed upon Yao Xuan. The ethereal yellow ring traversed past Yao Xuan, while his ancestral dragon martial soul surged toward the soul ring, ultimately swallowing it whole, commencing its refinement. As the soul ring was refined, the previously tranquil fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan became tumultuous once more, akin to boiling, surging forth and fiercely battering against the great soul master's bottleneck. Bang, bang, bang. Within a sea of consciousness, Yao Xuan seemed to hear the voice of his soul power, and with a resounding crack, the restraints confining him finally shattered completely, leaving him feeling unburdened and enlightened. In the next moment, a force of attraction even more vigorous than before emanated from Yao Xuan's dantian, once again voraciously absorbing, compressing, and refining the soul power within the room, enhancing his soul power and expanding his meridians. Furthermore, Yao Xuan felt a searing sensation manifesting along his spine, followed by torrents of intense heat, akin to molten lava, streaming from his tailbone, coursing through his veins to every part of his body. This surge of heat perpetually spread within Yao Xuan, continuously absorbed by his cells. Simultaneously, a mystical 9-colored energy rapidly diffused within him, forming an extraordinarily powerful 9-colored lattice that exuded an ancient and primal aura. as this 9-colored lattice materialized. The ancestral dragon martial soul before Yao Xuan began to undergo further transformation. Its scales gradually shifted from a grayish-white to a faint 9-colored hue, emanating an increasingly potent aura. Moreover, with the enhancement of this aura, the size of the ancestral dragon martial soul expanded further, its claws and horns becoming sharper, radiating a chilling presence that seemed capable of piercing through any foe before it. This aura, is it Yao Xuan? At this moment, it felt as if the divine essence of the dragon god within him had intensified, becoming pure. If he were not the reincarnation of the dragon god, such a transformation would be inexplicable. It appears the original plan may require alteration. Sensing the aura emanating from Yao Xuan's advancement, Yu quietly lifted her gaze toward the East Sea Forge Master Association, contemplating thoughtfully. Without delving into Gu Yu's thoughts, within the Forge Master Association, Yao Xuan's advancement was nearing its conclusion. As the ancestral dragon martial soul further awakened, Yao Xuan felt an overwhelming comfort, as if he had returned to the womb, entering a state of unity with nature, receiving immense nourishment, and further enhancing his soul power, mental strength, and physical prowess. Ding! Congratulations on fusing the second soul ring, acquiring the soul skill ancestral dragon overlord body, and advancing to level 21 Great Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of advancing to Great Soul Master. And you have received the task reward, 1,000 golden evolution points, extraordinary system ability condensation, and the ability to simulate combat space. Ding! Successfully advanced to Great Soul Master. Personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul had completed its evolution, and his soul power had smoothly ascended to level 21, breaking through to the rank of Great Soul Master as the system notification chimed. Yes, Yao Xuan silently affirmed. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9 years. System abilities: Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Comprehension, Space Storage, 50M, Enhanced Meditation, Extraordinary Condensation. Simulated Combat, Space Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 21, 0, Great Soul Master, Cultivation Technique, Crafting Soul Technique, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 14. 5 Mental Strength, 237, 0, Mid-Level Spiritual Realm, Soul Spirit, Ancestral Dragon, 400 years, Soul Skills, Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitting Strike. Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body Bloodline Abilities, Passive Primary Ancestral Dragon Physique. Right Claw Dragon Transformation Bloodline Ability, Active Ancestral Dragon Space Shattering Step Battle Armor, None Mecha, None Evolution Points, 3277 Golden Evolution Points, 1005 Skills, Forging, Level 3. Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0, Mecha Maintenance, Level 0. As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, the system prompt appeared, displaying the information regarding his breakthrough. After reviewing his attributes post-advancement, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 78, New Task, Unveiling Extraordinary System Ability Condensation, Second Update, Subscription Request. Fantastic! My strength has grown even more formidable. Gazing upon the attributes displayed on the panel, and sensing the vigorous soul power coursing through his meridians alongside the formidable vitality within him, Yao Xuan could not help but smile, revealing a countenance of immense satisfaction. Following the assimilation of the second soul ring provided by the ancestral dragon spirit, Yao Xuan's soul power level naturally ascended beyond the 20th mark, reaching the esteemed rank of 21, thus successfully elevating himself to the status of a Great Soul Master. Though the distinction between a Soul Master and a Great Soul Master is but a single character, the disparity between the two is indeed profound. After this breakthrough, Yao Xuan's reservoir of soul power surged to approximately 1.5 times its previous capacity, with the purity of his soul power also enhancing by a similar margin. In essence, his total soul power had doubled, if not more. Furthermore, in addition to his soul power, Yao Xuan's mental acuity soared by over 30 points, culminating in a total of 237 points, while his ancestral dragon bloodline remained unchanged in strength. The further awakening of his ancestral dragon martial soul amplified his physical prowess from 3,000 kilograms to 4,000 kilograms, concurrently enhancing his vitality and resilience. Moreover, upon the completion of the Great Soul Master task, Yao Xuan was awarded 1,000 golden evolution points. With these points, he could propel his ancestral dragon bloodline to another breakthrough, achieving the second round of Vitality Soul Rings, thereby fortifying his strength further. In addition, a pleasant surprise awaited Yao Xuan following his promotion. The capacity of the system space expanded from 5 cubic meters to 50, a tenfold increase. Ding! A new mainline task has been issued. Breakthrough to Soul Sage. Will you accept the task? As Yao Xuan contemplated his physical condition, the system's prompt echoed within his consciousness once more. Naturally, he accepted. With a mere thought, a silver light flickered before him, and the previous information frame vanished, replaced by an ancient-style task frame. Task name, Breakthrough to Soul Sage. Task description. After advancing to the Great Soul Master realm, your strength has been further enhanced. However, in comparison to your future adversaries, you remain relatively weak. Therefore, do not become complacent, but rather strive forward toward the next pinnacle, Soul Sage. Time limit, 3 years. Failure penalty, none. Failure to complete will result in forfeiture of task rewards. Task reward, 10,000 golden evolution points. System ability, extraordinary meditation, and enhanced system intelligence. Special note, the ancestral dragon martial soul and bloodline complement each other. To ensure your flawless advancement, please elevate your ancestral dragon bloodline to level 20 and unlock the second stage of bloodline abilities before reaching level 30. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your future development. A 3-year challenge to attain Soul Sage while also elevating the ancestral dragon bloodline above level 20 is indeed formidable. Fortunately, the 0 class will soon be established, granting me access to superior training resources, which will undoubtedly accelerate my advancement. As he contemplated the new system task, a slight furrow appeared on Yao Xuan's brow. Indeed, ruminating on the past is of little use. The essence lies in diligent cultivation to enhance one's soul power. However, let me first assess the effects of the 2 new system abilities. With a thought, Yao Xuan delved into the system panel and gently tapped the screen. Ding! You currently possess the unlocked system ability, Extraordinary Condensation. Would you like to activate it? Extraordinary Condensation effect. This system ability permits you to expend golden evolution points to condense the items you require, whether they be 10,000 your spirit materials, soul bones, 4 character battle armor, 12th level fixed soul guided missiles, or even divine artifacts, provided you possess sufficient golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan confirmed his intention, a notification resonated in his ears, and a system prompt appeared within his consciousness. Extraordinary Condensation? By its description, it essentially refers to a system marketplace, does it not? Very well, I shall activate it. Upon observing the description of this system ability, Yao Xuan silently affirmed his decision. In the next moment, a stream of profound energy surged from the super divine system within his consciousness, coalescing midair and undergoing mysterious transformations until it materialized into an exquisitely crafted workbench rune. Suspended within his mind SI. Ding! The system ability, Extraordinary Condensation, has been successfully activated. Within a minute, as another notification sounded, the workbench rune stabilized, and the system prompt echoed once more. With anticipation, Yao Xuan directed his thoughts toward the rune. As he did so, a golden list emerged within his consciousness, showcasing an array of extraordinarily rare treasures, each capable of stirring tremendous upheaval within the realm of soul masters. Moreover, the super divine system could even condense items of divine artifacts, world origins, and true god potions, objects of desire even for divine kings. However, upon glimpsing the condensation costs for these treasures, Yao Xuan could only shake his head in resignation. With his current tally of golden evolution points, it was utterly insufficient to condense such artifacts. Even the most basic of inferior artifacts demanded billions of points, let alone the more precious items, which were far beyond Yao Xuan's reach in the near term. Continuing to scroll down, as he reached the categories of 1,000-year spirit materials, spirit-forged metals, and 1,000-year soul spirits, the golden evolution points required for condensation finally fell within a more acceptable range. For instance, condensing a single 1,000-year spirit material required only a few thousand points. However, compared to the rarity of such spirit materials, the golden evolution points themselves were undeniably more precious. Utilizing golden evolution points to condense 1,000-year spirit materials would be an egregious waste. Any rational individual would refrain from such folly. Thus, it could be said that for Yao Xuan at this juncture, the system's extraordinary condensation ability appeared somewhat impractical, though this was not unexpected. Such capabilities often seem superfluous. In the future, as Yao Xuan's strength burgeons, the golden evolution points he acquires will undoubtedly multiply, at which point the extraordinary condensation ability will shine brilliantly, bestowing him with treasures that ordinary soul masters could scarcely attain. Having meticulously examined the extraordinary condensation system ability, Yao Xuan left the functionality page with a tinge of disappointment. Akin to entering a treasure trove and returning empty-handed, an experience that would leave anyone feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan merely sighed for a few moments before redirecting his focus and activating another system ability. Ding! You currently possess the unlocked system ability, Simulated Battle Space. Would you like to activate it? Simulated Battle Space Effect. This system ability allows you to enter a simulated combat environment, wherein you can conjure the enemies of your choosing for mock battles. If the simulated opponents have previously engaged you in actual combat, the realism of the simulation will be significantly heightened. However, engaging in simulated battles will deplete your mental energy. The stronger the simulated opponent, the greater the duration and mental energy cost. Additionally, you can freely adjust the pain levels within the simulated battle space, but any harm sustained during the simulation will not affect your actual body. As Yao Xuan concentrated, the system prompt reappeared. This ability would undoubtedly provide far greater assistance than the extraordinary condensation, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. It is akin to carrying a soul tower space with me, allowing me to freely select my adversaries, albeit without the capability to bolster my soul cultivation. Gazing at the description of the system's functionalities, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he silently intoned, "Activate." With his mental command, the profound ability surged forth once more, coalescing into a fist-shaped rune. Vibrant red, accompanied by flickering yellow lightning, exuding an imposing aura. Ding! The simulation battle space has been successfully activated. 5 minutes later, the fist rune stabilized, and the system prompt chimed again. Excellent. Let me experience the effects of the simulation battle space. Just in time to test the efficacy of my second soul skill. With a thought, Yao Xuan's consciousness touched the fist-shaped rune. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and his awareness manifested within a vast, 20-square-meter metallic chamber. Welcome to the simulation battle space. Below is the instruction for utilizing the virtual combat space. A mechanical voice relayed, and streams of information flooded into Yao Xuan's mind. Oh, so this virtual battle space is indeed wondrous. Acknowledging the information from the system, Yao Xuan nodded silently. With another thought, the environment transformed swiftly into a sprawling grassland, which then morphed into a forest, a city, a wasteland, and a volcano. Great. Let's test the simulation against an enemy. Once more, with a thought, a target appeared before Yao Xuan, which subsequently transformed into a formidable soul master, and finally morphed into a 1,000-year soul beast. Indeed, this system ability is remarkably practical. Now, let me ascertain the true power of the ancestral dragon's dominance. With a slight nod, Yao Xuan activated the system's detection eye upon himself. Second soul skill name, Ancestral Dragon's Dominance, second soul skill effect. Consuming soul power to invoke the might of the ancestral dragon and enter the state of ancestral dragon's dominance, during which his vitality and soul power are significantly enhanced. Furthermore, while in this state, his attack and defense capabilities are tripled, agility and soul power are doubled, and he gains substantial resistance against mental, elemental, and abnormal status attacks. Threefold attack power. How terrifying. Gazing at the description of the ancestral dragon's dominance, Yao Xuan couldn't help but gasp in awe at such formidable combat strength. After breaking through to the rank of Great Soul Master, even without using the ancestral dragon's dominance, his strength had already surged to a level that could suppress ordinary high-ranking soul masters. Such power is indeed astonishing. Once he activated the ancestral dragon's dominance, his abilities would amplify threefold, making even ordinary low-ranking or mid-ranking soul masters unlikely to stand against him. Of course, this applies to regular soul masters. Against prodigies like Wu Changkong, his power during the Soul Master period would still surpass Yao Xuan's current capabilities. Yet, even Wu Changkong, without employing the power of a low-ranking Soul Master, would not be able to contend with Yao Xuan. Excellent. Let us validate my combat abilities through simulation. With another thought, the surroundings morphed into a vast combat arena, where a figure with blue hair materialized 100 meters away, radiating the potent aura of a low-ranking Soul Master. Resembling Wu Changkong precisely, a simulated illusion conjured by the system. Simulated battle commence, he silently declared. In the distance, the Wu Changkong illusion gathered blue light in its hand, swiftly forming the frost sword, charging towards Yao Xuan. Ancestral Dragon, manifest. With a thought. In less than half a second, the ancestral dragon martial soul emerged and fused with Yao Xuan, having undergone 2.5 months of practical training. Yao Xuan's control over the ancestral dragon martial soul had reached an extraordinary level, significantly accelerating the speed of manifestation compared to before. As the ancestral dragon martial soul integrated, a layer of faint multicolored scales emerged on Yao Xuan's skin, and his nails elongated rapidly, transforming into dragon claws. Ancestral dragon's dominance. With another mental command, the ancestral dragon spirit appeared before him, and a second circle of yellow soul rings shimmered behind him. In the next moment, Yao Xuan felt his soul power surging as if it were boiling, while his vitality also surged, radiating a dazzling multicolored brilliance. What an overwhelming sensation! Experiencing the sudden amplification of his soul power and strength, a smile graced Yao Xuan's face. He then unleashed his first soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky-Rending Strike, lunging at the Wu Chang Kong illusion with a claw aimed at its chest. The illusion did not falter in its advance, wielding the frost sword and activating its soul skill to meet Yao Xuan head-on. Clang! In the next instant, Yao Xuan's dragon claw collided with the sword of the illusion, producing a sharp sound. The Wu Chang Kong illusion was instantly sent flying, yet it swiftly regained its footing and continued its assault. Swords clashed against claws as Yao Xuan and the Wu Chang Kong illusion engaged in a fierce duel within the virtual battle space. Blue sword energy and multicolored light danced around them, powerful waves of energy radiating outward. In less than 5 minutes, Yao Xuan had exchanged hundreds of blows with the illusion. Both he and the Wu Chang Kong illusion were now slightly fatigued, bearing several wounds. However, it was clear that the illusion was now at a distinct disadvantage. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Rending Strike. Once more invoking his soul skill, Yao Xuan charged at the Wu Chang Kong illusion, while the illusion continued its sword strike towards him. Crack! This time, however, the illusion's soul power was nearly depleted, and Yao Xuan's claw shattered the sword in its grasp, subsequently tearing its form asunder. Victory achieved. The might of the ancestral dragon's dominance is indeed formidable. With a thought, the scene around Yao Xuan shifted once again, returning him to the initial small space. Chapter 8. Initial condensation of the second cycle of vitality, 4th update, subscription requested. Yet, I must remember that the foe I just vanquished was merely a simulation of Wu Chang Kong created by the system. While it was indeed powerful, it pales in comparison to the true Wu Chang Kong. Nevertheless, being able to surpass a significant realm and defeat the illusion is ample proof of my strength, further affirming the terrifying potency of the ancestral dragon's dominance. Despite achieving victory, Yao Xuan did not allow himself to become overly complacent. He had merely defeated a simulated illusion of Wu Chang Kong. If a real battle were to transpire, the outcome would remain uncertain. Nonetheless, Yao Xuan was confident that even if Wu Chang Kong employed the power of a low-ranking soul master and utilized his first 3 soul skills, he would undoubtedly possess the strength to resist, even if he ultimately fell. At least until his soul power was exhausted and the ancestral dragon's dominance could no longer be maintained. The ancestral dragon's dominance is indeed a powerful soul skill, augmenting my combat strength threefold. However, the consumption is exceedingly steep. Analyzing the battle's progression, Yao Xuan pondered. Indeed, in the recent confrontation, having activated the ancestral dragon's dominance for less than 5 minutes, Yao Xuan's soul power had diminished by nearly half. In other words, the consumption of soul power by the ancestral dragon dominance technique reaches an astonishing 10% per minute. It is worth noting that with the creation soul forging technique, Yao Xuan's soul power reserves and purity are undoubtedly more than 10 times that of an ordinary high-ranking soul master. Even a typical high-level soul sovereign may not possess as much soul power as Yao Xuan. Despite such formidable reserves, when activating the ancestral dragon dominance soul skill, he can only sustain it for a mere 10 minutes. Which speaks volumes about the terrifying consumption involved. While he finds this expenditure justifiable, the fact that the ancestral dragon dominance cannot be maintained in battle for more than 10 minutes or even less is a minor regret. However, Yao Xuan firmly believes that as his strength increases, this issue will certainly be resolved once he breaks through to the soul sect. According to the principles of the creation soul forging technique, he will be able to condense a soul core, significantly enhancing his soul power recovery rate by at least 10-fold, thereby supporting a longer duration of the ancestral dragon dominance. At that moment, an influx of information surged into Yao Xuan's consciousness within the simulated battle space. Analyzing the deficiencies of his recent combat, this feature is one of the many functions of the simulation space. It not only allows for combat simulations but also analyzes battle outcomes, continuously optimizing Yao Xuan's abilities. Indeed, he pondered how much mental power this battle had consumed. After reviewing the battle analysis report, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he exited the simulation space, and in an instant, the reality reappeared before him, glimmering with silver light. Remarkably, this battle had consumed only 10% of his mental power, which was splendid. Feeling the minimal drain on his mental energy, Yao Xuan could not help but laugh. Such consumption was exceptionally low. Based on this expenditure, he could engage in 10 or more simulated battles with someone of Wuchang Kong's caliber each day. While simulated battles do not yield golden evolution points, they significantly enhance Yao Xuan's strength. Moreover, the process of activating the simulation space also serves as a rigorous exercise for his mental power, effectively achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Next, it was time to continue strengthening the ancestral dragon bloodline. With a flicker of thought, Yao Xuan gently tapped on the system's interface for the ancestral dragon bloodline upgrade. After breaking through to the Great Soul Master level, he had acquired 1,000 golden evolution points, which he naturally intended to convert into strength. With a current balance of 1,005 golden evolution points, the unlocking degree of the ancestral dragon bloodline stood at 14. 7. Spending 960 golden evolution points would enhance the bloodline by 1. 6. Raising it to 16. 3. Would he like to proceed with the upgrade? As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, a system prompt appeared before him. Yes. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes as he silently confirmed, reflecting on the increasingly substantial cost of golden evolution points as the unlocking degree of the ancestral dragon bloodline increased. Ding. The enhancement begins. Upon receiving Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's prompt echoed once more, and in an instant, 960 golden evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest source of evolutionary energy that surged into Yao Xuan's body. As this energy flowed in, his cells rejoiced, fervently absorbing the evolutionary essence, while the dormant ancestral dragon bloodline within him stirred to life, continuously purifying itself. A faint shimmer of 9-colored light radiated from Yao Xuan's skin, while the vitality within him surged, granting him immense strength and amplifying his potential for advancement. When the ancestral dragon bloodline reached a breakthrough at 15, a peculiar connection emerged among the previously vigorous vitality within Yao Xuan, creating a shallow 9-colored lattice throughout his veins and meridians, forming a unique cycle. The second level of the ancestral dragon bloodline's vitality cycle was finally taking shape. With the formation of this second cycle, the once chaotic vitality within Yao Xuan became orderly and easier to control, growing denser and purer, endowing him with even greater strength. Ding. Enhancement complete. The unlocking degree of the ancestral dragon bloodline increased by 1. 6, bringing the current unlocking degree to 16. 3. Half an hour later, the evolutionary energy within Yao Xuan was nearly exhausted, and his vitality settled once more. Simultaneously, a system prompt chimed in his ears. Excellent. My power has once again ascended. With the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the initial formation of the second vitality cycle, Yao Xuan's physical attributes improved significantly, with notable increases in strength, endurance, defense, speed, and recovery rate. Take, for instance, his strength attribute. Yao Xuan's base strength has now reached an astounding 5,000 kilograms. It is worth noting that even Tang Wulin from the original historical timeline, upon unlocking the first seal of the Golden Dragon King and utilizing the Golden Dragon Claw, only achieved such strength. 5,000 kilograms of base strength. Such formidable power could wreak havoc akin to that of a soul sovereign with just a single punch. Furthermore, when activating his martial soul embodiment, Yao Xuan's strength would rise to 7,500 kilograms, and with the tripled enhancement from ancestral dragon dominance, his strength could soar to an incredible 20,000 kilograms, truly a force capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Not to mention, Yao Xuan possesses the bloodline skill of the ancestral dragon's right claw, which, when activated, would amplify his strength by an additional 1.5 times, reaching 30,000 kilograms. In the original historical timeline, even Tang Wulin during his soul sovereign phase could not compare to Yao Xuan's current might, illustrating the latter's overwhelming power. Splendid. Now, I await the commencement of the promotion tournament. With a slight nod, Yao Xuan rose from his seat, departing the training chamber, his mind brimming with anticipation. Chapter 81. The promotion tournament begins. 5th update. Subscription requested. With knowledge of the original historical timeline, Yao Xuan was aware that among the first-year students in Class 1, there were 2 formidable Great Soul Masters, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie. Their strength was quite formidable, and more importantly, they could execute a martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique is a rare phenomenon in the Soul Master realm, Once unleashed, it can elevate a soul master's power by 1 or 2 major levels. If the compatibility reaches 100%, theoretically, it is even possible to defeat an opponent across 3 major levels. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshe's martial soul fusion technique belongs to the category capable of overcoming 2 major levels of power. Although at that time they could not fully execute the fusion technique, the strength they displayed was still close to that of an ordinary early-stage soul sovereign. However, even so, what of it? Not to mention the absolute suppression of dragon-type martial souls by the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan, with his current strength, could easily defeat them. Thus, in the days that followed, Yao Xuan merely continued his routine training, patiently awaiting the arrival of the promotion tournament. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. 2 weeks had elapsed since Yao Xuan's breakthrough to the Great Soul Master level, and on this day, the promotion tournament of Donghai Academy officially commenced. For Donghai Academy, the promotion competition is undoubtedly an annual grand event. When this day arrives, the atmosphere within Donghai Academy becomes exceptionally lively, as all grades and classes in the intermediate department eagerly celebrate its arrival. Every student at Donghai Academy naturally yearns to participate in the promotion competition and emerge victorious. For such an achievement would not only bestow upon them immense honor, but also yield benefits for their future endeavors. Indeed, excelling in the promotion competition would result in their accomplishments being recorded in their profiles, significantly aiding their aspirations to advance to the higher Soul Master Academy or pursue military or political careers, not to mention the tangible rewards that accompany success. It is not only the students who are excited, even the class instructors at Donghai Academy share in this enthusiasm. Should their students achieve victory, they too will receive accolades, enhancing their prospects for future promotions. Among all the instructors, Wu Changkong remains the most composed. After witnessing Yao Xuan's formidable strength as a great soul master, Wu Changkong is nearly certain that even if it were only Yao Xuan, he possesses a substantial probability of overwhelming all 6 grades. Indeed, during their battles, Yao Xuan has displayed combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary junior soul master, while among the strongest students in the intermediate department of Donghai Academy. The highest rank achieved is that of a high-rank soul master. Although that particular soul master's strength is not to be underestimated, possessing the ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks, it is evident that he pales in comparison to Yao Xuan. Furthermore, the team from Class 5 of the first grade consists of more than just Yao Xuan. The advancements of Gu Yu and Xie have also pleased Wu Changkong immensely. Firstly, Xie, after undergoing special training under Wu Changkong, has shed his previously indifferent attitude. A week before the promotion competition, he has successfully broken through to level 20, advancing to the rank of Great Soul Master, akin to Yao Xuan. As for Gu Yu, she entered Donghai Academy with a soul power level of 17. And now her level has reached 19, though she still has some distance to cover before achieving the rank of Great Soul Master. Secondly, Tang Wuling has also made rapid progress, benefiting from the celestial soul power drawn in by Yao Xuan during training. With his resilience, his soul power has remarkably increased by 2 levels, now standing at 14. Finally, there is Yao Xuan. After advancing to Great Soul Master, he has finally met the conditions to cultivate the second layer of the chaotic soul refining technique. Compared to the first layer, the effects of the second layer are undoubtedly more powerful, allowing Yao Xuan to absorb soul power at an accelerated rate, with approximately 20% of the refined soul power already liquefied. However, even with the chaotic soul refining technique, it is impossible for Yao Xuan to achieve a level increase within 2 weeks. To reach level 22 as a Great Soul Master, he still requires at least another half-month of diligent training, though he has made improvements in mental acuity and physical attributes. Additionally, following his breakthrough to Great Soul Master, the battles between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong have intensified, resulting in Yao Xuan's golden evolution points doubling from 5 to 10, a delightful surprise. Consequently, after 15 days of training, Yao Xuan has accumulated nearly 300 golden evolution points once more and has successfully enhanced his bloodline by 0.5, reaching 16.8. Though his golden evolution points have nearly been depleted. On that afternoon, the promotion competition officially commenced. In preparation for the contest, a competition arena had been erected in the center of the intermediate department's playground, with a layer of metal plates, 10 centimeters thick and reinforced with soul guide runes, laid on the ground, alongside a soul guide shield generator to prevent any unforeseen accidents. To avoid disrupting the students' regular studies, the competitions for the lower grades were scheduled to occur after school hours. As the school bell rang, students streamed out of the teaching building. Yet those heading to the competition arena to spectate were few and far between. For most senior students, the matches of the first-year newcomers held little value. Only a handful of idle senior students attended, settling in the surroundings with a bustling demeanor. Nevertheless, as the contestants for the following day's competition, the students of Class 3 from the first grade were all present, aware that knowledge of both friend and foe leads to victory in battle. Even so, the spectator seats remained notably sparse. Following Wu Changkong's lead, the students of Class 5 from the first grade formed an orderly line and stood to the side. While after a brief moment, the students from Class 4 of the first grade arrived in a lively manner. Teacher Wu, you truly are a talent transferred from the higher department. Your ability to train students is remarkable. Just look at how orderly this line is, remarked Kong Hanwen, the instructor of Class 4, a stout middle-aged man, as he approached Wu Changkong with a teasing grin, attempting to provoke him. Listening to Kong Hanwen's words, Wu Changkong remained unmoved, silently gazing ahead, treating Kong Hanwen as if he were merely a figment of the air, leaving Kong Hanwen feeling quite disheartened. It appears that Teacher Wu possesses great confidence in his students. We shall meet on the battlefield. With a sardonic remark, Kong Hanwen joined the ranks of Class 4 students. Today marks the commencement of the promotion match, with Class 5 of the first grade challenging Class 4. Teacher Wu Changkong, have you determined the number of participants from your class? After a brief pause of 5 minutes, Director Long Hngshu arrived at the scene. Stepping onto the competition stage to inquire, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, step forward, Wu Changkong instructed with a slight nod. Yes, the three responded in unison. While Tang Wulin's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he cast a glance at Wu Changkong. In his heart, Tang Wulin understood that Teacher Wu's selection of participants was intended to support him. Otherwise, among the four trained for this competition, Gyu's strength far surpassed his own. Why would Teacher Wu choose him? It was simply to provide him with an opportunity to compete. Oh, Tang Wulin? Long Hngshu observed Tang Wulin with a look of confusion. He distinctly recalled that Tang Wulin was the student who had been bullied on the first day of school, possessing rather weak soul power. And his martial soul seemed to be blue silvergrass. Why would Wu Changkong send forth a soul master wielding a blue-silver grass martial soul? This left Long Hngshu puzzled as well. Class 5 has 3 participants. Teacher Kong, I grant you 5 minutes to finalize your selections. Turning to Kong Hanwen, Long Hngshu commanded. No need for 5 minutes. I have already chosen our combatants. Galen, Lin Zunyan, Mose, you 3 will compete. Remember, you represent the honor of Class 4. You must exhibit great spirit. Upon hearing Long Hngshu's words, Kong Hanwen promptly responded, All right, let the contestants from both sides enter. With the selection of representatives finalized, Long Hngshu waved his hand and declared, Now prepare. As he spoke, 6 students from both sides took to the stage. Leading the first-year Class 5 was Yao Xuan, flanked by Tang Wulin and Xie on either side. In contrast, the trio from first-year Class 4 was led by Mose, a somewhat stout student of shorter stature, who appeared quite robust. Behind Galen stood Lin Zunyu, who was slightly frail, alongside the moderately built Mose. Observing the students from Class 5, the 3 from Class 4 exhibited a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, clearly eager to prove themselves in this battle. In this promotion match, harmony was paramount. The aim was to strike without causing injury to the other participants. Ready, 3, 2, 1, begin, announced Long Hngshu, as both teams retreated until they were 50 meters apart. With his commanding voice, the match officially commenced, and the students unleashed their martial souls and soul rings. At the forefront of Class 4, Galen lunged forward with a fierce roar, his body swelling dramatically as his arms and thighs grew more muscular. His brown eyes transforming to a striking yellow as he charged towards Yao Xuan. Simultaneously, a faint white light emanated from Lin Zunyu, revealing a slender staff in his grasp, accompanied by a white halo appearing behind him. With the flicker of the soul ring, a subtle red beam shot forth from the staff's tip, traversing the space to strike against Galen's back. In the next moment, a flash of crimson ignited within Galen's yellow pupils, his momentum surging as he expanded once more and sprinted towards Yao Xuan. As for Mose, after activating his martial soul and techniques, his figure became elusive, disappearing behind Galen. The combination of a powerhouse, an agile attacker, and a support-type soul master presented a commendable synergy, enhanced by the prior coordination among Galen, Lin Zunyu, and Mose, making it evident they were well prepared. Galen possesses remarkable strength, one observer noted. Indeed, based on soul power, he seems to be at level 15. Coupled with the support from that auxiliary soul master, even an 18-level battle soul master might struggle against him. Let us see how the students from Class 5 respond. I hope they can unveil more of Class 4's hidden strengths. Observing the 3 students from Class 4, the spectators from Class 3 whispered among themselves, generally skeptical of Class 5's prospects. According to the division customs of Douluo Academy, Class 5 comprises the least capable students. How could they possibly perform well? Meanwhile, as the battle commenced, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulian did not summon their soul rings, but charged forward directly. Are they not going to unleash their martial souls? Galen wondered, momentarily taken aback. Just then, Yao Xuan accelerated, resembling a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Galen, his right arm swinging forward to deliver a punch to Galen's chest. How swift, Galen thought, realizing too late as he hastily threw a punch in response. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. In an instant, Galen was sent hurtling backward, crashing down from the platform. By the rules of the competition, he had lost. Impossible. One-strike knockout. And this fellow didn't even use his martial soul. The onlookers were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even Long Hengxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, the expression on the faces of Class 5's students remained calm. They were accustomed to Yao Xuan's formidable prowess. Was I just eliminated in an instant? Galen scratched his head in disbelief, astonished that he had been knocked out of the ring by Yao Xuan, who had not even unleashed his martial soul. At the same time, Yao Xuan dispatched Galen. Tang Wulian closed in on Lin Zuinyu, while Xie charged towards Mose. Although Tang Wulian's power was only at level 14, not particularly formidable, Lin Zuinyu's soul power was merely at level 15, and he was solely a support-type soul master. In a heartbeat, Tang Wulian activated his martial soul, blue silver grass, and a white soul ring shimmered behind him, initiating his soul technique to ensnare. Instantly, tendrils of blue silver grass emerged around Lin Zuinyu, binding him tightly and rendering him incapable of movement. Meanwhile, Xie, as a level 22 great soul master, despite his inferiority to Yao Xuan and Guyu, displayed overwhelming dominance against Mose, whose power was only at level 15. With a swift motion, Xie appeared behind Mose, a luminous dragon-shaped dagger slicing through Mose's uniform, its icy tip poised against his spine, causing Mose to quiver and concede defeat. One strike. All were one-strike knockouts. Indeed, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulian had each eliminated their opponents with a single blow, showcasing terrifying battle prowess. Witnessing this decisive and dominant display, the students from Class 3 could only manage bitter smiles, their confidence in victory thoroughly crushed. Is this truly Class 5? Even the previous year's Class 1 could hardly match such performance. The victors are Class 5. Tomorrow you shall continue to challenge Class 3. Once the battle concluded, Long Hengxiu returned to the stage to announce, his expression one of approval as he regarded Wu Changkong. Hooray! We won. Instantly, cheers erupted from the ranks of Class 5, welcoming Yao Xuan and his companions as if they were heroes. Nearby, Guyu beamed at Yao Xuan with admiration, and he responded with a subtle nod and a smile before approaching her side. Well done, Yao Xuan, Guyu praised, her melodious voice akin to a clear spring. Just a warm-up, really. For us, these first-year students are merely here to provide an easy challenge. Only those above 4th year will truly pose a threat. We must strive together, Yao Xuan replied. Indeed, I believe that as long as we fight side by side, even overcoming the students from 6th year Class 1 will be within our reach. Guyu asserted with confidence sparkling in her eyes. Overcoming 6th year? That is indeed feasible. Listening to Guyu's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as long as those upperclassmen lacked soul fusion techniques, there was indeed a significant probability that he and Guyu could penetrate the entire intermediate division. However, Yao Xuan was acutely aware that, in accordance with the original timeline, in order to preserve the confidence of the upperclassmen, Douluo Academy had deliberately canceled the cross-grade challenge this year. Thus, their ambition to unite and confront the 6th grade was, most likely, a mere fantasy. Despite winning the competition, Yao Xuan felt little joy. Instead, he was consumed with puzzlement, not over trivial matters, but concerning the elusive golden evolution points. Indeed, after vanquishing the students of Class 4 from the 1st grade, Yao Xuan had not received even a modicum of golden evolution points, instead only obtaining 100 ordinary evolution points. Yes, 100 ordinary evolution points, which, when converted at a ratio of 10,000 to 1, amounted to a mere 0.01 golden evolution points. For Yao Xuan, after advancing to the Great Soul Master rank, utilizing the 2nd level of the Creation Soul Forging technique, He could earn 12,000 ordinary evolution points with each training session, equivalent to 2 golden evolution points. In stark contrast, 0.01 golden evolution points reflected the result of merely 1 minute of his training. This disparity left Yao Xuan feeling somewhat disheartened. It appeared that his plan to accrue golden evolution points through the promotion tournament had completely fallen through. The only prospect for acquiring more golden evolution points lay ahead in the ascension platform. Much like in fierce battles, slaying enemies could yield golden evolution points through the super god system, yet thus far, Yao Xuan had not secured any golden evolution points through enemy defeats. After all, in the Sun and Moon Federation, soul masters who killed civilians were classified as evil soul masters and would be pursued relentlessly. Consequently, Yao Xuan had chosen not to tread that path. However, when it came to spirit beasts, there were no such restrictions. Once he entered the ascension platform, Yao Xuan could indiscriminately harvest golden evolution points through the super god system, at which point, his soul rings could evolve to 1,000 years, elevating his power to a new tier. With these thoughts, Yao Xuan's previously gloomy mood had improved significantly. As long as he performed well in the promotion tournament and entered Class 0, he would not lack for golden evolution points in the future. Just then, Xie and Tang Wuling approached him. "Boss, how about we go out for some fun?" Xie exclaimed excitedly, a smile lighting up his face as he stood beside Yao Xuan. "Go out for some fun? That sounds great. But where shall we go?" Yao Xuan responded, pleased to accept the invitation. In order to maintain their physical condition and status during the promotion tournament, evening special training had been cancelled, making his agreement all the more agreeable. "Where to? It's just about mealtime. I suppose everyone is hungry, right? Since we had a victorious start, let us go out and celebrate with a grand feast. Conveniently, there's a snack street right next to Donghai Academy, and I'll treat." Listening to Yao Xuan's inquiry, Xie replied generously, "Sure, I'm feeling a bit hungry, so let's set off." Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, and a glint of excitement flickered in the eyes of the food-loving Tang Wuling upon hearing that Xie would treat them to a meal. "Come, I'll lead the way. Hiki, let me tell you, following me, a local of Donghai City, is always a safe bet. I've practically tried everything delicious and entertaining in Donghai City," Xie declared, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "By the way, Guyu, are you coming too?" Yao Xuan turned to invite Guyu warmly. "Sure." Guyu replied with a charming smile, but Xie interjected with a disdainful expression. No girls allowed." "Oh, Xie, would you care to repeat that?" A mysterious smile graced Guyu's face as a faint blue halo flickered behind her, causing the temperature around them to drop a few degrees. "All right. If you insist on joining, then so be it. However, I must clarify that I will not be footing the bill," Xie conceded, recalling Guyu's formidable strength, which made him feel somewhat diminished. Despite having advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, he still felt overpowered by Guyu, a mere Soul Master, compounded by his earlier experience of being threatened during their first meal together. Consequently, he had always harbored a disdain for Guyu, frequently referring to her as a female Tyrannosaurus in their dormitory. Female Tyrannosaurus. Each time Yao Xuan heard this term, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although Xie had merely been speaking in jest, he had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. Guyu's true identity was indeed that of the Silver Dragon King. Of course, Yao Xuan merely scoffed at this notion in his heart. "No problem at all. Do you really think I appear to be in need of money? At worst, I could just ask Yao Xuan to treat us, right?" Guyu remarked with a hint of mockery directed at Xie. "I would be more than happy to oblige." Yao Xuan responded with a smile, looking at Guyu. "All right, let us be off then." Though Xie felt a twinge of annoyance at Guyu's smile, he knew that whether through words or actions, he was no match for her, so he suppressed his frustration and moved forward. Unlike many boarding schools on Earth, Donghai Academy did not impose strict regulations on its students. They were free to enter and exit the campus without the need for leave requests, as long as they returned on time. As they departed Donghai City, the four of them strolled down the street, with Yao Xuan positioned in the center and Guyu on his right side. Though their hands were not intertwined, they walked closely, their bodies occasionally brushing against one another, evoking a soft and pleasant sensation, further enhanced by the fragrant aroma wafting from Guyu. To Yao Xuan's left was Tang Wuling, and to Tang Wuling's left was Xie, as the four of them ambled along the street, following Xie's directions. Approximately 5 minutes later, a subtle fragrance permeated the air, intensifying as they progressed. "We've arrived." Xie halted before a somewhat narrow street and announced. That delightful aroma was emanating from this very street. Standing at the entrance, They gazed inward, where an array of shops lined both sides, each showcasing various delectable snacks that dazzled the senses. As they beheld the exquisite culinary offerings, all four felt their appetites stir, instinctively licking their lips. Chapter 84. Heartfelt Connections, Subscription Bonus, Seeking Subscriptions. Let me think. How about we indulge in some braised beef today? After all, we participated in a competition, and some beef would surely replenish our strength. Moreover, I happen to know a quaint little shop where the braised beef is incredibly tender and delicious. Xie mused after a moment of contemplation. Sounds great. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and Tang Wuli nodded in agreement. Since Xie had ardently recommended it, they naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing that the three had consented, Xie took the lead and guided them to the entrance of a quaint little shop. This establishment was modest in size, with a rectangular stove placed outside, adorned with over 100 small burners. Each burner held a brownish-yellow earthen pot. Within these pots simmered the renowned braised beef, crafted solely from authentic beef without any additives, combined with dozens of meticulously blended secret spices, making it a famous delicacy of Donghai City. As they approached the shop, a rich aroma of beef wafted through the air, causing them to involuntarily swallow, particularly Tang Wulin, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the row of pots. Under Xie's guidance, the four entered the shop and settled around a square table. Who would have thought that a wealthy young master like you would enjoy street food? Tang Wulin teased, giving Xie a friendly pat on the shoulder. My mother used to adore the braised beef from this shop, so I come here every once in a while, Xie replied, his mood suddenly dipping as he spoke. Ah, Xie, you're back. And you've brought friends? How delightful. Is it the usual? At that moment, a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, approached them, wearing a slightly greasy apron and sporting a pleasantly plump figure, his face beaming with a welcoming smile. Yes, thank you, Uncle Li, Xie replied warmly. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Xie quickly restored a normal expression to his face and replied with a smile, all right. Before long, 4 servings of braised beef, 4 bowls of white rice, and 3 side dishes were brought to the table, wishing everyone a delightful meal. Xie, this is your first time bringing friends here. These 3 side dishes are a gift for you as a token of our meeting. With a beaming smile, Uncle Li reached out and gently patted Xie's head, much like one would treat a beloved nephew. Thank you, Uncle Li. Everyone, let us eat while it's hot. While expressing his gratitude, Xie urged his friends to dig in. Observing Xie at that moment, Tang Wulin's face revealed a hint of surprise. After all, Xie had a slight obsession with cleanliness, yet he showed no inclination to shy away from the touch of an oily uncle. Although taken aback, Tang Wulin swiftly lifted the lid of the clay pot, releasing a wave of steam and rich aroma that stirred one's appetite. Peering into the pot, he saw succulent pieces of beef, their color a deep golden hue, swimming in a rich broth that looked utterly delectable. I'm starting. Gazing at the sumptuous feast before him, Tang Wulin eagerly picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. In the next instant, an expression of ecstasy graced his features. Heavens, this is exquisite. Xian Gu, you must try it too. Of course, Yao Xuan replied, as he too selected a piece of beef. It's truly delicious. Gu Yu, you should join us. Savoring the beef in his mouth, Yao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, noting that compared to the food in the East Sea Academy cafeteria, this braised beef surpassed it in color, aroma, and taste by several folds. He then nudged Gu Yu beside him. All right, I'll give it a try. It's quite good, Gu Yu exclaimed. Uncle Li, let us order another 20 portions. Faced with such delightful fare, the 4 pots of beef were soon devoured. At this point, Xie greeted Uncle Li, fully aware of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's appetites as their roommate. Another 20 portions? Can you finish them all? Upon hearing Xie's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Uncle Li's face as he responded, Haha, rest assured, Uncle Li, for there are 2 great appetites here. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Xie burst into laughter. Very well, I shall go prepare for you. With that, Uncle Li exited the room. Thank you. Listening to Xie's words, Tang Wulin responded, What do you mean? With a hint of confusion, Xie looked up and inquired. No, I was referring to the thank you. Your name is rather prone to misinterpretation, Tang Wulin explained, revealing a trace of helplessness on his face. Indeed, it can lead to misunderstandings, but there is profound significance behind it. This name was bestowed upon me by my mother. In my childhood, I was ridiculed for this name, and in my anger, I confronted her. She explained that she chose such a name to express gratitude for a fateful encounter. I recall her saying that the happiest moment of her life was when she met my father during that time. However, at this point, Xia's complexion suddenly turned pale, and tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Could it be that your mother? Listening to Xia's words, Tang Wulin seemed to have divined something profound. Supporting Xia's hand, he softly inquired, "Yes, she has already passed away. I still remember that night when my mother was on the brink of death, yet my father remained absent, tirelessly engaged in his pursuits. My mother's final wish was simply to see my father one last time. However, that evening, he still did not return. Ultimately, my mother departed this world with lingering regrets. Each time I reflect on this, I feel an overwhelming resentment towards my father, such intense hatred. In truth, I harbor some disdain for my own name as well. Entering the affluent world is akin to plunging into a deep abyss. Had it not been for that fateful encounter, perhaps my mother would not have endured such a fate. Nevertheless, this name is also one of the remnants left by her." Upon expressing these thoughts, it appeared that a torrent of emotions had been released within Xia, as tears began to flow uncontrollably. Subsequently, he slumped weakly onto the table. After 3 months of camaraderie, it was evident that Xia had fully embraced Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Even with Guyu, despite their frequent quarrels, he still regarded her as a trustworthy comrade. Consequently, in this moment, he finally shed the facade of aloofness and divulged his innermost feelings. This child is truly pitiable. Alas. However, at times, expressing one's suppressed emotions is a beneficial act. You all are his friends, correct? Please take good care of him and assist him moving forward. Just then, Uncle Li entered with a new pot of braised beef, casting a glance at Xia on the table, and sighed. "Do not weep. Everything will get better." Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin comforted him, patting Xia's shoulder. Meanwhile, watching the weeping Xia, Guyu's eyes reflected a newfound understanding and awareness of emotions and love. Chapter 85, Heartfelt Confessions 2. Thank you all. Sharing my feelings has indeed lightened my heart, and my mood has improved considerably. After a full 5 minutes, Xia finally managed to suppress his emotions, gradually ceasing his tears, and then lifted his head to speak softly. Sometimes, it is just like this. Bottling up pain within only magnifies the suffering, while sharing it with others can alleviate that burden. Yao Xuan spoke calmly before continuing, since Xia has shared his heartfelt sentiments. I shall also recount my childhood to everyone. In truth, my early years were far from idyllic. I am an orphan, feigning a hint of sorrow. Yao Xuan stated. An orphan? Instantly, Tang Wulin, Xia, and Guyu turned their attention to him. Yes, an orphan. When I was about 2 years old, my parents encountered a tsunami while at sea. They never returned, and I was subsequently placed in the Hmph orphanage. However, my circumstances were considerably better than those of true orphans. At the age of 6, upon being identified with soul master potential, the school arranged for me to have a foster mother who treated me exceptionally well. I experienced the warmth of a family. Yao Xuan spoke with a tone tinged with nostalgia. Boss, I once thought my plight was severe, but it turns out listening to Yao Xuan's words, a hint of compassion flickered in Xia's eyes, and he silently admired Yao Xuan's resilience. It's nothing. Everything has passed. And my childhood was not as dreadful as you might imagine. After finding a new home, I resumed a normal life, and I even gained a sister, named Na. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan continued, clearly confiding in Guyu. Upon hearing Na's name, Guyu's body trembled slightly, listening intently. In truth, although I refer to her as my sister, she is not my biological sibling. Yet, our bond surpasses that of a true sister. Like me, she is an orphan. I rescued her from malevolent hands on the way home from school, and she had forgotten her own family. She is an incredibly charming girl, and I would not wish for her to suffer in an orphanage, so I persuaded my mother to keep her, and she agreed. Thus, she came to live with us, becoming my sister. Na and I lived together for 2 years, a period that marked the happiest days of my life. However, 2 years later, Na departed. I still remember that night when she left without a word, leaving only a note behind. Alas, I wonder when I shall see her again. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan spoke with an expression of regret. Brother Xuan, surely she must have her own unspoken troubles? At that moment, Tang Wulin inquired. Yes, Yao Xuan replied. She mentioned that she recalled lost memories, and if she stayed, it would bring calamity upon us. I suspect she might be a princess of the Xinglua Empire, perhaps persecuted by treacherous ministers, leading to her memory loss and abandonment here. Boss, your guesses are remarkable. A princess of the Xinglua Empire. I find that unlikely. But no matter her identity, if your strength is formidable enough, you will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and reunite with her. Xie interjected. Indeed, I believe so. The hope of meeting her again one day is one of my motivations for cultivation. When I am strong enough, I shall personally seek her out. Yao Xuan nodded solemnly. I shall say no more. Sharing my thoughts has lightened my heart significantly. Wulin, do you have anything you wish to express? Yao Xuan turned to Tang Wulin. Thoughts? I do have some. Although my family is somewhat impoverished, my parents are healthy and love me dearly. However, I have something I truly wish to convey. With that, Tang Wulin turned to Yao Xuan. Brother Xian, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your constant encouragement and guidance, I might have lost faith and failed to progress as a soul master, let alone enter the EC Academy. In my heart, you are not only my elder brother but also my life mentor and idol. Brother Xian, my gratitude towards you is boundless. For me, one purpose of cultivation is to keep pace with you, to honor your investment in me, and to assist you whenever you might face troubles. Speaking with utmost sincerity, Tang Wulin bowed deeply to Yao Xuan. Ding acquired the preliminary allegiance of Tang Wulin, the child of destiny, gaining 500 golden evolution points. As Tang Wulin spoke, the system notification chimed once more. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan patted Tang Wulin's shoulder encouragingly, saying, Wulin, believe in yourself. You can do it. Thank you, Brother Xian. I will give it my all. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin felt invigorated and nodded in agreement. Guyu, how about you? Do you have any heartfelt words you'd like to share with everyone? Yao Xuan inquired with a smile as he turned to Guyu. At that moment, Guyu was still absorbed in Yao Xuan's account of his experiences, feeling a mix of nostalgia, guilt, and curiosity. Was her decision to leave without a word truly justified? How should she confront him, and how to face Nar? What was his true identity? Was he the reincarnation of the dragon god, or was there more to the story? As Guyu pondered these thoughts, Yao Xuan's voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to momentarily pause before responding. Me? Yes, Yao Xuan affirmed with a nod. Heartfelt words? During the 3 months spent together, I have learned a great deal. Indeed, a lot. After a brief pause, Guyu continued. For her, expressing her innermost feelings was an impossibility, yet she was unwilling to deceive. Thus, she resorted to evasion. And so, the four of them continued to enjoy their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, unwittingly drawing closer to one another. After more than an hour, they finally departed from the quaint little eatery, gazing at the towering stack of over 40 clay pots on the table. Uncle Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, 42 portions. Goodness, how can today's youth eat so much? In truth, out of the 42 servings of beef, more than 30 had found their way into Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's stomachs. Yet, even so, neither exhibited any signs of having satiated their appetite. Salt-boiled prawns, charcoal-grilled honey-glazed rabbit, crispy fried chicken. As they strolled along, the array of delicacies whetted their appetites, filling the air with laughter, and inevitably, most of the food continued to disappear into Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's mouths. You three really can eat, Xie remarked, patting his round belly and leaning against Tang Wulin's shoulder. Indeed, after such a feast, it seemed he alone had overindulged, while even the slender Guyu appeared unfazed, showing no signs of having overeaten. Let us go home, Tang Wulin suggested. After savoring the entire street of snacks, the four of them were finally ready to return. Hey, it seems someone is causing a ruckus at Uncle Lee's shop. Just as they were about to leave the food street, Tang Wulin suddenly pointed towards the entrance, where a commotion was unfolding around Uncle Lee's beef stew shop, accompanied by a sense of chaos. Let us hurry over and take a look. Without a thought for his full belly, Xie's eyes filled with urgency as he hurried in the direction Tang Wulin indicated, with Yao Xuan and the others following closely behind. You can't do this. You can't. A heart-wrenching wail pierced through the air as they approached the crowd. It was Uncle Lee's voice, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Hearing Uncle Lee's anguished cries, Xie felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. To him, after the passing of his mother, Uncle Lee was one of the few relatives he had left. Thus, he swiftly pushed through the crowd, making his way inward. At that moment, in front of the braised beef shop, the rectangular stove had been overturned, with earthen jars shattered on the ground, their contents soup, beef, and shards of glass mingling in a chaotic mess. Witnessing this disarray, Xie's anger surged uncontrollably, especially upon seeing Uncle Lee nearby. At the entrance of the shop, Uncle Lee lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one eye swollen and bruised, and half of his face was swollen. His expression a blend of sorrow, despair, and fury. Beside him stood 4 burly men, the leader a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and a face marked by a brutish demeanor that sent chills down one's spine, despite the biting cold of winter. This bald man wore only a thin shirt, exposing heavily tattooed arms, clearly indicating his affiliation with the criminal underworld. Behind this bald leader stood 3 equally imposing men wielding wooden clubs, their fierce expressions radiating menace and their muscular frames suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Li. Those who understand the times are wise. In this street, no one dares to refuse to pay my protection fees. You, always resisting me. Do you think I'm begging for alms? Do you think I come here daily just to ask for a small sum? Let me tell you. If it weren't for the fact that your braised beef is tolerable, I would have already dealt with you. However, today marks your final chance. If you cannot produce the money, I will come and smash your shop every time you open it. His eyes glinting with a frigid light, the bald man, known as Guanglong, threatened while gazing down at Uncle Li. Around them, a crowd had gathered, but none dared to utter a word. Brother Guanglong, it's not that I refuse to pay the protection fee. I simply cannot afford it. My wife has fallen gravely ill, and I toil from dawn till dusk just to gather a meager sum for her treatment. I truly have no spare money. Uncle Li pleaded, his eyes glistening with tears as he struggled to rise, kneeling before Guanglong. Please, I beg you, do not destroy my business. If you do, my wife will not survive. Let you off? Where would that leave my reputation? Li, I am telling you, my patience is limited. If you cannot pay, then leave. I do not need your pity here. Boys, smash it. With a wave of his hand, Guanglong commanded his henchmen, who advanced with their clubs, wreaking havoc. You scoundrels! I will fight you, Uncle Li declared, his heart torn as he witnessed the destruction of his livelihood. He managed to stand, charging at Guanglong in a fit of rage. Fight me? In front of me? You wish to resist? Do not forget, I am a soul master. Guanglong scoffed, delivering a kick that sent Uncle Li flying, crashing into a nearby beam before landing heavily on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Do you see? This is the fate of those who dare to oppose me. Now what are you all staring at? Get lost. Guanglong sneered at the onlookers. You bastard. How dare you harm Uncle Li? I will kill you. At that moment, Yao Xuan and 3 others rushed through the crowd, arriving at the scene. Xia, his anger reaching a boiling point, shouted, while Tang Wulin quickly moved to help Uncle Li to his feet. Kill me? You little brat? Haha, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Guanglong laughed mockingly, eyeing Xia in his school uniform. You will regret this. Die. Xia shouted coldly, channeling his soul power. Particles of yellow light flickered, and in an instant, his Guanglong blade manifested in his hand as he dashed towards Guanglong. A soul master? I am a soul master too, Guanglong retorted as gray light flickered around him. 2 soul rings, one white, one yellow, rose behind him, and in moments, his skin turned a formidable iron gray, showcasing his formidable defense and strength. An advanced soul master. This guy is an advanced soul master. Xia's expression turned serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. He activated his second soul skill, Guanglong Storm, and began to spin rapidly, channeling the energy of the Guanglong blade in a violent whirlwind toward Guanglong. Ha, are you trying to tickle me? Guanglong scoffed as Xia's attack struck his arms, producing a series of metallic clangs, yet Guanglong remained unharmed, laughing boisterously. His martial spirit, the Iron Armored Dragon, was renowned for its power and defense, and with his soul power at level 27 and his first soul skill, Iron Armor, his defenses were terrifyingly close to that of a soul ancestor. Meanwhile, Xia, being an agile attack-type soul master, found his performance hindered by the heavy meals he had consumed earlier, limiting his strength to only 50%, ultimately failing to penetrate Guanglong's defenses. How is this possible? Xia's eyes widened in astonishment at Guanglong's unscathed form, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Chapter 87. Yao Xuan takes action. Instant kill Guanglong. Subscription for more updates. Please subscribe. Haha, just this. Guanglong mocked, reveling in the excitement of his subordinates. Boss, well done. Take him down. Here, take this. Guanglong sneered, raising his hand, now larger and covered in scales, and unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Xia's midsection. Xia barely managed to lift the Guanglong blade in defense, but Guanglong's palm struck the blade with tremendous force, sending it flying and crashing between Xia's ribs. With a loud thud, Xia was propelled backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing beside Uncle Li. Despite the protective barrier of soul power and Guanglong's restrained attack, Xia felt a searing pain in his side, as if flames were consuming him, and he doubled over, retching violently. You need to leave. They won't dare to kill me. Uncle Li urged, forcing himself to remain composed. No, Uncle Li, do not worry. They will not succeed. Boss, I cannot defeat him. It seems I must rely on your intervention. With a mixture of self-reproach and expectation in his eyes, Xie turned towards Yao Xuan and earnestly requested, Fear not, Xie. Such a minor adversary poses no challenge to me. Yao Xuan replied with a slight nod, striding purposefully towards the direction of the light dragon. At the same moment, Guyu approached Xie, channeling the elemental power of light to alleviate his injuries. Such arrogance from a mere child. And did that fool just refer to you as boss? You, a mere brat, should simply scurry away. I have no desire to make you weep like a child. The light dragon scoffed derisively at Yao Xuan. Indeed, you should retreat. A little kid like you should refrain from meddling in affairs beyond your grasp. When the time comes, do not cry out for your mother. Echoed the mocking laughter of several henchmen of the light dragon. I shall defeat you in just 3 moves, Yao Xuan replied, his countenance as serene as a tranquil well, unfazed by the taunts of the light dragon and his minions. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme to deal with someone like the light dragon. Demonstrating sufficient power is all that is required. 3 moves? Haha. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the radiant dragon erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard a most amusing joke. At that moment, Yao Xuan sprang into action. With a sudden surge of vitality, he stepped forward decisively and, gathering his strength, delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at the radiant dragon's chest. Ha. You don't even need to use your martial soul. Have you been frightened into stupidity? The radiant dragon jeered, observing Yao Xuan's punch. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his body trembling slightly. How is this possible? This aura. As Yao Xuan's fist drew nearer, the radiant dragon felt an overwhelming dread wash over him. As if Yao Xuan's fist were a meteor plummeting from the heavens, bearing down upon him. A chill coursed through his spine, and a wave of icy terror surged within him. Despite the immense fear, the radiant dragon, being a seasoned soul master with years of experience, reacted swiftly. Instinctively, he raised his fist, channeling his soul power to meet Yao Xuan's assault with all his might. Boom! A thunderous collision echoed through the air as their fists met, and a fierce gust of wind radiated outward. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the radiant dragon's massive form was sent hurtling backward. How is this possible? The radiant dragon has been struck back. That young man is truly formidable, and he is a grand soul master. As the crowd marveled at the scene, their eyes filled with admiration for Yao Xuan, disbelief washed over them. How could it be? The boss has been pushed back. My heavens, who is that young man? In stark contrast to the excited spectators, a few of the radiant dragon subordinates looked on with fear, contemplating a retreat, but were swiftly intercepted by Tang Wulin, trapping them within the confines of the establishment. Bang! With Yao Xuan's punch, the radiant dragon was flung against the wall, producing a dull thud as he struck. In an instant, a large indentation in the shape of a person marred the once smooth surface of the wall. Thud. His internal organs churned violently, his bones feeling as though they were dislocated, and his mind became a blur from the impact. The radiant dragon's body crumpled forward, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. For Yao Xuan, as a traveler from Earth, he held a deep disdain for such ruffians. Thus, even without summoning his martial soul, he unleashed 80% of his physical strength, demonstrating his seriousness in the encounter. After undergoing multiple enhancements from the bloodline of the ancestor dragon and forming 2 bloodline soul rings, Yao Xuan's strength had reached an astonishing 5,000 kilograms. With 80% of his power, that translated to 4,000 kilograms, rivaling the might of a typical novice soul master. In contrast, while the radiant dragon's martial soul was indeed impressive, granting him a strength of 2,500 kilograms, he was utterly overwhelmed by Yao Xuan. The second strike. Without granting the radiant dragon a moment's respite, Yao Xuan advanced swiftly, delivering a fierce kick to the dragon's ribs before he could rise. The radiant dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body curling in agony, limbs convulsing uncontrollably, rendered completely defenseless as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. There will be no third strike, however, this one is for you, Yao Xuan coldly declared, spitting upon the fallen radiant dragon, the saliva landing squarely on his face. Humiliated before the crowd, the radiant dragon's heart burned with fury, yearning to rise and exact revenge upon Yao Xuan. Yet, the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered even the slightest movement an unattainable luxury, forcing him to glare at Yao Xuan with venomous eyes. Brother Xian is magnificent. The boss is incredible. Tang Wuling and Xie gazed at Yao Xuan with utmost respect, their hearts filled with pure admiration. The radiant dragon has fallen. This young warrior is truly formidable. A champion for the people, a true hero. Witnessing the radiant dragon's defeat, the gathered crowd erupted in praise, many of whom were local shopkeepers who had long suffered under the radiant dragon's tyranny. Their joy at witnessing his downfall was palpable, and they gazed upon Yao Xuan with gratitude and reverence. Chapter 88. Wu Chang Kong. Rest assured. Ding. Defeated the 27th level Soul Master, Radiant Dragon, earning 1 golden evolution point. Ding. Gain the admiration of the crowd, earning 1 golden evolution point. Yao Xuan withdrew his fist, the system's notification ringing in his ears. Only 1 point of golden evolution? This radiant dragon truly was weak, hardly worthy of the super god system's attention. Yet, gaining golden evolution points from the crowd's admiration is a first for me. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan pondered inwardly. The admiration and reverence of the crowd resemble a form of energy akin to the power of faith. Although it lacks the purity and stability of genuine faith, it can still be harnessed by the super god system, transforming it into golden evolution points to enhance Yao Xuan's bloodline, soul force, mental strength, and various other attributes. Previously, despite Yao Xuan's notable reputation at Hmph Academy, it was evident that his peers did not harbor such admiration and reverence for him. Even if they did, it was superficial, thus preventing the accumulation of golden evolution points. However, this time, Yao Xuan effortlessly defeated the Light Dragon, garnering the profound gratitude and admiration of over 100 shopkeepers around him, ultimately reaching the threshold necessary for the super god system to condense a golden evolution point. The existence of such a mechanism reveals that among the avenues for acquiring golden evolution points, there is a notable mention of fame. If Yao Xuan could establish his name across the Douluo Continent, the immense admiration and reverence of the masses could similarly yield a substantial amount of golden evolution points. Although such opportunities are not yet present, Yao Xuan is aware that in the future, the chances for him to achieve fame and success will undoubtedly be numerous. This function of the system can be effectively utilized to harvest copious evolution points for himself. Boss, thank you for avenging me and Uncle Li. At this moment, aided by the healing power of the ancient moonlight element and bolstered by the innate strength of a soul master, Xie had already risen to his feet. A hint of color returning to his face, and his spirits lifted considerably. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Yao Xuan. Xie, why be so formal among brothers? Moreover, I have always had a strong aversion to such scum. This lesson serves as a means of venting my frustrations. Yao Xuan replied, waving his hand as he looked at Xie. Boss, how should we deal with these guys? At this point, Tang Wuling inquired, pointing at the few thugs trembling in fear within the room, desperate to escape yet blocked in their path, their faces displaying despair. Those? They should be ordinary people, right? According to the laws of the Sun and Moon Federation, if a soul master acts against ordinary individuals, it reflects poorly. However, we need not take action against them ourselves. Upon hearing Tang Wuling's words, Yao Xuan calmly analyzed the situation, then turned to the surrounding shopkeepers, esteemed proprietors. We are soul masters, and it would be inappropriate for us to engage with ordinary citizens. Therefore, let us leave these minions of the Light Dragon for you to deal with. How does that sound? Those of you who have been oppressed by the Light Dragon can finally vent your frustrations. Absolutely. Rest assured. Thank you, young warrior. Whenever you come back here, we will ensure you eat to your heart's content, free of charge. As they expressed their gratitude, a large group of shopkeepers eagerly advanced towards the few minions. Take it easy. Everyone, let us not cause any fatalities. Yao Xuan cautioned, returning to Gu Yu's side. Uncle Li's condition is rather grim. He already suffers from hypertension, and with the force of the Light Dragon's kick, he appears quite weakened. I believe we must take Uncle Li to the hospital for medical attention, Xie remarked. Then let us hasten to the hospital. Come, Xie, please lead the way. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan responded by dismantling a piece of door panel, ingeniously transforming it into a makeshift stretcher. Together with Tang Wuling, they lifted Uncle Li and, under Xie's guidance, hurried to the nearest hospital. Presenting the credentials of a Grand Soul Master, Uncle Li was swiftly admitted for examination. Xie left behind a sum for medical expenses along with the soul guiding number before the four departed the hospital, returning to Donghai Academy. After such tumultuous events, by the time the group arrived back at Donghai Academy, the clock had struck 9:30, leaving merely half an hour before the academy's doors would close. By the way, Xian Ge, should we inform Teacher Wu about today's occurrences? Tang Wuling inquired, as the group finally relaxed after nearly an hour of frantic travel. It would be prudent to inform Teacher Wu. Yao Xuan concurred, recalling the brilliance of the light dragon that had trailed behind them. Notifying Wu Zhongkong about the incident could only prove beneficial. Gu Yu, I shall see you tomorrow. At the junction leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. Yao Xuan waved farewell to Gu Yu. Yes, see you tomorrow. A gentle smile graced Gu Yu's lips as she responded sweetly. The silver moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her raven locks with a soft, silvery sheen, rendering her reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, elegant, noble, and breathtakingly beautiful, evoking an undeniable sense of admiration. Even minutes after parting from Gu Yu, Yao Xuan found himself entranced by the memory of her exquisite figure as the trio approached Wu Zhongkong's dormitory door. Knock, knock. Yao Xuan rapped gently on the door. Who is it? Came Wu Zhongkong's somewhat frosty voice. It is I, Yao Xuan. I, along with Xie and Wuling, have something to report to you, Yao Xuan replied candidly. Very well, come in. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Wu Zhongkong nodded in agreement. And soon the dormitory door creaked open. As a teacher, Wu Zhongkong's living conditions were naturally far superior to those of Yao Xuan and his companions. With an area twice as large, a private room, and a dedicated bathroom, dressing room, and a small living room, resembling a compact apartment, albeit lacking a kitchen. Why have you come to seek me at such a late hour? Wu Zhongkong inquired straightforwardly, gazing at Yao Xuan. Well, today we went out to celebrate with a meal, and then, this is how the events unfolded. I hope it does not trouble you. Yao Xuan recounted the night's experiences in detail. Indeed, you have acted commendably, punishing the wicked and upholding justice. This is precisely what we as soul masters ought to do. Moreover, your decision to refrain from taking action against ordinary citizens was a prudent one, ensuring that you do not leave yourselves open to reproach. As for potential trouble, it is indeed plausible. In our Donghai city, there are those who brazenly collect protection fees and unrestrainedly harm civilians. The bright dragon likely has a formidable protector behind him, of considerable standing. However, you need not worry. As the saying goes, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear it. Should anyone be so foolish as to seek vengeance, I will intervene on your behalf. Wu Zhongkong initially offered praise, followed by a chilling statement. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Listening to Wu Zhongkong's words, Yao Xuan and the other two expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Chapter 89. Gu Yu's speculation. No need to worry. Focus on your cultivation, Wu Zhongkong said, waving his hand dismissively to Yao Xuan and the others. However, he turned to Xie, fixing him with a stern gaze and speaking in a severe tone. You are a twin martial soul master, endowed with innate full soul power, possessing 200-year soul rings, and have received my special training. Yet, you were unable to defeat even a mediocre soul master. It is truly disgraceful. Teacher Wu, I apologize. But I was a bit full at that time, which significantly affected my speed and prevented me from showcasing my true strength. If I were at my peak, I would undoubtedly have won. Xie retorted stubbornly. In battle, there are no ifs. A loss is a loss. You were fortunate that the light dragon did not go all out against you. Otherwise, had he truly intended to kill you, you would have been swiftly eliminated. Wu Zhongkong admonished sternly. You are correct, but Xie attempted to continue his defense, only to be interrupted by Wu Zhongkong's chilling voice. No buts. I'm not interested in the reasons. I only care about the results. On one hand, I hope you learn from this lesson and pay more attention in future battles. On the other hand, Wu Zhongkong paused before continuing, it appears that my previous training for you is insufficient to unlock your potential. Henceforth, your physical training regimen will be doubled. Why is it always me who suffers? Xie lamented as he stepped out of Wu Zhongkong's office. Alas, Xie. Teacher Wu is only looking out for your well-being. Your physical conditioning certainly needs improvement. However, to be honest, you do seem rather unlucky. Tang Wuling consoled, patting Xie's arm. Indeed, I am quite unfortunate. Moreover, my physical abilities cannot compare to you two freaks. This is clearly unfair. Plus, I am a sensitive attack-type soul master. Xie complained as they walked. Amidst Xie's grievances, the trio returned to their dormitory. After joining the special training team, Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling, and Xie collectively petitioned Wu Zhongkong to transfer Zhou Changxi out of the dormitory, leaving only the three of them in room 205. Xiange, it's time to cultivate. Tang Wuling and Xie looked at Yao Xuan with eager eyes. Having spent 3 months together, they had already savored the benefits of cultivating alongside Yao Xuan, which was the secret to their rapid increase in soul power. Of course, sitting on his bed, Yao Xuan silently activated the creation refinement soul technique, and soon, a surge of soul power flooded the dormitory, prompting Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie to seize the moment to cultivate. In the dead of night, noticing that Tang Wulin and Xie had fallen asleep, Yao Xuan quietly left the dormitory building. Today, having gained Tang Wulin's initial allegiance, Yao Xuan also acquired 500 golden evolution points, which motivated him to further enhance his ancestral dragon bloodline that night. However, to avoid provoking Tang Wulin and accelerating the awakening of his Golden Dragon King bloodline, Yao Xuan did not intend to complete this process in the dormitory. In fact, he had deliberately avoided doing so in Tang Wulin's presence during previous enhancements of his ancestral dragon bloodline. For Yao Xuan, the longer Tang Wulin took to unlock his Golden Dragon King bloodline, the slower his strength would increase, consequently minimizing the impact on future circumstances, which was undoubtedly favorable news. Since Yao Xuan arrived in this era with the super god system, he believed that he should be the protagonist, not Tang Wulin. Thus, while he would assist Tang Wulin in minor matters, he would prioritize his own interests in crucial decisions, striving to seize Tang Wulin's opportunities. Of course, Yao Xuan had no intention of eliminating Tang Wulin. Killing a child of destiny would inevitably provoke the world's backlash, leading to a decline in the world's status, which would yield no value. Instead, what Yao Xuan sought to do was cultivate the child of destiny into his subordinate, ensuring that he served him, while continuously appropriating his fortune and opportunities, a far more prudent approach. Deep in thought, Yao Xuan made his way to the training grounds, silently tapping on the system. In the next moment, 460 evolution points transformed into evolution energy, flowing into Yao Xuan's body, rapidly enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline from 16.8 to 17.4. Golden evolution points are truly fleeting. Yao Xuan frowned at the progress of his ancestral dragon bloodline. It took a full 500 evolution points to increase it by merely 0.6, and a quick calculation revealed that to elevate the ancestral dragon bloodline to 20, he would require a staggering 2,500 evolution points. 2,500 evolution points. The weight of this figure bore heavily on Yao Xuan's mind, and he soon realized that to advance his ancestral dragon bloodline to 30, he would need to invest even more, 1,000, 2,000, even 10,000 evolution points. The thought of such horrifying numbers sent a shiver down his spine. As Yao Xuan focused on enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, in the distant girl's dormitory, Guyu quietly opened her eyes. Again, the aura of the dragon god. Its source is at the training grounds. Could it be him? I must investigate, Guyu thought silently. A faint silver light flickering behind her as she vanished from her bed and reappeared outside the dormitory, swiftly making her way to a vantage point where she could observe the training grounds. Narrowing her eyes, she followed the moonlight and, as expected, saw Yao Xuan seated cross-legged on the training grounds, alongside an almost imperceptible nine-colored aura resonating with the power within him. Indeed, this is the power of the dragon god, and he's intentionally cultivating it. If he can release and control the power of the dragon god, then he must be the reincarnation of His Majesty the Dragon God. But why does he not acknowledge me? A hint of confusion and puzzlement crossed Guyu's features. Could it be that His Majesty was gravely injured and has completely lost his memory, leaving only the essence of his soul? If that is the case, this is dire. The dragon god has reincarnated as a human. What are we to do? Gazing at Yao Xuan, a troubling speculation arose in Guyu's heart, and a flicker of urgency appeared in her eyes. Initially, Guyu had entertained the thought that Yao Xuan's power derived from some artifact. Though she knew the likelihood was slim, it remained a possibility. However, having witnessed Yao Xuan manipulate the power of the dragon god today, Guyu was now fully convinced that Yao Xuan was indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god's soul essence. Otherwise, a mere human could never possess such power. Yet, if the dragon god truly had reincarnated as a human, what then? The mere thought of this conundrum caused Guyu considerable distress. Even as the Silver Dragon King, embodying the rationality of the dragon god, she found herself at a loss. Chapter 90. Guyu Schemes, the second battle of the promotion tournament. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to ascertain whether Yao Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god. If so, I must invite him to my home for testing with the artifacts left behind by the dragon god. Shaking his head, Guyu resolved to temporarily set aside his troubling thoughts and continue his analysis. Moreover, the sooner this test could be conducted, the better. After all, if Yao Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god, many plans would likely require adjustment. Therefore, It would be most prudent to bring Yao Xuan home for examination during the upcoming winter break. However, it was evident that if the winter holiday arrived, Yao Xuan would certainly prioritize returning to Aolai City to reunite with Lin Shiming, and he would not accompany me, which posed a minor dilemma. The most straightforward and drastic solution would be to eliminate Lin Shiming. After all, she had once treated me well, and such an action would not align with my true intentions. Furthermore, should Yao Xuan discover the truth, it would likely lead to a rift between us, making it an absolute last resort. Is there an alternative approach? I could simply arrange for Lin Shiming to have a boyfriend. If she were to fall deeply in love with someone, she would likely not wish for Yao Xuan to return home for the holiday, thus leaving him alone and more likely to accompany me for the test. However, there remains a small issue: how to persuade Yao Xuan to come home with me. I could mention that our family is a lineage of soul masters, and that we have the opportunity to assist him with his martial soul issues. Yes, that should suffice. After pondering for a moment, Guyu finally settled on his decision, nodded slightly, and retrieved a specially crafted soul communicator. He dialed, issuing cold commands devoid of the tenderness he had shown during his conversation with Yao Xuan. In the blink of an eye, it was the next afternoon. As on the previous day, Teacher Wu Changkong led the first-year Class 5 students to the competition venue, while Teacher Yingrong, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, also brought her students to the stage. Compared to Kong Haman from yesterday, Yingrong's appearance was undoubtedly delightful. Standing at around 1.70 meters, her figure was remarkably well-proportioned, and her skin was exceptionally fair, giving her a delicate appearance. Behind Yingrong, her light green hair was tied into a ponytail, presenting a clean and tidy look. With a charming oval face, cherry lips, and rosy cheeks, one might easily mistake her for a senior student without raising any suspicions. In reality, Yingrong was indeed quite young. At 23, she had only graduated a year prior, yet her strength was formidable, being a fourth-ring soul master, placing her among the elite of her peers, which allowed her to teach at the Donghai Academy. "Hello, Teacher Wu," she said with a smile, her eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration as she gazed at Wu Changkong. "Greetings, Teacher Yi," he replied, listening to Yingrong's words. Wu Changkong's face revealed no emotion, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. "He actually remembers my surname. Oh my, I am truly fortunate." Although Wu Changkong did not turn to face her, the mere sound of him uttering her surname stirred a budding affection within Yingrong. Tinged with a hint of regret, why must such a handsome and remarkable man always appear so aloof? As the second match of the promotion competition approached, Hmph inquired, "Will Class 1, Year 5 still send 3 participants?" Yao Xuan, Guyu, Xie, step forward, Wu Changkong instructed, glancing behind him. After granting Tang Wulin the opportunity to compete, thus preserving his dignity, Wu Changkong thereafter ensured that Tang Wulin would not participate again. This was partly due to Tang Wulin's relatively weaker strength, but also because Wu Changkong aimed to enhance the synergy among Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie for their future battles. As Wu Changkong spoke, Yao Xuan led Guyu and Xie onto the stage, while Yingrong turned her gaze towards her own students. "Gu Tianri, Gu Tianyue, Gu Tianming, you 3 will compete. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second. Give it your all." "Yes, Teacher Yi." The 3 triplets, who bore almost identical appearances and stood around 1.8 meters tall, appeared somewhat slender yet possessed keen eyes and demonstrated exceptional coordination as they responded in unison. "Oh?" Listening to the voices of the 3 individuals, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes, clearly indicating his profound interest in the trio of triplets. Soon after, the contestants made their entrance, and at that moment, Hmph also ascended the competition stage. As before, Yao Xuan and his 2 companions arranged themselves in a triangular formation, with Yao Xuan positioned at the forefront, and Guyu and Xie standing respectively to his right and left. In contrast, the Gu family brothers adopted a linear formation. From left to right, Gu Tianwei, Gu Tianri, and Gu Tianming. "Ready, 3, 2, 1, begin." With Hmphu's command, the battle commenced. Almost simultaneously, the Gu brothers unleashed their martial souls, and in the next instant, a pair of gray wings unfurled behind them, lifting them into the air. Flying martial souls? How are we supposed to combat that? Gazing at the airborne Gu brothers, Xie revealed a hint of bitterness in his eyes as he inquired. For higher-ranked soul masters, possessing a mecha or battle armor allows them to fly even if they do not reach the soul sage level, making it relatively easy to deal with flying soul masters. However, for lower-ranked soul masters like Yao Xuan, Xie, and Guyu, unless they possess a flying martial soul, they lack the means to take to the skies. This predicament explains Xie's lament, as he felt a sense of powerlessness in the face of flying opponents. Don't worry, just watch me. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan merely smiled indifferently. At that moment, the three brothers of the Gu family in the sky stabilized their forms and summoned their soul power. Their white soul rings shimmering as they unleashed a barrage of azure wind blades toward Yao Xuan. In response to these incoming assaults, Gu smiled lightly. A yellow halo flashing behind her as the earth element coalesced, instantly forming a thick earthen wall that effortlessly blocked the wind blade attacks. Although the Gu brothers could soar through the air, their soul power only reached level 14, rendering them incapable of breaching Gu Yu's formidable defense. Gu Yu, create some ice orbs for me to strike them down, Yao Xuan instructed, gazing at the trio above. For him, his physique surpassed that of an ordinary person by several multiples. If he exerted himself fully, leaping 100 meters into the air would be a trivial feat, allowing him to confront the Gu brothers up close. However, Yao Xuan preferred to resolve the conflict through alternative means. Understood. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu smiled gently and summoned her soul skill, Elemental Tide. Water elements coalesced around her, transforming into dozens of fist-sized ice orbs that slowly descended to the ground. Thank you. Grasping one of the ice orbs, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude with a faint smile, then exerted his arm vigorously, launching the ice orb like a cannonball towards the nearest Gu Tianming. Chapter 91. An easy victory. Is it possible to do it this way? The news of the first-year Class 4 being swiftly defeated had rapidly spread throughout the advanced division of Donghai Academy. Consequently, many second- and third-year students developed a keen interest in the first-year Class 5. As a result, the number of spectators in the playground today exceeded 5 times that of yesterday. Witnessing Yao Xuan's display, they were left in awe and astonishment. Meanwhile, observing Yao Xuan's actions, Wu Changkong silently nodded. The ability to adapt swiftly is one of the crucial skills of a soul master. Yao Xuan's prompt response and the identification of a viable strategy were commendable. At that moment, Gu Tianming, gazing at the ice orb hurtling towards him, was momentarily stunned. A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, causing his reaction to slow considerably. Previously, the three brothers of the Gu family had engaged with their classmates. And once they soared into the air, those classmates could only watch helplessly, passively enduring the blows until they ultimately conceded. However, today, the situation appeared to be quite different. In the instant that Gu Tianming hesitated, the ice orb Yao Xuan had thrown was already upon him, striking fiercely against his wing. Faced with an opponent of soul master caliber, Yao Xuan did not unleash his full strength. Otherwise, not even a human body, let alone steel and concrete, would have withstood such a blow without leaving a significant dent. Nevertheless, the speed of the ice orb was not to be underestimated, and its impact was formidable. Upon making contact with Gu Tianming's wing, the ice orb detonated, causing his soul power-formed wings to tremble violently. Simultaneously, his soul power rapidly depleted. And in the blink of an eye, Gu Tianming found his soul energy entirely exhausted. Without the support of his soul power, Gu Tianming could no longer maintain his martial soul's manifestation. In the next moment, his wings vanished, and his body plummeted towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. Brother Ming. Worry was evident in Gu Tianri and Gu Tianyue's eyes as they raced down, desperate to catch Gu Tianming, but their speed fell short, their expressions filled with urgency. At that moment, Wu Changkong sprang into action. He soared into the air, a faint glow of soul power illuminating his path, and caught Gu Tianming, subsequently leading him off the field. Gu Tianming was carried off. Witnessing this, Long Hngshu looked at Wu Changkong with gratitude and then announced, Wu Changkong's intervention was timely and precise, rendering significant assistance. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Yingrong said, gazing at Wu Changkong in the distance. It is nothing. I merely wish to prevent my student from bearing the responsibility, Wu Changkong replied nonchalantly. Couldn't he express himself a bit more pleasantly? She's thanking him. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yingrong quietly lamented, how could this be? My flying martial soul has been so easily countered? As Wu Changkong released him back to the ground, Gu Tianming's eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness, feeling somewhat lost. It really came down, he thought. The speed of that ice ball is astounding. What immense strength must be behind it? It seems this new generation of students should not be underestimated. As Gu Tianming took to the stage, the surrounding spectators buzzed with excitement, casting astonished glances at Yao Xuan. Continue. With a successful strike, Yao Xuan swiftly picked up another ice ball from the ground, his arm swinging forcefully toward Gu Tianri, who remained in the arena. Learning from Gu Tianming's earlier defeat, Gu Tianri and Gu Tianwei raised their altitude significantly, keeping a watchful eye on Yao Xuan's movements and dodging swiftly, with ample preparation. This time, Yao Xuan's ice ball missed them, but they shot him provocative glances. Don't get too complacent. Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly at the two in the air. Grasping two ice balls, one in each hand, calculating their trajectories before hurling one toward Gu Tianri. Is this even possible? Gu Tianri thought, watching the four ice balls, each following a different, unpredictable path, resembling celestial flowers cascading through the air. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the dire situation. While he could easily dodge a single ice ball, facing four was another matter entirely, leaving him bewildered as he instinctively darted to the right. Gu Tianri's evasive maneuver was not entirely ineffective. He managed to avoid two ice balls. However, the remaining two struck him directly, depleting his soul power and sending him crashing down. Following the same tactic, Yao Xuan effortlessly brought down Gu Tianwei with another ice ball. Thus, all three flying soul masters from Class 1 had taken the stage, and Class 4 emerged victorious in this contest. Hooray! We won. From now on, we are Class 3. Yao Xuan is truly remarkable. Someone initiated the celebration, and soon the students of Class 5 joined in jubilant revelry. Class 5. You will retain your title until the class promotion matches are complete before changing your designation. Returning to the competition arena, Long Hengxiu regarded Yao Xuan with an odd expression, feeling a twinge of regret for not placing Yao Xuan directly in Class 1. Faced with such a formidable flying soul master, Yao Xuan and his peers had achieved victory with apparent ease. Given their prowess, even breaking through to the 4th grade would pose no challenge, only the 5th grade, with soul respect, might stand a chance against them. If Class 5 truly accomplished such a feat, it would be a significant blow to his pride. The more he pondered, the deeper his regret became. As Yuingrong watched the Gu brothers fall to Yao Xuan's ice balls in mere moments, her expression grew vacant. She could hardly believe that the Gu brothers, trained for months as flying soul masters, would suffer defeat in such an outrageous manner. This Yao Xuan possesses incredible strength and skill. Moreover, that peculiar throwing technique is beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Could it be that this is all Wu Chongkong is doing? Teacher Wu, congratulations. From now on, you will be Class 3, she said, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions before turning to Wu Chongkong with a smile. You're too kind, but that is not my aim. Wu Chongkong replied with a slight nod, moving beside Yu Xin and his companions. Well done. Adaptability is crucial on the battlefield. However, your victory today was somewhat fortuitous. The opponents were too weak. In the future, before you acquire mechas or battle armor, the best strategy against flying soul masters will be defense. After speaking, Wu Chongkong turned and departed. Chapter 92. The villain complains first, requesting subscription. Wow, Teacher Wu praised us. Listening to Wu Chongkong's words and watching him walk away, a smug expression appeared on Xia's face. He then exclaimed with surprise, What are you so proud of? Teacher Wu didn't praise you. He praised Yao Xuan. What does that have to do with you? Don't be so self-important. Observing Xia, Gu remarked with a sharp tongue. Is it really necessary for you to react this way? Clearly, he has worked very hard. Can't you just offer him a word of comfort? Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Xia, filled with discontent, inquired, What is your answer? Gu replied calmly, No. Hmph. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Xia let out a cold snort and turned his head away. All right, Xia, don't be upset. Gu Yu, do take it easy in the future. Refrain from provoking Xia too much. He has indeed been making progress. Just then, noticing the silent tension between the two, Yao Xuan stepped forward to mediate, while also calling out to Tang Wu Lin in the distance. Despite having spent 3 months together, Yao Xuan and the others had formed a certain level of tacit understanding in combat. However, in daily life, apart from being quite close to Yao Xuan, Gu Yu maintained a rather aloof demeanor towards the others. Consequently, when disagreements arose among the group, Yao Xuan often took on the role of the peacemaker. Very well. A good man should not quarrel with a bad woman. I shall no longer be upset. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xia replied somewhat reluctantly, while the nearby Gu shot him a murderous glare. Brother Xian, that move of yours was simply magnificent. If it were me, I could never have devised such a clever strategy. At that moment, Tang Wulin stepped out from the class ranks and approached Yao Xuan, expressing his admiration. Haha. It was merely a moment of inspiration. There's nothing to boast about, Yao Xuan replied. Today, we emerged victorious, and that calls for a celebration. Come. Let me treat you to a fine meal. He patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder as he spoke. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Xian. Listening to Yao Xian's invitation to dine, Tang Wuling felt a significant alleviation of the regret that had lingered in his heart due to his inability to participate. He expressed his gratitude and, thus, the four of them proceeded to the cafeteria. After enjoying their dinner, Xie suggested they venture out for some entertainment. However, Yao Xuan declined his proposal for a rather straightforward reason. He wished to focus on his cultivation. This was merely a pretext to dissuade his companions from venturing outside. According to the established timeline, he had recently defeated the Light Dragon, and its brother, Guang Biao, was expected to cause trouble today. Going out would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Upon returning to their dormitory, they sequentially entered the bathing area to cleanse themselves. Just as they were preparing to begin their soul power cultivation, the dormitory door was abruptly pushed open with an air of urgency. Yao Xuan, Xie, Wuling. Something terrible has happened. You must come outside immediately. Our academy is besieged by a group of individuals, and they are of considerable standing. Moreover, they are brandishing large photographs of the three of you alongside Guyu, accusing you of being the culprits. What on earth have you done? Their classmate, Yun Xiao, exclaimed breathlessly, his face etched with anxiety. Could it be related to yesterday's incident? Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, Tang Wuling shifted his gaze and inquired, is it possible? Did not Teacher Wu mention yesterday that there might be someone behind that light dragon? Xian, what should we do now? Xie nodded in agreement, and then turned to Yao Xuan. Let us seek out Teacher Wu. Did he not say yesterday that he would resolve any troubles for us? Yao Xuan replied calmly, indeed, we should consult Teacher Wu. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, both Xie and Tang Wuling seemed to have found their anchor, feeling much more settled. As the trio stepped out of the dormitory, a striking figure approached from a distance, clad in a white school uniform. Her long black hair flowing behind her. It was Guyu. Guyu, have you heard? Yao Xuan inquired. Yes, it should be about yesterday. I was actually on my way to find you, Guyu replied, nodding, her expression remaining composed and serene. I believe we should head to the school gate. Wuling, Xie, please inform Teacher Wu immediately, Yao Xuan instructed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yao Xuan and Guyu set off towards the school gate, while Tang Wuling and Xie sprinted towards Teacher Wu's office. A gentle breeze of elemental wind encircled them, and within a minute, they arrived at the school entrance. Outside the gates of Donghai Academy, a crowd had gathered, blocking the entrance completely. Hundreds of burly men, with fierce appearances and a menacing aura, stood at the gate, brandishing an assortment of weapons, including some military-grade soul-guided devices capable of injuring soul masters at the soul respect level, which emboldened them to confront the academy. At the forefront of these intimidating figures stood a man clad in purple mechanized armor, exuding a powerful presence and muscular form, clearly the leader. Beside him, several men carried a stretcher, upon which lay a figure wrapped in bandages, battered and bruised. It was Guanglong. Behind Guanglong, a few men held up large photographs depicting Yao Xuan and the other three, while another group brandished a massive banner demanding justice. Killers must pay with their lives. Debts must be repaid. Donghai Academy, hand over the culprits. Who are you to cause trouble at Donghai Academy? The burly men shouted in unison. Soon after, Long Hungshu emerged, flanked by several furious teachers, and confronted the group. What do you want? I seek the assailants who harmed my brother, Guang Biao replied coldly. I am Guang Biao, and this is my brother, Guang Long. Last night, students from your academy brutally injured him, and I demand their surrender. Guang Biao? Are you the captain of the Donghai City Mecha Team? Long Hungshu's pupils contracted as he sensed Guang Biao's formidable soul power, realizing that this was no ordinary challenger. He likely possessed the strength of a soul emperor. Indeed, I am Guang Biao, but now, I am a brother seeking justice for my injured sibling. So I demand you hand over the perpetrators immediately, or Guang Biao's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, resonating with a deep rumble that sent tremors through the earth, causing many students to stumble. With Guang Biao's threat hanging in the air, his followers raised their weapons, chanting for the culprits to be surrendered, swiftly shifting the situation to an unfavorable one for Donghai Academy. Chapter 93, Wuchang Kong takes action. These humans are truly despicable. Preferring to play the victim. A deep-seated loathing flickered in Guyu's eyes, her voice turning icy, laced with disdain. Captain Guang Biao, please calm your anger. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. You see, the individuals in these photographs are merely children. Could it be that your brother was harmed by them? Long Hungshu spoke with a humble tone, desperately attempting to defuse the situation, though internally he felt a wave of anxiety at the predicament. As the deputy director of the intermediate department at Donghai Academy, Long Hungshu held significant power, possessing the cultivation of a soul king. However, compared to Guang Biao, His combat prowess was considerably inferior. Indeed, as the captain of the Donghai City mecha team, Guang Biao possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor, and more significantly, he wielded a purple mecha, while not as powerful as a battle armor. The purple mecha's might was formidable enough to elevate Guang Biao's actual combat strength to that of a soul sage, far surpassing Hmph by 2 ranks. Furthermore, in Donghai City, Guang Biao's influence was considerable. As the captain of the mecha team, he held the military rank of brigadier general, just 1 tier below the city's governor. With no hierarchical relationship between them, faced with such an adversary, whether through brute force or connections, Hmph felt at a loss. Even summoning the city's governor would not grant him authority over Guang Biao. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? My brother is gravely injured, nearly losing his life. And he personally identified his assailants. Could there possibly be an error? Guang Biao's cold laughter echoed as he looked down at Hmph. Enough with the pleasantries. I give you half an hour to hand them over, or we will search for them ourselves. But let me warn you, my brothers are not civilized folk. Should anything untoward occur, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Captain Guang Biao, you are overstepping. According to the laws of Donghai City, if you wish to apprehend someone, you must first request an arrest warrant from the Donghai City court. Otherwise, you shall not take anyone from our academy. Hmph retorted, anger flickering across his face. Not a chance. Do you really believe that you, a soul king who has never seen the battlefield, can stop me? A glint of menace flashed in Guang Biao's eyes as he coldly replied, I may not be your match, but if you wish to enter the academy, you will have to step over our corpses. Hmph declared, silently channeling his soul power to summon his martial spirit. The teachers who accompanied him also released their martial spirits, all gazing intently at Guang Biao, prepared for battle. Seeing this, the students, who had previously expressed discontent over Hmphu's stern demeanor, felt a surge of pride. Some of the older and stronger students stepping forward to release their martial spirits in solidarity behind Hmph. Very well, you choose the path of defiance. Do you think you can stop me with such feeble strength? I will make you understand the chasm that lies between you and a soul emperor. Do not forget. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. As Guang Biao silently summoned his soul power, a powerful aura radiated from him, pressing down on Hmph and the others. Though Hmph and the teachers could withstand it, a significant portion of the students behind them faltered under Guang Biao's overwhelming pressure. Though I find you quite detestable, I must concede to one truth. In the realm of soul masters, strength indeed reigns supreme. With a voice as cold as ice, a striking blue figure darted forward. Gracefully landing before Guang Biao, it was Wu Changkong. Clad in a flowing white robe, his light blue hair cascading behind him, Wu Changkong stood proudly, his emerald eyes gleaming with resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Guang Biao. And who might you be? Gazing at Wu Changkong, a hint of solemnity flickered in Guang Biao's eyes. He could distinctly sense that with Wu Changkong's arrival, the momentum he had cultivated was instantaneously shattered. It appeared that he was facing a rival of no lesser skill than his own. Who I am is of little consequence, however. The 4 students you seek are my disciples. Defeat me, and you may proceed. Lose, and you shall leave. Wu Changkong stated indifferently. Your students? Very well, let you. Their teacher, taste the anguish inflicted upon my brother. A sinister smile curled on Guang Biao's lips as he summoned his soul power. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly fierce aura emanated from him. 6 soul rings, 2 yellow and 4 purple, materializing behind him, along with the release of his martial spirit, which enveloped him. As the martial spirit enveloped him, Guang Biao's stature surged by a meter, thick iron gray scales spreading from his forehead downward, fully encasing his body like a formidable armor. Simultaneously, 3 radiant orbs of light flickered upon his shoulders, 1 yellow and 2 purple, representing his soul spirits. With the manifestation of his martial spirit and soul spirits, Guang Biao's aura undeniably intensified, exuding an immense oppressive force that seemed capable of toppling mountains and shattering the earth, causing many students to sweat nervously in Wu Changkong's presence. Subsequently, Guang Biao's gaze fixed fiercely upon Wu Changkong, his powerful aura swirling like a tempest, lifting his long hair. At that moment, Wu Changkong finally made his move. With a flick of his arm, a faint blue glow of soul power shimmered. And in the next instant, the sky blue Tian Shuang sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword, Wu Changkong gently advanced a step forward. In that instant, Guang Biao's turbulent aura was severed, dissipating into nothingness. Not only that, but with this strike, an intensely frigid aura, seemingly capable of freezing everything, surged towards Guangbiao. BRR. How cold. Although Wu Changkong's strike was aimed at Guangbiao, even the onlooking students felt the chill wash over them, their bodies involuntarily shivering, including Yao Xuan, who stood dozens of meters away, sensing the icy air. As the target of Wu Changkong's strike, Guangbiao felt as if he had plunged into a realm of frost, struggling to escape. Impossible. How can this be so strong? His eyes glimmered with disbelief as he exerted all his strength to break through Wu Changkong's aura. Yet, the astonishment in Guangbiao's eyes deepened. Behind Wu Changkong, 6 soul rings shimmered, but unlike his own 2 yellow and 4 purple configuration, the last 2 rings of Wu Changkong were a faint black. 10,000-year soul rings. They were indeed 10,000-year soul rings. As a soul emperor, Guangbiao understood the rarity of such rings. Even the spirit pagoda, the ancestor of soul spirits, found it exceedingly difficult to create a 10,000-year soul spirit, requiring immense resources and effort. Thus, whenever a 10,000-year soul spirit appeared at an auction, it would incite a frenzy among soul masters, often fetching prices in the billions of federal currency, and more often traded through bartering, with wealth alone insufficient for acquisition. An ordinary soul master, without the backing of a powerful force, could hardly obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Not even the highly favored light dragon had the privilege to possess one. Yet at this moment, the long-haired man before him possessed 2 such rings, indicating that his identity was anything but ordinary. Who on earth are you? Guangbiao inquired, scrutinizing Wu Changkong. Receive my strike, and you shall earn the right to know. Wu Changkong retorted coldly, and then the 3rd purple soul ring behind him suddenly flickered. Tian Shuang slash. As the soul ring shimmered, Wu Changkong's figure vanished, only to reappear before Guangbiao, wielding the Tian Shuang sword, unleashing a razor-sharp strike imbued with chilling energy that seemed capable of severing all, aimed directly at Guangbiao. Impossible. This feeling, faced with Wu Changkong's strike, Guangbiao felt as if an ice mountain were descending upon him, the soul power within him freezing under the weight of the overwhelming chill. A wave of cold surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily, overtaken by fear. Though his body quivered from the terrifying cold, Guangbiao, being a soul emperor and having fought alongside the Soul Master Corps, possessed considerable combat experience. Thus, he frantically summoned his soul power, igniting several of his soul rings. In the next moment, the iron-gray scales covering his body radiated a brilliant light, and from the gathered soul power, he conjured a gray-black shield, adorned with dragon scales, appearing exceedingly sturdy. However, against the might of Wu Changkong's strike, all of Guangbiao's defenses proved futile. When the Tian Shuang slash struck the soul power shield, the seemingly indestructible barrier trembled violently and shattered within less than half a second. The condensed sword light then cleaved into Guangbiao's chest. As the sword neared him, Guangbiao felt his senses dull, as if his blood was freezing, leaving him nearly powerless to resist. The sword struck his chest, severing the armor crafted from 1,000 forged metals, etched with myriad soul guide formations, shattering it in an instant. The Tian Shuang sword sliced through Guangbiao's renowned scales as if they were mere vegetables, and the razor-sharp blade then cut through his skin, yet curiously, no blood flowed. It had already been frozen by the sword's chilling aura. Am I to die? A singular thought consumed Guangbiao's mind in that moment. I regret this. I regret it deeply. However, at that instant, Wu Changkong withdrew his sword. You have lost. I have no desire to kill. Take your people and leave. He stated coldly, observing Guangbiao, whose body trembled and whose eyes appeared dazed, with a ghastly wound upon his chest. This move, you hail from that place. Guangbiao finally grasped the implications, murmuring in fear. Indeed, so take your companions and leave. Your brother has committed transgressions, and my students have informed me. I believe they acted rightly. Should I ever see you again, it will not merely result in minor injuries. Wu Changkong's icy words resonated. Yes, yes, yes. It is all my fault, all my fault. I shall depart at once. Gasping for breath, Guangbiao repeated, his tone imbued with utmost humility, akin to a defeated dog, as he retreated with his subordinates in a disheveled manner. Heroic master. Teacher Wu is magnificent. Long live Teacher Wu. As Guangbiao fled, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the students, male students casting reverential glances towards Wu Changkong, while female students gazed at him with admiration, and the teachers expressed their gratitude. 20 minutes later, in Wu Changkong's office. I apologize, Teacher Wu. We have caused you trouble. Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin expressed their regrets. It is nothing. Return to your training, Wu Changkong replied coldly. Teacher, you do not blame us? Xie curiously inquired. You have done nothing wrong, so why should I blame you? However, to prevent any potential retaliation and nefarious schemes. Aside from rest days, it was decreed that no one was permitted to leave the school premises after nightfall, as stated by Wu Changkong in a calm tone. Understood. The four made their promises and returned to their dormitories. They engaged in dining, cultivation, physical training, and theoretical studies, and soon, another day had passed. In the afternoon, the class promotion competition was held once again, this time against the second class of the first year. Compared to previous events, the number of spectators had significantly increased, including students from the advanced department. Clearly, rather than merely coming to observe the competition, they were there to witness Wu Changkong, following the battle from the previous day. Wu Changkong's reputation had resounded throughout the Donghai Academy. Confronting the second class of the first year, Yao Xuan and his fellow competitors did not exert their full strength, effortlessly defeating their opponents and securing victory. Their ease and triumph, coupled with Wu Changkong's renown, firmly established the reputation of the fifth class of the first year, garnering recognition within the intermediate department. The following day was a rest day, hence the competition was postponed until the following Monday. This match piqued the interest of a significant portion of the intermediate department. On one side was the underdog team, led by Wu Changkong, which had swiftly vanquished the other three classes. On the opposing side was the seasoned powerhouse team, comprised of the strongest students in the grade, including powerful soul masters, who would emerge victorious. Setting aside the thoughts of their peers on this rest day, Tang Wulin unexpectedly expressed a desire to visit the auction house. It appeared that Tang Wulin's bloodline was beginning to awaken, although he had not been provoked into showcasing the power of the Golden Dragon King prematurely. The unlocking of the bloodline seal was indeed an inevitable process. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, he naturally understood what had transpired with Tang Wulin. In his heart, he contemplated the implications. However, Yao Xuan was also aware that this time, the progress of Tang Wulin's bloodline unlocking would undoubtedly be slower than in the original timeline. At the very least, with his own presence, Tang Wulin had no reason to hastily challenge the first layer of the seal. With the promise of future protection, he would refrain from recklessly attempting to breach the seal too soon. Chapter 95, Spirit Objects and Golden Evolution Points. Class 1 of the battle squad without the enhancement of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, relying solely on the blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang Wulin's strength would naturally lag behind the original historical timeline. This was not necessarily a bad thing for Yao Xuan, as it allowed him to siphon more fortune from Tang Wulin. As for the request Tang Wulin made regarding the auction house, Yao Xuan would not oppose it. In fact, he was eager to visit the auction house himself to witness the various spirit objects of the Douluo Continent. After all, according to the rules of the super god system, consuming spirit objects could also yield golden evolution points for Yao Xuan. Early the next morning, Yao Xuan and the three others departed from the school, guided by Xie towards the East Sea auction house. Accompanying them was Gu Yu, who decided to join Yao Xuan upon learning of his intention to visit the auction house. The East Sea auction house is situated in the heart of East Sea City, adjacent to the East Sea Museum. It is under the jurisdiction of the East Sea City Lord's Mansion and hosts small auctions monthly, along with grand auctions annually. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the four arrived at the auction house. After presenting their identities as soul masters, they were promptly granted entry. By the way, Wulin, what prompted you to come to the auction house? Xie inquired curiously as they stepped inside. Honestly, I can't quite explain it myself. Perhaps it was just a whim? Tang Wulin replied, scratching his head. Although he trusted Yu Xian and the others, he was compelled to keep the matter of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline a secret, as instructed by that mysterious voice. All right, I won't pry any further, Xie acquiesced, seeing that Tang Wulin was unwilling to share more. As they walked, at Tang Wulin's behest, the group made their way to the Spirit Fruit area. The Spirit Fruit area was a rectangular room, approximately 300 square meters in size, filled with special transparent compartments crafted from a unique alloy. With the enhancement of soul guidance arrays, only a soul king could breach them. Within each transparent alloy compartment lay a peculiar spirit fruit, alongside details including its age, effects, and starting bid, with none priced below 100,000 federal coins. How exorbitant! Tang Wulin remarked, a conflicted expression crossing his face as he clenched his fists. These were merely fruits aged a few decades, yet their prices were astonishing. The century-old spirit fruits he sought would undoubtedly be even more costly. Similar to Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan activated his observational eye to scan the various spirit fruits. Name: Dragon Spirit Grass. Age: 10 years. Type: Rare vegetation effect. Enhances constitution, grants 7 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. Name: Ice Crystal Fruit. Age: 30 years. Type: Ice Attribute. Spirit Fruit. Effect: enhances soul power, doubles effects for Ice Attribute martial souls, grants 4 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. Name: Purple Sprout Flower. Age: 50 years. Type: Spirit Fruit. Effect: enhances soul power and potential, grants 10 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. As he perused the various spirit fruits, their information materialized before Yao Xuan, who displayed a hint of disappointment. Initially, he hoped to spot a hidden gem through his observational eye, but it was evident that the appraisers at this auction house were quite discerning, leaving Yao Xuan without any particularly valuable spirit objects. Simultaneously, Yao Xuan deduced a pattern. For every 40,000 federal coins spent on tenure spirit fruits, he could expect to gain a single golden evolution point. By this calculation, to obtain 100 golden evolution points through consuming tenure spirit fruits, Yao Xuan would need to expend 4 million federal coins, a decidedly poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Yeah, why aren't there any century-old spirit fruits here? After examining the exhibits, Tang Wuling asked, somewhat disappointed. Century-old spirit fruits? Such precious auction items should be on the 2nd floor, or perhaps even the 3rd. However, we currently lack the qualifications to access the 2nd floor, which requires a fee of 100,000 federal coins for bidding qualifications, CSC explained. 100,000 federal coins, just for bidding qualifications? Tang Wuling frowned. Indeed, 100,000 federal coins. Moreover, this fee only grants access to the 2nd floor's auction items. To reach the 3rd floor, one must pay 1 million federal coins for VIP bidding qualifications. Of course, this is merely for viewing and bidding any century-old spirit object, unless its effects are exceptionally poor, generally has a value exceeding 1 million federal coins, Xia elaborated. Over 1 million federal coins. Tang Wuling clenched his fists. Even though he had nearly a year to prepare, a sense of urgency and helplessness washed over him. Gathering 4 types of spirit objects would require 4 million federal coins. If not more, a daunting endeavor. What is troubling you, Wuling? Why the sudden contemplation? Xia inquired, observing Tang Wuling's expression. Nothing. Tang Wuling shook his head. All right. If you have any troubles, don't keep them bottled up. Talk to me or Brother Xian. Perhaps we can assist you, Xia offered, patting Tang Wuling's shoulder comfortingly. Thank you, Xia. Tang Wuling expressed sincerely, feeling somewhat uplifted. He still had almost a year ahead, and with the support of his friends, perhaps he could indeed gather the 4 types of spirit objects. After exploring the spirit objects, the 4 did not leave immediately, but continued to wander about the 1st floor of the auction house, witnessing numerous diverse soul guidance devices and rare treasures before returning to EC Academy at noon. Time passed swiftly, and the afternoon of the next day arrived. However, the competition did not commence immediately due to a powerful typhoon, which had been anticipated by Yao Xuan, resulting in a 1-week delay and leaving many eager spectators disappointed. Soon, a week had passed, the fierce typhoon subsided, and that afternoon, the promotion match finally resumed. Compared to earlier competitions, a larger crowd gathered to watch this event, filling nearly all the hundreds of seats in the playground. Even many senior students came to spectate, driven by the match's burgeoning reputation. Amidst the eager gazes of the students, the participants took to the stage. On the left side of the dual platform stood the first-year Class 5 battle team, led by Wu Changkong, with the initial members being Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xia. Their appearance elicited enthusiastic cheers and attention, particularly from the female students. After a week, the strengths of Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xia remained unchanged at levels 21, 19, and 21, respectively. As for Tang Wuling, he had, of course, not broken through the first layer of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal. On the right side of the dual platform stood the homeroom teacher of first-year Class 1, Ying Luo, who bore a striking resemblance to Ying Rong, albeit with a demeanor that was somewhat less approachable and more haughty. Chapter 96. The battle commences. A siege. Standing behind Yi Luo were the representatives of the first-year class. Positioned at the center was a tall youth with a square face and piercing eyes, exuding a sense of calm maturity that belied his age. To his right stood a notably slender boy, gaunt and pale, emanating a subtle aura of darkness. His eyes glinted with a chilling light that deterred any who dared approach. On his left was a smaller boy, whose movements left behind a faint azure afterimage, clearly indicating that he was a sensitive attack-type soul master. And thus, they finally made their appearance. Who will emerge victorious? I have heard this first-year class is dubbed the strongest in a century. Yet, the nearby fifth class is formidable as well, having previously secured swift victories. Let us eagerly await the outcome of this match. As both sides took to the stage, the surrounding audience buzzed with anticipation, their eyes fixated on the arena, eager to witness the unfolding contest. First-year Class 5, please confirm your combatants and send forth your representatives, commanded Hmph as he stepped onto the platform. Class 5 will field 3 contestants. Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie. Step forward. As before, Wuchang delivered his instructions with a calm demeanor, while Yao Xuan led Guyu and Xie onto the stage. Class 5 has dispatched 3 fighters. Class 1, please send forth your representatives, Hmph directed. Glancing at Yin Luo, Yang Zi, go forth and teach them a harsh lesson. Yin Luo declared menacingly, casting a resentful look at Wuchang. Yes, teacher. The calm youth referred to as Yang Zi nodded, leading his teammates onto the stage. Oh dear, my sister still harbors resentment towards Wuchang, sighed Yingrong. Observing Yin Luo. Since Yin Luo's confession was disregarded 2 years ago, her pride had been wounded, and she now sought to vindicate herself by defeating Wuchang. While onlookers reacted, on the stage, the 6 competitors from both teams locked eyes, their gazes ablaze with fervent determination. First-year Class 1, Captain, Zhang Yangzi, the composed youth announced. Wang Jinxie added the gaunt, cold-eyed student from behind. Wei Xiaofeng, today you shall witness what true strength is. Do not assume that defeating a few weaklings qualifies you as our rivals. You are not worthy. He provocatively gestured with his thumb pointing downward. This guy. Xie's eyes flared with anger as he clenched his fists. First-year Class 5, Captain, Yao Xuan stepped forward and proclaimed. Guyu. Xie, Wei Xiaofeng. Today I will show you the consequences of underestimating others. Xie glared coldly at Wei Xiaofeng, his eyes glinting with intensity. I must emphasize. This is a competition within the academy. Please maintain decorum and refrain from any underhanded tactics that could harm your opponents. Otherwise, the academy will impose additional penalties. Do you understand? Hmph warned, noticing the tense atmosphere. Understood. The 6 replied in unison. All right, both sides retreat, prepare. 3, 2, 1. Under Hmphu's command, both teams retreated, establishing a 50-meter distance between them. And thus, with Hmphu's thunderous shout, the ultimate confrontation representing the strongest first-year students commenced. Would Class 5 charge forth like an unstoppable force, creating a miracle, or would Class 1 remain steadfast, preserving their title as the strongest class? The students observing from the sidelines were filled with eager anticipation for the battle's progression and outcome. At that moment on the stage, the sensitive attack-type Soul Master Xie and Wei Xiaofeng surged forward almost simultaneously, charging at each other. Wei Xiaofeng was the first to act. As he summoned his soul power, a flicker of azure light enveloped him. His martial spirit, the azure shadow serpent, manifested and fused with him, putting him in a martial spirit possession state. A small azure serpent appeared on his shoulder, adorned with translucent wings, exuding a formidable aura. As his soul spirit emerged, 2 yellow soul rings appeared behind him, his momentum soaring, and his speed significantly increasing, with his body becoming supple and a layer of faint azure scales forming on his skin. Meanwhile, Xie also made his move. 2 yellow soul rings appeared behind him, enhancing his aura as golden light coalesced into a luminous dragon dagger. In an instant, Xie flashed forward, charging at Wei Xiaofeng. In the next moment, the two were entangled in fierce combat, azure afterimages and golden light flickering, rendering their movements nearly impossible to track. Only a few senior students could discern the specifics of their exchange, not to overlook the battle between Xie and Wei Xiaofeng. At the forefront, Yao Xuan found himself facing Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, both activating their martial spirits and rushing towards him. Zhang Yangzi was the first to strike. His martial spirit, the Dark Phantom Eagle, was a top-tier spirit, possessing innate soul power of level 8, and currently, his soul power was at level 22, even surpassing Yao Xuan. Upon activating his martial spirit possession, his body became adorned with faint eagle feathers, and a pair of eagle wings sprouted from his back, rapidly flapping and increasing his speed by approximately 50%. His hands transformed, becoming large and sharp, akin to daggers, accompanied by the flicker of his first soul ring. Zhang Yangzi activated his first soul skill, the Dark Sky, enveloping himself in a shroud of shadowy energy, rendering his position nearly undetectable, as he poised to strike from the darkness. On the other side, Wang Jinxie also unleashed his martial spirit possession, his martial spirit, the Bone Dragon King. was a supreme dark-type spirit, boasting innate soul power of level 9, equaling Yao Xuan's level 21. Upon activating his martial spirit, his bones expanded, causing his body to swell to twice its size, with an immediate surge in power and presence, particularly his claws and feet, which transformed into fearsome dragon appendages, exuding a devastating aura. Moreover, as his yellow soul ring flickered, Wang Jinxie activated his first soul skill, the Bone Dragon Claw. In an instant, a faint black light shimmered upon his right claw, multiplying its strength several times, now imbued with dark and toxic attributes, as he struck viciously towards Yao Xuan's chest. Remarkable! Are these truly first-year students? Wang Jinxie's combat prowess could likely rival that of some weaker soul masters. Indeed, it will be interesting to see how Yao Xuan responds. I have heard he previously fought without employing his martial spirit, relying solely on his physical abilities to dominate his opponents. Let us hope to witness his full power this time. As the students observed Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi's assault, discussions erupted among them, their eyes filled with awe. Especially among certain senior students who were secretly astonished, realizing that even they would struggle against either of them, let alone face their combined might. How will Yao Xuan respond to the onslaught of these two formidable soul masters? Can he withstand their coordinated attack? What is his martial soul? At this moment, all the spectators' gazes converged upon Yao Xuan. Chapter 97. Fierce Battle. Suppressing Zhang Yangzi. Wang Jinxie. The coordination between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie was exceptionally harmonious. Not only that, but as soon as they engaged, they unleashed their full power, aiming to eliminate Yao Xuan in a swift strike, clearly well prepared. In fact, prior to their appearance, Zhang Yangzi and the other two competitors had already discussed and rehearsed their strategies, with the plan to encircle Yao Xuan being their final choice of action. They believed that with Wei Xiaofeng's strength, it would be effortless to entangle the equally powerful soul master, Xie. If the two of them could eliminate Yao Xuan, they felt that Guyu, being merely a soul master, would pose no significant threat, and victory would naturally be within their grasp. Here they come. As Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie charged toward him, Yao Xuan remained internally calm, though a rare seriousness and gravity graced his expression. Both Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie were great soul masters, wielding top-tier martial souls, and with their superior soul spirits and rigorous training, their strength was comparable to that of weaker initial-stage soul kings. When they joined forces, their power reached an even greater height. Such combat prowess could not genuinely threaten Yao Xuan, yet it was sufficient to warrant his earnest attention. Consequently, after Long Hngshu began his battle, Yao Xuan swiftly catalyzed his soul power. Soul power surged through the meridians of his body, pulsating vigorously. In the next moment, vibrant nine-colored luminescence flickered around Yao Xuan. And soon, the ancestral dragon martial soul manifested before him, with Yao Xuan's soul power augmenting and the ancestral dragon bloodline unlocking. The appearance of the ancestral dragon martial soul had grown far more imposing compared to his time as a soul master, its length extending to nearly 1 meter, exuding a formidable pressure. Heavens, what martial soul is this? Such immense pressure. This martial soul is truly magnificent. As they beheld Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul, the spectators nearby murmured in astonishment. On the battle platform, upon the emergence of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Wang Jinxie felt a faint sense of dread emanating from his own martial soul, causing his soul power to momentarily stagnate. What is this sensation? Martial soul suppression? Impossible. My Bone Dragon King martial soul is among the pinnacle of dragon-type martial souls. How could it be suppressed? It must be an illusion. Feeling the apprehension from his martial soul, Wang Jinxie was inwardly frightened, yet he strained to suppress his fear, commanding his bone dragon claws as he charged toward Yao Xuan. Ancestral Dragon, manifest. With the appearance of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's aura surged, emanating a faint 9-colored radiance. In the next instant, the ancestral dragon martial soul soared into the air, accelerating toward the crown of Yao Xuan's head. Ultimately, amidst a flash of light, it merged with Yao Xuan's body. As the ancestral dragon martial soul enveloped him, the 9-colored radiance rapidly coalesced around Yao Xuan, forming a layer of faint 9-colored scales that shielded most of his body. Simultaneously, a 20-centimeter-long ancestral dragon soul spirit materialized before him, and 2 rings of yellow soul rings appeared behind him, further elevating Yao Xuan's presence. Moreover, after the ancestral dragon martial soul enveloped him, Yao Xuan's stature grew taller, his hands and feet transforming into razor-sharp dragon claws that glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Then, Yao Xuan continued to channel his soul power, and in the next moment, The first ring of yellow soul rings behind him radiated brightly. First soul skill, ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike, activate. The nine-colored brilliance solidified. And Yao Xuan's claws shimmered with dazzling light as he leaped into the air like a swift arrow, targeting Wang Jinxia's bone dragon claws. However, just then, from the shadows behind Yao Xuan, a dark figure emerged, a smug smile gracing his face. It was Zhang Yangzi, who had activated the soul skill Dark Canopy to infiltrate the shadows. Eagle strikes the sky, with the second ring of soul rings flashing. Zhang Yangzi unleashed his second soul skill, his figure flickering as his speed doubled, his claws imbued with azure blades of wind, relentlessly slashing at Yao Xuan's back. Yao Xuan, be careful. Seeing Zhang Yangzi approaching from behind, Gu Yu's eyes widened with urgency as she promptly warned him. She then activated her soul skill, summoning a thick wall of earth behind Yao Xuan for defense. Understood. Just take care of yourself. With a furious roar, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike collided fiercely with Wang Jinxia's bone dragon claws. Bang! As their claws met, a powerful sound of impact resonated, and a wave of tremendous energy surged forth, a fierce wind radiating in all directions. As the energy shockwave expanded, Wang Jinxia felt an overwhelming force wash over him, as if his right arm no longer belonged to him. His body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, and his formidable bone dragon claws bore cracks. After activating the bone dragon claws soul skill, the hardness of Wang Jinxia's dragon claws had increased at least tenfold, nearing the defensive capability of an ordinary initial stage soul king. Gazing at the cracks on his arm, fear flickered across Wang Jinxia's face. Heavens, what kind of monster is Yao Xuan to shatter my bone dragon claws? This is terrifying. In truth, Wang Jinxia was entirely unaware that Yao Xuan had not exerted himself to the fullest. He had only utilized 70% of his strength, and his actual combat power was less than 30% of his peak capability. The reason for not going all out stemmed from Yao Xuan's clear understanding of his own strength if he truly unleashed his full power. A single claw would shatter Wang Jinxia's right arm into fragments. Such an act would undoubtedly lead to punishment from the academy, scorn from his peers, and possibly mar his record, an act so detrimental, no sane person would consider it. Thus, Yao Xuan consciously restrained his strength. Nonetheless, even with this restraint, the power of Yao Xuan's strike was formidable, and the ensuing result ignited a roar of cheers from the crowd. Unbelievably powerful. A single strike to eliminate. Is this the strength of Class 5 from the first year? This is simply outrageous. However, there was still Zhang Yangzi. One wondered how Yao Xuan would respond to him. As the audience buzzed with excitement, Zhang Yangzi waved his claws, causing the earthen wall conjured by Gu Yu to collapse instantly, leaving a human-sized hole. Subsequently, Zhang Yangzi surged forward, his sharp claws aimed at Yao Xuan's back, accompanied by swirling blades of wind, striking fiercely. A commendable tactic, but alas, too slow. Sensing the fierce wind pressure from behind, Yao Xuan remained unfazed. He activated his blood essence power, and the first cycle of blood essence within him immediately ignited. The first blood essence ability, Ancestral Dragon Shattering Step, was unleashed. Chapter 98. Overwhelming, Martial Soul Fusion Technique Dark Eagle Dragon in an instant. Yao Xuan's body flickered in an uncanny manner, seemingly merging with the space around him. The next moment, he appeared 1 meter away, while Zhang Yangzi's attack completely missed, failing to graze even a single hair on Yao Xuan, let alone inflict any harm. What kind of footwork is this? Am I seeing things? Did he just teleport? It is truly remarkable. As they observed Yao Xuan's movements, the surrounding students engaged in hushed discussions, utterly unable to discern the intricate secrets behind Yao Xuan's recent steps. However, this is hardly surprising. Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky-splitting step is a bloodline ability entwined with the laws of space, an enigma far beyond the comprehension of mere soul masters. Great soul masters, or soul sovereigns. The fluctuations of space? Yao Xuan's technique, which harnesses a thread of spatial power, is nothing short of extraordinary. Unlike most of the onlookers, Wuchang Kong recognized the brilliance of Yao Xuan's strike, nodding in silent admiration, a faint glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. How is it possible? How did you evade my attack? Zhang Yangzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your speed is simply insufficient. Now, it is my turn. With a flourish, he unleashed the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike. The first yellow soul ring behind him shimmered ominously as Yao Xuan summoned forth the tremendous might of his attack, clawing toward Zhang Yangzi. Yet, akin to his previous engagement with Zhang Yangzi, he refrained from unleashing his full power, utilizing only 30% of his strength to avoid inflicting grave injury. Nevertheless, the sheer force of Yao Xuan's strike was enough to instill trepidation within Zhang Yangzi, prompting him to blur and attempt to meld into the shroud of darkness once more. At that moment, Guyu, observing from the sidelines, sprang into action. Elemental Tide. Her yellow soul ring flickered brightly as her eyes illuminated with intensity. The halo behind her split into a radiant blend of white and red, harmoniously shining. Raising her hands, a fleeting glimmer of silver passed through her gaze, and then a dazzling sphere of light erupted from her palms, akin to a miniature sun, hurtling toward the dark curtain conjured by Zhang Yangzi. Upon impact, the spear unleashed a tempest of golden-red flames, scorching the dark veil, which succumbed to the overwhelming assault of both light and fire, shattering and dissipating, revealing Zhang Yangzi's form. Moreover, under the dual elemental assault of Guyu's light and fire, the dark attribute soul power enveloping Zhang Yangzi began to wane significantly. Despite Guyu's rank being inferior to Zhang Yangzi's, her abundant soul power, mastery, and elemental advantage posed considerable trouble for him. Elemental combination? How astonishing! Yi Yingluo remarked, her face alight with astonishment as she beheld Guyu on stage. It is noteworthy that elemental combinations are advanced techniques considered only by many soul kings. Yet this Guyu, at merely 9 years of age, was capable of merging light and fire elements, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. No wonder Wu Changkong was so resolute in wanting to recruit her. A flicker of realization crossed Long Hengxiu's mind as he reflected, simultaneously regretting his decision to assign Yao Xuan and Xie to Class 5. His intention was to temper their characters before promoting them to Class 1, yet he never anticipated their meteoric rise in advancement. With both having already ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, Yao Xuan's prowess was even more astounding, surpassing the renowned trio of talents from the first-year Class 1. Meanwhile, Wu Changkong, observing Guyu's response, nodded slightly, thoroughly impressed by her control over elements and her synergy with Yao Xuan. Just as Guyu dispelled Zhang Yangzi's dark veil, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky-splitting claw soared through the air, aiming for Zhang Yangzi's chest. Witnessing this maneuver, Zhang Yangzi's eyes reflected a hint of resignation, compelling him to summon all his soul power and activate his second soul skill, Eagle Strike, to counter Yao Xuan's advance. The collision of Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon claw and Zhang Yangzi's eagle talon resonated with a thunderous sound. In the next instant, Zhang Yangzi's figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Yangzi was defeated in an instant. My heavens, yet another swift defeat. This Yao Xuan's strength is likely comparable to that of an initial stage soul sovereign. In mere exchanges, the once arrogant Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie were effortlessly overwhelmed by Yao Xuan, a display of power that ignited fervent discussions among the observing students, leaving even many instructors gazing at Yao Xuan in astonishment. You are bound to lose. Serves you right for your insolence. Haha. In the distance, Xie, locked in a fierce duel with Wei Xiaofeng, glanced at the fallen Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, bursting into laughter. No, we have not yet lost. Listening to Xie's mocking voice, a flicker of determination appeared in Zhang Yangzi's eyes as he resolutely declared, "Is it truly necessary?" Given our strength, a hint of hesitation crossed Wang Jinxie's face as he inquired. For the honor of Class 1, we cannot concede defeat. Jinxie, come. Rising from the ground. Despite the lingering pain coursing through his body and the loss of control in his right claw from the clash with Yao Xuan, Zhang Yangzi's gaze remained sharp and his voice unwaveringly firm. Indeed, for the glory of Class 1. At that moment, Wang Jinxie also stood up alongside him. Inspired by Zhang Yangzi's words, he straightened his back with vigor, letting out a deep, resonant roar as a powerful wave of dark energy emanated from him. What were these two contemplating? They had already been overwhelmed by Yao Xuan's strike, their condition significantly deteriorated. Could it be that they still possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed? Listening to the dialogue between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, the spectators exhibited expressions of curiosity, their minds racing with thoughts. Suddenly, in full view of the crowd, Zhang Yangzi soared into the air, swiftly pouncing behind Wang Jinxie, issuing a resounding eagle cry, and wrapping his arms around Wang Jinxie's waist. The Dark Hawk Dragon. The low rumble of a dragon's roar harmonized with the piercing cry of an eagle, and simultaneously, the bodies of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie transformed into a deep, inky black before merging in an extraordinary manner. More precisely, Zhang Yangzi's form dissolved into black light, quietly seeping into Wang Jinxie's body. As this fusion occurred, Wang Jinxie's physique expanded rapidly, tripling in size within an instant. Not only that, but a pair of black wings suddenly sprouted from Wang Jinxie's back, resembling the eagle wings of Zhang Yangzi, yet larger and darker. Additionally, a massive bony tail erupted from behind him, and his previously shattered dragon claws regained their original form, now significantly larger and radiating a sharp brilliance. Chapter 99, Battle of the Dark Hawk Dragon. As the two merged their bodies and martial souls, their aura surged dramatically. A powerful dark presence emanated from them, enveloping several meters of space around them, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With their top-tier martial souls, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi already surpassed ordinary high-level soul masters, almost reaching the level of initial soul venerables. Following the activation of their martial soul fusion technique, their aura ascended to an even higher realm, closely approaching that of an ordinary initial soul sect. Soul sect-level soul masters are regarded as elites within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, where many graduates from prestigious soul master academies are merely soul sections. This highlights the rarity of the soul sect level, as those who gain entry into advanced soul master academies are truly exceptional. Therefore, a soul master of the soul sect level, if willing, can easily pursue a military, political, or other career paths, enjoying a bright future. At merely 9 years of age, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie could exert strength nearing that of a soul sect, indicating an immensely promising future. The martial soul fusion technique. My eyes must not deceive me. It truly is the martial soul fusion technique. To witness such a spectacle is indeed worth the visit. This poor Yao Xuan has encountered the formidable martial soul fusion technique. Defeat seems inevitable for him. Indeed, with this martial soul fusion technique, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie may very well turn the tide. No wonder they were so confident earlier. As they observed the transformation of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, the spectators' eyes ignited with fervor, their gazes fixed on the fused duo, engaging in animated discussions. Some students even stood up for a better view. The martial soul fusion technique is indeed a rare phenomenon, even across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. It requires the martial souls of two soul masters to resonate to a significant degree, accompanied by prolonged training to master such a unique combat skill. The martial soul fusion technique is far from a simple addition. Even the most basic fusion technique can empower a soul master to combat beyond their level, while more formidable fusion techniques can allow a soul master to challenge 2 levels above, serving as a true game changer. Yes, what Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie are executing is their martial soul fusion technique, the Dark Hawk Dragon, a potent fusion technique that theoretically could elevate their strength by 2 levels. However, given their current power, they are not yet capable of fully unleashing the Dark Hawk Dragon. This technique can only be activated once they both advance to Soul Venerable. At that point, their strength would be sufficient to contend with ordinary Soul Kings devoid of mechas or battle armor. Nevertheless, even in this incomplete form of the Dark Hawk Dragon, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi's combined strength approaches that of a soul sect, and with this move, they are confident in their ability to defeat Yao Xuan. The martial soul fusion technique. I never anticipated these two would provide me with such a surprise. Wu Changkong, prepare to face the consequences. Observing the martial soul fusion technique from Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, Ying Luo's eyes glimmered with pride, then shifted towards Wu Changkong. However, contrary to her expectations, Wu Changkong maintained an air of calm, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, simply observing the arena. Could it be that Wu Changkong believes Yao Xuan can withstand the martial soul fusion technique? Wu Changkong, you are quite the pretender, soon. I shall mock you for your earlier disdain. As she scrutinized Wu Changkong's demeanor, Ying Luo seethed internally. The martial soul fusion technique. These young ones possess considerable potential. It appears Yao Xuan must exert his full strength to overcome them. Wu Changkong contemplated the formidable aura radiating from the Dark Hawk Dragon. Yet he held no concerns for Yao Xuan's potential defeat, as he had complete confidence in him. Indeed, even Wu Changkong must employ initial soul venerable level soul power to exert sufficient pressure against Yao Xuan. Who is Wu Changkong? He is a prodigy hailing from Shrek Academy, mentored by the titled Douluo, the turbid world, with a cultivation level reaching Soul Emperor. Even if he only utilizes initial soul venerable power, it suffices to sweep aside ordinary initial soul venerables, underscoring Yao Xuan's strength. Thus, Wu Changkong possesses unwavering confidence in Yao Xuan, and his focus now lies on observing Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's reactions, curious about how long they can endure under Yao Xuan's prowess. Very well. Observing Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie activating their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. In truth, Yao Xuan could have easily knocked Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi off the arena, disqualifying them, but he refrained from doing so, waiting for them to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. thus ensuring that Class 0 would naturally emerge. Sensing the energy emanating from Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, Yao Xuan recognized the necessity of displaying greater strength. While he did not feel compelled to activate his bloodline ability, the ancestral dragon's right claw, he knew his second soul skill could no longer be concealed. Ancestral dragon dominance. With a thought, the ancestral dragon spirit before Yao Xuan emitted a low growl, and simultaneously, the second yellow soul ring behind him flickered. As the soul ring glimmered, Yao Xuan's soul power ignited within him, boiling over with fervor. Yet, concurrently, his soul power intensity doubled, and the iridescent brilliance enveloping his body grew even more radiant. Not only did his soul power amplify, but activating the ancestral dragon dominance also significantly heightened his vitality, tripling his attack and defense capabilities, while his agility, though slightly less enhanced, still reached double the previous level. With the activation of the ancestral dragon dominance, Yao Xuan's aura surged dramatically, rivaling that of the dark hawk dragon released by Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, even surpassing it imperceptibly. My goodness, what an overwhelming presence. Is this Yao Xuan's trump card? It seems he may have the potential to counter that martial soul fusion technique. The current cohort of students is truly remarkable. Indeed, even the seniors in the 5th and 6th grades are unlikely to possess such extraordinary prowess. As they observed Yao Xuan's transformation, the students engaged in fervent discussions, astonished to learn that Yao Xuan had not exerted his full strength until now, revealing his trump card, which seemed formidable, rivaling the fusion techniques of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie. In Chapter 100, Effortless Suppression, Dark Magic Flash. While the students believed Yao Xuan might contend with the fusion techniques, the majority of spectators, apart from those from Class 5 of the 1st grade, remained more optimistic about Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi. Fusion techniques are indeed formidable, though most had witnessed such techniques for the first time. They did not regard Yao Xuan as having a substantial chance of victory under the weight of the fusion technique's reputation. Yao Xuan's strength is simply terrifying. Could this be the confidence of Wuchang Kong? Observing Yao Xuan, Yingluo's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, her disdain for Wuchang Kong diminished, replaced by a hint of admiration. It appeared that this man, despite his aloofness, indeed possessed remarkable strength and talent in nurturing students. This new batch of students is truly a hidden treasure, whether it be Yao Xuan, Guyu, Wang Jinxie, or Zhang Yangzi. Their abilities are already on par with those in the 3rd and 4th grades. Even Xie and Wei Xiaofeng demonstrate commendable prowess. For them, a methodical approach to learning holds little significance and may even hinder their progress, given Wu's teaching caliber. Instructing Class 5 of the 1st grade seems a disservice to his talents. If a special class could be formed, with Wu as the instructor and students provided with exceptional resources, it would undoubtedly benefit them immensely. Moreover, if they could eventually gain admission to esteemed institutions like Shrek Academy, it would serve as excellent promotion for our Donghai Academy. Watching the 6 individuals on stage, Long Hengshu contemplated a rather audacious idea. Meanwhile, on the arena, Yao Xuan conceded, "Our fusion technique is beyond your capability to counter. We are yet to master it fully, and should it inadvertently harm you, that would be regrettable." A flicker of brilliance gleamed in the eyes of the dark eagle dragon, followed by a deep voice. "I have confidence in my strength. Bring it on," Yao Xuan replied, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit as he faced the distant dark eagle dragon, eager to confront an equally matched opponent. "Very well, prepare yourself." The deep voice resonated again, and in an instant, the dark eagle dragon vanished, reappearing towards Yao Xuan, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. So swift. All the students gazed in astonishment at the dark eagle dragon's movements. Even several advanced students, possessing soul master levels, could barely catch a glimpse of its actions. Their hearts filled with awe. "Come forth." Although the dark eagle dragon's speed appeared like lightning to ordinary students, to Yao Xuan, every motion of the dark eagle dragon remained firmly within his grasp. As he watched the dragon's formidable wings approach, Yao Xuan silently summoned his soul power. Ancestral Dragon Rift Sky Strike. Once more channeling his soul power, the turbulent energy within him surged through his meridians towards the soul rings behind him. With Yao Xuan's incantation, the first yellow soul ring behind him burst forth with radiant brilliance. As the ring shimmered with a myriad of colors, it enveloped Yao Xuan's claws, imbuing them with an aura capable of tearing apart anything, exuding a terrifying energy. Yao Xuan lunged to his right, his claws slashing forward with ferocity. At that moment, the dark eagle dragon's silhouette appeared simultaneously, its massive claws gathering potent dark energy, rushing towards Yao Xuan with an overwhelming force. Boom. In midair, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon claw collided with the dark eagle dragon's attack, producing a deafening crash that caused nearby students to instinctively cover their ears. Where the two claws met, wild energy fluctuations and fierce winds radiated outward, striking the soul-guiding barrier beside the arena, creating ripples of violent distortion. Witnessing this scene, many students near the combat arena stood up, attempting to distance themselves. At that moment, Hmp's voice echoed, "Students, rest assured. The soul-guiding barrier can withstand battles at the soul sect level. There will be no incidents." Upon hearing those words, the initially anxious students settled down, taking their seats once more. In the center of the dueling stage, with the collision of powers, the Dark Eagle Dragon, formed by Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, was once again repelled by Yao Xuan. However, compared to before, this time the Dark Eagle Dragon was only pushed back less than 5 meters before regaining its composure. Unlike the previous occasion where it was violently thrown to the ground, Yao Xuan, on the other hand, showed no signs of fatigue or distress, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. How could this be? Yao Xuan had actually suppressed the martial soul fusion technique of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie. It was utterly inconceivable. That was a martial soul fusion technique. How terrifying was Yao Xuan's combat power? Instantly, expressions of astonishment filled the eyes of all the students present. While they believed Yao Xuan had a chance to contend with the Dark Eagle Dragon, they never imagined he could effortlessly repel it, or even suppress it. This Yao Xuan's combat prowess was truly extraordinary. How did Wuchangkong manage to produce such a prodigy? Looking at Yao Xuan, the other teachers, including Hmph, could not help but harbor a newfound respect for Wuchangkong. At this moment, the Dark Eagle Dragon, formed by Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, also exhibited an expression of disbelief. They never anticipated that even after activating their martial soul fusion technique, they would still be suppressed. Moreover, glancing at its right claw, the astonishment in the Dark Eagle Dragon's eyes deepened. A profound indentation had appeared on its claw, which was comparable to forged metal. Just how terrifying was Yao Xuan's strength? Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie could not help but ponder. "Yield now. You are no match for me. If you continue to fight, you will be injured," Yao Xuan said calmly, standing with his hands behind his back, addressing the Dark Eagle Dragon. "Yao Xuan, your strength has earned our respect. You are the most formidable soul master we have ever encountered, without exception. Therefore, prepare to experience our strongest strike." A fervent glint flashed in the Dark Eagle Dragon's eyes as it proclaimed, and suddenly, the dark aura emanating from its body surged exponentially. Dark magic flash. With a low, rumbling dragon roar, the dark energy surrounding the eagle dragon wildly intensified, converging frantically towards its beak. Yao Xuan, quickly concede. Once this move is unleashed, even we cannot control it. A voice filled with a hint of pride emerged from the Dark Eagle Dragon. For Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, they had never executed the dark magic flash before, but today, under the pressure from Yao Xuan, they had succeeded, filling their hearts with exhilaration. "I am not afraid of this move. Bring it on." Finally displaying a serious expression, Yao Xuan's spirit tightened, and he spoke coolly, "Very well, then let it come." Seeing Yao Xuan unwilling to back down, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie prepared to unleash the dark magic flash. The Dark Eagle Dragon opened its beak, releasing a terrifying black beam infused with immense destructive power, aimed directly at Yao Xuan. "This is utter madness. This is merely a competition," Hmph exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his eyes as he observed Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's attack. With his experience as a Soul King, he could see that after unleashing the dark magic flash, they had completely lost control over the raging energy, a perilous situation indeed. Feeling the violent force contained within the dark magic flash, Hmp's heart sank. The power of this move had shattered the boundaries of Soul Sect level, rivaling the full force strike of an ordinary initial level Soul Sect. If Yao Xuan were struck, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly rising to his feet, Hmph prepared to soar into the air and intercept the attack, but a cool hand unexpectedly restrained him. "Wuchangkong, what are you doing? Yao Xuan's life is at stake." Hmph shouted anxiously, realizing he could not bear the responsibility if Yao Xuan were injured or worse. Not only for the school but for the entire Soul Master community. "I have faith in Yao Xuan. He can withstand this attack," Wuchangkong replied calmly, his eyes filled with confidence. "You." Delayed by Wuchangkong, Hmph was now too late to intervene, forced to watch as the dark magic flash drew closer to Yao Xuan. Similarly, all the observing students were fixated on the center of the arena, watching the impending dark magic flash approach Yao Xuan, their hearts filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. Even among the senior students who had reached the soul respect level, An overwhelming sense of helplessness arose, and many teachers from the intermediate department felt they could not withstand the dark magic flash. What would Yao Xuan do? In that moment, every student's mind echoed that thought, and the arena fell into an almost eerie silence, all eyes on Yao Xuan, awaiting his response. Impressive. It seems I have underestimated the heroes of the world. Merely 2 great soul masters can provoke my ancestral dragon's right claw. It appears I must remain humble and diligent in my cultivation. Gazing at the terrifying dark magic flash descending from the sky, Yao Xuan felt no fear. Only a resolute determination as he summoned his vitality. Ancestral dragon's right claw. A torrent of vital energy gathered as his first soul ring activated. The 9-colored ancestral dragon power surging into Yao Xuan's right arm. In the next moment, a brilliant 9-colored radiance erupted from his right arm. Suddenly, Yao Xuan's arm transformed, becoming extraordinarily robust, covered in a layer of thick, 9-colored dragon scales. Simultaneously, his hand expanded, sharp, formidable dragon claws extending forth, exuding an aura of dread. Moreover, with the emergence of the ancestral dragon's right claw, Yao Xuan's aura soared dramatically, the powerful 9-colored brilliance dispelling the surrounding dark energy, and at that moment, Yao Xuan's eyes transformed into a resplendent 9-colored hue. This was indeed the power of the dragon god. It seemed the probability of Yao Xuan being the reincarnation of the dragon god had surpassed 90%. As Guyu felt the familiar aura and energy fluctuations emanating from Yao Xuan, a glint of brilliance flashed in her eyes, accompanied by a tinge of quiet helplessness. If Yao Xuan were indeed a reincarnation of the dragon god, his return should have been a boon for the Soul Beast clan. However, it appeared that the current Yao Xuan lacked any memory of his former self, to the extent that he could not even recognize Guyu, who was the Silver Dragon King. More critically, it seemed that Yao Xuan had wholly embraced his identity as a human. This development was far from ideal and could potentially jeopardize her plans. It was evident that adjustments were necessary, at the very least. Guyu needed to draw Yao Xuan back into the fold of the Soul Beasts. This also meant that she could finally confront her feelings for him, genuinely loving him, pursuing him, and ultimately committing to a lifelong bond. Initially, Guyu had come to the East Sea Academy to fulfill a wager with Nar, intending to conquer Yao Xuan and demonstrate the fickleness of human emotions. Yet now, it seemed she no longer needed to approach him for the sake of the bet. She could follow her heart and truly fall in love with Yao Xuan. Moreover, engaging in a genuine romance with him, rather than with ulterior motives, aligned perfectly with her desires. Thus, the revelation of Yao Xuan's identity as the dragon god brought her considerable joy. From their first encounter, Guyu sensed a unique charm in Yao Xuan that captivated her, intensified by the ancestral dragon aura he exuded, which deepened her fondness for him. After 3 months of shared experiences, both in life and battle, she found herself increasingly enamored with him. The guilt of harboring improper motives in their relationship weighed heavily on her heart, but now she could pursue Yao Xuan with integrity, which was precisely what she wished. After all, what I am striving to do now is to guide the dragon god back onto the right path, is it not? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Guyu's mind. Meanwhile, confronted with the encroaching dark magic flash, Yao Xuan finally sprang into action. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. He summoned his first soul skill, and the first yellow soul ring behind him shimmered once more, this time radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. As the soul ring glimmered, the power of the ancestral dragon and soul energy surged toward his right arm, causing his aura to soar dramatically, emanating a 9-colored radiance that appeared both sacred and resplendent. Suddenly, with a powerful push of his right foot, Yao Xuan launched himself skyward like a rocket, propelling himself towards the dark pillar, gathering strength for a fierce claw strike. Chapter 102, Breaking the Dark Magic Flash and Victory, Guyu's Invitation Boom. In midair, Yao Xuan's right claw collided forcefully with the dark pillar, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Violent energy and air currents surged forth, causing the entire arena to tremble. At the point of impact, the 9-colored ancestral dragon power clashed violently against the inky darkness of the dark power. Although the dark energy seemed overwhelmingly potent, obscuring the heavens, it rapidly crumbled and dissipated under the might of the ancestral dragon's force. In less than a second, the massive dark magic flash, brimming with terrifying energy, was torn apart by Yao Xuan's claw, leaving only a chaotic swirl of dark energy to disperse in all directions. Heavens, it has been broken. It is simply unbelievable that such a formidable attack has been nullified by Yao Xuan. Indeed, I suspect that even a soul master of considerable strength would struggle against this. Shouldn't that be the case? Yet Yao Xuan is merely a great soul master, Such combat prowess is truly extraordinary. In an instant, the onlooking students gazed at Yao Xuan with eyes filled with awe and disbelief, unable to fathom how he had so effortlessly countered that strike. Among the spectators, even the surrounding teachers and Hmph could only express astonishment as they regarded Yao Xuan, questioning whether he was even human. Only Wu Chongkong managed to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. How could this be possible? You actually blocked that attack. We have lost. The dark dragon eagle's eyes were filled with resentment and desolation as it gazed at Yao Xuan from afar, emitting a mournful sigh. In the next moment, the dark dragon eagle disintegrated, while Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie succumbed to unconsciousness, crashing heavily to the ground. Initially, they had aimed to unleash the dark eagle dragon in its entirety, requiring the strength of a soul emperor. However, forcing the activation had drained their soul power, and the subsequent invocation of the dark magic flash left them in a state of dual exhaustion of mental and soul energy, previously bolstered by sheer willpower. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie had managed to persist, but upon realizing their full-strength assault could not even phase Yao Xuan, they instantly lost consciousness, collapsing into a daze. Yangzi, Jinxie. Observing the two falling figures, Wei Xiaofeng's eyes filled with urgency as he dashed forward, attempting to catch them. Meanwhile, Xie chose not to continue the pursuit. What a pair of obstinate fools. Given that we will soon be classmates, I suppose I shall lend you a hand. With a decisive thought, Yao Xuan reverted his ancestral dragon claw to its normal state, and with a swift motion, he activated the ancestral dragon void step, gracefully catching the falling bodies of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie before gently settling them on the ground. Thank you. As Wei Xiaofeng arrived at the scene, gratitude shone in his eyes as he spoke. Not at all. We are all classmates. However, you have already lost. It is time to concede. In response to Wei Xiaofeng's words, Yao Xuan merely smiled lightly before continuing, Yes, we have lost. I apologize for my earlier remarks. You are indeed a worthy opponent. While conceding, a look of shame spread across Wei Xiaofeng's face. First, your Class 5 wins. Hmph, still wearing an expression of astonishment, ascended the battle stage to announce the results of the match. As he did so, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer terror of Yao Xuan's strength. We won. First year Class 5 has triumphed. The miracle of the Black Eight. This battle was truly spectacular. What a privilege it has been to witness this. Indeed. But Yao Xuan is astonishingly powerful. He even managed to defeat such a formidable martial soul fusion technique. Hmphu's voice roused the audience from their shock and silence, igniting excitement and discussion among them. Ding. Defeated the Dark Eagle Dragon, earning 30 golden evolution points. Ding. Achieved fame within the East Sea Academy's junior division, earning the admiration of numerous students, gaining 50 golden evolution points. Amidst the cheers and chatter of his classmates, the system's notifications resonated in Yao Xuan's ears. 80 points of golden evolution points, precisely on target. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Let us extend our warm congratulations to the newly established first grade Class 1. Originally, the upcoming competition was to be a match against the second grade Class 5. However, considering the overwhelming strength of Class 1, such a contest seemed devoid of significance. Thus, the school has decided to discontinue intergrade challenges. Pausing momentarily, Hmph continued, Therefore, tomorrow, the challenges will resume with first grade Class 2. As for the participants from the newly formed Class 1, do not feel disheartened regarding subsequent rewards. On the contrary, the Academy intends to offer you some special incentives. I will discuss the specific rewards scheme with the school board and the principal. Now, let us once again celebrate the inception of first grade Class 1 with resounding applause. Additionally, I request the Healing Soul Masters to assist students Wang and Zhang with their treatment. As Hmphu's words echoed, nearly all the observing students clapped vigorously, with even many teachers joining in. The thunderous applause reverberated throughout the entire playground. Yao Xuan, I noticed that your arm underwent a sudden transformation during the battle. What is this special ability? Why had I not seen you use it before? After the battle concluded and basking in the warm welcome from classmates, Guyu leaned closer to Yao Xuan, inquisitively probing. This ability is something I recently awakened. It does not deplete my soul power, but rather consumes my vital energy. The exact reason for this, I am still uncertain. Perhaps it is related to my martial soul. After all, my martial soul is quite extraordinary, and during its breakthrough, it seems to bestow some unique capabilities. Listening to Guyu's words, Yao Xuan realized she had discerned something, yet he could not possibly disclose the existence of the super divine system and the ancestral dragon martial soul. Thus, he responded with a blend of truth and pretense. I see. Your martial soul is indeed quite unique. Coincidentally, my family has conducted extensive research on martial souls, and I would like to invite you to my family during the winter break to assist in examining your martial soul. What do you think? A faint smile graced Gu Yu's face as she spoke. Can you truly assist in examining my martial soul? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Gu Yu. I would be more than willing to go, but I might need to inform my mother. As he expressed his gratitude, Yao Xuan replied, Well then, I look forward to your good news, Gu Yu said softly, a sweet smile illuminating her features. Subsequently, the two, along with Xie and the arriving Tang Wuling, headed to the dining hall for a meal. Chapter 103. The establishment of Class 0, is this akin to meeting the parents? As they walked towards the dining hall, Yao Xuan pondered Gu Yu's earlier words. At that moment, he surmised Gu Yu's intentions. She likely perceived his ancestral dragon martial soul as the dragon god and wished to take him for an examination. This notion did not perplex him, nor did he harbor any concerns. After all, the ancestral dragon martial soul was formed from a fragment of the ancestral dragon soul. While the dragon god of this realm was a descendant of a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood, the two were intrinsically linked, indistinguishable from one another. Hence, unless the dragon god were to be reincarnated, ordinary detection methods would not reveal the disparity between the ancestral dragon martial soul and the dragon god. Yao Xuan understood that being regarded as the reincarnation of the dragon god would undoubtedly benefit his relationship with Gu Yu. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan and his companions excitedly made their way to the dining hall, while on the other side, in the office of the EC Academy's president. Thus, Teacher Long, what you mean is to establish a special class for the first-year students, with Wu Changkong as the homeroom teacher, and to provide specialized training. The president of EC Academy, Yuzhen, inquired of Long Hmph, his eyes glimmering with interest. Indeed, Mr. President, you may not be aware of just how extraordinary this year's students are. Even at the first-year level, we have already seen the emergence of 5 great soul masters. To put this into perspective, even among the second-year students, there are only 3 great soul masters. Long Hmph explained. Moreover, during yesterday's promotion competition, 2 of the great soul master students showcased their martial soul fusion technique, while another great soul master managed to single-handedly dismantle that very technique. Single-handedly dismantle a martial soul fusion technique? That is inconceivable, Yuzhen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mr. President, how could I possibly deceive you? Over 1,000 teachers and students witnessed the competition. If you doubt my words, you may conduct an investigation, Long Hmph asserted. Very well, I believe you. Please, continue with your thoughts. Yuzhen nodded. Indeed, regarding Wu Changkong, although he has a rather unpleasant temperament, his strength and teaching prowess are undeniably formidable. Furthermore, based on the dialogue between Guang Biao and Wu Changkong, it appears that teacher Wu hails from Shrek Academy. With such a talented new cohort and such outstanding instructors, I believe we can effectively combine their strengths and provide the best resources from the academy to propel them toward Shrek Academy. If we could enroll a few students there, it would undoubtedly enhance our academy's prestige and attract superior talent. Long Hmph analyzed and recommended earnestly. Shrek Academy, your proposal is commendable. Upon hearing the phrase Shrek Academy, an expression of reverence and longing appeared in Yuzhen's eyes. Although Donghai City is a prosperous metropolis, its remote geographical location, coupled with the absence of any top-tier powerhouses, has made it challenging for Donghai Academy to attract exceptional soul master candidates. Perhaps this year's incoming students could present an opportunity? I find your suggestion agreeable. The school board will convene tonight to discuss this matter. Very well, you may return for now. Yuzhen nodded in agreement. That evening, after deliberations by the Donghai Academy board, the proposal to establish a special class was nearly unanimously approved. The following noon, Wu Changkong was summoned to the dean's office by Long Heng. Thus, the general situation is as follows. Teacher Wu, would you be willing to take on the role of homeroom teacher for this special class? The academy will provide you with the finest teaching facilities and all necessary resources. Gazing at Wu Changkong, Yuzhen briefly outlined the situation before inquiring. A special class aimed at entering Shrek Academy? I am willing. Upon mentioning Shrek Academy, a hint of nostalgia and regret flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes as he continued, however. I have one request regarding the candidates for this special class. I wish for my student, Tang Wuling, to be included. Tang Wuling? That might be difficult. His soul power level is too low, merely at level 14, and his martial soul is blue-silver grass, which does not meet the training criteria. Long Heng furrowed his brow and remarked, Director Long, on the contrary, I believe Tang Wulin is quite suitable for your training requirements. The establishment of this class is precisely to help students gain admission to Shrek Academy, is it not? I am 90% confident that with my guidance, Tang Wulin can join Shrek Academy in 6 years. Wu Changkong stated with conviction. Is that truly the case? A flicker of disbelief crossed Long Heng's eyes. I assure you, Wu Changkong replied confidently. Having emerged from Shrek Academy, Wu Changkong was well acquainted with their admission standards. In terms of physical fitness, mental fortitude, secondary occupation, temperament, and willpower, Tang Wulin meets the criteria. Although his soul power may be slightly lacking, with my training, he can undoubtedly reach the required standards. Very well. We will add one more spot. However, the Academy will conduct regular assessments for the students in this special class, and if they fail to meet the standards, the Academy reserves the right to expel them from the class. While Long Heng remained hesitant, Yuzhen readily agreed. All right, I will do my utmost to train them well. Wu Changkong nodded earnestly in response. The following afternoon, at the junior department's playground, in recognition of Class 1's outstanding performance, the school decided to reward them with a premium meal each day for the duration of the semester. Next, I invite Dean Yu to announce an important notification. After speaking, Long Heng handed the microphone to Yuzhen. Due to the exceptional performance of this year's first-year students, the school board has decided to establish a pilot class for the first-year students to select the most outstanding candidates. This class will tentatively be named Class 0 of the first year, with teacher Wu Changkong serving as the homeroom teacher. The initial batch of students is as follows. Class 1, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, Tang Wulin. Class 2, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxia, Wei Xiaofeng. As for the other students, do not lose heart. If your performance is exemplary, you may also have the opportunity to join Class 0. Additionally, the homeroom teacher for Class 1 will be temporarily taken over by Director Long Heng until a new homeroom teacher is selected. Gazing at the students before him, Yuzhen announced solemnly, Class 0 of the first year? What on earth is that? Listening to Yuzhen's words, the students appeared somewhat bewildered. And even many teachers shared their confusion, as this marked an unprecedented event in the history of Donghai Academy. Well, the other students may continue with the promotion competition. The 7 students whose names I just called, please accompany me to the dean's office. Subsequently, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of their peers, Yao Xuan and the other 6 students followed Yuzhen to the office, while the remaining students on the playground continued with their competition. Chapter 104, Signing the Agreement. The first class, subscription requested. 10 minutes later, in the dean's office. Children, you must be curious as to why the Academy has decided to establish a first-year 0 class. The reason is quite simple. The school recognizes your strength and potential and does not wish for you to be hindered or overshadowed by conventional training. For the 7 of you in the 0 class, the Academy will invest the finest resources for your cultivation. Correspondingly, you shall have but one goal, to strive for admission to the legendary Shrek Academy. To achieve this, you must temper your arrogance and continuously strive for improvement. Remember, there are many talents in the Federation who are equally, if not more, exceptional than you. To gain entry into Shrek Academy, you must compete with them. Thus, to ensure your progress, the Academy will subject you to the most rigorous assessments each semester. Failure to pass these assessments will result in your expulsion from the 0 class. Therefore, you must never become complacent. Do you understand? Yuzhen spoke sternly. Understood. The 7 replied in unison. Very well. Here. I wish to particularly remind Tang Wulin that your name was not originally on the list. It was only at Teacher Wu's request that you were granted this opportunity. So you should express your gratitude to Teacher Wu and strive to exert double the effort compared to the other students. Do you comprehend? Yuzhen continued, directing his gaze towards Tang Wulin. I understand. I will definitely work twice as hard. Tang Wulin responded earnestly, casting a grateful glance at Wu Changkong. His eyes filled with determination and sincerity. Now, please sign this agreement. With a flick of his wrist, Yuzhen produced a stack of papers filled with text and distributed them among the 7. A glance over the agreement revealed its simplicity. Aside from detailing the benefits provided by the Academy, the primary stipulation was that upon signing the agreement, unless admitted to Shrek Academy, the students must complete their studies in the intermediate and advanced divisions of Donghai Academy without transferring midway. It must be said that this was a very reasonable agreement. Since Donghai Academy was investing additional resources in cultivating the students, it was only natural to ensure they could continue their studies without being poached by other advanced Soul Master Academies. Dean Yu, My family hopes I will attend the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in the future, so I must discuss whether to sign this agreement with my elders. Wei Xiaofeng timidly remarked, scratching his head. There is no need for discussion. I am quite busy and cannot afford to wait while you deliberate. You may either sign the agreement now or return to your original class and continue your studies. I will not force you, Yuzhen replied, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. This is quite a coercive tactic. This Dean Yu is truly astute. Yao Xuan thought to himself as he observed the scene. Nevertheless, he signed the agreement with composure, confident that gaining admission to Shrek Academy would pose no problem for him. Beside him, Gu Yu and Tang Wulin also signed the agreement in succession. Initially sharing Wei Xiaofeng's concerns, Xie hesitated, but, seeing Yao Xuan and the other three sign the agreement, he ultimately followed suit. As for Zhang Yangzi and the others, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie chose to sign the agreement and enter the zero class, while Wei Xiaofeng deliberated for a long while before opting to forego the opportunity, resulting in the final count for the zero class being 6 students. Excellent. You have signed this agreement, which signifies that from today onward, you shall become the core elite of the academy. I respect Wei Xiaofeng's choice. Yet I am certain he will come to regret today's decision. Although Donghai Academy may not rank highly on the continent, it is financially robust, backed by Donghai City, allowing us to provide abundant resources. I believe you will have the opportunity to pursue admission to the legendary Shrek Academy. The academy expects that, 6 years from now, at least 4 of you will gain entry into Shrek Academy. Naturally, if all of you can be admitted, that would be even better. Upon witnessing the students sign the agreement, Yu Zhen's stern demeanor instantly softened, revealing a warm smile as he added, and thus, the first year zero class of Donghai Academy is officially established. As the agreement promised, the academy indeed grants you privileges far surpassing those of ordinary students. Firstly, their classroom was relocated to a spacious, exclusive room, accompanied by a dedicated combat training room and other supplementary training facilities. As for their dormitory arrangements, they too were upgraded. Upon joining the zero class, they would no longer share 4 to a room. Instead, each student would have their own room, the size of which was comparable to that of a teacher's dormitory. In other words, they enjoyed accommodations equivalent to those of ordinary teachers. The arrangement of the 6 dormitories placed them in close proximity to one another. Yao Xuan selected a particular dormitory, while Gu Yu unapologetically claimed the one to his left, and Tang Wulin was assigned the room to his right. Thus, in left-to-right order, the 6 dormitories belonged to Gu Yu, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie, with Wu Changkong also allocated a new teacher's dormitory, located to the right of Wang Jinxie's dormitory. Moreover, regarding their dietary privileges, the academy provided special subsidies for the members of the zero class, offering up to 2 servings of A-grade meals for each meal, with B-grade meals supplied without restriction, thereby fostering a solid foundation for them. It was indeed a lavish arrangement, and the other various benefits were equally impressive. After the establishment of the zero class, the academy granted them half a day to settle in, and by the following afternoon, classes officially commenced. In the large classroom, the 6 students sat in a row, their seating arrangement mirroring that of their dormitories. Soon after, Wu Changkong entered the classroom with a stern expression, surveying the 6 students before him. I am Wu Changkong, your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years. Among you, I have already taught Yao Xuan and the other 3 for a while. As for Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, you are considered new students. However, I am familiar with your martial soul conditions, and I will tailor my teaching accordingly. Unlike other teachers, I possess my own understanding of instruction. So beginning tomorrow, your curriculum will undergo significant changes, with a substantial increase in practical combat content. I hope the 2 new students can adapt accordingly. Casting a glance at Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, Wu Changkong spoke calmly, while they looked at him with admiration and nodded in agreement. Chapter 105, Mechas and Battle Armor, Second Profession, Retesting, Subscription for additional chapters requested. Very well. Now, I shall explain to you an essential aspect of your future cultivation and combat. Mechas, or more precisely, battle armor. Wu Changkong continued. Mechas and battle armor? Upon hearing these 2 terms, everyone was momentarily taken aback. According to the traditional training program, Soul Masters would only delve into the knowledge of mechas and battle armors after entering an advanced Soul Master Academy. Sensing the confusion in the eyes of the students, Wu Changkong continued to elucidate. I have mentioned that my teaching approach deviates from conventional methods, for your objective is not merely to attend an ordinary advanced academy, but to be part of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is an institution renowned for nurturing prodigies, and thus, its pedagogy is anything but routine. At Shrek Academy, there exist two criteria. One must complete a battle armor by the age of 20 in order to advance to the inner academy. Otherwise, one must remain in the outer academy. Additionally, to graduate from Shrek Academy, it is imperative to finish a battle armor before the age of 35. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, the sixth student's eyes shimmered with longing. Returning to the topic at hand, to discuss the battle armor, one must first address the Soul Guidance Mecha, which represents the pinnacle of Soul Guidance device evolution. With a voice tinged with a slight chill, Wu Changkong recounted the historical progression of Soul Guidance devices and Soul Guidance Mechas, while the students listened intently. Indeed, while the Soul Guidance Mecha is formidable, true power for an accomplished Soul Master lies not in the mecha but rather in the creation of battle armor. Given your innate talents and future aspirations, your development must gravitate towards the concept of battle armor. Both mechas and battle armors share a commonality in utilizing Soul Guidance devices to enhance the abilities of Soul Masters. However, mechas generally trend towards a medium form, catering to lower-tier Soul Masters or even ordinary individuals devoid of soul power, whereas battle armors evolve towards a more compact design, sometimes as diminutive as a closely fitted suit of armor, which explains the origin of the term armor in battle armor. Now, allow me to elucidate the various ranks of battle armor. Battle armor is classified into 4 tiers: 1 character, 2 characters, 3 characters, and 4 characters. The cultivation level required to don the corresponding battle armor typically ranges from the 5th ring to the 6th, 7th, and 9th rings. Once activated, a piece of battle armor can elevate a Soul Master's cultivation by a significant tier, meaning a Soul King utilizing 1 character battle armor possesses combat strength comparable to that of a Soul Emperor, while a 4-character battle armor can rival even the most extraordinary limit of a title Douluo, marking the wearer as an unparalleled powerhouse. In comparison to mechas, the most significant advantage of battle armor lies in its capability for seamless integration with the martial soul and soul spirit, thereby truly unleashing the combat prowess of the Soul Master. This necessitates the direct involvement of the Soul Master in the crafting of the battle armor, which in turn influences your future career paths. In terms of secondary professions, you may choose to become a mecha designer, mecha manufacturer, or mecha repairer. Only through hands-on interaction with battle armor can one forge a suit that is most harmonious with their essence. Wu Changkong continued, battle armor, secondary professions. Upon hearing this, the students' faces lit up with aspiration, as becoming a powerful Soul Master is the dream of every youth in the Douluo Continent. There is no need to rush into choosing your secondary profession. You may decide before the conclusion of your 3rd year. Of course, some of you have already made your choices. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin have opted for forging as their secondary vocation. Personally, I do not advocate for a battle armor master to pursue forging as their secondary profession, yet Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin possess considerable talent in this area, enabling them to continue their journey in forging. As for the 4 of you, it would be prudent to plan accordingly and select from the remaining 3 professions. For today, we shall merely provide a brief overview of mechas and battle armors, guiding you towards your future direction. When you enter your 4th year and finalize your secondary profession, we will delve into more advanced studies. Until then, our instruction will primarily encompass 3 domains: practical combat training, physical fitness training, and theoretical study, with practical training taking precedence on a daily basis, while physical fitness and theoretical studies will alternate. As for our recent training objectives, we shall focus on foundational techniques, which entail combat prowess without the use of soul techniques, relying solely on the martial soul's intrinsic abilities. Wu Changkong then addressed the students once more. Foundational combat skills? Apart from Yao Xuan and Guyu, the remaining 4 students exhibited varying degrees of skepticism. They believed that as Soul Masters endowed with soul techniques, they could achieve their combat objectives solely through the deployment of these techniques. Indeed, foundational combat ability may seem insignificant. However, even a title Douluo can wield only 9 soul techniques, and during combat, they often rely most heavily on these basic techniques. While mastering foundational techniques may not elevate your upper limits of attack power, it undeniably enhances your overall strength. A formidable Soul Master must not harbor any weaknesses. Proficiency in foundational combat techniques is a requisite for becoming a powerful Soul Master. Wu Changkong's incisive explanation elicited thoughtful expressions from the students. Well, that concludes our first lesson. The aim was to illuminate your future paths, helping you to avoid missteps and prepare in advance. To tailor the training to suit each of you, I first need to understand your attribute statuses. Thus, this afternoon's second task will be a quality assessment. With that, Wu Changkong led the 6 students towards the testing room within the EC Academy. Another test awaits. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan's thoughts seemed to flicker back to 3 months prior. Over the course of these 3 months, he had made remarkable progress. Not only had his soul power risen from level 18 to level 21, but his ancestral dragon bloodline had also advanced to 17. 6, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. It was now time to assess his improvements. As before, the first test was of mental strength, beginning with Xie. His mental capacity had increased by 2 points, reaching 31, thus entering the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. Next was Tang Wulin, whose mental strength had seen even greater advancement, climbing from 38 to 42 over the past 3 months. Following them, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi underwent their evaluations. Zhang Yangzi's mental strength was comparable to Tang Wulin's, attaining 41 points, while Wang Jinxie's was disappointingly low at just 18 points, barely above that of an ordinary person without soul power. Wang Jinxie, you must strive to enhance your mental strength, otherwise you will struggle to integrate more soul spirits in the future, Wu Changkong admonished with a slight frown. Yes, I will work hard, Teacher Wu, Wang Jinxie replied, his eyes betraying a hint of shame as he nodded in agreement. Yao Xuan, it is your turn. After 3 months of cultivation and the breakthrough to Great Soul Master, your mental strength should have seen significant advancements, Wu Changkong remarked, his gaze shifting expectantly towards Yao Xuan. Upon hearing this, the other 5 students turned their curious eyes towards him, particularly the newcomers, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, who were eager to gauge the strength of the individual who had triumphed over their martial soul fusion technique. Yes, Teacher Wu. With that, Yao Xuan calmly approached the testing apparatus. As the helmet slowly descended to envelop his head, a flash of white light illuminated the room. The display screen of the device flickered rapidly, transitioning from white to orange before settling at an astonishing 242 points. For Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu, who had witnessed Yao Xuan's mental strength a month prior, this revelation was hardly surprising. However, for Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, their mouths hung agape in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the number. 242 points? How is this even possible? They wished fervently to rub their eyes, as if to dispel the illusion before them. They could hardly fathom that Yao Xuan's mental strength had reached such extraordinary heights, placing him in the mid-stage of the spirit connectivity realm. It was no wonder he had so effortlessly overwhelmed them. Indeed, your progress is impressive. Keep striving to reach the sea of spirit realms soon. Wu Changkong nodded approvingly at Yao Xuan's mental strength. Teacher Wu, my mental strength experienced a notable increase upon breaking through to Great Soul Master. Without this advancement, my mental power would not have risen so swiftly, Yao Xuan added. Yes, I understand. Even excluding the boost from your promotion, your rate of progress is commendable. Guyu, it is your turn to be tested, Wu Changkong continued. Understood. Teacher Wu, with a charming smile, Guyu stepped forward to undergo the assessment. This time, her mental strength was measured at 247 points, surpassing Yao Xuan by 5 points. Clearly a deliberate choice on her part. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, who had just closed their mouths, found them gaping open once more, as if a fist could fit inside. The beautiful girl had a mental strength even higher than Yao Xuan's. This is utterly absurd. Oh, Guyu, your mental strength augmentation seems rather excessive. Seeking rapid advancement is not a wise approach, Wu Changkong remarked, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her results. Rest assured, Teacher Wu, my martial soul is rather unique, allowing for a more rapid increase in mental strength. This is a normal phenomenon and will not compromise the purity of my mental power. After listening to Changkong's words, Guyu explained, is it the uniqueness of your martial soul? I understand now. However, an excessively rapid enhancement of mental strength is not necessarily a good thing. In the future, I shall intensify your training in mastering mental power to ensure your flawless control over it. Listening to Guyu's words, Wu Changkong nodded slightly and said earnestly, Thank you, Teacher Wu. Guyu replied with a smile, then shot a glance at Yao Xuan, a hint of reproach in her eyes, wondering why this fellow's mental strength had surged so rapidly. Well then, let us proceed to test our strength. With that, Wu Changkong led everyone to another apparatus, stating, Wang Jinxie, Zhang Yangzi, as you are the new students, you may go first. Gazing at the two, Wu Changkong issued her instructions with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi proceeded to undergo their tests. The first to be evaluated was Zhang Yangzi. Although his martial soul, the dark illusionary demon eagle, belonged to the agility-based attack category, he exhibited a remarkable strength of 200 kilograms in each hand, achieving 2/3 of the normal standard for a second-ring assault soul master. This was indeed a testament to the might of a top-tier martial soul. Impressive. Wu Changkong nodded in acknowledgement. Next was Wang Jinsi's turn. As a formidable assault soul master with a supreme martial soul, he effortlessly demonstrated double the strength of Zhang Yangzi, nearing 500 kilograms, which prompted a slight nod from Wu Changkong. Following them, Xie, Guyu, and Tang Wulin were tested. Thanks to their daily physical conditioning, all three had seen a noticeable improvement in their physical attributes compared to 2 months prior. However, Tang Wulin had yet to unlock the first seal of his Golden Dragon King's bloodline, resulting in no significant increase in his power. At last, it was Yao Xuan's turn. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinsi fixed their gazes intently on the testing device, eager to discern the extent of Yao Xuan's strength, as did the other students. With a slight smile, Yao Xuan focused on the power testing instrument, gathering his strength and striking. Bang! His left hand registered 4,810 kilograms. Bang! His right hand recorded 5,120 kilograms. With 2 resounding thuds, the testing device displayed 2 startling red figures. Staring at these numbers, Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi were momentarily taken aback. 5,000 kilograms of strength, achieved without the activation of his martial soul. Was Yao Xuan truly human? He resembled a humanoid behemoth. Not only Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi were astonished, even Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wu Changkong exhibited expressions of surprise. They all recalled that just 2 months prior, Yao Xuan's strength barely exceeded 2,000 kilograms. It was astonishing that in just 3 months, his power had doubled. Among the 6 onlookers, the only one maintaining a calm demeanor was Guyu. In her eyes, it was entirely reasonable for Yao Xuan, as a reincarnation of the dragon god, to possess such formidable strength. Yao Xuan, how did your strength increase so rapidly? Wu Changkong inquired, furrowing his brow once more. Teacher Wu, my situation is somewhat akin to that of Guyu. My martial soul is rather unique, and after breaking through to the great soul master level, my strength surged significantly. Since then, my power has consistently increased daily, Yao Xuan replied, omitting details about the golden evolution points. Is it also a transformation brought about by your martial soul? In that case, it makes sense. From now on, I will intensify your training in fundamental techniques. Coupled with your physical capabilities, it will undoubtedly enhance your combat prowess considerably, Wu Changkong stated with a slight nod. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Yao Xuan responded. Now, please activate your martial soul and deliver another punch, Wu Changkong instructed. Teacher Wu, won't that damage the device? Yao Xuan asked. Not at all. Strike with confidence. If it breaks, you won't have to compensate, came Wu Changkong's nonchalant reply. Understood, Teacher Wu. With that, Yao Xuan summoned his soul power, activating the ancestral dragon's embodiment. Instantly, he sprouted 9 colored scales, extending claws from his hands as his vitality surged, amplifying his strength by 50% while enhancing his other attributes. Here it comes again. That subtle sense of suppression. What on earth is Yao Xuan's martial soul that it instills fear in mine? Wang Jinsi pondered silently. Such a delightful aura. I wish I could lean in and take a bite. Guyu mused, her eyes glimmering with a faint longing as she sensed the 9-colored dragon god's essence emanating from Yao Xuan. However, being the rational Silver Dragon King, Guyu would never act on such impulses. She understood that matters of affection should be approached gradually. If she were to act impulsively now, it would only startle Yao Xuan and yield no positive outcome. Moreover, given Yao Xuan's current attitude, it seemed evident that despite his memory loss, the bond between the Dragon God and the Silver Dragon King, along with her own allure, would naturally draw him towards her. As long as she nurtured their relationship normally, it would suffice. For instance, during the upcoming winter break, if she could invite him to her home, it would not only allow her to confirm his identity but also significantly enhance their mutual affection during the journey. While Guyu contemplated these thoughts, Yao Xuan, empowered by the ancestral dragon's embodiment, prepared to strike again. Bang! A deep thud resonated, causing the entire testing room to tremble slightly. The testing device's screen prominently displayed a figure of 7,540 kilograms. Moreover, beneath where Yao Xuan had struck, the testing plate, forged from robust, high-grade metal, began to develop fine cracks. Such immense power. Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi gazed at the scene with growing admiration. 7,500 kilograms of strength surely. Even a Soul King-level Assault Soul Master would struggle to match that. And yet Yao Xuan was merely a great Soul Master. I recall that your second Soul skill greatly enhances physical attributes, along with your newly acquired special ability. It appears that if you refine your foundational combat skills, it will serve you tremendously well. Moving forward, I will focus on honing your basic combat techniques, Wuchang Kong observed, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement as he regarded Yao Xuan's power. After testing their strength and mental fortitude, Wuchang Kong led them through a series of additional assessments. Upon completion, he announced the session's conclusion and, under Yao Xuan's guidance, the 6 students proceeded to the dining hall. This time, both Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi were astonished once more, not for any other reason, but due to Tang Wulin's astonishing appetite. My goodness, this kid can really eat. The night passed without incident, and before long, dawn arrived. In the grand classroom, with the sound of footsteps echoing, Wuchang Kong entered. From today onward, our practical combat lessons will focus on refining your techniques. During this period, you are prohibited from utilizing soul skills, relying solely on your martial souls and inherent physical strength. Yao Xuan, you are also not permitted to use the abilities of your right claw. As for the training method, it will be real combat. You will face me. And through this combat, I will identify your shortcomings and point them out. Subsequently, you will have the opportunity to ponder and correct them. Of course, you may also practice with one another. Now, please stand and follow me as we head to the combat room to commence our first foundational ability training. Wuchang Kong succinctly outlined the class's content before leading the 5th class students out of the classroom. Yao Xuan, are we really going to engage in combat with Teacher Wu? But he is a Soul Emperor. Zhang Yangzi questioned, his eyes displaying a hint of disbelief. Indeed. However, rest assured, Teacher Wu will not unleash his Soul Emperor-level soul power. His intention is not to overpower us, but to apply pressure, fostering our growth amidst it. That is how he has trained us before, Yao Xuan reassured. Oh, now it makes sense. No wonder your strengths are so formidable and your teamwork is so seamless. With a glimmer of realization in his eyes, Zhang Yangzi spoke. Soon, the 7 individuals arrived at the training ground, and the foundational combat training commenced. This training primarily aimed to enhance their basic combat abilities while also fostering cohesion within the newly formed team. Due to the presence of the peculiar Yao Xuan, Wuchang Kong dared not suppress his soul power to the level of a great soul master. Instead, he unleashed the power of a soul venerable to ensure Yao Xuan faced adequate pressure. Naturally, the one bearing the brunt of the pressure was Yao Xuan. However, the greater the pressure, the more significant the progress. Through repeated battles, Yao Xuan's foundational combat skills saw remarkable improvement. Aside from Yao Xuan, the unique training environment also significantly elevated the basic combat capabilities of the others, and their teamwork gradually became more harmonious. Centered around Yao Xuan, they began to form a tactical approach. A week after the training commenced, one afternoon, following the conclusion of theoretical studies, Wuchang Kong summoned Yao Xuan to his office. Yao Xuan, do you remember the last time I mentioned helping you understand your martial soul? Regrettably, it is quite challenging to ascertain the nature of your martial soul based solely on verbal descriptions. I apologize for this, Wuchang Kong stated, before swiftly changing his tone. Although I have not clarified your martial soul, the report I submitted regarding your abilities has piqued the interest of my organization, which wishes to extend an invitation for you to join. Previously, due to the confidentiality protocols of the organization, I refrained from divulging any details about it, and even now, I cannot disclose its name until you successfully pass the assessment. However, as your mentor, I personally recommend that you consider joining this organization. Within it, there exists a plethora of intricate techniques and a wealth of rare resources that are difficult to find elsewhere. Provided you make a certain contribution, you shall be able to exchange for them. So, Yao Xuan, would you be interested in undergoing the assessment for this organization? I'm not interested, Yao Xuan replied, shaking his head. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware that the organization Wuchang Kong referred to as the Tang sect, which is precisely why he was reluctant to join. In truth, Yao Xuan held no prejudice against the Tang sect, which indeed adhered to principles of justice, fairness, and protection, giving rise to a series of heroic figures such as the sky-soaring Douluo Yunming, the ruthless Douluo Chaodaji, and the affectionate Douluo Zong Xin, individuals who selflessly sacrificed for the greater good. However, when it came to the founder of the Tang sect, Tang San, He was far from the illustrious and righteous figure depicted in tales. On the contrary, he was a disloyal, duplicitous, insidious, and narrow-minded hypocrite, known for his ruthless and treacherous deeds. Yao Xuan harbored nothing but disdain and contempt for Tang San's myriad schemes and tactics, and thus, naturally, he was unwilling to join the Tang sect, an organization established by Tang San himself, as nominally, Tang San was the leader and ancestral figure of all Tang sect disciples. Oh, why is that? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong's face displayed a hint of curiosity, and then he inquired, "Teacher Wu, I have already found an organization I wish to join. After graduation, I hope to become a member of the Chuanling Tower." Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan naturally dared not voice his true thoughts, and thus responded accordingly. History is written by the victors. After his triumph, Tang San obliterated all records of his atrocities, crimes, and massacres, leaving only the glorious deeds that served his interests. Consequently, he was sculpted into a savior who rescued the populace of Douluo Continent and brought peace to the land, especially in the hearts of Tang sect disciples. Tang San was revered as a deity, receiving unconditional admiration from all Tang sect members. Should Yao Xuan dare to slander Tang San in the presence of Wu Changkong, he had no doubt that Wu Changkong would turn against him. Thus, he could only respond in this manner. Of course, aside from his unwillingness to be subservient to Tang San, Yao Xuan had a second reason for wanting to join the transmission tower. He knew that in the future, Guy would join the transmission tower, and naturally, he must accompany her, not leaving her alone. The transmission tower? Ah, so that is the case. But do you know? The organization I speak of is far older, more powerful, and deeply rooted than the transmission tower, in many aspects even surpassing it. Therefore, even if you wish to choose the transmission tower, I strongly recommend that you first accompany me to observe my organization, for you may very well reconsider your decision. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong spoke earnestly. Indeed, Teacher Wu, you are right. Then I shall accompany you to take a look. With Wu Changkong's words reaching this point, to refuse further would be overly impolite, and thus he could only agree, although he would merely observe. Under no circumstances would Yao Xuan join the Tang sect. Excellent, I will report to the organization and arrange a suitable time for you. I will take you there. Seeing Yao Xuan's agreement, Wu Changkong nodded slightly and spoke softly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed, and half a month had elapsed since the establishment of Class 0. After this period of adjustment, the barriers between the 6 students had completely vanished, and they had united into a cohesive team, their combat coordination growing increasingly harmonious. Moreover, during this time, Gyu had successfully broken through to level 20, advancing to a level 21 Great Soul Master, and had acquired her second soul skill, Elemental Control, elevating her power to a new tier, earning her accolades even from Wu Changkong. On that fateful Friday morning, Wu Changkong entered the classroom as usual, but this time, he did not lead the students to the combat room for practical training. Instead, he announced, "Today, I will take you to the transmission tower. From now on, every Friday, you will have the opportunity to enter the transmission tower's ascension platform for training. You must cherish this opportunity, as the Academy has expended considerable resources to secure it. The ascension platform, crafted exclusively by the transmission tower, serves as a place for soul masters to hone their skills and enhance their personal strength. It simulates the ancient soul beast forest, where soul masters can engage in combat with various soul beasts. Upon defeating them, they can absorb unique energy to elevate their soul spirit's cultivation. Furthermore, the ascension platform is a distinctive space. Upon entering, soul masters find themselves within a completely virtual environment, able to engage in battle and accrue practical experience, all while being safeguarded by the platform itself. Death within the ascension platform does not equate to real death. It can be said that the ascension platform is a wondrous place, yet gaining entry is no easy feat. Even the most basic ascension platform requires a fee of 500,000 federal coins for each visit. Moreover, the federal coins are not the only requirement. The entry quota is of paramount importance. Each month, only 1,000 admission slots are available for the basic ascension platform, making them quite rare. Without a certain background, even wealth cannot guarantee entry. Thus, upon hearing Wu Changkong's words, the 6 students' eyes sparkled with longing, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the ascension platform, especially Yao Xuan. For him, possessing the super god system meant that entering the ascension platform would grant him unique advantages. Although the soul beasts within were not corporeal, defeating them would still yield him golden evolution points, the very essence of his continued evolution and empowerment. As they journeyed with eager anticipation, Wu Changkong led the 6 to the transmission tower in East Sea City. compared to the transmission tower in Ally City. The one in East Sea City was undeniably more imposing, grander, and more magnificent, soaring over 100 stories high and exceeding 400 meters. Even amidst the towering structures of East Sea City, it stood as a definitive landmark. The reason was simple. The transmission tower in East Sea City was one of the 18 major branches of the transmission tower organization, known as the 18 Pillars, overseen by a titled Douluo. In contrast, the transmission tower in Ally City was merely a small branch, with its tower master being only a sole zone. Due to the grandeur of the East Sea City transmission tower, the students could discern its full magnificence even from a kilometer away. The base of the structure was octagonal, sprawling over an area of at least 1 square kilometer. With each ascending level, the tower's body would recede inward, culminating in a pointed apex. Just from its exterior, the students were awestruck by its monumental presence, and this was not even the largest transmission tower, compared to the headquarters in Shrek City, known as the Heavenly Spirit Tower. It paled in comparison, further highlighting the formidable strength of the transmission tower. Continuing forward, the group soon arrived before this colossal transmission tower, where the director, Hmph, awaited them. "Teacher Wu, please follow me," he said, gesturing for Wu Changkong to lead the way. Following Hmphu's lead, the group entered the first level of the transmission tower. Matching the grandeur of the exterior, the interior was resplendent with opulence. A sight to behold. The floor was paved with dark gold stone, impeccably smooth, adorned with dazzling natural patterns. Towering stone columns supported the lofty ceiling, embellished with vibrant murals. These murals depicted the founder of the transmission tower, the inventor of soul spirits, the legendary soul master Ling Bing Douluo, and his journey of growth and battle, captivating the students' attention instantly. Observing the students' somewhat dazed expressions, Wu Changkong did not rush them, but patiently awaited their admiration of the murals before calmly stating, "Focus your minds. Once you enter the ascension platform, you will have to rely solely on yourselves." "Teacher, won't you join us?" inquired Tang Wulin, curiosity evident in his voice. "Alas, only soul masters below the 4th ring may enter the basic ascension platform, so I cannot accompany you. You must protect yourselves and remember the precautions, should danger arise. Retreat without hesitation, do not linger in battle." With a hint of envy, Hmph watched the 6 students poised to enter the ascension platform and offered his reminder. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." At that moment, a staff member approached, leading Wu Changkong, Hmph, and the 6 students into an elevator. To their surprise, the elevator descended rather than ascended. Chapter 109. Entering the ascension platform, encountering the steel blade menace. 3 minutes elapsed, and with a muffled thud, the elevator finally came to a halt. Despite the descent not being particularly swift, the journey had taken them nearly a kilometer beneath the surface. A monumental testament to the formidable financial and technological prowess of the transmission spirit tower. As the elevator doors creaked open, a spacious hall came into view, bustling with numerous staff members. Beyond the hall lay a series of corridors. Surrounding the area, dozens of guards stood vigilant, wielding an array of lethal weaponry, their expressions grave as they secured the premises. Through the observation lens, it was evident that even the least skilled among the guards had attained the rank of Soul King. While the commanding officer was a Soul Saint, further distinguished as a 2-word battle armor master, boasting combat capabilities equivalent to that of a Soul Douluo. Such stringent security underscored the transmission spirit tower's reverence for the ascension platform. It was clear that only a titled Douluo could breach such formidable defenses unchallenged. "Sir, please present your qualification card once more." At that moment, another staff member approached, equipped with a card reader. Hmph produced a crystalline card of unique design and handed it to the attendant. "Sir, verification complete. You have 6 slots available. Please follow me." After confirming Hmphu's credentials, the staff member gestured them forward, leading them down a corridor into the hall, where they boarded another elevator for further descent. Upon exiting this time, the group found themselves in a circular chamber, its walls forged from tempered steel, adorned with a ring of colossal soul-guiding screens displaying vibrant images of a lush jungle, teeming with life. As this is your first entry into the ascension platform, we will provide a brief overview of its fundamental information and precautions. Please listen attentively. The ascension platform is a virtual realm crafted over a millennium, utilizing vast resources and expertise. However, it is not entirely virtual. It embodies both virtual and real elements, accessed through brainwave integration. Within the ascension platform, you may engage in any activity and employ all soul skills and abilities. Your primary objective is to survive. The longer you endure, the greater the rewards you will reap. While the platform is designed to be devoid of life-threatening hazards, it does incorporate real components. Thus, if you encounter overwhelming danger, it may inflict irreversible damage to your brain. In such cases, please activate the distress signal immediately to exit the Ascension platform. Next, the staff member elaborated on the specific rules of Ascension. For further details, you will explore them within. Best of luck. Observing the eager faces of the young trainees, a staff member stepped forward to elucidate the platform's precautions. Inspired by his words, the 6 trainees displayed expressions of anticipation, eager to delve into the mysteries of the Ascension platform. All right, everyone, please lie down. With that, the staff member pressed a button, and 6 metallic cabinets emerged from the floor, their lids slowly lifting to reveal human-shaped recesses, reminiscent of coffins. Upon hearing the staff's instructions, the 6 individuals sequentially reclined within the metallic cabinets. Almost immediately, an array of specialized instruments extended from their surroundings, adhering to various parts of their bodies, particularly around their heads. They were advised to relax completely, clear their minds, and refrain from indulging in errant thoughts. A mild discomfort would arise upon accessing the Tower of Spirit Transmission, but it would soon dissipate. Now, children, prepare to enter the enigmatic realm of the Ascension platform. The staff member concluded, pressing several buttons. The lids of the 6 metal cabinets sealed shut and descended once more into the earth, plunging Yao Xuan and his companions into darkness. Enveloped within the apparatus, Yao Xuan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his skin, and his consciousness began to fade, as if he were slipping into slumber. You have entered the primary Ascension platform. Please ensure your safety. In the event of danger, promptly activate the distress signal device in your hand to exit the Ascension platform. Time passed unmeasured until a somewhat mechanical voice roused Yao Xuan from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the surroundings had brightened, the metallic cabinet had vanished, and he found himself amidst a lush, dense forest. Not only that, but a bracelet now adorned his wrist, featuring a prominent red button, the very distress signal device emphasized by the staff. Is this the Stardew Forest from a millennium ago? How magnificent! Gazing at the towering trees, some reaching heights of dozens of meters and broad enough for several people to embrace, Yao Xuan could not help but marvel. Yet, he did not linger in awe for long. He swiftly assumed a vigilant state, cautiously exploring ahead while reviewing the information regarding the Ascension platform. The primary Ascension platform corresponds to the outer regions of the Stardew Forest, where the spirit beasts possess a maximum cultivation age of 3,000 years, with common spirit beasts being 10 and 100 years old. The intermediate Ascension platform aligns with the forest's inner regions, where the maximum cultivation age of spirit beasts is 30,000 years. And common ones are 100 and 1,000 years. The advanced Ascension platform pertains to the forest core area, where the highest spirit beast cultivation remains undisclosed, while common spirit beasts are 1,000 and 10,000 years old. Disregarding those exceptionally powerful spirit beasts and spirit masters, based on common conditions and average strength. Generally speaking, 10-year spirit beasts are equivalent to spirit masters. 100-year spirit beasts are akin to great spirit masters. 1,000-year spirit beasts match the strength of spirit venerables. 3,000-year spirit beasts correspond to spirit sects. 6,000-year spirit beasts equate to spirit kings, and 10,000-year spirit beasts are comparable to spirit emperors. This implies that with Yao Xuan's current prowess, hunting within the primary Ascension platform poses minimal danger. However, this only pertains to ordinary spirit beasts. Upon encountering formidable creatures like the faceless demon spider, even those with a mere 1,000-year cultivation can threaten a spirit king, necessitating Yao Xuan's utmost caution. Thus, while advancing, Yao Xuan remained in a state of heightened alertness, continuously releasing his mental energy to meticulously scan his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a group of spirit beasts ahead. Before him stood 4 creatures resembling mantises, each measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length, their bodies a striking shade of green. They bore a pair of sharply pointed, silver-gray blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. For steel-blade mantises? What a fortuitous encounter. A glimmer ignited in Yao Xuan's eyes as he activated his observation eye to scrutinize them. Chapter 110, Slaying the Steel-Blade Mantis. Spirit Beast Soul Power. Spirit Beast Name. Steel-Blade Mantis. Cultivation Ages. For 100 years, 600 years, 500 years, 800 years. Description. This spirit beast is notably swift, wielding exceptionally resilient blades capable of slicing through even thin, tempered steel plates, let alone flesh. Caution is paramount during combat. Avoid being struck. Weak points, head, abdomen. As the observation eye activated, A data panel materialized before Yao Xuan, displaying the attributes of the 4 steel blade mantises. Indeed, all merely 100-year spirit beasts. Perfect for honing my skills. Yao Xuan nodded quietly. Although Wu Changkong emphasized practical combat training, no amount of practice can truly equate to the life and death battles. Thus Yao Xuan resolved not to pursue a 1,000-year spirit beast on his first attempt. Instead, he intended to acclimate to the rhythm of battling spirit beasts through encounters with 100-year ones. Dragon of Ancestors, manifest. After assessing the strength of the 4 steel blade mantises, Yao Xuan nodded subtly and summoned his spirit power. As the spirit power surged, a faint 9-colored aura enveloped Yao Xuan, and the Dragon of Ancestors manifested, merging seamlessly with his being. With the Dragon of Ancestors embodiment, delicate 9-colored dragon scales sprouted across his body, while his palms and feet morphed into sharp, claw-like appendages. Although these steel blade mantises were not yet 1,000 years old, the strongest among them possessed an 800-year cultivation. In terms of actual combat prowess, it was nearing that of an ordinary beginner spirit venerable. Their attacks could breach Yao Xuan's defenses in his unembodied state. Therefore, despite his considerable advantage, Yao Xuan remained entirely focused. Even a hawk pursuing a rabbit exerts its utmost effort, especially against such ferocious spirit beasts. Excellent. Meanwhile, outside the Ascension platform, Wu Changkong observed Yao Xuan's composure on the large screen, nodding appreciatively. His calm and meticulous performance during his first foray into the Ascension platform marked him as a prodigy deserving of admiration. Beside Wu Changkong, Zhang Yangzi, who had been defeated by spirit beasts and expelled from the Ascension platform, gazed at the unfolding events with a sense of shame, growing ever more awed by Yao Xuan's prowess. Amidst the onlookers, after activating the embodiment of his spirit, Yao Xuan felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical capabilities. He then harnessed his vitality, initiating the Bloodchi skill, the Dragon of Ancestors' sky-shattering step, and advanced towards the 4 steel blade mantises. In mere moments, Yao Xuan appeared behind the one with 800 years of cultivation, his right hand poised menacingly as he lunged for the creature's head. Crack! While the steel blade mantis was relatively swift among spirit beasts, it was utterly outmatched before Yao Xuan, who struck with ferocious precision before the creature could react. Though Yao Xuan refrained from employing spirit techniques, the embodiment of the Dragon of Ancestors alone granted him physical strength exceeding 8,000 kilograms, delivering a blow rivaling the full force of an ordinary beginner spirit venerable. Simultaneously, for the steel blade mantis, despite its blades nearing the hardness of tempered steel, its head remained remarkably fragile. Under Yao Xuan's strike, it shattered instantly, green fluid bursting forth. Ding! You have slain a 100-year steel blade mantis, earning 6,000 ordinary evolution points. As the steel blade mantis succumbed, the system's notification echoed in his ears. What a paltry sum of evolution points. Not even a single golden evolution point to be found. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, but he soon found solace. The Super God system possesses a unique characteristic. Slaying enemies stronger than oneself results in a doubled harvest of golden evolution points, while defeating weaker foes leads to a significant decrease in the amount of points acquired. Furthermore, this is the Spirit Ascension platform, not the true Soul Beast Forest. Here, the Soul Beasts lack physical form and exist merely as energy entities. Consequently, the golden evolution points garnered from their defeat are considerably reduced, falling short of the rewards obtained from vanquishing real soul beasts. Nevertheless, even 6,000 ordinary evolution points is not an insignificant sum. Through mere cultivation, Yao Xuan can only condense 5 golden evolution points daily, equivalent to 15,000 ordinary evolution points. Currently, by slaying a handful of century-old soul beasts, the accumulated golden evolution points can surpass what one would gain in a day of cultivation, which is quite bountiful, especially considering the endless number of soul beasts within this platform. Moreover, after defeating the formidable steel blade mantis, a gentle warm current emanated from its corpse, traversing space to envelop Yao Xuan, ultimately merging with his ancestral dragon soul. Is this the essence of soul beast's spiritual power? Truly remarkable. As he sensed the changes within his ancestral dragon soul, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes. With his keen observational abilities, he distinctly recognized that the cultivation level of his ancestral dragon soul had risen by a year. According to the rules of the Spirit Ascension platform, slaying soul beasts yields soul beast spiritual power. For a century-old soul spirit, it requires the spiritual power of a century-old soul beast for enhancement. and defeating a common century-old soul beast provides an equivalent of 1% of its cultivation level in spiritual power. Conversely, a millennium-old soul spirit necessitates the power of a millennium-old soul beast for strengthening. Thus, slaying a century-old soul beast would reduce the effectiveness of the corresponding power by a factor of 10, meaning that only the spiritual power equivalent to 10 years of a century-old soul beast can enhance the cultivation of a millennium-old soul spirit by 1 year. Under normal circumstances, defeating an 800-year-old steel blade mantis would elevate Yao Xuan's soul spirit by 8 years of cultivation. However, due to the formidable foundation of the ancestral dragon soul, the equivalent spiritual power only enhanced it by 1 year. Even so, Yao Xuan remained awed and thoroughly satisfied. Unlike other soul masters, equipped with the super god system, Yao Xuan can utilize golden evolution points to enhance his soul spirit's cultivation, in addition to entering the spirit ascension platform. For a century-old soul spirit, every point of golden evolution invested during its evolution to a millennium-old soul spirit equates to 10 years of cultivation gained. Therefore, to elevate a century-old soul spirit to a millennium-old level, Yao Xuan would need to expend 90 points of golden evolution. For Yao Xuan at present, while 90 points is not an insignificant figure, it is certainly within his means. However, aware of the spirit ascension platform's existence, he would not squander precious golden evolution points on soul spirit evolution, especially since his current combat prowess already far exceeds that of his peers. Yet, Yao Xuan also recognizes that as he advances, should his soul spirit's cultivation one day reach 100,000 years, the spirit ascension platform would undoubtedly lose its efficacy, no longer capable of enhancing his soul spirit's cultivation. At that juncture, it would indeed be the opportune moment for golden evolution points to shine, potentially elevating his soul spirit's cultivation to several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. For now, however, Yao Xuan resolved to enhance his ancestral dragon soul's cultivation through the spiritual power derived from the soul beast on the spirit ascension platform. Chapter 111, The Human-Faced Demon Spider, Seeking Subscription. Having slain the most powerful steel blade mantis, the remaining 3 weaker mantises could not possibly impede Yao Xuan's progress. Falling swiftly before him and providing nearly 10,000 ordinary evolution points along with 2 years of soul spirit cultivation. During Yao Xuan's initial hunting expedition, Gu strolled gracefully through the lush forest, her steps light and her figure ethereal, resembling a forest sprite. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a divine glow upon her long, flowing hair, rendering her utterly breathtaking. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery before her, Guyu's eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia and joy as the dense greenery and fresh air enveloped her, evoking feelings akin to being transported to another realm. What a beautiful sight! What a marvelous sensation, truly, she adored it. The spirit ascension platform created by the transmission tower is nothing short of miraculous. As she ventured deeper into the forest, a blend of reminiscence and delight danced in her eyes. Along the way, she encountered several century-old soul beasts, however. Their feeble strength allowed her to dispatch them effortlessly. After defeating these beasts, ethereal waves of light and energy flowed into her being, and as she sensed the changes within, a hint of astonishment flickered in her gaze. Is this the current level of human technology? It is utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Xie, in stark contrast to Zhang Yangzi, exercised far more caution, avoiding the raucous approach that attracted swarms of soul beasts. Instead, he successfully eliminated 2 weaker century-old soul beasts through stealth, accumulating a significant amount of soul beast spiritual power. As for Tang Wulin, upon entering the spirit ascension platform, he felt the warm call of the forest resonating with his blue-silver grass martial soul. Thus, he unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul and settled down, gently sensing his surroundings and even entering a meditative state. Lastly, Wang Jinxie, bolstered by the Bone Dragon King's martial soul and the formidable physical defense technique known as Bone Soul Transformation, successfully took down a large group of blue wind wolves. Regrettably, these wolves were merely 10-year soul beasts, yielding little enhancement to Wang Jinxie's soul spirit, while depleting 70% of his soul power and exhausting his stamina. Puff, puff. Is this the essence of true combat? What an exhilarating experience. Though breathless, Wang Jinxie's face radiated excitement as he gazed upon the scattered corpses of the blue wind wolves. He settled beneath a tree, preparing to rest and relax. It was in this moment of ease that he failed to notice a massive figure descending swiftly from the branches above. Huh? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Feeling a strange sensation, Wang Jinxie instinctively looked up, only to be met with a piercing scream that echoed throughout the forest. Ah? There's a ghost. Indeed. Before Wang Jinxie's eyes was a grotesque female face, gaping wide with menacing fangs, exuding a faint, repugnant odor that sent chills down his spine. More terrifying still, this visage was grotesquely affixed to the abdomen of a spider, the human-faced demon spider. At that moment, the term flashed through Wang Jinxie's mind, and he swiftly moved his left hand, preparing to activate his distress signal device on his wrist. He was not merely encountering any soul beast, but rather the formidable human-faced demon spider, a top-tier soul beast renowned as a soul beast slayer. Faced with such a creature, Wang Jinxie's mind raced with a singular thought, to summon help swiftly. Despite his quickness, however, his reaction proved too late, as his palm neared his chest. The gaping maw of the human-faced demon spider lunged forth, engulfing his head entirely. Crack, crack, accompanied by the faint sound of chewing. Wang Jinxie was suddenly engulfed by an indescribable agony, his hands losing all control and hanging limply at his sides, before his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. An incident has occurred. Quick, summon the emergency response team, shouted the staff from the transmission spirit tower with urgency, as the submerged metal cabinet began to rise swiftly. Inside the cabinet, Wang Jinxie's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, his body trembling incessantly, with a light froth at the corners of his mouth and his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, a dozen or so staff members clad in white coats finally arrived, one of whom extracted a syringe and plunged it into Wang Jinxie's neck, administering an entire vial of pale yellow medication. As the drug coursed through his veins, Wang Jinxie's tremor ceased, a faint flush appearing on his face. Simultaneously, the other white-clad personnel retrieved various medications, injecting them into different parts of Wang Jinxie's body. After a considerable passage of time, the lead medic finally exhaled with relief and turned to Long Xuan, saying, "Fortunately, he is out of danger." Encountering such a ferocious soul beast as the man-faced demon spider is indeed unfortunate for this child. Thankfully, his willpower is resilient. He has endured. Let him rest for a while, and he shall recover without any lasting repercussions. "Thank you," came the response. Upon hearing the words of the man in white, Long Hngshu let out a sigh of relief. What on earth is happening? Observing Wang Jinxie's reaction, a look of trepidation appeared on Zhang Yangzi's face. The ascending spirit platform possesses both virtual and tangible elements. Thus, if one were to perish within it, their mental faculties would suffer a corresponding impact. Should this impact be excessively severe, one could even become a mere shell of their former self. Nearby, Wu Changkong calmly elucidated the matter. A mere shell of their former self? Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Zhang Yangzi's expression darkened further, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Ignoring the commotion outside the Xingling platform, within it, Yao Xuan cautiously advanced, when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Was that Wang Jinxie? Yet, just like in the original timeline, he must have encountered the dreaded human-faced demon spider. After a moment of discernment, Yao Xuan recognized the voice belonged to Wang Jinxie and thought to himself, eager to witness the legendary power of the human-faced demon spider for himself. In no time, 5 minutes later, before Yao Xuan appeared a monstrous spider, its body measuring a terrifying diameter of 1.5 meters, cloaked in an ominous black hue, exuding a ghastly presence. Behind it, 8 elongated legs, exceeding 2 meters in length, slender yet menacingly sharp, extended outward. Its exoskeleton gleamed with a polished sheen, appearing impenetrable. While on its underbelly, white patterns formed a grotesque human visage, still stained with remnants of blood. Beside this visage, 8 eyes, the size of ping-pong balls, glimmered with an eerie violet light, scanning the surroundings and instilling a profound sense of dread. Indeed, it was the human-faced demon spider. Let me see how formidable it truly is. With this thought in mind, Yao Xuan activated his observational eye to scrutinize the creature. Chapter 112. Temporary Mission. Battle with the Human-Faced Demon Spider Soul Beast. Name: Human-Faced Demon Spider Soul Beast. Level: 300 years. Soul Beast. Description: a top-tier soul beast. Known as the assassin of soul beasts, possessing razor-sharp legs capable of releasing corrosive venom and weaving highly adhesive webs. It is exceptionally challenging to confront, possessing the ability to engage in battles beyond its level. Despite its mere 300 years of existence, its actual combat prowess rivals that of a 3,000-year soul beast. Soul beast weakness: the head and the human face on its abdomen. As Yao Xuan pondered, an information panel appeared in his consciousness, displaying the specific attributes of the human-faced demon spider as detected by his observational eye. Its strength equated to that of a 3,000-year soul beast, essentially matching the combat power of a novice soul master. It was astonishing that despite its 300 years, this human-faced demon spider possessed such formidable strength. It seemed unnecessary to confront it directly. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the information panel, Yao Xuan was prepared to retreat. With his own combat strength, it was a risky endeavor to engage in a confrontation with a creature of such caliber. However, at that moment, a system prompt resonated. Ding. Temporary mission acquired. Slay the human-faced demon spider. Would you like to view it? Ah, a temporary mission? Naturally, I shall take a look. Receiving such a task for the first time sparked a glimmer of curiosity in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he silently read the details in his mind. Mission name: Slay the human-faced demon spider. Mission type: Temporary mission. Mission description: Within the Xingling platform, you have encountered a 300-year-old human-faced demon spider. You may choose to flee or engage in valiant combat to hone your skills. If you choose to fight and ultimately slay it, the system will reward your exceptional performance. Time limit: 1 day failure reward, none mission reward, 100 gold evolution points. Special note: during combat, activating the ancestor dragon bloodline can exert a certain level of intimidation and suppression on the human-faced demon spider. As Yao Xuan contemplated, the previous information panel vanished, replaced by a classically styled mission frame. 100 gold evolution points? What a generous reward! Since the system encourages me to slay the human-faced demon spider, let us give it a try. After all, with my capabilities, even if I cannot defeat it, I can certainly escape unscathed. Looking at the mission rewards, a fervent light ignited in Yao Xuan's gaze, and he mused silently. Moments ago, he had considered turning away not out of fear of the human-faced demon spider, but because the risk-to-reward ratio did not justify engagement. Now, however, with such a bountiful task reward presented by the system, he was more than willing to attempt to slay the creature. Ancestor Dragon, manifest. Channeling his soul power, Yao Xuan's body shimmered with a faint, multicolored glow as the Ancestor Dragon martial spirit emerged, swiftly encircling him before merging with his being. With the manifestation of the Ancestor Dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's physique underwent another transformation. Simultaneously, sensing the aura of the Ancestor Dragon martial spirit, the distant human-faced demon spider detected Yao Xuan's presence and accelerated toward him, producing a rustling sound. What is that creature doing? It is the human-faced demon spider. Someone quickly pressed the emergency button. Observing Yao Xuan's actions on the large screen, several staff members displayed anxious expressions, preparing to implement emergency measures, when Wuchang Kong halted them. Rest assured, I have great confidence in my student. Even if he is not a match for the human-faced demon spider, you will undoubtedly manage to retreat unscathed. Just watch closely. I will take full responsibility should anything go awry. Meanwhile, within the transmission tower, as Yao Xuan beheld the rapidly approaching human-faced demon spider, a serious and resolute expression flickered in his eyes. The Ancestor Dragon spirit manifested before him, and his second soul ring glimmered. Ancestor Dragon's dominance. The second yellow soul ring behind him pulsated, while the Ancestor Dragon spirit emitted a low rumble. Instantly, Yao Xuan's internal soul power surged and ignited, boiling with intensity. As his soul power burned, its strength doubled in an instant, and the multicolored luminescence enveloping his form became blinding, propelling his momentum to new heights, enhancing his vitality, defense, and speed across the board. At that moment, the human-faced demon spider approached Yao Xuan at an astonishing speed, its razor-sharp forelegs raised, unleashing a tempestuous wind as it viciously slashed toward Yao Xuan's chest. Simultaneously, its grotesque underbelly opened, revealing a gaping maw, from which a terrifying purple venomous arrow coalesced, crossing the space between them, causing nearby leaves to wither and turn yellow, a testament to its lethal toxicity. Moreover, this venomous arrow and the slashing attack converged, effectively sealing Yao Xuan's escape route, rendering it impossible to evade both assaults simultaneously. Yet, Yao Xuan remained unfazed in the face of the human-faced demon spider's onslaught. Channeling his vitality, Yao Xuan shifted slightly to the side, allowing the venomous arrow to pass a mere 30 centimeters from him, striking the ground and instantly corroding a crater with a radius of half a meter, bubbling with a noxious purple liquid. While evading, Yao Xuan summoned his vitality once more, activating the Ancestor Dragon's prowess, igniting the first cycle of vitality throughout his body as the vibrant power surged toward his right arm. With the influx of Ancestor Dragon energy, Yao Xuan's right arm expanded instantaneously, the dragon scales thickening and fortifying. Furthermore, his palm swelled, claws extending into razor-sharp weapons, as he prepared to confront the human-faced demon spider's forelegs. Additionally, following the system's special guidance, Yao Xuan discreetly activated the Ancestor Dragon bloodline, pressing forth against the human-faced demon spider, which caused its speed and strength to diminish by 20% upon feeling the pressure of the ancestor dragon martial spirit. Clang. At that moment, in midair, Yao Xuan's right claw collided fiercely with the foreleg of the human-faced demon spider, producing a muffled thud. A powerful force radiated outward, causing the surrounding low shrubs to sway and leaves to fall. Yet, at the epicenter of the clash, Yao Xuan stood unharmed. Though his feet were deeply embedded in the mud, and two faint white marks appeared on his ancestral dragon claw, vanishing at a visible pace. In contrast, the human-faced demon spider lost control of its massive body, flying backward and crashing through several trees before landing heavily on the ground, creating a large crater, with its proud spider spear showing faint cracks. Chapter 113. Devastating Blow to the Human-Faced Demon Spider. Subscription request. How is this possible? He actually managed to repel the human-faced demon spider with a single strike. That is indeed a fearsome creature. Such terrifying power. In the space outside the ascension platform, the staff members gazed at the scene on the screen with disbelief, whispering amongst themselves. Even Long Hengxiu, standing nearby, displayed a look of astonishment, while Wu Changkong remained composed, merely nodding without revealing any surprise. It seems that the aura of the ancestral dragon martial soul indeed exerts a formidable suppressive effect on spirit beasts. After employing the ancestral dragon martial soul, the speed and strength of the human-faced demon spider evidently diminished. At this moment, gazing at the human-faced demon spider he had just sent flying, Yao Xuan silently contemplated. In terms of raw power, he surely surpassed the demon spider, though only marginally. The ease with which he had managed to knock it down was primarily due to the suppressive influence of the ancestral dragon martial soul. Not pausing after sending the demon spider airborne, Yao Xuan propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, charging toward it with the intent to finish the battle. His speed was incredible, akin to that of a swift arrow, as he closed the distance toward the demon spider, which was just beginning to regain its footing. Sensing Yao Xuan's approach, the spider's 8 purple eyes flickered with cunning. In the next instant, its grotesque mouth opened once more. But this time it spewed forth not the previous purple venom arrows, but a large mass of white, steaming slime, hurtling toward Yao Xuan. The blob traversed the air, quickly expanding into a 2-meter-wide white web that aimed to ensnare him. This was the demon spider's innate ability, the instant web, as an innate talent. 100-year-old human-faced demon spider could only unleash this ability once a day, unless it broke through to 1,000 years, at which point the frequency would increase to 3. Naturally, the power of this instant web was immense. Firstly, its speed was astonishing. At close range, it could reach nearly 100 meters per second, making it nearly impossible to evade. Secondly, its control was formidable. Even soul masters or 1,000-year spirit beasts would find themselves restrained for several seconds, providing the demon spider ample opportunity to strike down its opponent. Indeed, observing the spider's attack, Yao Xuan felt no fear. Through his observational eye, he had long acquired detailed knowledge about this spirit beast and understood its abilities. Ancestral Dragon Void Step. Channeling his vital energy, Yao Xuan activated the first cycle of blood circulation within him, immediately unleashing the first bloodline ability, Ancestral Dragon Void Step. With a surge of vital energy, he vanished from sight, briefly traversing the space. With the target lost, the human-faced demon spider's instant web sailed past, landing harmlessly on the ground. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan, shimmering with a faint silver light, reappeared 2 meters away. The Ancestral Dragon Void Step, allowing him to traverse space and move instantaneously, was precisely what empowered Yao Xuan to confront the demon spider without trepidation. Seeing its instant web fail, a glimmer of fear flashed in the spider's compound eyes, while Yao Xuan had already closed in beside it, raising his dragon-transformed right claw and channeling his soul power. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. With soul power surging, the ancestral dragon's spirit resonated before him, and the first yellow soul ring behind him shimmered. The formidable power of the ancestral dragon coalesced in Yao Xuan's dragon-formed right claw, elevating his strength and momentum to new heights. Then, Yao Xuan gathered all his might, swinging his right arm to strike downward at the human-faced demon spider's grotesque underbelly. The spider, slightly dazed from Yao Xuan's previous attack, could hardly evade and raised its forelegs to block. Clang! As Yao Xuan's claw met the spider's forelegs, a sound akin to metal striking metal echoed, followed by a series of cracking noises as fissures appeared on the spider's legs, nearly causing them to break. Moreover, Though the demon spider was not sent flying by this blow, it was forcefully driven into the ground, unable to escape. In that moment, Yao Xuan struck again. He roared, channeling his soul power once more to unleash the ancestral dragon sky splitter. His soul ring shimmered again as his claw, imbued with the ferocity to tear apart the heavens and shatter all, slashed toward the demon spider. Faced with Yao Xuan's fierce strike, the human-faced demon spider had no choice but to raise its forelegs once more to meet the attack. This time, the power of the ancestral dragon's claw proved too much. The spider's legs finally crumbled under the onslaught, breaking into two segments, while Yao Xuan's strike hurtled toward the spider's grotesque underbelly. With a splat, lacking any defense, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky splitter struck true, blasting into the spider's lower belly and exploding upon the grotesque female face, causing green ichor to spurt forth and corrode the grass below, vaporizing it instantly. Having sustained such a grievous wound, the human-faced demon spider could no longer maintain its form, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Its 6 unbroken legs flailed weakly, its vital signs diminishing significantly, and the spark of life in its eyes rapidly fading. How is this possible? He actually obliterated the human-faced demon spider. So brutal, so merciless. The staff members of the Spirit Transmission Tower stared in astonishment, murmuring to themselves. Even Wu Changkong displayed a hint of surprise. Given his understanding of Yao Xuan's strength, he had no doubt that Yao Xuan could slay the demon spider. But he never expected such a swift victory. It seemed that the demon spider had developed a subtle fear of Yao Xuan, affecting its combat prowess. Reflecting on the battle, Wu Changkong pinpointed the crux of the matter. What extraordinary martial soul did Yao Xuan possess to instill such fear in a spirit beast killer like the human-faced demon spider? As Changkong disowned, he found himself unable to fully comprehend Yao Xuan, yet simultaneously, his heart swelled with an increasing fervor for love and talent. Chapter 114, Slaying the Man-Faced Demon Spider and Battling the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree Perish. Gazing at the near-death man-faced demon spider on the ground, Yao Xuan wasted no time. He swiftly advanced, raising his right claw high, then struck down upon the creature's head with ferocity. With a resounding crunch, his powerful strike shattered the spider's skull, causing green venomous blood to splatter everywhere, and the man-faced demon spider met its demise. Ding! You have slain a man-faced demon spider of 300 years cultivation, earning 10 golden evolution points. Ding! You have successfully completed the temporary task of slaying the man-faced demon spider, earning 100 golden evolution points. With the creature's death, the system's notification chimed once more, and immediately, 110 golden evolution points were credited to him. Remarkable. The rewards from this encounter are indeed plentiful. Such temporary tasks are greatly welcomed. Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction at the additional 110 golden evolution points. At that moment, a dense aura of soul beast energy surged from the carcass of the man-faced demon spider, filling the air and merging into Yao Xuan's body. What rich energy! It has elevated my ancient dragon soul's cultivation by a decade. It seems the effectiveness of soul beast energy is not only related to the cultivation level of the beast but also its type and strength. As the soul beast energy entered Yao Xuan's body, it was instantly consumed and evolved by his ancient dragon soul. Observing the growth and evolution of his soul, Yao Xuan silently nodded, contemplating inwardly. Such a pity that this man-faced demon spider is merely an energy entity, unlike the guardian of the primary ascension platform. The dark golden claw bear, which possesses a physical form and could potentially drop a soul bone. For now, let me take a brief respite before resuming the hunt. Casting a regretful glance at the carcass of the man-faced demon spider, Yao Xuan turned away. He walked 100 meters away from the body, ensuring that the toxins were no longer a threat and the area was secure before halting. He then dispelled the manifestation of his martial soul in the ancient dragon's formidable form. Despite the smoothness of his earlier battle, Yao Xuan had expended nearly half of his soul power and a significant portion of his stamina. After resting for about 5 minutes, thanks to the restorative effects of his ancient dragon bloodline and the primary ancient dragon body, Yao Xuan's stamina was fully replenished, and his soul power had returned to 90%. Once revitalized, he rose again, venturing deeper into the forest. Along the way, he casually dispatched several shadow wolves that dared to attack, pressing onward into the depths of the woods. Approximately half an hour later, an eerie tree emerged before him, surrounded by a barren expanse devoid of other flora. On its trunk, dozens of basketball-sized eyes glimmered with a scarlet hue, evoking a chilling sensation and a sudden wave of dread. What soul beast is this? Truly bizarre. Observational eye, grant me your insight. With a thought, Yao Xuan activated the system ability, observational eye, and focused on the peculiar tree. Soul Beast name. Crimson Demon Tree, Soul Beast Cultivation. 1. 300 years Soul Beast description. A plant-type soul beast, immobile yet exhibiting formidable aggression. Each of its magical eyes can emit powerful beams of light. Caution is advised to avoid them. Soul Beast weakness. Fire attribute soul techniques, magical eyes. As Yao Xuan concentrated, the familiar information panel reappeared before him. A soul beast with 300 years of cultivation. Just what I need for practice, and it will significantly enhance my soul spirits. Gazing at the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree. A flicker of fervor ignited in Yao Xuan's eyes. He summoned his soul power once more, entering the state of martial soul manifestation, activating the ancient dragon's formidable form. With soul energy ablaze, he surged towards the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree. As Yao Xuan charged, the tree's eyes turned blood red, locking onto him. In an instant, beams of crimson light erupted, hurtling toward him with ferocity. Despite being targeted by such an onslaught of crimson beams, Yao Xuan remained unperturbed. He deftly activated the ancient dragon's void step, dodging the beams that narrowly grazed his body, none finding their mark. Boom, boom, boom. The beams struck the ground, exploding upon impact and creating shallow craters a meter wide, blackened from the heat, a testament to their immense power. At that moment, Yao Xuan closed in on the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, channeling his soul energy to unleash the ancient dragon's sky-rending strike. The first ring of yellow soul rings shimmered behind him as a faint nine-colored radiance enveloped his claws. With a sudden leap, akin to a striking arrow, he aimed directly at the largest eye of the Crimson Demon Tree, intent on tearing it apart. Herein lay the flaw of plant-type soul beasts. Unable to evade Yao Xuan's assault, the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree could only brace for impact. It attempted to close off all magical eyes in Yao Xuan's attack range while frantically swinging its branches in defense. As a Millennium Soul Beast, though immobile, the power of its branch strikes rivaled that of a Grand Soul Master, sufficient to fend off ordinary century-old soul beasts. However, against Yao Xuan, its defenses proved futile. He effortlessly broke through, severing branch after branch, and his silhouette materialized at the largest magical eye of the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree. His claws poised to deliver a devastating strike. Despite being a Millennium Soul Beast, the tree's bark, while relatively weaker than that of animal-type soul beasts, still boasted a defense akin to tempered steel. Any ordinary Grand Soul Master, even at full strength, might struggle to breach its bark. Yet, Yao Xuan was no ordinary Grand Soul Master. Even without employing the ancient dragon's right claw, his strength, bolstered by the ancient dragon's martial soul and formidable form, exceeded 20,000 kilograms with just one hand. Such potent force, combined with the razor-sharp dragon claws and the enhancement of the ancient dragon's sky-rending strike, could penetrate not only the bark of the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, but even a steel plate several centimeters thick. Thus, with a single strike, accompanied by the crisp sound of tearing, the tree's bark was rent asunder like mere paper, revealing the crimson magical eye within. In an instant, Yao Xuan's claws, infused with tremendous might and forceful winds, crashed down upon the magical eye, obliterating it. A jelly-like, crimson substance flowed forth, seeping down the trunk of the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, staining its bark a deep red. Chapter 115. Slaying the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree. Gu Yu's troubles hiss. Hiss. The Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, reeling from such a grievous blow, emitted a pained shriek, its trunk trembling violently. Its branches flailed wildly, unleashing scorching beams of red light from its magical eye, striking the ground in chaotic fury, creating numerous craters. Again, faced with the frenzied assaults of the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly. He lightly tapped the tree trunk with his right foot, stabilizing himself in midair, and aimed his claws at the earlier wound, tearing viciously to the sides. With a crisp tearing sound, the ancient scarlet demon tree, aged 1,000 years, split open, revealing a gaping wound measuring 3 meters in length and approximately 2 meters in width on its 2-meter diameter trunk. Vivid red sap gushed forth from the gash. Furthermore, the nearby demon eyes erupted one by one, releasing a dark red, viscous substance that continuously flowed out, staining the trunk of the ancient scarlet demon tree and the forest floor beneath it a bloody red, exuding a faint scent of blood. Once again severely wounded, the aura of the ancient scarlet demon tree plummeted drastically. Its swaying branches slowed, and the remaining demon eyes lost their luminosity, significantly diminishing its resistance. Sever it. A triumphant smile spread across Yao Xuan's face as he beheld the nearly bisected trunk of the ancient scarlet demon tree. He once again gathered his vital energy, launching a frenzied assault upon the bark flanking the wound. Crack! Crack! Under Yao Xuan's relentless onslaught, the ancient scarlet demon tree was cleaved in two, its upper half toppling forward and crashing heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound that stirred clouds of dust. Ding! You have slain a 1,000-year-old scarlet demon tree, earning 3 golden evolution points. As the ancient scarlet demon tree perished, a notification from the system echoed in Yao Xuan's ears. Simultaneously, a faint purple essence of a 1,000-year soul beast surged forth and entered his body. Only 3 points of golden evolution. How meager. Moreover, even after slaying such energy entities within the Ascension platform, no materials can be obtained. What a pity. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan shook his head in disappointment, glancing regretfully at the lifeless body of the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree on the ground. He then dispelled his martial soul manifestation and the state of the ancestral dragon's dominance, quickly moving to the side to recuperate his strength. As the saying goes, soul beasts are treasures in themselves. Had this been a genuine Millennium soul beast, the materials harvested from its demise could be sold for a handsome price. Thus, despite the Sun-Moon Federation's stringent laws prohibiting the hunting of soul beasts, many soul masters still risked their safety for the allure of wealth. Take the Millennium Crimson Demon Tree, for instance. Had it been a true specimen, its heart alone could fetch over 1,000,000 federal coins, useful in crafting many rare and special potions, with the total worth of its materials exceeding 5,000,000 federal coins. Naturally, this applies to authentic soul beasts. In contrast, the energy-based soul beasts found in the Ascension platform would yield no materials upon defeat. Consequently, Yao Xuan settled down to refine the energy he had just acquired from the Millennium Soul Beast using his ancestral dragon spirit. Yet again, he had effortlessly slain a Millennium Soul Beast. This young man is truly formidable. Is he truly a Grand Soul Master? Even a Soul Venerable would not possess such strength. Observing Yao Xuan's display of prowess on the screen, several staff members began to praise him, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Guyu walked forward with a look of enjoyment. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the thicket beside her, followed by the appearance of a towering figure before her. It was a colossal bear, standing 3 meters tall, its robust body covered in thick, brownish-yellow fur. Its massive paws ended in claws that glinted with a cold light, and its eyes shone like 2 yellow gemstones. Roar! Upon seeing Guyu, the giant bear let out a roar and lunged ferociously towards her. A Millennium Soul Beast. Should we warn her to teleport out? A staff member stepped forward, offering a kind reminder. No need. Let's observe a bit longer, Wu Changkong replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. With his vast experience, he immediately recognized the soul beast, a Millennium Crystal Bear, a very rare soul beast of an aberrant species. It seldom appeared, yet possessed formidable combat prowess. Although it did not rival top-tier soul beasts like the Terror Claw Bear, its strength far exceeded that of ordinary soul beasts. A 1,000-year Crystal Bear's combat ability could compare to that of a 2,000-year ordinary soul beast. Moreover, the Crystal Bear had a unique ability. Once its attack hit an opponent, it would cause the enemy's body to crystallize, and subsequent attacks would shatter them, inflicting devastating damage. Understanding Guyu's capabilities, Wu Changkong realized that while she could easily handle a typical Millennium Soul Beast, her chances against a Millennium Crystal Bear were slim. However, the Crystal Bear lacked ranged attacks, and Guyu, with her elemental control, possessed excellent ranged capabilities. Even if she could not secure a victory, she could certainly protect herself, which led Wu Changkong to decide that Guyu should face the Millennium Crystal Bear. What a bothersome creature. Yet this seems like a splendid opportunity. Among humans, rescuing a damsel in distress appears to be one of the best ways to foster affection. As the Millennium Crystal Bear charged at her, Guyu showed no sign of panic. Instead, she swiftly made a decision. With her strength, defeating the tough-skinned Millennium Crystal Bear would indeed be challenging. But evading this clumsy beast was not a problem. However, Guyu did not intend to merely shake off the Crystal Bear. Rather, she decided to use it as a means to draw closer to Yao Xuan. With a thought, Guyu's soul power surged, and her first and second yellow soul rings shimmered as she activated her soul skill, Elemental Tide, enhancing her aura. A faint azure light flickered beside her, lightening her form, and she then activated her spatial teleportation ability, vanishing in a flash of silver light while the Millennium Crystal Bear crashed into a large tree. Chapter 116. Guyu wouldn't be tempted by my body, would she? Subsequently, Guyu chose not to confront the crystal bear directly. Instead, she harnessed the wind element to boost her speed and began to flee. Meanwhile, she waved her hands, conjuring small tornadoes that scattered leaves throughout the forest, creating a brief shower of foliage that obscured the crystal bear's vision. Excellent reaction. Such composure. Guyu does not seem like a novice in the ascension platform. Observing her response, Long Hengsu nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, Guyu is a talented and diligent child. It is precisely for this reason that I advocated for her to join Class 5 and become my student. It is no exaggeration to say that only I can truly unlock her potential within the entire EC Academy. Wu Changkong nodded in agreement and then glanced at another screen to his right, letting out a soft exclamation. On this screen, 4 red dots represented Yao Xuan, Guyu, Xie, and Tang Wulin. And at that moment, Guyu's dot was heading straight for Yao Xuan's location. Meanwhile, within the ascension platform, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, nodding slightly with a satisfied expression. After refining the energy of the Millennium Soul Beast, his ancestral dragon spirit's cultivation had increased by 10 years, reaching 620 years, bringing him closer to the Millennium Spirit. The transition to a Millennium Spirit represented a qualitative leap compared to a 100-year spirit, and Yao Xuan anticipated the significant boost in his combat power. Now, onward to hunt new Millennium Soul Beasts. As he restored his physical and soul power to peak condition, Yao Xuan prepared to rise and continue his hunt when a stunning figure with flowing black hair darted from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Guyu. Oh, Guyu, what a coincidence. Yao Xuan greeted her with a smile. Yao Xuan, it's you. How wonderful. There's a huge creature chasing me from behind, and I can't handle it alone. Let's take it on together. Guyu's eyes sparkled with surprise as she eagerly spoke. Of course, I would be delighted. What kind of soul beast is pursuing you, Guyu? Yao Xuan inquired curiously. A crystal bear, Millennium class, Guyu succinctly replied. Glistening beads of sweat adorning her fair skin, her clothes dampened, and her cheeks flushed, her voice slightly breathless. A Millennium soul beast. So that's the case. Let's confront it together. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Yao Xuan confidently rose to his feet, swiftly channeling his soul power to enter a state of battle readiness. Ancestral Dragon. Manifest. His entire being surged with soul energy as the ancestral dragon martial spirit reemerged, merging with Yao Xuan's form, transforming his body into that of a dragon, with scales sprouting forth and his hands and feet taking on a draconic appearance. What an enchanting aura. No, I must exercise restraint. As Guyu sensed the rich essence of the ancestral dragon emanating from Yao Xuan, a subtle intoxication graced her expression, her gaze fixated on him, instinctively licking her lips. Guyu, surely she isn't tempted by my form? Yao Xuan pondered silently, feeling the heat of her gaze. It seemed quite possible. The ancestral dragon martial spirit and bloodline held a status superior to that of the dragon god, thus. His ancestral dragon lineage was akin to a century-old Mao Tai to a wine connoisseur. Her current demeanor suggested she was exhibiting considerable restraint. As Yao Xuan mulled over these thoughts, a low growl reverberated from the direction of Guyu's arrival, and soon a towering figure emerged. The Millennium Crystal Bear she had mentioned, charging forth like a bulldozer. In its path, all underbrush fell instantly. Smaller trees met the same fate, encased in a crystalline layer before being pulverized. Yao Xuan, it's coming. Be cautious. Do not let its attack hit you directly, or your body will be crystallized, and subsequent strikes will shatter you, Guyu cautioned as the formidable Millennium Crystal Bear approached. Thank you. As before, I shall lead while you support my attacks, Yao Xuan replied with a slight nod. Determination flickering in his eyes as he regarded the looming crystal bear, once more channeling his soul power. Compared to the Millennium Crimson Magic Tree he had just slain, this crystal bear was undoubtedly far more powerful and required his full attention. On one hand, the innate prowess of the crystal bear was naturally superior to that of the Crimson Magic Tree. On the other, this bear had cultivated for 1,500 years, outstripping the previous tree by 300 years. In a real confrontation, the Millennium Crystal Bear could easily dispatch the earlier encountered Crimson Magic Tree. And in terms of combat prowess, it could rival the 100-year-old human-faced magic spider Yao Xuan had previously defeated, even surpassing it in defense and strength. Thus, after confirming the bear's strength with his observation eye, Yao Xuan immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Body, to bolster himself. The second yellow soul ring behind him shimmered, as Yao Xuan's soul power surged, his vitality boiling anew. enhancing his physical capabilities comprehensively. The abundant power of the ancestral dragon enveloped him, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Yao Xuan's essence. He has become even more alluring. The anticipation was unbearable. How I longed to indulge. No, I must resist. Guyu felt the increasingly tempting energy radiating from Yao Xuan, a profound intoxication flashing in her eyes. Yet she quickly quelled it, focusing solemnly on the distant crystal bear. At that moment, the millennium crystal bear halted, observing Yao Xuan and Guyu from afar. A flicker of hesitation evident in its gaze as it deliberated whether to continue its assault. Ultimately, it made its choice, letting out a roar. Its body glowing faintly with a yellow light as it charged towards Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, I shall enhance you, Guyu exclaimed, witnessing the bear's advance. Activating her first and second soul rings, streams of wind energy began to empower Yao Xuan, rendering his form more ethereal and accelerating his speed significantly. Simultaneously, while bolstering Yao Xuan, Guyu manipulated the earth and water elements, transforming the ground beneath the crystal bear into a quagmire, severely hindering its movement. At that moment, Yao Xuan also reignited his vitality. Right claw, ancestral dragon transformation. The energy within him surged as the first cycle of vitality activation commenced, imbuing his exterior with a soft, multi-hued glow. The vibrant power of the nine-colored dragon flowed through his circulatory system, cascading towards his right arm. As the ancestral dragon's energy surged in, Yao Xuan's right arm experienced a profound enhancement, radiating brilliant colors and exuding an overwhelming aura, visibly morphing into a fierce and sharp ancestral dragon claw. According to the feedback from his observation eye, the combat strength of this millennium crystal bear surpassed that of the previous human-faced magic spider. Thus, without hesitation, Yao Xuan unleashed his full power, entering his most formidable state. Meanwhile, the crystal bear, confronted with the quagmire created by Guyu, displayed a hint of derision. A deep yellow light appearing beneath its feet. With the flickering of this yellow light, the muddy ground beneath the bear instantly transformed into a solid crystalline surface, allowing the bear to surge forward with unbridled fury towards Yao Xuan. Come at me. Yao Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he witnessed the furious charge of the crystal bear, fervently channeling his soul power, the ancestral dragon's spirit whispering before him. As the first yellow soul ring behind him flickered, ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike. With the activation of the soul ring, the ancestral dragon's power and soul energy coalesced, a subtle nine-colored hue gathering upon Yao Xuan's claws. Then, with a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the millennium crystal bear. Boom! With a resounding thud, Yao Xuan's claws collided abruptly with those of the millennium crystal bear, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent leaves swirling down like a tempestuous rain. In that fleeting moment of impact, Yao Xuan felt an eerie chill emanating from the bear's claws, as if they sought to freeze his very essence, a manifestation of the crystallization ability inherent to the ancient beast. Yet, concurrently, the primordial dragon power within him surged forth, fiercely countering the chilling force, swiftly obliterating it. Coupled with the formidable elemental resistance of the ancestral dragon's might, Yao Xuan remained unscathed, his body untouched by the debilitating effects of crystallization. In stark contrast, the millennium crystal bear was sent flying by Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon strike, crashing into several mighty trees before landing heavily on the ground. As a formidable soul beast, the crystal bear possessed a strength of no less than 5,000 kilograms. When combined with its momentum and mass, the impact exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Such force would compel even a soul master of the soul master realm to exercise utmost caution, as a misstep could lead to severe injury or even demise. Regrettably for the crystal bear, it faced Yao Xuan, a prodigy of extraordinary prowess. Even relying solely on his physical might, Yao Xuan had already reached a staggering 5,000 kilograms. With the ancestral dragon's manifestation, the ancestral dragon's overwhelming strength, and the enhancement of his right claw's dragon transformation, his true power soared to an astonishing 30,000 kilograms. Thus, when combined with the ancestral dragon strike, he effortlessly repelled the ancient beast. Upon hitting the ground, the crystal bear emitted a heavy thud, but fortunately, its robust hide absorbed the impact, leaving it with only a slight daze. However, its arm was far less fortunate. Despite being encased in nearly 5 centimeters of crystalline armor as tough as tempered steel, it was easily shredded, revealing the vulnerable flesh beneath. Blood surged forth, staining its paw crimson. He actually repelled a millennium crystal bear. This power is truly unmatched. Indeed, this is no ordinary millennium soul beast, but a millennium crystal bear. As they beheld this spectacle on the screen, the staff of the spirit tower in the hall were once again astounded by Yao Xuan's valor. Yao Xuan is truly formidable. We cannot contest this loss, they exclaimed in unison, awestruck by his might. Nearby, Zhang Yangzi and the recently awakened Wang Jinxia exchanged glances, acknowledging Yao Xuan with a deep respect. Beside them stood Xie, who had just exited the spirit ascension platform, having vanquished 3-century-old soul beasts but exhausted from his encounters with a pack of corrupted wolves. Witnessing Yao Xuan's triumph over the millennium crystal bear ignited a spark of admiration and excitement within Xie as he gazed at his roommate and elder brother. Once more, as Yao Xuan collided with the crystal bear, he felt a tremendous force rebounding against him. However, thanks to the ancestral dragon's might and the protective scales, this impact posed no harm. Instead, it exhilarated him, igniting a fervor within. The ancestral dragon craved battle, and such intense clashes served to awaken the primordial combat skills of his lineage, continually enhancing Yao Xuan's prowess. The thrill of such a fierce confrontation was exhilarating. Harnessing the power of his bloodline, Yao Xuan activated the ancestral dragon's void step, deftly maneuvering through the dense forest to position himself behind the millennium crystal bear. The bear, with its coppery hide and thick crystalline exterior, boasted formidable defenses, but its most vulnerable spots lay in its eyes and at the nape of its neck, where its central nervous system resided. As Yao Xuan charged forward, the crystal bear, having steadied itself, prepared to rise. At that moment, Gu sprang into action. With a flourish of her arms, azure light shimmered behind her as 2 soul rings flickered to life, amplifying her elemental manipulation. This time, she prudently chose not to engage the earth element but rather summoned the power of water, encasing the ground beneath the crystal bear in thick layers of ice. Suddenly confronted with a slick surface of frost, the crystal bear faltered, struggling to maintain its balance. Just as it regained its footing, Yao Xuan materialized behind it. Ancestral Dragon's rending strike. He unleashed a torrent of soul power. The first ring of yellow light behind him flaring once more as immense ancestral dragon energy surged into his claws. Yao Xuan ascended into the air, channeling his soul skill with ferocity as he aimed for the bear's vulnerable nape. Chapter 118, Slaying the Millennium Crystal Bear. The Onslaught of the Spectral Wolves, subscription requested. Under the influence of Gu Yu's soul skill, the crystal bear momentarily hesitated, its reaction delayed by at least 3/4 of a second. In that instant, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's rending strike, imbued with a terrifying force, struck mercilessly at its neck. The defenses at the bear's neck, considerably weaker than those of its paws, crumbled under Yao Xuan's assault. With the first layer of defense shattered, Yao Xuan's claws pressed forward, penetrating through the bear's skin with ease. The external crystalline layer offered no resistance to the might of his ancestral dragon claws, and in the blink of an eye, the bear's outer skin was torn asunder, revealing the blood and flesh within. As Yao Xuan's claws tore through the bear's muscle, they found their mark upon its vertebrae. With a resounding crack, the crystal bear's spinal column shattered beneath Yao Xuan's strike, and in the next moment, the light of life in its eyes dimmed significantly as its massive form collapsed forward with a thunderous crash, shattering the ice Gu Yu had conjured beneath. Having shattered the bear's spine, Yao Xuan swiftly summoned the power of his bloodline, utilizing the ancestral dragon's void step to evade the fallen beast. Even with the formidable vitality of a millennium soul beast, the crystal bear could only endure for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing to the void. At that moment, a powerful earthy glow erupted from its body, enveloping the surrounding area in a wide radius. The dying bear unleashed its final skill, the crystal soul power detonation. The more powerful the crystal bear, the broader the explosion's reach upon its demise. Yet, in the face of Yao Xuan's preparedness, this final act bore no consequence, crystallizing only the earth and trees in the vicinity. I defeated it. It was nearly a flawless kill. This is indeed a millennium soul beast. Our leader is truly formidable. If only he could take us along on the next hunt for soul beasts. As they gazed at the screen displaying the colossal fall of the millennium crystal bear, the expressions of Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxia, and Xie were once again a blend of admiration, envy, and shame. They held an immense respect for Yao Xuan, while Long Hengxiu's satisfaction grew even more pronounced. With such terrifying combat prowess, Yao Xuan's admission to Shrek Academy seems all but assured, and he would undoubtedly bring considerable honor to the institution. Moreover, as the initiator of Class 0, he would naturally reap numerous benefits and gain the attention of the higher-ups. The slaying of the Millennium Crystal Bear has yielded 12 golden evolution points. At this moment, within the Spirit Ascension platform, the system's notification resonated in Yao Xuan's ears. 12 golden evolution points, quite impressive. Listening to the system's prompt, a satisfied smile graced Yao Xuan's face. 12 golden evolution points represented a considerable boon for him. Moreover, a faint purple essence of a Millennium Soul Beast surged forth from the corpse of the Millennium Crystal Bear, splitting into two halves in midair. One portion entered Yao Xuan's body, where he refined it, while the other half flowed into Guyu. "Well done, Yao Xuan," Guyu exclaimed, casting a sweet smile towards the lifeless crystal bear and giving him a thumbs up. "It was thanks to your support and control. Without your ice barrier to delay the bear for a moment, I would not have been able to effortlessly deliver the final blow. Indeed, it was a delightful collaboration. Yao Xuan, shall we continue to work together?" Guyu suggested with a charming smile. "I hope you do not see me as a burden." "Of course not. How could I possibly think that?" Yao Xuan replied, slightly nodding. "However, let us take a moment to rest, refine the essence of the Millennium Soul Beast, and recover our physical and spiritual strength before resuming the hunt." "Sounds good. I, too, am feeling somewhat fatigued. To evade that formidable creature, I expended at least 70% of my stamina," Guyu agreed with a nod. "Then you must rest well. Come, I shall protect you," Yao Xuan offered. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Yao Xuan replied, "Then I shall trouble you." With that, Guyu seated himself, adopting a meditative posture to restore his physical and spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan stood nearby, swiftly regaining his state by virtue of his primary ancestor dragon physique and bloodline, while also refining the essence of the Millennium Soul Beast. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Yao Xuan's physical and spiritual energies had nearly returned to their peak condition. Guyu, beside him, had also stabilized, his breath becoming steady as his spiritual power surged. In addition to restoring his own strength during this time, his ancestor dragon's soul spirit successfully refined the essence of the Millennium Soul Beast. Even though Guyu had siphoned off half of it, this essence had nonetheless elevated the ancestor dragon's soul power by a decade, rendering it quite formidable. Meanwhile, outside the Ascension platform, Tang Wulin encountered a century-old soul beast. Without the awakening of the Golden Dragon Claw, Tang Wulin undoubtedly faced defeat and subsequently departed from the platform. Returning to the Ascension platform, at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thickets surrounding the two. Subsequently, beams of crimson light shot forth from the foliage, and shadowy figures began to emerge from all directions, numbering nearly 100. Upon closer inspection, these dark figures were indeed ferocious wolves, each measuring about 1.5 meters in length, their fur a dark gray, and their blood-red eyes glinting with a savage and bloodthirsty light as they fixated on Yao Xuan and Guyu, drawing closer with measured steps. In front of these wicked wolves stood two even larger wolf kings, each stretching 2.5 meters long, their eyes a deep crimson hue, and their fur even darker. Yiming wolves, and two millennium-old Yiming wolf kings. Utilizing his observant eye, Yao Xuan scrutinized the group of soul beasts beside him, quickly discerning their information, a glimmer of battle lust igniting in his gaze. He then nudged Guyu, alerting him, "Guyu, rise, we are in trouble." Yiming wolves? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Guyu grasped his hand, hoisting herself up and casting her gaze upon the surrounding pack of wolves, inquiring further. Indeed, there were still two millennia-old spectral wolf kings. Such soul beasts are not to be trifled with. It seems we are destined for a fierce battle. We must safeguard ourselves and, if the situation becomes dire, promptly activate the distress signal to escape, Yao Xuan cautioned. "Understood. I will ensure my own safety." "You must be careful as well," Guyu replied. Chapter 119. I will protect you. Subscription requested. Rest assured, except for those two millennia-old wolf kings, the other century-old spectral wolves cannot breach my defenses. In truth, you need not worry excessively. I shall protect you, Yao Xuan reassured with a confident smile, as he fervently summoned his soul power. With the ancestral dragon's spirit manifesting, Yao Xuan entered a formidable state. Although he spoke with ease, the pressure of facing two ancient soul beasts weighed heavily upon him, leaving no room for complacency. Striding forward, he positioned himself protectively in front of Guyu, his soul power surging. The ancestral dragon's martial spirit emerged, enveloped in a faint rainbow glow, spiraling around him and merging into his very being. As the ancestral dragon's spirit enveloped him, iridescent dragon scales began to sprout, shielding his form. his hands and feet transformed into dragon claws, while the spirit of the ancestral dragon appeared before him, emitting a low rumble. With the ancestral dragon's low rumble, a second ring of yellow soul rings flickered behind him, igniting the soul power within Yao Xuan, propelling him into the formidable state of ancestral dragon might, significantly enhancing his vitality, strength, and defensive attributes. With the augmentation of these two states, Yao Xuan's aura surged dramatically, and his eyes fixated coldly on the two millennia-old spectral wolf kings, his claws glinting with a deadly shimmer. Sensing Yao Xuan's presence, Guyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, instinctively drawing closer to him. Meanwhile, the two spectral wolf kings exhibited a moment of hesitation, exchanging glances before slowly retreating, following the lead of the two wolf kings. Dozens of century-old spectral wolves began to withdraw as well. Yet, Yao Xuan remained vigilant, his gaze icy as he observed them. When the pack retreated to a distance of 50 meters, the leading wolf king emitted a sharp howl, and in an instant, all the spectral wolves accelerated, charging toward Yao Xuan. I suspected you cunning beasts would truly retreat. Guyu, bolster my strength and erect earthen walls around us to restrict their attacks. To the front, Yao Xuan sneered, having anticipated the treachery of the spectral wolves. Understood. Guyu's response was succinct, but her actions were swift and effective. She summoned her soul power, causing her first and second soul rings to shimmer simultaneously, gathering gusts of wind around Yao Xuan, enhancing his speed. Simultaneously, she manipulated the earth element, raising 3-meter-high walls on the left, right, and behind them, leaving only a single front-facing entry for the attack. After erecting the earthen walls, Guyu also employed the water element, creating a 5-centimeter-thick layer of ice on both sides of the walls, reinforcing their defense while preventing the spectral wolves from climbing over. For a great soul master, such elemental manipulation is nothing short of exquisite. And what was even more astonishing was that Guyu completed all this in merely 2 seconds, earning the admiration of those observing outside the Spirit Ascension platform. Yao Xuan, the next phase is yours. Having accomplished all this, Guyu had expended much of her soul power, her complexion slightly pale, as she looked at Yao Xuan with hopeful eyes. Rest assured, the remainder is in my hands, Yao Xuan replied, his gaze fixed intensely on the sole entrance of the earthen wall, where 3-century-old spectral wolves were charging fiercely. To your demise. As the 3 spectral wolves lunged toward him and Guyu, a hint of bloodlust flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes. He advanced with determination, his claws targeting the most vulnerable underbelly of the wolves. With a series of ear-piercing rips, Yao Xuan's dragon claws tore through the 3 wolves' bellies, spilling their blood and entrails forth, leading to their swift demise. Despite having dispatched 3 wolves in a single blow, the demise of their comrades did not deter the remaining spectral wolves. Rather, they charged at Yao Xuan with reckless abandon. Come forth, unfazed by the onslaught. Yao Xuan coldly extended his claws and feet, tearing apart any approaching wolves. In less than 10 seconds, nearly 20 spectral wolves lay lifeless at his feet, their crimson blood staining him, further igniting the aggression of the remaining wolves. However, witnessing the slaughter of their kin, the 2 observing millennia-old wolf kings could no longer remain passive and join the fray. Unlike their lesser brethren, these 2 wolf kings exhibited remarkable intelligence. They did not foolishly rush through the entrance left by Guyu, but instead flanked the earthen walls she had constructed. Though the walls were half a meter thick and reinforced by ice, they were as fragile as paper to these ancient soul beasts, who breached them effortlessly, their claws poised to rend Yao Xuan apart. Yao Xuan, be careful. Guyu's eyes widened with urgency as she summoned the remainder of her soul power, conjuring walls of flames from the ground to keep the lesser century-old wolves at bay. Have no fear. They cannot harm me. Yao Xuan's expression grew grave as he faced the 2 millennia-old spectral wolves, subtly channeling his soul and life force against the century-old wolves. Even a horde would pose no threat. They could not penetrate the dragon scales enveloping him unless they targeted vital areas such as his eyes. However, the situation was markedly different with the millennia-old wolves. Despite the minor distinction in their names, the disparity in strength was vast. Should he be struck directly, Yao Xuan would sustain injuries. Thus, as he channeled his soul and life force, his vitality surged anew, and his right claw transformed once more into the ancestral dragon claw, exuding an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, as Yao Xuan unleashed the ancestral dragon's aura, he imposed tremendous pressure upon the 2 millennia-old spectral wolves while activating his first soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter, his claws slashing left and right toward the 2 wolf kings. Chapter 120, Slaying the Spectral Wolf Kings. Returning to the real world, subscription requested. Two bloodied, sharp dragon claws, bearing an unstoppable force, cleaved through the air, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Meeting the claws of the two millennial-old spectral wolf kings head-on. Crack, crack. In regard to the spectral wolf king positioned to the right of Yao Xuan. Beneath the right claw of his ancestral dragon, its 10 sharp claws shattered almost instantaneously. Following this, Yao Xuan's claw viciously struck its lower abdomen. With a body as tough as copper and iron yet as fragile as tofu, the abdomen and waist are the Achilles heel of wolf-type soul beasts. Under Yao Xuan's attack, the skin and muscle of the millennial spectral wolf king were torn apart like thin paper. Subsequently, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon split sky strike delved deeper, unleashing terrifying might that reduced its internal organs to a pulpy mass. With such a grievous injury, the millennial spectral wolf king perished in an instant. As for the millennial spectral wolf king on Yao Xuan's left, its fortune was comparatively better than that of its right counterpart, as Yao Xuan's left claw had not yet completed the transformation into the ancestral dragon form. Thus, both its power and sharpness were significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even so, the full force of Yao Xuan's strike rendered this wolf king in dire straits, sending its body flying, its 10 claws marred with fine cracks that threatened to splinter at any moment. In one fell swoop, one millennial spectral wolf king lay dead, while the other was gravely wounded. Observing this spectacle, Long Hengxiu, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinshu could only express their admiration. However, as Yao Xuan engaged in battle with the two millennial spectral wolf kings, several century-old spectral wolves surged through the breach created by the two kings, pouncing towards Yao Xuan with their claws bared, eager to attack. Yao Xuan, be careful. The expression on Gu Yu's face turned anxious and worried. Yet, her soul power was nearly depleted, and she could only barely summon the wind element, attempting to whip up a whirlwind to disperse the approaching pack of wolves. Had Gu Yu been at her peak, her whirlwind would have indeed been sufficient to scatter the century-old spectral wolves. However, she was already at the end of her strength, and 3 spectral wolves' claws were viciously poised to strike Yao Xuan. To everyone's astonishment, the sharply pointed claws that struck Yao Xuan's body failed to breach his defenses, leaving merely white marks upon the surface of his dragon scales. After enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 10 and unlocking the first threshold of bloodline power, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul had been further fortified. Upon activating the ancestral dragon manifestation, the defensive capacity of his dragon scales approached that of 1,000-fold tempered metal. When he unleashed his second soul skill, ancestral dragon body, his defense tripled from its original state, surpassing even the hardness of certain 3rd and 4th grade tempered metals. Thus, the attacks from these century-old spectral wolves were insufficient to penetrate Yao Xuan's defenses. Only the 2 millennial spectral wolf kings possessed the potential to inflict harm upon him. However, even that was merely a possibility. Under Yao Xuan's formidable prowess, one was dead and the other gravely injured. Unbelievable, he actually blocked it. Yao Xuan's defense is simply outrageous. The spectators outside the Ascending Spirit platform sighed in relief, marveling at Yao Xuan's incredible defensive capabilities. As for Gu Yu, witnessing Yao Xuan emerge unscathed also made her exhale with relief. Gu Yu, don't worry, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. Yao Xuan shouted towards Gu Yu before directing his gaze to the spectral wolf pack beside him. To be able to strike my body, you must be quite proud. So, as a return gift, perish. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Yao Xuan swung his claws, carving a blood-red arc before him as he violently attacked the nearest century-old spectral wolves. With a swift motion, the sharp ancestral dragon claws dispatched the century-old spectral wolves with ease, eviscerating them and shattering their internal organs, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground and twitching briefly before succumbing. Just then, the distant millennial spectral wolf king emitted a mournful howl, prompting the century-old spectral wolf pack to turn tail and flee into the forest, scattering in all directions. In contrast, the last millennial spectral wolf king did not retreat. Instead, it limped towards Yao Xuan, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him, imbued with a hint of pleading. Sacrificing itself for the sake of its kin? Very well. I shall grant you this wish. Understanding the meaning in the millennial spectral wolf king's gaze, Yao Xuan nodded slightly. The fleeing century-old spectral wolves held little interest for Yao Xuan. Even if he pursued, he could only take down a handful, yielding meager rewards in terms of soul cultivation and golden evolution points. Seeing Yao Xuan's nod, the millennial spectral wolf king lay down before him. Yao Xuan activated the ancestral dragon split sky strike, delivering a powerful blow to its forehead. The force of the impact transmitted through its skull, instantly reducing the Wolf King's brain to a pulp, its blood-red eyes dimming in an instant. With the battle concluded, the system's notification resonated in Yao Xuan's ears. Millennial Spectral Wolf King X2, Century-Old Spectral Wolf X19, Golden Evolution Points X10, Ordinary Evolution Points X7400. As the remnants of battle settled, a surge of soul power emanated from the fallen soul beasts, most of which flowed into Yao Xuan's body, with a small portion entering Guyu's. Guyu, the enemies have been dealt with, and everything is fine now. However, we are drenched in blood, and if we remain here, we will attract numerous other soul beasts. Let us return to the real world. Dismissing the ancestral dragon state, Yao Xuan approached Guyu, speaking softly. Yes, my soul power is also depleted. It is time to go. Today, your performance was truly valiant. Thank you, Yao Xuan. With that, Guyu reached out, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around Yao Xuan's neck. Guyu, your support was remarkable today. You did excellently. Inhaling the faint, refreshing fragrance from Guyu, Yao Xuan couldn't help but gently embrace her slender waist, offering praise. Shall we return together, then? Feeling Yao Xuan's warmth and the uniquely alluring aura surrounding him, Guyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly inquired. Of course, we should leave. Attracting a horde of soul beasts would not bode well. With that, Yao Xuan and Guyu pressed the button on their wristbands to return to the real world. Chapter 121. Departing the Ascending Spirit Tower. Summary. Seeking subscription. Wow, that Guyu is really trying to entice the boss. Outside the Ascending Spirit platform, Xie couldn't help but tease as he observed the scene on the screen. What a thing to say. How can you call that enticing? I see that Guyu has always been close to Xiange. Didn't he mention that he fell in love with her at first sight? We should be happy for Xiange. Pushing against Xie's shoulder with some annoyance, Tang Wulin reminded him. Of course, I have my grievances. That violent Guyu. Why should she be with the boss? Hmph. I refuse to accept it. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Xie couldn't help but pout, expressing his dissatisfaction. Teacher Wu. It seems that today's youth mature at an astonishingly rapid pace. As he gazed at the screen displaying the affectionate embrace of Guyu and Yao Xuan, a flicker of envy emerged in Long Huxu's eyes. He turned to Wu Zhongkong, his thoughts devoid of any intention to disrupt their romance. After all, this was not the earth, where the notion of early love prevailed. Sighing, Wu Zhongkong's eyes reflected a tinge of nostalgia and longing as he observed the sweet scene between Yao Xuan and Guyu. It felt as though he was transported back to his youthful days, reminiscent of his beloved, now lost to time, while he remained, merely surviving. Meanwhile, within the Ascension platform, both Yao Xuan and Guyu pressed their signal devices simultaneously. Their forms transformed into delicate silver beams, vanishing from the platform. Yao Xuan experienced a moment of darkness, his consciousness momentarily dizzy. When the brief disorientation faded and he opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the bright environment of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Please wait a moment. Once the apparatus detaches from your body, you may exit normally, a staff member's voice resonated in Yao Xuan's ears. Soon, the devices adhered to him swiftly fell away, and the metal cabinet's door gradually opened. Quickly rising, Yao Xuan climbed out of the cabinet, and on the other side, Guyu emerged as well. They exchanged glances and shared a smile. Brother Xian, you are incredible, Guyu exclaimed. Boss, I truly admire you. You defeated a millennium soul beast in an instant. Next time, take me with you. Yao Xuan, we were once somewhat skeptical of your prowess, but now we are utterly convinced. Tang Wulin, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie approached, all expressing their admiration, envy, and respect. Indeed, for me, a millennium soul beast is not a significant challenge. However, I believe everyone must have gained something from this experience. As long as we dedicate ourselves to our cultivation, we will surely grow stronger together. Upon hearing the words of several individuals, Yao Xuan responded with a faint smile. Indeed, Brother Xian, the leader, we shall strive diligently. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin and the other three felt a surge of encouragement, their desire for strength intensifying as they responded with vigor. Indeed, I also possess some residual spiritual energy from millennium soul beasts. Allow me to refine it, Yao Xuan remarked, attuning to his physical state. He then assumed a meditative posture, commencing the process of refining the soul beast energy that remained unrefined within the Ascension platform. These were the soul possessions that soul masters could extract from the Spirit Transmission Tower. Such potential, truly remarkable. At that moment, a staff member in a leadership position approached, addressing Wu Changkong and Long Heng Su with an inquiry. Might you have considered enrolling the two children in the Spirit Transmission Tower? Joining the Spirit Transmission Tower? That can wait. They are still but children. It would be prudent to allow them to graduate from the advanced academy before selecting a specific faction, came the measured response. Upon hearing the words of the staff member, a flicker of displeasure crossed Hmp's eyes as he replied, expressing his reluctance to allow the talented Yao Xuan and Guyu to be lured away by the spirit transmission tower. Is that so? How unfortunate. However, our supervisor wishes to speak with the two young ones privately, if you please, the staff member continued, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. No, came the cold reply from Wu Changkong, who fixed the staff member with a frosty glare, subtly exuding an imposing aura as he firmly rejected the request. Yao Xuan and Guyu were exceptional talents he had identified for joining the Tang sect. How could he let them be recruited by the spirit transmission tower? Very well. Gentlemen, once the two children have finished refining the spirit beast power, I shall escort you out of here, the staff member responded, feeling as though an icy blade had pierced his very being under Wu Changkong's intense gaze. A chill crept up his spine, and perspiration began to beat upon his brow as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Indeed, that is only natural, Wu Changkong replied, his tone returning to normal, while the staff member breathed a sigh of relief, standing by in silence, too apprehensive to utter a word. An hour and a half later, in the zero-class classroom of Donghai Academy, after lunch, Wu Changkong summoned the 6 students. Let us discuss your impressions of today's ascent to the spirit platform. Zhang Yangzi, you were the first to be eliminated. You may begin, Wu Changkong commanded, directing his attention toward Zhang Yangzi. Yes, Teacher Wu, Zhang Yangzi replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he rose to his feet and, with a hint of shame, confessed, my performance on the spirit platform yesterday was utterly abysmal. I apologize, Teacher Wu, for having squandered your guidance and the school's training. I was in the wrong. There is no need to confess your mistakes to me. Your life is your own, and thus, you must reflect upon it earnestly. Had yesterday's events occurred in the spirit beast forest instead of on the platform, you would have become a meal for the spirit beasts, Wu Changkong interjected, waving his hand. Moreover, what I wish to hear from you is not merely an acknowledgement of error. Share your specific feelings, be they about the spirit platform or your own self. Understood. I found the world of the spirit platform to be strikingly real, devoid of any semblance of illusion. Consequently, I became overly excited and, coupled with my arrogance, failed to adequately observe my surroundings, leading to my defeat. Should I enter the spirit platform again, I shall exercise greater caution, remain inconspicuous, and avoid being too ostentatious. Striving to survive for a longer duration, Zhang Yangzi concluded, filled with remorse, before taking his seat once more. Good. Learn from this. And you? Wu Changkong turned his attention to Wang Jinxia, offering a gentle prompt. Teacher Wu, my recollections of the spirit platform are quite vague, save for the horrifying visage of the faceless demon spider and the chilling agony of my soul being frozen and torn apart. Even now, reflecting upon it fills me with dread, leaving me unsure of how to proceed. Wang Jinxia's voice quivered as he spoke. Your situation is rather unique. The faceless demon spider possesses formidable strength, and perishing at its hands is no shame. What you must do now is to rest well and calm your spirit. In about a week, everything will improve. However, simultaneously, you must learn from this experience. First, the spirit platform is fraught with peril. One must never lower their guard. Second, when faced with danger, do not hesitate. Immediately activate the distress signal. Dying within the spirit transmission tower also poses its own threats. In an unusual turn of events, Wu Changkong refrained from reprimanding Wang Jinxia, instead offering words of comfort. Chapter 122. Learning about spirit beasts, subscription requested. Is Teacher Wu actually comforting someone? How rare indeed. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the other 5 students, including Yao Xuan, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly be more attentive in the future, Wang Jinxia responded, a hint of gratitude gracing his features. Well, make sure to rest well tonight and drink plenty of warm water. Xie, it is your turn now, Wu Changkong said, turning to Xie. I hold a deep fondness for the Ascension platform. I feel that this jungle environment is exceptionally suited for our agile attack-type soul masters. Unlike the urban setting, in the jungle, I can better conceal myself, evade enemy attacks, and deliver a lethal strike. Moreover, through combat, I have truly grasped the importance of physical stamina. As you once mentioned, had it not been for these 3 months of physical training, I would likely have only been able to endure half the time on the Ascension platform. I will continue to enhance my stamina training, Xie responded sincerely. Your insights are profound, and I can certainly see the changes in you over these past 3 months, Wu Changkong remarked with a hint of approval, nodding slightly before turning to Tang Wulin. Wulin, what about you? I would like to hear your thoughts. My greatest impression of the Ascension platform is its comfort. Upon entering, I felt my blue-silver grass martial soul rejoicing, engaging in a dialogue with the surrounding environment. This sensation is simply magnificent, and in such an atmosphere. I believe my cultivation speed has at least doubled, Tang Wulin replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, your martial soul is blue-silver grass. And cultivating in such a plant-rich environment is indeed beneficial, Wu Changkong nodded. However, the school has invested a substantial amount to grant you access to the Spirit Tower. Not solely for your cultivation. Elevating your soul spirit's prowess within the tower and honing your combat abilities amidst life and death scenarios is your most crucial task. I understand, Teacher Wu, but even against a 10-year soul beast, I feel somewhat powerless, let alone a 100-year soul beast. After all, my rank is merely that of a soul master. With only one soul skill, and my martial soul lacks lethality, I believe entering the Ascension platform at this stage would be a waste. Teacher Wu, may I request to postpone my entry until I advance to a great soul master? Tang Wulin asked earnestly, a trace of embarrassment on his face. What are you saying, child? How can you forsake the opportunity the school has provided you? Remember, the 6 of you in Class 0 are a team. You must advance and retreat together, without shirking your responsibilities. Wu Changkong admonished, a trace of displeasure crossing his face. Teacher Wu, I do not wish to be a coward. I simply do not want to hold my companions back, nor do I want to be expelled from Class 0 for wasting the school's resources, Tang Wulin explained, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I see now, I misunderstood you earlier. However, if you wish to avoid hindering your companions, you should not evade the challenge but confront it bravely. A philosopher once said that the best way to dispel fear is to face it. As for the school, rest assured. Your instructor in forging is the 8-star Master Mu Chun. As long as you do not succumb to despair or complacency, the school will not expel you from Class 0. Wu Changkong reassured him. Thank you, Teacher Wu. I will certainly not give in to despair. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Tang Wulin's face revealed a hint of gratitude as he bowed and replied, Indeed, there is one more thing. When confronting soul beasts, you ought to leverage your strengths, such as your formidable strength. In our battle, you utilized the forging hammer. How could you forget to do so against soul beasts? Wu Changkong reminded him. Using the forging hammer? Are you suggesting that we can employ spatial soul guides within the Ascension platform? A glimmer of curiosity danced across Tang Wulin's features. Certainly. You may give it a try next time, and you will see. Wu Changkong nodded affirmatively. I understand, Teacher Wu. I will certainly strive to do my best next time. Tang Wulin replied, his eyes alight with determination. And what about you, Guyu? Additionally, I would like to inquire how you located Yao Xuan. Wu Changkong turned to Guyu and asked, I find the Ascension platform to be an incredibly authentic realm, where the environment, soul beasts, and battles evoke no sense of virtuality. I truly relish this experience. As for how I discovered Yao Xuan, I possess a few subtle techniques for controlling elements that I can bestow upon my companions, allowing me to sense their locations, Guyu responded. Techniques for controlling elements. You say? That is commendable. Rather than dispersing in battle, if you unite and fight together within the Ascension platform, it will significantly enhance the cohesion of your team. Wu Changkong praised, finally turning his gaze toward Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu, I find the sensation of hunting within the Ascension platform to be remarkably genuine and exhilarating. Compared to the combat with you, this experience instills in me a true sense of urgency and a fervent thrill. However, I do have a question. I have slain 4,000-year soul beasts, and logically, my soul spirit should have gained 400 years of cultivation. Yet, in reality, it has only increased by 50 years, Yao Xuan articulated. Is that so? This may be related to your martial soul. However, this is not necessarily a negative aspect. It indicates that your martial soul and soul spirit are incredibly potent. Furthermore, your insight is astute. Practice will always remain practice. But only through life and death struggles and the shedding of blood can the foundation of true strength be forged, Wu Changkong replied. Thus, this chapter of our experience in the Ascension platform comes to a close. In the upcoming theoretical classes, it is imperative that you deepen your understanding and knowledge of soul beasts. This will be your task for the foreseeable future, Wu Changkong stated with gravity, indicating for Yao Xuan to take a seat. Understanding soul beasts? Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, a glimmer of perplexity appeared in the eyes of Tang Wulin, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie. I can surmise that some of you may find it bewildering. Given the rarity of soul beasts, is such learning truly beneficial? My response is unequivocal. It is indeed advantageous. Acquiring knowledge about soul beasts will significantly aid your future cultivation, as research indicates that 90% of the soul skills possessed by human soul masters were once held by these creatures. Consequently, understanding soul beasts equates to gaining insights into your future competitors, allowing you to endure longer within the Spirit Ascension platform, thereby creating more opportunities to enhance your soul spirits and augment your combat prowess. Wu Changkong succinctly addressed the students' queries before eloquently elaborating on the subject. Time flew by, and another week passed swiftly, bringing Sunday once more. Ever since the students entered the Spirit Ascension platform, as Wu Changkong had previously mentioned, he imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, and the students felt they had greatly benefited from it. Moreover, during this week, Yao Xuan successfully broke through to level 22 in soul power, while his mental strength surged to 245 points. And the awakening degree of his ancestral dragon bloodline increased to 18.0, elevating the cultivation of his ancestral dragon soul spirit to 700 years. On that Sunday morning, Yao Xuan, along with Tang Wulin, arose early as usual, departing from the EC Academy to head towards the Blacksmith Association. According to a prior agreement with Mu Chun, on rest days, they would engage in training at the Blacksmith Association. However, for Yao Xuan, today held a particularly special purpose. He would attempt to achieve the rank of 1,000 forging master. A month prior, Yao Xuan had already grasped the threshold of becoming 1,000 forging master. And before heading to the Blacksmith Association, he deliberately invested 10 points of golden evolution points to enhance his forging experience, breaking through his final bottleneck. It can be said that he felt quite confident in his ability to accomplish this goal. Entering the forging chamber, Yao Xuan retrieved a piece of refined gold, the metal he was most accustomed to forging, and placed his palm upon its surface, sensing its internal structure. Meanwhile, he activated the forging furnace to preheat it. After 5 minutes, the furnace reached the optimal temperature for smelting refined gold, and Yao Xuan cautiously introduced the metal into the furnace. Another 10 minutes passed, and the surface of the refined gold transformed to a deep crimson hue. Yao Xuan extracted it from the furnace and promptly retrieved his 1,000 forging hammer from the system's storage space, beginning to patiently hammer away. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer resonated through the forging chamber, and under Yao Xuan's strikes, the volume of the refined gold rapidly diminished, its internal metallic structure subtly shifting to become denser and more orderly, transitioning into 1,000 forging metal. An hour later, success. A faint smile graced Yao Xuan's face as he struck down with fervor. Accompanied by a resonant hum, the surface of the refined gold erupted in a golden radiance, expanding nearly a meter before finally subsiding. It was done. A subtle thrill coursed through Yao Xuan. The aura radiating close to a meter was indeed indicative of 1,000 forging masterpiece. Unlike the second tier of 1,000 forging, the first tier is also known as semi-spiritual forging, reflecting a significant enhancement in quality. More importantly, the metal of the first tier possesses a degree of sentience, suitable for crafting battle armor, and can be further forged to evolve into spiritual forging metal. Furthermore, upon completing his first 1,000 forging masterpiece, although Yao Xuan had yet to pass the blacksmith qualification assessment to officially attain the level of a 4th-tier blacksmith in the eyes of the super god system, he was undeniably a 4th-tier blacksmith. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the 1,000 forging masterpiece, advancing to the rank of 4th-tier blacksmith. Ding! Congratulations on accomplishing the side quest mastering forging, and you have received a reward of 1,000 golden evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the side quest Forging Grandmaster, Part 1. Do you wish to view it? With the emergence of this 1,000 forging masterpiece, the system's somewhat cold notification suddenly echoed in Yao Xuan's ears. 1,000 golden evolution points. Truly splendid. Now, the prospect of breaking through the second threshold of the ancestral dragon bloodline and acquiring the second bloodline ability is even closer. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan felt an immense sense of joy and anticipation, silently reciting, Confirm. Task name. Forging Master, Part 1. Side quest. Task description. Having completed the first tier of 1,000 forges and advanced to a level 4 blacksmith, you have already set foot into the realm of spirit forging. However, to fully master this art, extensive training is required, along with the support of level 27 soul power and a lineage of the ancient dragon with a rating of 20 or above. Therefore, perseverance is essential. Time limit. For year's task rewards. 10,000 golden evolution points, level 4 mecha design experience, Level 4 Mecha Manufacturing Experience. Level 4 Mecha Maintenance Experience Failure Penalty. -3. 000 golden evolution points as Yao Xuan completed the incantation. A task window materialized before his eyes. A 4-year journey to transcend into spirit forging presented yet another challenge. Moreover, the prerequisite of level 27 soul power suggested that it would take him at least a year to reach that level. This task would not be a walk in the park. Gazing at this new mission, a subtle sense of urgency stirred within Yao Xuan. Additionally, the task rewards included level 4 mecha design experience, manufacturing experience, and maintenance experience. Did this imply a need for me to develop comprehensively? Contemplating the task rewards, a new question arose in Yao Xuan's mind. Indeed, mastering knowledge related to mechas would greatly assist the protagonist in the future design, crafting, and operation of battle armors. Subsequently, upon completing the primary forging tasks, the protagonist would gain knowledge of lower-tier mechas each time. As Yao Xuan pondered, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ah, how splendid! It is time to share the delightful news of completing the first tier of 1,000 forges with Mu Chun. I wonder how he will react. Enlightened by the system's revelations, Yao Xuan nodded knowingly, closed the forging furnace, and made his way to Mu Chen's office. 10 minutes later. What? You completed the first tier of 1,000 forges? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Yes, master, this is my creation. With that, Yao Xuan presented the exquisite piece of mithril he had just completed. A masterpiece of 1,000 forges, truly a masterpiece of 1,000 forges. My heavens! Upon taking the piece of mithril and using his mental energy to sense it, Mu Chen's eyes revealed a complex blend of surprise, joy, and envy, his voice trembling slightly. Congratulations, Yao Xuan, you have once again set a new record in the world of blacksmiths. A 4th-level blacksmith under the age of 10. What a genius! What a genius! Struggling to steady his tone, Mu Chun turned to Yao Xuan and praised him. However, for you, the masterpiece of 1,000 forges is merely the beginning. Far from the end. You must continue to strive forward. Forging is like rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. With your current soul power, you are still insufficient to complete spiritual forging. However, starting this week, I will demonstrate the process of spiritual forging for you once a month and explain its techniques. Of course, you need not attempt spiritual forging just yet. Instead, focus on solidifying your mastery of the masterpiece of 1,000 forges, improving its yield, and trying to create it with more metals. Do you understand? With a serious expression in his eyes, Mu Chun continued to advise, as he did not wish for Yao Xuan to regress due to laziness or arrogance. I understand. I will continue to work hard. Thank you, master. Yao Xuan respectfully replied. Very well. Within the Blacksmith Association, I will grant you the authority of a 4th-level blacksmith. However, do not boast about your accomplishment of the masterpiece of 1,000 forges to outsiders. Do you understand? Mu Chun further cautioned. I understand, master, Yao Xuan assured. Excellent, excellent. Having achieved the masterpiece of 1,000 forges, you must be exhausted. Take a good rest, Mu Chun continued. Yes, master, Yao Xuan nodded and subsequently left Mu Chen's office. Chapter 124. The Evolution of the Soul Spirit. Subscription requested. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye. A month has passed since Yao Xuan successfully broke through to become a 4th-level blacksmith. Following this breakthrough, Yao Xuan earned 1,000 golden evolution points through system tasks, which he naturally invested entirely in his ancestral dragon bloodline. Additionally, through training, slaying soul beasts in the Spirit Ascension platform, and practical combat with Wu Chong Kong, Yao Xuan acquired a considerable amount of golden evolution points. He continued to channel all of these points into his ancestral dragon bloodline, rapidly increasing its unlock level to 19. 6. As the ancestral dragon bloodline continued to rise, Yao Xuan's strength further enhanced, reaching 500 kilograms. More importantly, he was merely 0. For progress away from elevating the ancestral dragon bloodline to 20 and unlocking the 2nd tier of blood circulation. This 0 for progress translates to 400 golden evolution points, which is not a large number for Yao Xuan at this stage. Within approximately a month, he could amass the required points to achieve the final breakthrough. Once accomplished, the condensation of the 2nd tier of blood circulation would significantly enhance Yao Xuan's physical attributes and vitality, granting him formidable bloodline abilities. According to the system's prompts, when the ancestral dragon bloodline surpasses 20, Yao Xuan would acquire the active ability Ancestral Dragon Chaos Barrier. along with the passive abilities Left Claw Dragon Transformation and Intermediate Ancestral Dragon Body, undoubtedly elevating his combat prowess to new heights. Thus, Yao Xuan eagerly anticipated the further breakthrough of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Aside from the bloodline's evolution, Yao Xuan had made strides in his soul power. Although he had not yet reached level 23, he was progressing steadily. In terms of mental power, thanks to the profound creation forging soul art, Yao Xuan's enhancement rate far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters. Within a mere month, his mental power had surged by 6 points, a remarkable acceleration. Moreover, since that day when they mutually expressed their feelings in the Spirit Ascension platform, Guyu no longer deliberately maintained distance from Yao Xuan, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. Be it dining, returning to the dormitory, or shopping at the school store, Yao Xuan and Guyu were inseparable companions. Of course, as of now, their relationship had yet to evolve into more intimate actions. It remained at the level of hand-holding and hugging. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan felt quite content. On this day, the 6 students entered the Spirit Ascension platform for the 6th time. Compared to their awkward first entry, they had become much more familiar with the platform. Even without considering the formidable combat prowess of Yao Xuan and Guyu, the other students could generally survive for over an hour in the arena. Furthermore, with each practical experience, their application of soul skills, combat techniques, and understanding of soul beasts had improved significantly. Even without factoring in the enhancement of their soul spirits and soul power, their combat capabilities had averaged an increase of roughly 15%. For Tang Wuling, the journey through the Spirit Ascension platform had been particularly significant. In several ventures, leveraging his forging hammer and immense strength, he successfully upgraded his soul spirit, Golden Light, to a century-old spirit, completing its metamorphosis to assist in combat. He even bestowed a new name upon the newly born Golden Light, Golden Language. Additionally, with the breakthrough of his soul spirit, Tang Wuling's blue-silver grass martial spirit also evolved, becoming more resilient and robust. In contrast to Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan had slain numerous soul beasts, both in quantity and cultivation level, many times greater than his counterpart. However, due to the unique nature of the ancestral dragon soul spirit, its cultivation level had only reached 970 years, and it had yet to evolve into a 1,000-year soul spirit. This time, Yao Xuan entered the Spirit Ascension platform with the goal of evolving his ancestral dragon soul spirit into a 1,000-year soul spirit and upgrading his soul skills to their 1,000-year variants. After a thorough search, Yao Xuan successfully defeated 4 ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts. As the final wisps of purplish energy from the 1,000-year soul beast were absorbed and refined by the ancestral dragon soul spirit, Yao Xuan felt a wave of joyous emotion emanating from it. Is it finally time for evolution? How exciting! With a thought, Yao Xuan pressed the signal device on his wrist, exiting the Spirit Ascension platform. Yao Xuan, why did you come out so quickly? Dragon Hngshu inquired with curiosity upon seeing Yao Xuan. My soul spirit is about to evolve, Yao Xuan succinctly responded. My heavens, soul spirit evolution? Gazing at Yao Xuan, a hint of astonishment flickered in Long Hngshu's eyes, mirrored by the expressions of the staff members at the Ascension platform. According to the established rules of the platform, while it is indeed possible for a spirit to evolve after acquiring the energy of soul beasts, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The law dictates that to transform a 100-year spirit into a 1,000-year spirit, one must hunt at least 9,000-year soul beasts, a feat that poses significant challenges for an average soul master. However, recalling how easily Yao Xuan had torn apart 4,000-year soul beasts, it became clear to everyone that his spirit's evolution was no mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of an immense accumulation of 1,000-year soul beast energy. As the onlookers reacted, Yao Xuan's skin shimmered with a faint 9-colored radiance, his aura rapidly intensifying, while his spirit soared in euphoria, akin to bathing in a warm spring. Enveloped in comfort and delight, within Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, his ancestral dragon spirit was undergoing a wondrous transformation, its form expanding, emanating a powerful 9-colored glow. As scales formed and its claws grew increasingly formidable and fierce. An hour and a half passed. The evolution of the spirit reached its climax, accompanied by a deep dragon's roar as the ancestral dragon spirit erupted forth, circling around Yao Xuan. Concurrently, 2 violet soul rings ascended behind him. A 1,000-year spirit. A 1,000-year soul ring. Thus, the elevation of the spirit was complete. Congratulations, Yao Xuan, a 1,000-year soul ring. How enviable. Xian Ge, impressive. Congratulations, Yao Xuan. Upon seeing Yao Xuan open his eyes, Wang Jinxia, Tang Wuling, and Long Hngshu, who had just exited the Ascension platform, approached to extend their congratulations. Even Wu Changkong cast a glance of approval. Thank you all for your blessings. I feel absolutely fantastic. With a thought, Yao Xuan recalled the ancestral dragon spirit into his body and immersed his consciousness into the system, activating the observing eye's capabilities to discern the specific powers of his newly acquired thousand-year soul techniques. Chapter 125, The Formidable Thousand-Year Soul Techniques. Battling Wu Changkong's illusion. Subscription requested. First soul technique. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike. 1000-Year. Effect. Channeling soul power and ancestral dragon energy enhances your claws, significantly augmenting the power of your next claw strike, delivering immense damage to your adversary. As a 1000-year soul technique, the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike possesses a special effect, absolute penetration. By consuming soul power, it can disregard the physical and soul technique defenses of the enemy. The stronger the enemy's defenses, the greater the soul power required to activate this effect. Additionally, you may utilize the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike for ranged attacks, projecting energy-based claws at your foes, albeit with diminished power compared to direct attacks, and without the benefit of absolute penetration. Second soul technique. Ancestral Dragon Dominance. 1000-year. Effect. By igniting soul power, you enter a state of ancestral dragon dominance, during which your vitality and soul power experience a substantial increase. Additionally, while in this state, your attack power, defense, and vitality are enhanced by 3.5 times, and your agility and soul power rise by 2.5 times, granting significant reductions against mental attacks, elemental assaults, and abnormal states. Furthermore, compared to 100-year techniques, the ancestral dragon dominance has improved soul power combustion efficiency, thereby augmenting your combat prowess without any increase in consumption, even decreasing it by 5. As Yao Xuan concentrated, an information panel manifested within his sea of consciousness, revealing the effects of his evolved soul techniques. Observing the panel, excitement gleamed in Yao Xuan's eyes. He felt an exhilarating rush. Compared to his previous 100-year techniques, the two newly acquired 1000-year techniques represented a qualitative leap, empowering him to ascend to a new tier of strength. Before obtaining these techniques, without activating the ancestral dragon's right claw, Yao Xuan's combat capability was slightly superior to that of a typical beginner soul master. However, upon activating it, his power rivaled that of an average intermediate soul master. Now, having elevated both his spirit and soul ring to the 1000-year level, even without employing the ancestral dragon's right claw, Yao Xuan's strength surpassed that of an ordinary intermediate soul master, and should he activate the claw, his prowess could reach the standard of an ordinary advanced soul master, albeit only within that realm. In contrast to the soul master realm, the transition to the soul king level signifies a fundamental transformation, with power potentially doubling. Even if Yao Xuan successfully enhanced his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 20 and unlocked new abilities, he might still struggle to match the strength of a typical beginner soul king. Moreover, this merely pertains to an ordinary beginner soul king. Against powerful soul kings or those equipped with battle armor, even if Yao Xuan unlocked the second tier of vitality circulation, defeat would remain elusive. Yao Xuan surmised that only upon breaking through to the soul sovereign level could he genuinely contend with stronger foes lacking battle armor. While those possessing battle armor would possess strength akin to that of soul emperors, far surpassing the capability of a soul king. Nonetheless, the enhancement in Yao Xuan's strength was unmistakable compared to before. Moreover, with the advancement of the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike, he gained an essential capability for ranged attacks. Previously, as a close combat soul master, he was vulnerable to being kited by enemies, left helpless. However, from this moment forth, even when confronted by aerial soul masters or airborne mechas, Yao Xuan possessed effective countermeasures. As night fell and Yao Xuan returned from the ascension platform, having shared a meal with Guyu, he attended the afternoon class taught by Wu Changkong, which continued to delve into the knowledge of soul beasts. As evening approached, the students returned to their dormitories, enjoying their free time. Having completed his cultivation of the transformative soul technique, Yao Xuan focused his mind and descended into the system's simulated combat space. With his soul techniques elevated to the 1000-year level, he sought to test their power through practical combat and master their execution. With intent, an illusion of Wu Changkong, at the mid-level of soul master, materialized, clad in flowing white robes, exuding an aura of coldness. Begin. At Yao Xuan's command, blue light coalesced before the illusion of Wu Changkong, and the frostblade manifested, transforming into a shimmering ice-blue apparition, engaging Yao Xuan in battle. Concurrently, as the conflict commenced, Yao Xuan summoned his soul power, activating the ancestral dragon's embodiment, ancestral dragon dominance, and the ancestral dragon's right claw, then surged forward, launching himself at the illusion of Wuchang Kong. Clashes echoed as the battle unfolded. In the next moment, two figures intertwined in midair. The icy blue sword energy clashing with the vibrant claw marks. The tumultuous energies and swirling winds raged fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, Yao Xuan had engaged in dozens of exchanges with the phantom of Wuchang Kong. Although the simulated phantom of Wuchang Kong created by the system possessed a combat strength 10 to 20% lower than the real Wuchang Kong, it was nonetheless a mid-tier soul sovereign illusion, its power comparable to that of the real Wuchang Kong using initial tier soul power, before acquiring the millennial soul skill. Wuchang Kong, wielding initial tier soul power, was significantly stronger than Yao Xuan, exerting immense pressure upon him. However, after obtaining the millennial soul skill, Yao Xuan was now able to contend evenly with the mid-tier soul sovereign phantom of Wuchang Kong. Moreover, as time elapsed, the formidable regenerative abilities of the ancestral dragon martial soul and bloodline began to manifest their effects. The phantom of Wuchang Kong had expended nearly 80% of its soul power, resulting in a substantial reduction in the potency of its sword energy, while Yao Xuan still retained 60% of his soul power. This state of affairs was further exacerbated by the absolute penetrative effect of the ancestral dragon's sky-rending strike, which effortlessly pierced through the sword barrier established by the phantom, compelling it to utilize its martial soul's true form to directly counter the attack. While this process consumed a portion of Yao Xuan's soul power, it was evident that the phantom of Wuchang Kong suffered greater losses to its soul power in order to defend against Yao Xuan's onslaught. As a result, the balance shifted, and Yao Xuan swiftly overwhelmed the phantom, ultimately shattering it. Remarkable indeed. The power of the millennial soul skill is truly formidable. Concluding the battle and reveling in the might of both millennial soul skills, a spark of excitement flickered across Yao Xuan's visage. Had his soul skill still been merely a century old, it would have been exceedingly difficult to vanquish the mid-tier soul sovereign phantom of Wuchang Kong. Thus he thought. Let us continue. With a mere thought, a brand new phantom of Wuchang Kong materialized, and within the simulated battle space, Yao Xuan's condition was restored to its prime. A new battle commenced, aimed at honing Yao Xuan's combat skills and mastery over soul techniques. It was not until his mental energy was depleted by 80% that Yao Xuan concluded the simulated battle, reluctantly departing from the training space and returning to the realm of reality. Chapter 126. Guyu, let us venture to the food street together. As days of training and study passed swiftly, the next weekend arrived in no time. Having completed his forging training at 4:30 in the afternoon, Yao Xuan accompanied Tang Wulin back to the EC Academy. Unaffected by the departure of Nar, Tang Wulin's ascension to a third-tier forger was delayed significantly. Nevertheless, with his inherited talent for blacksmithing, he had begun to grasp the essence of 1,000 forges. It was estimated that in about a month's time, he would successfully break through to third-tier forger status. A 9.5-year-old third-tier forger would undoubtedly create a sensation within the Sun-Moon Federation. However, Yao Xuan's presence overshadowed Tang Wulin's brilliance, even though he remained the object of much affection and concern from Mu Qin. As for Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline seal, under Yao Xuan's guidance, he had no intention of prematurely breaking the first seal, opting instead to wait until he turned 10, the final threshold, before attempting to break through the bloodline seal. Yao Xuan was naturally pleased with this decision. An early breakthrough in the seal would not bode well for Yao Xuan, for having traversed to the Douluo Continent, he was the story's protagonist. It was best for Tang Wulin to play the role of a supporting character and younger brother. Of course, in contrast to his attitude towards Tang San, Yao Xuan perceived that although Tang Wulin was Tang San's son, Tang San held no paternal affection for him, merely viewing him as a vessel to seal the Golden Dragon King bloodline, thus enabling his continued dominance over the Douluo Continent. Consequently, Yao Xuan harbored a degree of sympathy for Tang Wulin's plight, devoid of any animosity. Nevertheless, while sympathy was present, in order to thwart Tang San and the Divine Realm's ongoing schemes to enslave the Douluo Continent, Yao Xuan would have to strip Tang Wulin of numerous opportunities. Yet, as a baseline, Yao Xuan had no intention of harming Tang Wulin. He would ensure that he lived a life of safety and prosperity. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had already entered the gates of the EC Academy and returned to the dormitory of Class 0. Hey boss, Wulin, have you finished your forging? Upon seeing Yao Xuan return with Tang Wulin, Xie approached with a smile. Indeed, today's progress was quite satisfactory. I feel I have begun to grasp the essence of 1,000 forges. Tang Wulin replied with a nod. 1,000 forges? So soon? Aren't you still under 10? Xie's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I have a vague sense of it. However, Xie, you are my good friend, so I am sharing this news with you. You mustn't tell anyone else, understood? Tang Wulin said earnestly. Of course, I promise. Since you have made a breakthrough, how about we head to the food street to celebrate? Xie proposed. Absolutely. I happen to be a bit hungry as well. Brother Xian, let us go together. Upon hearing about the food street, a glimmer of desire flickered in Tang Wulin's eyes as he extended an invitation. Since the incident over a month ago, Wu Changkong had prohibited them from going out at night, but as it was the weekend, this did not fall under his restrictions. All right, wait a moment. I'll ask you if she would like to join us. While replying, Yao Xuan approached Gu Yu's dormitory door and knocked gently. Yao Xuan, what is the matter? Do you need something? Within 10 seconds, a voice as gentle as a sprite emerged, and the door to Gu Yu's dormitory slowly opened. Since it was a day of rest, and there were no classes to attend, Gu Yu was not clad in the East Sea Academy uniform, but rather adorned in a delicate white gown that subtly revealed her fair shoulders. Her flowing black hair cascaded behind her, and atop her head rested a refined blue ornament, her large purple eyes brimming with affection, complemented by a sweet smile gracing her exquisite face. Gu Yu, we plan to indulge in a hearty meal at the food street tonight. Would you care to join us? Yao Xuan spoke softly, gazing at her. Of course. Let us set off together. If it were merely her own inclination, Gu Yu would have preferred to remain in her dormitory and cultivate, but with Yao Xuan's invitation, she found no reason to decline and readily agreed. Before long, the four of them strolled towards the food street. As usual, Gu Yu walked at Yao Xuan's right, their hands gently intertwined, exuding an intimate warmth. Savoring the delicate and tender touch of Gu Yu's hand, Yao Xuan felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, Gu Yu, feeling the warmth of Yao Xuan's grasp and the faint, alluring aura of his bloodline, felt her heart flutter like a fawn in spring, unable to resist leaning closer to him and softly resting against his arm. On Yao Xuan's left stood Tang Wulin and Xie, the former secretly pleased by the closeness of Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, while Xie wore a discontented expression, evidently harboring a grudge. As they walked, they soon arrived at the food street adjacent to East Sea Academy. Initially, their arrival went unnoticed, but soon, a sharp-eyed shopkeeper recognized Yao Xuan. Hey, isn't this the little hero who drove off the light dragon? The shopkeeper exclaimed, approaching Yao Xuan. It was merely an act of chivalry. You flatter me, Yao Xuan replied courteously. Nonsense. With that scoundrel light dragon gone, we can earn several thousand federal dollars more each month. Little hero, come dine at our establishment. It's on the house. The shopkeeper insisted warmly. Then we shall not be polite. After a brief moment of refusal, seeing the shopkeeper's insistence, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude and led Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin into the small eatery. At that moment, hearing the shopkeeper's call, the proprietors of nearby establishments gathered around. Their eyes filled with gratitude as they invited Yao Xuan and his companions to enjoy meals at their venues as well. Thus, under the enthusiastic invitations of the shopkeepers, Yao Xuan and his friends indulged in a delightful feast. Once again, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and Tang Wulin displayed astonishing appetites, relishing every dish offered. Xie, being an utterly ordinary person, struggled to keep pace with their voraciousness, despite his attempts to moderate his intake to a small portion at each shop. He soon found himself unable to move after consuming less than a third of the journey, relying on Tang Wulin for support while he watched the other three feast heartily. 2 hours later, amidst the shopkeeper's warm farewells, their culinary adventure concluded. Having savored nearly the entirety of the food street, Yao Xuan and Gu Yu continued to appear insatiable, holding hands and radiating intimacy. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin supported the overly full Xie as they all made their way back to East Sea Academy. Chapter 127. The approach of final examinations and tactical discussions. In no time, several weeks passed, and the end of the first semester for the first-year students loomed near. Today, I will announce the content of the final examinations. Stepping onto the podium and surveying the students, Wu Changkong spoke in a calm tone. Teacher Wu, do we also have final examinations? Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Xie beside him displayed an expression of astonishment and inquired. As an elite of Class 0, Xie believed that the content of the final examination would pose no challenge to their group of 6. Even the weakest among them, Tang Wulin, could effortlessly achieve full marks in the assessment. Indeed, it has been 3 months since Class 0 was established, and with the substantial resource investment from Donghai Academy, Coupled with Wu Changkong's dedicated instruction, the strength of the Class 0 students has undergone a remarkable transformation. To illustrate, even the lowest-ranked Tang Wulin has reached the pinnacle of level 17, nearing level 18. In comparison to other first-year classes, he undoubtedly stands out. As for the other 5 members of Class 0, Yao Xuan, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinsi have all attained level 23 in soul power, while Gu Yu and Xie are at level 22. The power levels of great soul masters would be difficult to surpass, even among third-year students at Donghai Academy, and none could defeat them. Thanks to Wu Changkong's training, their combat abilities truly far exceed those of their peers. For Yao Xuan, beyond the breakthrough in soul power, his mental strength has increased to 260 points, and his ancestral dragon bloodline has unlocked to 19. 9. With the cultivation of the ancestral dragon spirit reaching 1,200 years, Yao Xuan felt somewhat helpless regarding the unlocking of his ancestral dragon bloodline. With an additional 80 golden evolution points, he could successfully break through to level 20, unlocking a second active bloodline ability and 2 passive bloodline abilities. If he could unlock these 3 abilities, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new tier, allowing him to garner greater benefits during the upcoming upheaval period in the spirit elevation platform. However, time constraints currently hinder Yao Xuan from achieving this. Nevertheless, he did not feel too regretful. If his memory served him correctly, soon Mu Chun would grant him a qualification card for the upheaval period in the spirit elevation platform. With this card, upon completing the bloodline breakthrough and awakening new bloodline abilities, Yao Xuan could re-enter the upheaval period in the spirit elevation platform for further hunting. Of course, they must first undergo the final examination. I understand your thoughts. You must be finding the final assessment rather simple, correct? Rest assured, your concerns are unwarranted. In light of your circumstances, I have prepared a special final examination for you, and its difficulty will be anything but trivial. As Yao Xuan contemplated this in his heart, Wu Changkong, observing the students, replied calmly and continued, "This time, your final examination will consist of 2 subjects. The first subject is the spirit elevation platform. However, unlike usual, you will enter the upheaval period of the spirit elevation platform, and your task is to endure for 2 hours inside the upheaval period of the spirit elevation platform." The students looked at Wu Changkong with puzzled expressions. Indeed, within the spirit elevation platform, due to the instability of its internal energy, upheaval periods occur twice a year, representing a very special circumstance. Compared to normal times, the upheaval period of the spirit elevation platform has 3 distinctive characteristics. First, it allows teams to enter, with a maximum of 7 members. Your group of 6 can thus teleport together, which will test your teamwork in combat. Second, during normal periods, the strongest soul beasts in the platform are at 3,000 years of cultivation, but during the upheaval period, soul beasts of up to 6,000 years may appear, and the probability of encountering top-tier soul beasts will increase several-fold. Third, soul beasts in the upheaval period will drop triple the soul beast spirit power, but the absorption time will require 100 seconds. If you leave the platform, the remaining spirit power will be siphoned by other soul masters. In other words, within the spirit elevation platform, your adversaries will not only be soul beasts but also soul masters. Therefore, you must exert yourselves diligently. Failure in the assessment will result in the cancellation of your winter break, Wu Changkong stated flatly. Understood, Teacher Wu. We are confident that we can pass the examination. Yao Xuan and the other 5 students responded in unison. Excellent, I believe in you. In 3 days, you will enter the spirit elevation platform for the assessment. During these 3 days, I will grant you a break to discuss and practice strategies, so prepare yourselves. Class dismissed. With that, Wu Changkong left the classroom. Boss, what kind of strategy should we adopt in 3 days? After Wu Changkong exited, Xie approached Yao Xuan and inquired. According to the rules of the spirit elevation platform, the maximum level for entering is the peak of soul respect. Given my strength, unless we encounter exceptionally powerful peak soul respect opponents, we can easily handle them, so there is no need for concern. For us, I believe our task is not merely to survive for 2 hours, but to gather as much soul beast spirit power as possible to enhance our spirit cultivation. This is also the reason the school invested significantly for us to enter the upheaval period of the spirit elevation platform, Yao Xuan analyzed. Indeed, what Brother Xian says is correct. Nearby, upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin began to agree, while Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinsi, and Gu Yu also nodded in agreement. As for strategies, we have rehearsed numerous times. If we encounter lower-ranked soul beasts, Wang Jinxi, Zhang Yangzi, Xie Xie, and Tang Wulin will take the lead. Should we face thousand-year soul beasts, Gu Yu and I will handle them while you assist. In our usual training, we have already engaged in many practical exercises with Teacher Wu, and I believe our teamwork will be flawless as long as we perform normally, leaving us unafraid of our enemies. However, given that this is the spirit elevation platform, to be safe, I have decided to craft a set of 1,000 forged protective gear for each of you to enhance your survivability, Yao Xuan continued. Boss, wouldn't that be considered cheating? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Zhang Yangzi's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation as he spoke. How can this be deemed cheating? Teacher Wu has never stipulated that the use of protective gear is prohibited within the Ascending Spirit platform, has she? In fact, I recall Teacher Wu mentioning that a soul master capable of surviving in the Ascending Spirit platform is indeed a commendable soul master. Thus, if we possess means to enhance our survivability, why should we refrain from utilizing them? Yao Xuan retorted. You have a point. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Zhang Yangzi nodded in complete agreement. Chapter 128. Gu Yu, please assist me in measuring the 3 dimensions. Gratitude to Xiaoyao for the generous 20,000 points donation. Gentlemen, could you kindly report your height, weight, and measurements here on site? This will facilitate me and Wu Lin in crafting your protective gear. As for Gu Yu, it is certainly inappropriate to disclose a young lady's height and weight publicly. I shall inquire about them privately later. Gazing at the 5 teammates before him, Yao Xuan also spoke up. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxia, and Xie Xie each reported their physical statistics. As for Tang Wulin, he opted to create his own protective gear and thus refrained from disclosing his bodily data. Subsequently, the group engaged in a discussion regarding tactical details before each departing the classroom. During this rare 3-day holiday, the 3 locals, Xie Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxia planned to take advantage of the precious time off to explore the vibrant East Sea city and unwind. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan accompanied Gu Yu to her dormitory. By the way, Gu Yu, could you share your physical data with me? Rest assured, it is solely for the purpose of crafting your protective gear. I shall not disclose it to anyone else, Yao Xuan said, gazing at Gu Yu. Yes, I trust you. My current height is 1.65 meters, and my weight is 44 kilograms, Gu Yu replied candidly, her delicate face flushing slightly. However, Yao Xuan, I have yet to measure my 3-dimensional measurements. Could you assist me in taking them? Certainly, but do you have a soft measuring tape on hand? Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Yao Xuan nodded slightly before inquiring. A soft ruler, is it? Unfortunately, I do not possess one. Gu Yu shook her head. Very well, I happen to have a soft ruler in my dormitory. Would it be acceptable for you to use mine for your measurements? Yao Xuan asked. Of course, that is not an issue. However, may I inquire as to why you're asking? A hint of curiosity appeared on Gu Yu's face. It is merely that, being my personal possession, I feared you might mind if it necessitated close contact with your body, Yao Xuan explained. Ah, I see now, Gu Yu replied, nodding in realization. If it were someone else, I might indeed feel a bit uneasy. However, with you, Yao Xuan, there is certainly no problem. All right, please hold on, Yao Xuan said before returning to his dormitory to retrieve his soft ruler, reminding Gu Yu, I am about to begin, so please stand still. Understood. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu straightened her posture, while Yao Xuan held a soft measuring tape in both hands, gazing at Gu Yu's figure. Although she was yet to reach the tender age of 10 and certain aspects of her development were still in their infancy, Gu Yu's physique was remarkably harmonious, possessing an enchanting gracefulness that was both delicate and vibrant, radiating boundless vitality without a hint of fragility. Furthermore, as Yao Xuan observed Gu Yu's skin up close, 2 words resonated in his mind: perfection. Indeed, perfection. Her porcelain-like complexion, exquisitely tender, resembled the finest jade, evoking an irresistible desire to caress it, leaving Yao Xuan in awe. What a delightful Gu Yu! Naturally, Yao Xuan had experienced the sensation of Gu Yu's skin. Each time their hands intertwined, it was a moment of pure bliss for him. Soft, smooth, tender, and exquisite. Each touch was a source of serene delight. Is something the matter, Yao Xuan? Gu Yu inquired, noticing the slightly fervent glint in his eyes. Nothing at all. You are truly beautiful, Gu Yu, Yao Xuan praised. Thank you, Yao Xuan. In truth, I find you exceptionally handsome, possessing an extraordinary charm and allure, she replied, listening to Yao Xuan's words. Gu Yu's delicate face flushed with a subtle shade of crimson as she softly replied, Thank you for the compliment. I shall begin now. Yao Xuan prompted. All right, let's proceed. Guyu nodded in agreement. With her consent, Yao Xuan gently wrapped the soft measuring tape around her waist, tightening it lightly, while promptly recording her waist measurements. Despite her school uniform, Yao Xuan once again experienced the remarkably soft sensation of Guyu's body. A thought crossed his mind, how he wished to devour her. However, he reminded himself not to rush. After all, he could not focus solely on Guyu and neglect Naer's feelings. Both Guyu and Naer were his wings, and he did not wish to see either of them hurt. Thus, he understood the necessity of nurturing their relationships gradually to prevent any potential tragedies from occurring. As he pondered, Yao Xuan adjusted the measuring tape up and down, obtaining the values for 2 additional measurements. It's done, he announced, putting away the tape. Thank you. Guyu nodded and then seated herself on a nearby chair, inquiring, by the way, Yao Xuan, I previously invited you to our home during the winter break to test your martial soul. Have you discussed it with your mother? Oh, it's all settled. My adoptive mother has agreed, so I'll be imposing upon you then, Yao Xuan replied. Don't mention it. My uncles and aunts are quite passionate about martial soul research, and they would be thrilled to have you over, Guyu responded. They want to use me as a test subject, will they? Yao Xuan scratched his head and asked. Rest assured. While my uncles and aunts may be a bit eccentric, they are perfectly normal people and would never harm you. I promise, Guyu assured him earnestly. All right, I trust you, Yao Xuan replied, though inwardly he mused. Your uncles and aunts are likely not normal at all, but rather fearsome beasts from the Stardow forest. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan felt no fear. After all, he possessed the true bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon and the Ancestor Dragon martial soul. Even Guyu had mistaken him for the inheritor of the Dragon God. It was likely that those beasts would not discern the difference between the Ancestor Dragon and the Dragon God. To them, the Dragon God was undoubtedly supreme, and thus, they could never pose a threat to him. All right, once the assessment is complete, I shall take you along. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Guyu smiled sweetly and replied, Then I shall accompany Wu Lin to assist everyone in crafting protective gear. Farewell. Yao Xuan bid his farewell. 40 minutes later, Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin arrived at the headquarters of the East Sea Forging Master Association. 2 weeks prior, Tang Wu Lin had successfully completed his first 1,000-fold forging. Yet he could only forge 1,000-fold silver at present and had not ventured into the forging of other metals. Nonetheless, using other 1,000-fold metals posed no challenge for him. Hence, prior to their arrival, the two had discussed their respective roles. Yao Xuan was responsible for the forging of metals and crafting protective gear for himself and Guyu, while Tang Wu Lin would forge gear for himself, Xie Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxia. The metal designated for the armor was cloud titanium, a relatively rare metal that, despite its lightweight nature, possessed exceptional hardness and toughness. After being enhanced through the 1,000-fold forging process, it could withstand even the assaults of 1,000-year soul beasts. Having established their plan, Yao Xuan expended a certain amount of federal currency to acquire an adequate supply of cloud titanium, marking the commencement of their forging journey. Chapter 129, Mu Chen's Gift. Entering the turbulent phase of the Ascension stage, subscription requested. A day and a half later, Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin had nearly completed the forging of the cloud titanium light armor and exited the forging chamber. At this moment, a staff member from the Forging Association approached them, informing, Mr. Yao Xuan, Mr. Tang Wu Lin, the president requests your presence in his office. Thank you for the notification. We shall go at once. With that, Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin entered the elevator, heading straight for Mu Chen's office. Good afternoon, master. They greeted in unison upon entering the office. Oh, Yao Xuan, Wu Lin, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, Mu Chen said with a gentle smile upon seeing them. Yes, master. Following this, Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin seated themselves across from the desk. Subsequently, Mu Chen retrieved 2 metallic cards from his spatial soul guide and handed them to them. The cards bore an exquisitely intricate soul guide formation on one side, while the other side displayed the 3 prominent characters, Ascension Stage. Yao Xuan, Wu Lin. In the coming days, the Ascension Stage will enter a tumultuous phase, providing an excellent opportunity for you both to hone your skills. These are invitation cards granting you access to the tumultuous Ascension Stage, where you may train and refine yourselves. Mu Chen explained. Thank you, master. However, our academy has organized an entrance into the tumultuous Ascension Stage as part of our final examination, and we already possess spots allocated for it. Master, we appreciate your kind intentions, but perhaps this opportunity should be reserved for senior sister Mu Shi and her companions. Tang Wulin respectfully declined. You are also qualified. It seems the EC Academy holds a high regard for you. However, Mu Shi possesses her own qualification card, so you should keep these 2 cards. They do not have a time limit for use. If not utilized this time, you may use them next time as well. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Mu Chen's eyes revealed a glimmer of intrigue, and he subsequently explained, "Thank you, Master." Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin accepted the invitation cards and expressed their gratitude once more. Given your dispositions, I shall refrain from offering excessive admonitions. However, your senior sister Mu Shi is also set to enter the tumultuous phase of the ascension platform. Should the occasion arise, I urge you to look out for one another. Mu Chen continued. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Master, Yao Xuan replied, and after speaking, he exited Mu Chen's office. Accompanied by Tang Wulin back to EC Academy. As evening fell, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie had also returned. And Yao Xuan guided everyone to the training grounds. Come, your light armor has been completed. Please try it on quickly, if there are any discrepancies. Wulin and I will make the necessary adjustments, Yao Xuan stated. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the group eagerly retrieved their lightweight armor and tried it on. It became evident that both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin possessed remarkable craftsmanship, as the armor fit splendidly, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Before long, the day of the tumultuous ascent to the spirit platform arrived. Let us drive together tomorrow. On the eve of their departure, the group gathered in Yao Xuan's dormitory, where he extended his right hand in encouragement. Yes, Brother Xuan, let us give it our all. As he spoke, Tang Wulin was the first to place his right hand atop Yao Xuan's, followed closely by Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie. As for Guyu, she hesitated slightly while gazing at the overlapping hands, but soon extended her delicate, fair hand beneath Yao Xuan's right hand, allowing the back of her hand to meet his palm. The following morning, amidst a misty drizzle, the group arrived at the entrance of the EC Spirit Tower. In contrast to its usual solitude, the EC City Spirit Tower buzzed with activity today, as numerous soul masters gathered in anticipation of entering the spirit platform during its tumultuous phase, with visitors even arriving from neighboring towns. For soul masters, the combat prowess offered by century-old and millennium-old spirit beasts is immense. Thus, a ticket for entry during this tumultuous period is quite costly, often fetching millions of federal coins at auction, a price only major powers can afford. Observing the throng of soul masters before him, Yao Xuan discreetly activated his observational eye to assess their strength, noting that over 90% possessed the cultivation of soul masters, including several at advanced and peak levels. This did not surprise him. However, it did evoke a subtle sense of urgency. Despite Yao Xuan's formidable combat ability, capable of defeating ordinary mid-level soul masters with full effort, the elite soul masters entering the tumultuous spirit platform were no ordinary foes, some of whom could fight beyond their rank, posing a significant threat to him. Hence, Yao Xuan resolved to first ensure survival for 2 hours, guaranteeing everyone a winter break. And only after completing the 2-hour examination task would he contemplate further hunting of spirit beasts and engaging with other soul masters. Lost in thought, the 6 followed Wu Changkong, guided by a staff member to a familiar room, where they submitted 6 entry qualification cards. Immediately, 6 familiar metallic cabinets appeared. The interior of the tumultuous spirit platform is exceedingly perilous, with the potential emergence of 6,000-year spirit beasts. Some top-tier 6,000-year spirit beasts possess combat powers rivaling those of 10,000-year spirit beasts. Please exercise utmost caution. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, evacuate the battlefield immediately. It is best not to be killed by spirit beasts, as it may lead to peril, the staff member cautioned. Understood, the 6 replied. Then lay down in the metallic cabinets. As the staff member operated the mechanism, the cabinets closed, and a wave of dizziness washed over them, as consciousness briefly faded. When Yao Xuan regained awareness, he found himself surrounded by the vast and familiar forest. However, unlike previous experiences, this time the 6 had appeared together within the spirit platform. Observing their surroundings, he noted that while the scenery bore no significant differences from before, the concentration of soul power within the spirit platform was at least 1.5 times greater than usual. Form the formation, Yao Xuan said calmly. Looking at the others, yes, they responded in unison. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the other 5 students approached in succession. Yao Xuan and Guyu occupied the front row, while Tang Wulin and Xie positioned themselves centrally. At the rear were Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, who possessed a martial soul fusion technique. Our primary objective upon entering the ascension platform is to survive for 2 hours. During this period, we should remain near the forest's edge and avoid venturing too deep. Safety is paramount. After successfully completing the survival task, our next phase will be to enhance our spirit powers. The spirit beast energy that drops during the chaotic period on the ascension platform is threefold compared to usual. Furthermore, with my assistance, everyone will have a significant opportunity to boost their spirit energy, Yao Xuan stated. Understood, thank you, boss. Came the grateful responses from Xie, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxia, and Tang Wuling. All right, let us don our protective gear, Yao Xuan said, and with a flick of his thought, he retrieved 6 sets of armor from the spatial soul guide, distributing them to his teammates. Chapter 130, Breezing Through. Delving deeper into the ascension platform, gratitude to StarCraft, Yin Long for the generous donation of 10,000 points. Yes. The group responded in unison as they donned the lightweight armor crafted from Qian Duan's cloud titanium. What a clever bunch. Observing this scene, Wuchang Kong silently nodded, a look of approval gleaming in his eyes. As a combat-oriented soul master from Shrek Academy, Wuchang Kong firmly believed that one of the most vital abilities for a soul master is to utilize every available condition to their advantage. Thus, he found no fault in Yao Xuan's actions. Let us proceed according to plan, Yao Xuan declared as everyone finished putting on the lightweight armor. Yes. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the other team members nodded in agreement. Immediately, Gyu activated her soul technique, harnessing the power of the wind element. A gentle azure light flashed, enveloping the 6 of them and causing their speed to increase slightly. To maintain her soul power, Gyu did not exert her full strength. Nonetheless, everyone felt a significant lightness in their bodies, and their movements became considerably more agile. Meanwhile, Tang Wuling also channeled his soul power, invoking his evolved soul skill, Entanglement. 5 thick strands of blue-silver grass extended from beneath his feet, binding the waist of the other 5 students, thus uniting them as a cohesive unit. Finally, Zhang Yangzi raised his hand, concentrating his soul power to summon his spirit, the little black eagle. The eagle soared into the air, gaining a vantage point to scout the surroundings and guide the group. Boss, the area is secure. There are currently no signs of soul beasts, Zhang Yangzi reported, perceiving the surroundings through the eagle's eyes. Then we shall wait here, biding our time. However, once we slay a soul beast, we must swiftly relocate, otherwise the scent of blood will attract more soul beasts, Yao Xuan instructed with a nod. Understood, the group affirmed. Initially, the forest was tranquil, but after 10 minutes, a low growl suddenly echoed ahead. A towering figure emerged before the 6. It was a massive ape, standing 3 meters tall, its gray-black fur giving it a robust appearance. Exuding a faintly pungent odor, with blood-red eyes glaring intensely. 100-year-old frenzied explosive ape. Zhang Yangzi, you 4 deal with it. Yao Xuan discerned its attributes through the observational eye. This soul beast, a frenzied explosive ape with a cultivation age of 600 years, was renowned for its formidable strength and intimidating presence, yet it remained within the realm of ordinary soul beasts. Its power paled in comparison to that of a 1,000-year soul beast, roughly equating to that of an entry-level high-ranking soul master, making it an ideal opponent for Zhang Yangzi and his companions to hone their skills. Yes, acting on Yao Xuan's command, Tang Wuling released the blue-silver grass entanglement and retrieved the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer from his storage soul guide. He aimed to strike at the chest of the frenzied explosive ape, while simultaneously, strands of blue-silver grass silently entwined around its legs. At the same moment, Xie had already maneuvered to the rear of the frenzied explosive ape. With a light touch of his right foot, he leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc. Channeling his soul power, he summoned his martial spirit, the Light Dragon Dagger, and activated his first soul skill, the Light Dragon Blade, targeting the vulnerable area at the back of the ape's head. Meanwhile, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia had also activated their martial spirit embodiments, one wielding eagle talons and the other brandishing dragon claws, launching their assault on the frenzied explosive ape. Although their teamwork was not flawless, it was remarkably intricate, leaving the frenzied explosive ape in a vulnerable position, unable to mount a defense. Within 3 exchanges, it succumbed to a piercing blow from Xie, with a painful roar. The frenzied explosive ape's red eyes blazed with fury, but this was merely a fleeting flash of defiance. Within a second, the light in its eyes extinguished completely. With a thud, its colossal body collapsed to the ground, producing a muffled sound as a gentle yellow spirit power emanated from it, dividing into 4 portions that entered the bodies of the 4 who had struck. Prepare to relocate. Observing the ease with which the four had dispatched the frenzied explosive ape, Yao Xuan felt a sense of approval. Slaying a 600-year soul beast in under 10 seconds was indeed commendable. However, Yao Xuan was not inclined to linger. The scent of blood in the air and the earlier cries of the slain beast were sufficient to attract numerous soul beasts, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Understood, boss. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the group nodded in agreement. Once the four individuals completed their refinement, Tang Wuling continued to connect the six of them using blue-silver grass, and they swiftly moved away from their previous location to the left. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During the tumultuous period on the ascension platform, the number of soul beasts had indeed increased significantly, and they exhibited greater aggression. However, since the group did not venture deeply into the ascension platform, they had not encountered any excessively powerful soul beasts. Within these 2 hours, Team Zero encountered approximately 50 soul beasts, the majority of which were 10-year soul beasts, easily dealt with. They also faced around 10 100-year soul beasts, all of which were ordinary and dispatched without difficulty. As for 1,000-year soul beasts, the group only encountered one, a common 1,000-year duckbill fire python with a cultivation of around 1,100 years. Confronted by the combined strength of Yao Xuan and Guyu, it was swiftly eliminated in a single strike, yielding a faint purple soul beast energy. Rather than hoarding this energy for themselves, Yao Xuan and Guyu generously shared it with the entire group. Yao Xuan believed that during this expedition on the ascension platform, they would hunt more than just 1 or 2,000-year soul beasts, and given that Tang Wuling and others had yet to reach the spirit realm in mental cultivation, their capacity to absorb soul beast energy was limited. Thus, Yao Xuan deemed it unnecessary to be overly stingy. By generously distributing the soul beast energy and leaving a favorable impression, he could later refine the excess once the others could no longer absorb it, which was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Moreover, Yao Xuan made a novel discovery during this venture. Not only was the soul beast energy abundant, but the drops of golden evolution points during this tumultuous period were also tripled. He felt quite satisfied with this unexpected boon. All right. We have successfully completed our foundational assessment task. Now we can delve deeper into the ascension platform to seek more soul beast energy. With the assessment task accomplished, Yao Xuan instructed the group, and they proceeded deeper into the ascension platform. Chapter 131. Encountering the human-faced demon spider again. Before long, another half an hour passed. Navigating through the underbrush, the group unknowingly advanced approximately 20 kilometers into the depths of the ascension platform. Along the way, they encountered a 1,000-year soul beast, the lightning goose. A flying soul beast capable of unleashing powerful lightning attacks and exhibiting remarkable speed, making it a challenging adversary. Had Yao Xuan not acquired the 1,000-year ancestral dragon sky splitter, he might have found himself troubled by such a beast. However, now equipped with the ability to launch long-range strikes, the issue was effortlessly resolved. Ultimately, under Guyu's elemental interference and control, Yao Xuan unleashed a strike with the ancestral dragon sky splitter, sending forth a faint 9-colored energy form in the shape of a dragon claw, which easily dispatched the lightning goose. Aside from this 1,000-year soul beast, Team Zero also encountered several 100-year soul beasts. Yao Xuan and Guyu refrained from intervening, allowing the remaining 4 team members to engage. Although they lacked the strength of Yao Xuan and Guyu, Xia, Tang Wuling, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie were still formidable, easily defeating the soul beasts that ambushed Team Zero as they carefully followed Yao Xuan deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Zhang Yangzi's complexion turned pale, and his body swayed as he experienced a violent tearing sensation in his mind. Realizing something was amiss, the group looked up to see Zhang Yangzi's soul spirit, Little Black, pierced by several black spear-like appendages, disintegrating into countless black particles that scattered in the wind. For soul masters, the death of their soul spirit inflicted significant damage on their physical form, reducing their soul power, mental strength, and physical attributes by at least 1/3. Although they could still utilize their martial spirits, their corresponding soul skills would be rendered unusable. Furthermore, if a soul spirit was killed, without special potions or rare treasures, its natural recovery could take several weeks, during which the soul master would be unable to cultivate, leading to a substantial decline in combat capability, a notable flaw in the soul spirit cultivation system. Even if a soul spirit could be resurrected, its essence, compatibility with the soul master, cultivation level, and other attributes would be affected, potentially compromising the soul master's skills, with dire consequences. Nevertheless, this was the ascension platform, not the real world. Thus, Although Zhang Yangzi's soul spirit had shattered, it would not inflict actual harm. Yet, he was undeniably in immense pain. At that moment, in the air, a massive figure descended after killing Little Black, stirring up a cloud of dust as it landed, its 8 long legs spreading like sharp spears. It was another human-faced demon spider. Indeed, the creature before them was a human-faced demon spider, renowned as a top-tier soul beast and a soul beast killer, immensely powerful. Moreover, compared to the one Yao Xuan had previously slain, this human-faced demon spider was even larger, with a body diameter of 2 meters, emanating an eerie pale purple glow and exuding an overwhelming aura. Beneath its abdomen was a grotesque visage, surrounded by numerous purple glowing compound eyes, instilling a sense of dread and fear. Utilizing the eye of observation, Yao Xuan discerned that this human-faced demon spider was even stronger than the one he had previously defeated, boasting a cultivation level of 700 years. Such an elevated cultivation level translated to formidable combat prowess. According to the feedback from the eye of observation, this creature's strength was comparable to that of ordinary soul beasts of 4,000 to 5,000 years, exceedingly powerful. In other words, its combat capability was roughly equivalent to that of a high-ranking soul ancestor, coupled with its immense vitality and terrifying toxicity. Even a typical low-level soul king would struggle to ensure its defeat. Even for Yao Xuan, this human-faced demon spider represented a formidable foe. Despite elevating his soul spirit to 1,000 years, acquiring 1,000-year soul skill, and possessing inherent advantages from his bloodline suppression over soul beasts, he could not confidently claim an easy victory over it. However, he felt merely challenged, harboring no fear in his heart. Rather, he approached the situation with utmost caution. Channeling his soul power. Ancestral Dragon Manifestation. Ancestral Dragon Body Enhancement. Ancestral Dragon Right Claw. Summoning his soul power, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit manifested before Yao Xuan. Swiftly merging with his body, a series of faintly colored dragon scales began to sprout forth, and soon, the spirit of the Ancestral Dragon emerged, letting out a low hum as the second ring of soul rings behind him flickered. As the soul rings flashed, the soul power within Yao Xuan ignited, activating the Ancestral Dragon's overwhelming physique, significantly enhancing all his attributes. Simultaneously, the circulation of blood and qi within him was instantly activated, causing the Ancestral Dragon bloodline's power to surge, flowing into Yao Xuan's right claw, revealing the manifestation of the Ancestral Dragon's right paw. At the same time, Yao Xuan invoked his martial spirit. Gu Yu, Xie Xie, Tang Wulin, and Wang Jinxie also summoned their martial spirits. Notably, Wang Jinxie, despite his legs trembling slightly, overcame his fear and bravely called upon his martial spirit. As for Zhang Yangzi, in his weakened state, he found it difficult to defend himself, let alone confront an enemy. Not wishing to hinder his companions, he activated his distress signal and returned to the real world with Yao Xuan's consent. Just then, the standing humanoid spider suddenly opened its abdomen, revealing a grotesque mouth filled with jagged teeth, exuding an overwhelming stench. Concurrently, a massive yellow-green web began to envelop Yao Xuan and his 4 classmates. Compared to the rapid webbing Yao Xuan had previously encountered, this spider's web was undoubtedly slower. Clearly a standard web rather than the spider's innate ability. Break it. Gu Yu, the first to react due to her superior mental strength, called out with a commanding voice, her eyes flashing with determination. A surge of azure light appeared behind her, and a tempest swept forth to confront the web. To everyone's astonishment, under the influence of Gu Yu's gale, the advancing yellow-green web barely altered its trajectory, only slightly reducing in speed as it continued toward the 5 students. Allow me, Yao Xuan yelled, unleashing the Ancestral Dragon's Sky Splitter. Channeling his soul power, the first purple soul ring behind him shimmered, activating the 1,000-year soul skill. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. A delicate rainbow-hued energy coalesced around Yao Xuan's claws, forming a pair of energy-infused Ancestral Dragon claws that radiated a fierce sharpness, as if they could rend anything asunder. In the next instant, Yao Xuan's claws lunged forward, the energy claws detaching and soaring with immense force, striking the massive yellow-green web overhead. Boom! The formidable might of the Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter tore the web asunder, splitting it in half and causing it to disintegrate into droplets of yellow-green liquid that fell to the ground. The moment the liquid touched the earth, it began to corrode the fallen leaves and weeds, emitting a noxious odor while even the hard soil became pockmarked. Well done, Yao Xuan. Observing Yao Xuan's prowess in dismantling the poisonous web, Xie Xie, Tang Wulin, Zhang Yangzi, and Gu Yu cast admiring glances at him. At this moment, Yao Xuan spoke again. Guyu, enhance my strength and disrupt the humanoid spider. Understood. Leave it to me. A serious glint appeared in Guyu's eyes as she responded, promptly activating her first and second soul skills. Two deep yellow rings, tinged with a hint of purple, flickered behind her as she unleashed her elemental tide and elemental control skills, greatly amplifying her command over the elements. With a swift motion, she gathered the raging winds beside Yao Xuan, simultaneously launching two blazing yellow-white fireballs toward the humanoid spider. With the enhancement of Guyu's wind elements, Yao Xuan's speed surged by nearly 20%. Meanwhile, the humanoid spider merely swung its front limbs to intercept the fireballs. Boom, boom. The spider's limbs struck the fireballs, causing them to explode in a blaze of scorching flames, singeing the humanoid spider. Although Guyu was merely a great soul master, her combat prowess greatly exceeded that of her peers. Such fireballs, even against an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast, would inflict substantial damage. However, as a top-tier soul beast, the humanoid spider, despite its cultivation being less than 1,000 years, possessed strength comparable to a 4,000-year soul beast, showcasing formidable defenses. Thus, while Guyu's fireballs hit their mark, they left no significant wounds upon its body. Nonetheless, Guyu's attack was not in vain. After the fireballs detonated, a flicker of wrath ignited in the spider's violet compound eyes. Clearly, Guyu's strike had inflicted some degree of harm, prompting the humanoid spider to pounce towards her with its 8 limbs. You shall face me, Yao Xuan declared as he swiftly positioned himself before Guyu, channeling his soul power. The ancestral dragon spirit emitted a low hum as he expended a significant portion of his soul power. The first purple soul ring shimmering anew as he activated the ancestral dragon sky splitter once more. Rising powerfully, the vibrant colors of the ancestral dragon coalesced around Yao Xuan's right claw, enhancing its might to an even more divine level. With a swift leap, Yao Xuan soared into the air. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. The ancestral dragon's power surged through him as he appeared beneath the humanoid spider, viciously striking at its underbelly with his right claw. Concurrently, he discreetly summoned the ancestral dragon bloodline's power, imposing the ancestral dragon's might upon the spider. Despite its ferocity, the humanoid spider sensed a trace of dread under the ancestral dragon's pressure. Its speed and strength diminished by approximately 20%. Nevertheless, it swung its front limbs to meet the ancestral dragon's sky splitter. Clang! The crisp sound of impact resonated as Yao Xuan's claw collided with the spider's front limbs midair, triggering the armor-piercing effect of the ancestral dragon's sky splitter. Crack! Crack! Almost 10% of his soul power dissipated in an instant, and to everyone's astonishment, the spider's formidable limbs, comparable to triple-forged metals, began to fracture, the cracks rapidly expanding until the limbs shattered into bone fragments that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, propelled by the overwhelming power of the ancestral dragon sky splitter, the humanoid spider's massive form was sent flying, crashing uncontrollably through the air and smashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Yao Xuan is incredible, exclaimed Tang Wulin, Xie Xie, and Wang Jinxia, their eyes filled with admiration. The strength of that humanoid spider pales in comparison to him. Indeed, he's truly remarkable, as they marveled at Yao Xuan's prowess. Guyu felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart, touched by his selfless act of protection. Is this what love feels like? Guyu pondered quietly. From her inception until now, the essence of her being, the silver dragon king Yue Na, had spent most of her existence in solitary slumber. Apart from the period of amnesia brought on by her transformation into a human guise, during which she went by the name Nar and resided in the home of Yao Xuan, she had never experienced such care. It was precisely because of this that after leaving Yao Xuan's abode, the persona of Nar, who cherished humanity, emerged alongside her own self, Guyu, who had once again forsaken emotions, inheriting a disdain for humans and entering into a pact with Nar. However, through her interactions with Yao Xuan, Guyu felt his concern, nurture, and protection, awakening the love within her heart and reviving the human emotions she had entirely cast aside. Based on the aura Yao Xuan exuded, Guyu was 99% certain that he was the reincarnation of the dragon god's spiritual core. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to have fully embraced his humanity. Should she harbor intentions to annihilate humankind, he would undoubtedly thwart her. Moreover, through her experiences in human society, she began to question whether her initial desire to destroy humanity was misguided. In truth, with the existence of the Ascension platform and soul spirits, The fundamental conflict between humans and soul beasts was not insurmountable. If the Ascension platform and soul spirit technology could be thoroughly developed and implemented, allowing soul beasts ample space to thrive, perhaps humans and soul beasts could coexist harmoniously. Gradually, Guyu's thoughts began to evolve. Nonetheless, what about Tian, Xiangjun, and Ziji? Their hatred for humanity was far more potent than her own, having slept for millennia and never experiencing love. They would be even more obstinate regarding peaceful coexistence with humans. It seemed she could not share these thoughts with them just yet. She would have to wait until she regained her strength before gradually shifting their perspectives. Guyu made a silent resolution. In the meantime, while Guyu's internal transformation unfolded, Yao Xuan struck down the limbs of the faceless demon spider, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Truly, the Millennium Soul skill and its absolute piercing power were formidable. However, such piercing prowess did not come without a cost. It seemed to demand a considerable amount of soul power. Merely disregarding the defenses of the faceless demon spider's limbs and shattering them consumed roughly 10% of Yao Xuan's soul power. While this expenditure was certainly worthwhile, it was not insignificant. Fortunately, Yao Xuan did not dwell on the substantial cost of the ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike. His ancestral dragon bloodline had reached 19.9, and a further breakthrough would allow him to solidify into a mid-level ancestral dragon form. Compared to the initial form, the mid-level would endow Yao Xuan with enhanced attributes such as physical strength, vitality, and flexibility of meridians. Correspondingly, his capacity for soul power and its recovery speed would also see a significant increase. When that time came, the soul skill's cost would not seem so daunting. Lost in these thoughts, Yao Xuan continued his movements, channeling his vitality as he activated the first cycle of blood energy, initiating the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering step. With each stride, he harnessed spatial energy, dramatically accelerating his speed, leaving faint afterimages in the forest as he surged toward the faceless demon spider. From a distance, after being struck by Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's sky-shattering strike, one of the spider's limbs was already shattered, and the overwhelming power of the ancestral dragon had invaded its body, wreaking havoc. Coupled with the damage sustained from the collision, its condition had deteriorated by at least 30%. As Yao Xuan charged forward, the faceless demon spider, unable to evade, swung its front limbs in a desperate attack. Die! Ancestral dragon sky-shattering strike. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Yao Xuan activated his soul skill once more. His soul rings glowing as he concentrated the ancestral dragon's power in his right claw, lunging fiercely at the lower abdomen of the faceless demon spider. The sound of collision echoed again. Under the absolute piercing effect of the soul skill, the front limb of the faceless demon spider cracked in an instant. Fine fissures rapidly spreading, accompanied by the sound of snapping. After shattering the spider's defensive limb, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon claw continued its advance, ultimately striking the face on the lower abdomen of the faceless demon spider. Boom! The powerful claw of the ancestral dragon, imbued with terrifying might, obliterated the lower abdomen of the faceless demon spider, leading to its instantaneous demise. Toxic yellow-green fluid splattered everywhere, corroding trees, fallen leaves, and soil within several meters. Of course, this venom posed no threat to Yao Xuan. As soon as the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering strike struck the faceless demon spider, he activated the ancestral dragon's sky-shattering step once more, completing the first cycle of blood energy circulation. A surge of vitality ignited within him, allowing Yao Xuan to meld into the spatial realm, moving sideways 3 meters in an instant under the protection of spatial energy, narrowly avoiding the splattering venom and landing safely. Slain a 700-year-old faceless demon spider, earning 50 golden evolution points. With the demise of the faceless demon spider, a system notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. Hearing the notification, a faint smile crept onto his face. With just 10 more golden evolution points, he could elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline to 20. However, even if he amassed enough golden evolution points, Yao Xuan could not break through his bloodline in the Ascension platform. Nonetheless, he felt immense satisfaction in acquiring such a bounty in a single kill. Brother Xuan, you're incredible. Indeed, boss, your prowess is unmatched. Truly remarkable. I could only be slain by the faceless demon spider, yet you can annihilate it. I feel utterly overshadowed. As Yao Xuan vanquished the faceless demon spider, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi surrounded him, gazing at the spider's lifeless form with admiration and envy. The faceless demon spider's instantaneous web ability has already been expended. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily, Yao Xuan explained, releasing the ancestral dragon's dominance and his right claw's transformation, merely maintaining the state of ancestral dragon possession. At that moment, a rich, golden stream of soul beast energy flowed from the corpse of the faceless demon spider. Observing this energy, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Although the faceless demon spider was only 700 years old, the soul beast energy it provided was comparable to that of a 3,000-year-old soul beast, especially during the tumultuous period of the ascension platform. This energy could potentially elevate a 100-year-old soul spirit by 500 or 600 years. However, since this was Yao Xuan's hard-earned bounty and they had not contributed during the battle, they felt it inappropriate to request some of the soul beast energy from him. Sensing their hesitation, Yao Xuan smiled gently and said, "Let us absorb this soul beast energy together. My soul spirit has already transcended to 1,000 years and undergone transformation. Merely raising my cultivation further holds little significance. It's better to share it among us, as we are a team. Also, Guyu, your soul spirit is on the verge of breaking through 1,000 years, right? Seize this opportunity to elevate it. Everyone should give Guyu a chance. Xian, you are truly remarkable. Thank you, my leader. Captain, your kindness is beyond words. I, Jinxi, will forever cherish this grace in my heart." Nearby, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi cast grateful glances at Yao Xuan. "Xian, thank you." As for Guyu, upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, she felt increasingly moved, gently grasping Yao Xuan's hand. Their fingers entwined and softly said, "All right, everyone, let us begin. I will protect you." With a faint smile, Yao Xuan stood to the side, watching over the group while regaining his strength and vitality as Guyu, Xie, Tang Wulin, and Wang Jinxi settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the spirit energy of the soul beasts. "Yao Xuan, my soul spirit is about to evolve, so I will return to the real world first. Shortly thereafter." After 3 minutes, relying on her formidable mental strength in the Lingtong realm, Guyu refined approximately half of the soul beast's energy, and her soul spirit completed its metamorphosis. She rose and spoke, "All right, you may return and complete your soul spirit's evolution." "Yes, go ahead, Xian," she replied, gently caressing Yao Xuan's cheek. A hint of affection glimmered in her eyes as she softly said, and then pressed the red button on her wristband to return to the real world. Chapter 134. Encountering Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyan. Subscription request. As Guyu's figure vanished from the ascension platform, 2 more minutes passed, and Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi completed their absorption of the remaining soul beast energy. "Xian, thank you. Thank you, my leader. Captain, we appreciate your selfless sharing." Opening their eyes, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi expressed their gratitude, their eyes filled with admiration. "Indeed, as captain, it is my duty to assist everyone. By the way, how effective was the soul beast energy? How much has your soul spirit's cultivation improved?" Yao Xuan inquired. "Approximately 100 years of cultivation for our soul spirits," they estimated. Responding in unison, "Not bad, let us continue. For me, 1,000-year soul beast is relatively easy to handle. Now, let us proceed. I will help enhance your soul spirit's cultivation while I hunt for myself." Yao Xuan nodded. "Thank you, Xian." As he spoke, Tang Wulin activated his blue-silver grass, readying it around the waists of the 3, linking them together. Soon, the 4 ventured forth, overcoming obstacles in their path. Before long, half an hour passed, and under Yao Xuan's guidance, the 4 members of Team 0 effortlessly hunted down 3,000-year soul beasts, and Yao Xuan accrued nearly 30 golden evolution points. The energy produced by a typical 1,000-year soul beast could only enhance Yao Xuan's soul spirit cultivation by 1 or 2 years, but for Tang Wulin and the others, as their soul spirits were only 100 years old, and not as unique as the ancestral dragon soul spirit, they could gain an increase of 100 or 200 years in cultivation. Consequently, Yao Xuan generously shared the energies from the 3 soul beasts with them, elevating their soul spirits to nearly 500 years. At this juncture, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Wang Jinxi felt their soul spirits were nearing saturation. So they bid farewell to Yao Xuan and returned to the real world, leaving Yao Xuan alone on the ascension platform. Continuing onward, a fiery serpent with 6 arms, appearing bizarre and radiating a formidable aura, but with numerous bleeding wounds and traces of frost, emerged before Yao Xuan. "A 1,000-year 6-armed fire serpent? You shall become my nourishment for evolution." Channeling his blood energy, Yao Xuan unleashed the ancestral dragon Sky Splitter, his figure flickering beside the six-armed fire serpent, and summoned his soul power, the first circle of purple soul rings shimmering behind him. Ancestral dragon sky splitter. The power of the nine-colored auspicious dragon coalesced in his claws. A subtle smile gracing Yao Xuan's face as he swung his arm, his razor-sharp dragon claws descending with terrifying force, producing a thunderous sound akin to a rumbling storm. With precision, Yao Xuan's claws struck the sides of the six-armed fire serpent's head, unleashing tremendous power that instantly obliterated its brain, splattering red and white remnants everywhere like a smashed watermelon. Following such a grievous injury, the flames on the six-armed fire serpent extinguished instantly, its body collapsing to the ground, trembling briefly before completely losing its life force. Slaying the 1,000-year six-armed fire serpent, awarded 9 golden evolution points. The system notification echoed in his ears, and Yao Xuan nodded slightly. Concurrently, a faint purple soul beast energy wafted from the serpent's corpse. Excellent, allow me to absorb it. Gazing at the soul beast energy, Yao Xuan thought, and the ancestral dragon soul spirit manifested before him, swallowing the energy whole to begin its refinement. Despicable thief, how dare you steal Su Xiaoyu's prey? Now, I offer you a chance. Retreat from the ascension platform and leave the soul beast energy behind, or I shall make you experience the agony of death. Just as Yao Xuan absorbed the soul beast energy, a chilling male voice rang out, and a figure emerged from the woods, coming into Yao Xuan's view. This was a youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, clad in a white combat outfit, with sharp brows and bright eyes, appearing quite handsome. Standing at around 1.80 meters with a well-proportioned physique. In his hand, he wielded a completely white staff, at the top of which was embedded a chilling ice-blue crystal, emanating an overwhelming cold aura. A thin layer of white frost coated the ground and trees within several meters around him. Floating behind this youth were 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiating powerful energy, indicating his soul master level. While a faint anger was evident on his face as he coldly stared at Yao Xuan, behind the youth stood a girl of similar age to Yao Xuan. Her hair styled in 2 pairs of light blue twin tails, appearing incredibly smooth. She too held an ice staff, akin to the proud youth's martial soul. Though she seemed youthful, her beauty was striking, only slightly inferior to Guyu. Her delicate oval face, rosy nose, and soft pink lips were captivating. And beneath her crescent-like blue eyebrows, her bright, gem-like eyes sparkled with vitality. Lowering her gaze, one could appreciate her slender, fair neck, complemented by an equally well-proportioned body that was pleasing to the eye. She wore an ice-blue combat outfit, paired with white fitted pants that accentuated her long, alluring legs and her breathtaking figure. A yellow soul ring floated behind her, clearly indicating her status as a soul master. However, compared to the youth, her expression bore a hint of trepidation, as if she were unaccustomed to the idea of killing. It goes without saying that this girl was none other than Su Xiaoyan, the transfer student set to join Team Zero next semester, possessing the rare mutated martial soul, Star Wheel Ice Staff, with outstanding control abilities and remarkable talent. Also destined to be one of the Shrek's 7 monsters in the original timeline. Is this a humanoid soul beast? Do they now possess the ability to speak? The evolution is indeed impressive. Gazing at the distant figure of the ice staff youth, Su Xiaoyu, a flicker of disdain crossed Yao Xuan's eyes as he spoke with a hint of mockery. Very well, very well. Arrogant young man, you shall come to regret your words. Now, meet your demise. Ice wheel, 1,000 fathoms cleave. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, a flicker of anger appeared in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. As the pride of the Su family and the designated successor to lead the family, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Channeling his soul power with fervor, Su Xiaoyu raised his ice staff, and the 3rd circle of purple soul rings behind him shimmered, emanating an aura so frigid it seemed capable of severing all in its path. The ice blades shot forth towards Yao Xuan with great velocity. The spinning ice blades hissed as they sliced through the forest, leaving a trail of chilling air in their wake, assailing Yao Xuan from all directions. Trees fell effortlessly before the blades, cleaved cleanly in 2, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, and encased in ice, showcasing the immense power behind Su Xiaoyu's strike. In truth, this attack was Su Xiaoyu's full strength, spurred by the provocation of Yao Xuan's earlier remarks, as well as his estimation of Yao Xuan's capabilities. Despite Yao Xuan merely revealing the rank of a great soul master, the fact that he had slain a 1,000-year-old 6-armed fire serpent in such a brief period indicated to Su Xiaoyu that this arrogant youth's strength surpassed that of his peers. But what did that matter? As the heir of the Su family, the possessor of the top-tier martial soul, the Ice Wheel Staff, and one of the strongest among the younger generation at the Tianxue Advanced Soul Master Academy, Su Xiaoyu possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of engaging opponents beyond his rank. With a soul power level of 37, Su Xiaoyu had triumphed over soul sect opponents more than 10 times, instilling confidence in his own attack. He believed that even a soul sect expert would struggle to withstand his full power, let alone a mere great soul master. Hmph, you dare to spar words with me. Now you shall pay the price. Do not say I did not give you a chance. This is all self-inflicted. With that thought, as he watched the ice blades hurtling towards Yao Xuan, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Xiaoyu's mouth. His heart swelling with pride as he envisioned Yao Xuan being shattered. Who is this fool that dares to strike at Brother Xian? Murmured Xie Xie, Wang Jinxie, Zhang Yangzi, and Tang Wulin, who were watching from outside the ascension platform, their eyes filled with sympathy. What gave him the audacity to attack our leader? Meanwhile, Guyu had completed her spirit evolution, standing aside with admiration in her eyes as she gazed at Yao Xuan on the screen, observing Su Xiaoyu's attack. A peculiar expression crossed Guyu's beautiful features. On the other side, Long Hengxiu looked on helplessly, recognizing Su Xiaoyu as a top student from the Donghai Academy's advanced section. He wanted to intervene but felt powerless, hoping only that Yao Xuan would not suffer significant harm at Su Xiaoyu's hands. Back on the ascension platform, as the high-speed ice blades bore down on him, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly. Is this your full strength? How utterly disappointing. While Su Xiaoyu possessed the ability to engage opponents beyond his level as a high-ranking soul sovereign, he could at most exhibit the combat power of an ordinary beginner soul sect. Among his peers, this was indeed a source of pride, but before Yao Xuan, it was woefully inadequate. Even without employing the bloodline ability of the ancestor dragon transformation, merely utilizing his standard soul skills, Yao Xuan's combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary mid-tier soul sect, far surpassing Su Xiaoyu. Furthermore, the ancestor dragon martial soul endowed Yao Xuan with formidable elemental resistance. Particularly after activating the ancestor dragon's overwhelming body, this resistance increased manifold, rendering Su Xiaoyu's full force strike utterly trivial in comparison. Channeling his soul power, Yao Xuan's ancestor dragon spirit emitted a low growl, the second circle of purple soul rings behind him glowing with mystical energy as it surged into his body. Under the influence of this power, Yao Xuan's soul power rapidly condensed and ignited, coursing through his veins and enhancing his entire being. With this infusion of pure soul power, Yao Xuan's vitality skyrocketed, amplifying his strength, defense, agility, and reinforcing his dragon scales and claws, elevating his aura exponentially. Then, as the spinning ice blades rushed toward him, Yao Xuan casually extended his claws, leaving behind faint afterimages in the air, striking precisely at the center of each ice blade. Crack, crack. In an instant, the ice blades shattered, disintegrating into icy shards that fell to the ground. As the blades were destroyed, a wave of cold air surged forth, attempting to encase Yao Xuan's arms in frost. Yet, under the dual effects of the ancestor dragon's elemental resistance and Yao Xuan's formidable vitality, the chilling air was dispersed almost instantaneously. Impossible. Su Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Even as he racked his brain for an explanation, he could not fathom how Yao Xuan had shattered his soul skill. Now it is your turn. Dare to strike at me? Prepare to face the consequences. Yao Xuan declared coldly, propelling his vitality and activating the bloodline ability, the ancestor dragon's shattering step, as he swiftly approached Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyan, this place is dangerous. You should retreat. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, a resolute look in his eyes as he activated the signal device in Xiaoyan's hand. With that, she vanished from the ascension platform, while he gathered his soul power, bracing himself for Yao Xuan's onslaught. This move is for you, Ancestor Dragon's Sky Splitter. At that moment, Yao Xuan appeared behind Su Xiaoyu, channeling his soul power to unleash his first soul skill. The first circle of purple soul rings behind him sparkled, and the powerful force of the Ancestor Dragon coalesced around his claws, radiating a faint 9-colored aura as it surged towards Su Xiaoyu's back. How is this possible? So fast? Su Xiaoyu thought, feeling the shock of Yao Xuan's sudden appearance behind him. His mouth fell slightly agape, nearly frozen in place. However, as a scion of a prominent family, he possessed a strong mental fortitude and ample combat experience. Though shaken, he did not freeze. Instead, he frantically channeled his soul power. Ice Guardian, Ice Guardian, Ice Guardian. The first yellow soul ring behind him flickered 3 times in rapid succession as Su Xiaoyu swung his ice staff, gathering frigid air behind him. In the next moment, That cold air coalesced mid-air, forming 3 formidable blue ice shields, each 5 centimeters thick, shimmering with magical brilliance, standing guard before Yao Xuan's ancestor dragon sky splitter. Too weak. Is this the confidence you have in attacking me? Gazing at the 3 ice shields before Su Xiaoyu, a faint smirk of derision flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes. Undoubtedly, the defensive power of Su Xiaoyu's ice shields was formidable. Even a full-force strike from an ordinary initial-level soul master might not suffice to shatter a single shield. Yet, to dismantle 3 in succession elevated the challenge to an entirely different realm. Regrettably for Su Xiaoyu, he was not contending with an ordinary soul master, but rather with Yue Na, who possessed the ancient soul technique, the ancestral dragon sky splitter, honed over a millennium. Even a formidable creature like the man-faced demon spider, with its 700 years of cultivation and seemingly impervious exterior, was rendered defenseless under the absolute penetrative force of Yao Xuan's technique. What hope did a mere ice shield have? Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by 3 crisp sounds of shattering, the thick ice shields crumbled under Yao Xuan's dragon claws, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered in all directions. Fortunately, they were on the ascension platform, equipped with a distress signal device. Otherwise, I would be dead. Feeling the rush of wind behind her, a flicker of fear crossed Su Xiaoyu's eyes, sending a chill through her heart as cold sweat broke out on her back. With a sudden movement, she activated the signal device. In the next moment, her figure transformed into a myriad of light particles and vanished, leaving Yao Xuan's claws grasping at emptiness. Escaped? What a clever little rascal. Missing the strike, Yao Xuan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Well, let him go. He is merely a minor character. After all, his sister will soon be my classmate and teammate. Inflicting serious injury upon her brother would not be prudent. Defeating the 37th level Soul Master, Su Xiaoyu grants 5 golden evolution points. While contemplating, a system notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. As a rich surge of Soul Beast energy emanated from the spot where Su Xiaoyu had disappeared. This fellow has indeed hunted numerous Soul Beasts. Let this serve as my compensation. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan commanded his ancestral dragon soul spirit to devour and refine the Soul Beast energy. Meanwhile, on another front, why did you come out? A tall, middle-aged man, clad in a suit and possessing a square, authoritative face, inquired with an accusatory tone, looking at Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyan. Forgive me, father. Xiaoyan and I managed to severely wound a millennium-level soul beast, only to have it snatched away and killed by another individual. When I confronted him, he attacked, and we were unable to defeat him. Thus we had no choice but to retreat, Su Xiaoyu replied. Oh, is that so? However, your account seems to differ somewhat from Xiaoyan's, the middle-aged man remarked, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes as he glared harshly at Su Xiaoyu. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Su Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. You and your temper, when will you ever change? Do you have any idea the price I paid and the number of people I begged to obtain an entry card for the Spirit Ascension platform during the upheaval? And this is how you treat it? With a stern face, the middle-aged man commanded coldly, now go back and reflect on your actions. He then led Su Xiaoyu and her sister Su Xiaoyan away from the platform. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyan's father, Su Yu, the chief financial officer of Donghai City, a person of considerable influence. He had gone to great lengths to secure the entry card for the Spirit Ascension platform, initially hoping that Su Xiaoyu would assist her sister Su Xiaoyan in hunting soul beasts to enhance her soul spirit, thereby enabling her to enter Class 0 at Donghai Academy. Little did he know that due to Su Xiaoyu's arrogance, Su Xiaoyan's soul spirit had barely improved over the past decade, and both were forced to leave the Spirit Ascension platform, which could not help but fuel his anger. Meanwhile, not to dwell on the matters concerning the Su siblings. Within the Spirit Ascension platform, after absorbing the spiritual energy left by Su Xiaoyu, Yao Xuan continued deeper into the platform, slaying several millennium-level soul beasts along the way. At that moment, he suddenly felt waves of hot wind rushing towards him, the ground trembling beneath his feet, accompanied by the distant roars of lions. As he gazed ahead, a vast group of soul beasts charged towards him, numbering around 30. These creatures bore resemblance to lions, yet were significantly larger. The smallest among them measured 3 meters in length, while the largest reached 5 meters. Their fiery red fur flickered with flames. These were the flame demon lions, a species known for their pack mentality. Generally, stronger soul beasts prefer solitude to secure more food and resources. However, the flame demon lions thrived in groups. exhibiting formidable overall combat prowess, making even individually powerful soul beasts reluctant to provoke them. Additionally, the strength of the flame demon lions was remarkable, with adult males typically possessing a cultivation level exceeding 1,000 years and females surpassing 500 years, their combat abilities vastly superior to ordinary soul beasts. Well then, let us prepare for a fierce battle. Observing the group of flame demon lions, Yao Xuan felt no fear. Instead, his eyes shone with combat fervor. Although the flame demon lions were powerful, those aged a millennium comparable to ordinary soul beasts of 3,000 years, and those of 500 years akin to ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts, Yao Xuan, endowed with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, found it manageable to suppress them. Furthermore, the flame demon lion's most potent ability was their flames, which happened to be countered by the ancestral dragon's martial spirit and body, bolstering Yao Xuan's confidence even further. By utilizing his observation eye, he discerned that the strongest individual among the flame demon lions was merely around 2,000 years in strength, far from a threat to him. However, this was not the sole reason Yao Xuan chose to engage in battle with the flame demon lions rather than retreat. A temporary mission had emerged. Mission name: Slay the Flame Demon Lion Pack. Mission type: Temporary mission. Mission description: During the upheaval at the Spirit Ascension platform, you have encountered a large pack of flame demon lions. You may choose to flee or bravely engage in combat to hone your skills. If you choose to fight, the system will reward you based on the number of flame demon lions you slay. Time limit: 1 day. Failure reward: None. Mission rewards: A. Slay 10 flame demon lions. Gain 50 golden evolution points. B. Slay 20 flame demon lions. Gain 150 golden evolution points. C. Slay 30 flame demon lions. Gain 500 golden evolution points. Gazing at the mission details and the substantial rewards, Yao Xuan naturally opted to confront the flame demon lions. After all, even in the event of failure, he could still retreat safely to the Spirit Ascension platform. Chapter 137: Fierce Battle with the Flame Demon Lion's Ancestral Dragon Body. Right Claw, Dragon Transformation. Although he had resolved to hunt the flame demon lions, Yao Xuan remained 120% vigilant, harboring no underestimation or complacency. This time, he was not facing 30-century-old soul beasts, but rather 30 flame demon lions whose strength rivaled that of millennium-level soul beasts, with some individuals even comparable to those of 3,000 years. Despite the suppression from his ancestral dragon bloodline, facing an entire pack of 30 flame demon lions did instill a hint of unease within him. Yet concurrently, his fighting spirit and passion ignited fervently. As the bearer of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, he could not afford to lose, nor would he. With a focused thought, Yao Xuan felt his soul power surge, his vital energy coursing wildly, and the 9-colored ancestral dragon power erupted, amplifying his momentum dramatically. In an instant, his vitality, soul power, and physical attributes surged, his dragon scales reinforced, and his right arm expanded, encased in the vibrant ancestral dragon energy, its tip becoming incredibly sharp. Simultaneously, he fixed a fierce gaze on the approaching pack of flame demon lions and unleashed the ancestral dragon's pressure, sweeping across the group. The influence of the ancestral dragons might diminish the aura of the 30 flame demon lions significantly, slowing their approach, yet they continued to advance towards Yao Xuan. At that moment, Yao Xuan refrained from initiating an attack. He understood that a premature assault would inevitably lead him into a perilous encirclement by the flame demon lions, leaving him with no choice but defeat. Instead, he chose to wait for the lions to strike first, seeking to exploit any weaknesses, and then attack selectively, targeting the isolated and weaker individuals within the pack. Suddenly, the leader of the flame demon lions let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the flames enveloping the lions surged dramatically. They opened their massive jaws, gathering fiery energy, forming scorching fireballs that hurtled through the air toward Yao Xuan. Among these fireballs, the largest exceeded 50 centimeters in diameter, with the smallest the size of a basketball, raining down upon Yao Xuan, accompanied by waves of heat, causing the temperature of the air to soar. Faced with such a torrent of fireballs, even a soul king or soul emperor without armor or battle gear would find survival impossible. Only a soul saint with their martial spirit in full manifestation could withstand such a terrifying onslaught. Even Yao Xuan, with the formidable defense and elemental resistance granted by his ancestral dragon martial spirit and body, felt no confidence in his ability to endure such a horrific attack with mere flesh. However, Yao Xuan was not foolish enough to remain stationary, waiting for the fireballs to strike. He once again summoned his vital energy, activating the ancestral dragon's void step. Swiftly darting away to evade the core area of the fireball barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Fireball struck the ground with tremendous force, exploding instantaneously and unleashing torrents of savage flames in all directions, stirring up waves of searing heat. At the center of the explosion, a massive crater measuring several meters deep and tens of meters wide had formed, where once lush trees had been vaporized. Even the earth itself was charred black, cracked, and lifeless. Surrounding the crater, within a radius of several hundred meters, nearly all trees were engulfed in flames, while some lighter trees were uprooted and scattered across the desolate landscape. At this moment, bolstered by the formidable speed granted by the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan had managed to escape over 100 meters from the epicenter of the explosion. Here, the impact of the heat wave was merely comparable to the full force of an ordinary high-ranking soul master, which Yao Xuan effortlessly withstood. What a powerful attack! Thankfully, Brother Xian is unharmed, exclaimed one. Indeed, the might of that strike is truly terrifying. If it were me, I would have certainly been reduced to a pile of ashes. In the transmission tower, as they watched Yao Xuan emerge unscathed on the screen, Tang Wulin, Xie Xie, Wang Jinsi, and Zhang Yangzi sighed in relief, the tension in their throats dissipating. Beside them, Gu Yu's anxiety had also eased considerably, while she firmly believed that Yao Xuan could not come to harm. Witnessing him emerge unscathed brought her quiet joy. Simultaneously, on the ascension platform, having evaded the initial bombardment of the flame demon lions, Yao Xuan's figure flickered behind a relatively weaker male lion of approximately 1,200 years of age. According to Yao Xuan's strategy, eliminating the weakest female lions first would be the most effective approach, yet these females were guarded closely by the males, leaving Yao Xuan no choice but to target the weaker males. With a surge of soul power, Yao Xuan unleashed the ancestral dragon's rift strike, his claw descending upon the head of the flame demon lion. This lion, having just released a fireball attack, was significantly weakened from expending its fiery energy and did not anticipate Yao Xuan's sudden appearance, offering no resistance. With a crack that echoed like shattering bones, Yao Xuan's claw pierced through the lion's skull, and the overwhelming might of the ancestral dragon erupted, turning the lion's brain into a mere pulp. The lion, despite its 1,000-year vitality, succumbed instantly to such a devastating blow, its flames extinguishing as its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. 1,000-year flame demon lion slain X1, gained 27 golden evolution points, chimed the system notification in Yao Xuan's ear. Simultaneously, a stream of purple spirit energy emanated from the fallen lion, which was devoured and refined by Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial spirit. In response to the death of its kin, the leader of the flame demon lions emitted a mournful roar, rallying the remaining lions to charge at Yao Xuan. What a nuisance! So many flame demon lions, I must retreat, Yao Xuan thought, his expression growing grave as he observed nearly 10 lions lunging towards him. Each of these 1,000-year flame demon lions possessed strength akin to that of a typical 3,000-year soul beast, equivalent to a soul master of the soul sect level. Even under the suppression of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, their power remained formidable. Yao Xuan calculated that while he could easily dispatch 3 of the 1,000-year lions, facing 5 could lead to serious injury or even demise if he lingered in battle. Now, the number of lions attacking him had swelled to 10. Alongside a leader boasting a formidable 2,000-year cultivation, prompting Yao Xuan to opt for a guerrilla tactic instead of a head-on confrontation. Come on, chase me, Yao Xuan taunted, beckoning with his fingers before activating his bloodline ability, the ancestral dragon's void step, and accelerating away into the distance. With his bloodline power surging, the first cycle of his blood energy shimmered with a faint 9-colored glow. As the cycle commenced, a layer of subtle spatial energy enveloped Yao Xuan, enhancing his every step with remarkable speed and agility. In the distance, the leader of the flame demon lions, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, opened its jaws wide and let out a furious roar, leading the adult lions in a wild chase after Yao Xuan. Excellent. They've fallen for my trap. Indeed. Despite possessing some intelligence, these soul beasts cannot match human cunning. Yao Xuan mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sensed the foolish lions trailing closely behind him. Deliberately slowing his pace to ensure the lions would not lose track of him, Yao Xuan led them in a wide arc around the ascension platform. At this point, his position relative to the adult lions shifted, placing the remaining female and young lions directly ahead while the males followed behind. The harvest begins, Yao Xuan declared with excitement, fervently channeling his bloodline power and dramatically accelerating towards the remaining female and young lions. In a matter of moments, he had outpaced the 10 or so lions pursuing him and charged directly into the midst of the remaining pride. Compared to the adult males, who had all reached at least a millennium in cultivation, only the strongest female lion among them had attained such power. The rest were mere century-old beasts and posed little threat. Yet, despite their lesser strength, these fierce soul beasts would not cower in the face of Yao Xuan's assault. Under the leadership of the female lion, they surged forward from all directions, ready to confront him. Courageous, unfortunately, far too weak, Yao Xuan remarked coolly, a glint of cold light in his eyes as he observed the approaching lions. Indeed, apart from the leading 1,000-year flame demon lion, the rest posed virtually no danger to Yao Xuan. Even if they managed to strike him, they would struggle to inflict any significant harm, merely falling prey to his onslaught. Let it begin with you. Ancestral Dragon's Rift Strike, Yao Xuan shouted, directing his soul power as the first circle of purple soul rings flickered behind him. As the rings glowed, the 9-colored dragon soul energy surged on Yao Xuan's right claw, and with a light push of his toes, he lunged towards the 1,000-year flame demon lion, leaving behind a faint afterimage. The 1,000-year flame demon lion, witnessing Yao Xuan's approach, did not sit idly by. Summoning its fiery power, it met Yao Xuan's descending claw with its own, a storm of flames swirling around its paw. The clash resounded with a dull thud as Yao Xuan's claw collided with the lion's. The consumption of soul power triggered the absolute penetration effect of the ancestral dragon's sky-splitting strike, instantly shattering the fiery lion's claws with a crisp crack of broken bones. Subsequently, Yao Xuan's right claw surged forward, aiming for the heart of the fiery lion. It effortlessly tore through the lion's hide, infused with the might of the ancestral dragon, and struck viciously at the fiery lion's heart. Boom! The formidable force of the ancestral dragon erupted at the lion's heart, obliterating its heart and other vital organs in an instant, resulting in the fiery lion's untimely demise, its life force extinguished, and its lifeless body crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slaying a millennium-old fiery lion X1, earning 22 golden evolution points, the system's notification chimed. Compared to the previously vanquished male lion, this female lion possessed considerably lower cultivation and strength, thus yielding fewer golden evolution points. Just as the system's notification sounded, a surge of purple spirit energy erupted from the fiery lion's corpse, consumed and refined by the ancestral dragon spirit. Now it was your turn. Having swiftly eliminated the lone millennium-old fiery lion, the remaining fiery lions offered no resistance, falling beneath Yao Xuan's claws as easily as chopping vegetables. Slaying fiery lions X16. Earning 195 golden evolution points, completing the temporary task. Slaying fiery lions Phase 1. Phase 2 progress. 1820, earning 50 golden evolution points. With the demise of the last fiery lion, the system's notification echoed, detailing Yao Xuan's gains and task completion, while streams of spirit energy flowed forth, absorbed by the ancestral dragon spirit. As the spirit energy was refined, the cultivation of the ancestral dragon spirit swiftly ascended to 1,300 years, taking a step closer to the realm of 10,000 years. However, at that moment, the millennium-old fiery lions, which Yao Xuan had left behind, had caught up. Gazing upon the corpses of their kin and mates, the male fiery lions seethed with fury, their bodies engulfed in demonic flames, emitting furious roars, their eyes fixated on Yao Xuan. Now it was time to face these formidable foes. Yet, my soul power and vitality are somewhat depleted and in need of replenishment. Yao Xuan's gaze sharpened at the 12 fiery lions in the distance as he delicately tapped on the system panel. Replenishing vitality and soul power to restore optimal condition will cost 50 golden evolution points. Would you like to proceed? As Yao Xuan contemplated, the system's notification resonated once more in his ears. Yes, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes as he confirmed. While the expenditure of 50 golden evolution points was substantial, the pursuit of greater gain made it worthwhile. With Yao Xuan's thought, 50 golden evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest form of soul and vitality, surging into his body, restoring him to peak condition. Howl! At that moment, the leading fiery lion let out another furious roar, and one by one, the fiery lions gathered their demonic flames, forming scorching, powerful fireballs that crossed the space towards Yao Xuan. Futile, too slow. Faced with the fiery lion's relentless bombardment, a hint of mockery glimmered in Yao Xuan's eyes. Beasts are indeed beasts, incapable of learning from their mistakes. While pondering this, Yao Xuan activated the revitalized vitality within him, employing the bloodline ability, Ancestral Dragon's Void Step, swiftly evading the epicenter of the fireball explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball struck the ground, erupting instantly, mushroom clouds rising into the air, with scorching waves of heat surging outward. In the center of the explosion, all living things were vaporized in an instant. The earth transformed into barren wasteland, devoid of life. Even 100 meters away, the shockwaves were sufficient to obliterate weaker Great Soul Masters. Yet, Yao Xuan had already positioned himself nearly 100 meters away, successfully escaping the core of the explosion, easily withstanding its residual force without sustaining any harm. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent and took the initiative to attack the fiery lion pack, even though they were considerably fatigued. Their combined strength could still easily overpower him. Continuing the guerrilla warfare, Yao Xuan made his decision without hesitation, channeling his vitality as he charged forward, based on his observations. As the fiery lions pursued him, their lack of uniform speed caused disarray within their ranks, presenting Yao Xuan with opportunities to strike isolated targets. With his dragon claws brandished, Yao Xuan cleaved a path through the dense forest, engaging in a fierce chase against the fiery lion pack. Meanwhile, outside the spirit elevation platform, the other 5 students, including Long Hingxiu and Wu Changkong, observed Yao Xuan's actions with expressions of envy, admiration, and approval, single-handedly confronting over a dozen millennium-old spirit beasts, particularly the formidable fiery lions. Such a feat would be deemed monumental even for a soul sect or a soul king, let alone Yao Xuan, who was merely a great soul master. Is this fellow truly human? No, he is simply a prodigy, a super prodigy. While the spectators outside the spirit elevation platform marveled, within the platform, another 10 minutes had slipped by. After a relentless chase, the distance between the most powerful fiery lion leader and the weakest one had widened to nearly 100 meters. The opportunity has come. Sensing the shift within the fiery lion pack, a glint of brilliance appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he led the fiery lions in another circuit, thoroughly disrupting their formation. Die. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike. Suddenly pivoting, Yao Xuan accelerated towards a solitary, weakest fiery lion, unleashing his soul power with fervor. The soul rings behind him shimmered, the ancestral dragon's power converging in his right claw, exuding an aura of terror as he aimed for the fiery lion's head. The fiery lion, confronted with Yao Xuan's assault, did not remain passive. It swung its sharp claws towards Yao Xuan's dragon claw. Crack. Just like before, facing the ancestral dragon's right claw, and its absolute tearing effect, the fiery lion's right claw was shattered. Instantly, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon claw struck fiercely atop the fiery lion's head. Another crack sounded as the terrifying might of the ancestral dragon's claw obliterated the fiery lion's skull, its brain matter violently crushed into a gruesome mixture of red and white. Thud. The massive lion's lifeless body collapsed, a surge of purple spirit energy escaping, consumed and refined by the ancestral dragon spirit, slaying a millennium-old fiery lion X1. Earning 29 golden evolution points, the system notification chimed. Taking advantage of the remaining fiery lion scattered formation, Yao Xuan lunged towards the nearest solitary fiery lion, fiercely extending his claws. Crack! Under the might of the ancestor dragon's celestial strike, the flame demon lion was utterly powerless, succumbing to Yao Xuan's claw, slaying the millennium-old flame demon lion X1. He acquired 32 golden evolution points. Completing the temporary quest, Slay the Flame Demon Lion, Phase 2 Progress. 2030, he obtained an additional 150 golden evolution points. Excellent. A total of 150 golden evolution points have been secured. Listening to the system's prompt sound, a faint smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. At that moment, the flame demon lions closed in once more, and Yao Xuan, naturally, would not confront a horde of them head-on, but instead opted for guerrilla tactics. By employing this strategy, he managed to disperse the group of flame demon lions repeatedly and eliminate them one by one. An hour later, after a fierce battle, all the ordinary flame demon lions lay vanquished before Yao Xuan, leaving only the most formidable leader standing. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity and hatred, fixated on Yao Xuan. Do not fret. Soon, I shall send you to reunite with your companions, Yao Xuan coldly declared, a slight curve of a smile gracing his lips. With the slaying of this flame demon lion leader, he would earn a generous 500 golden evolution points. With a mournful roar, the flame demon lion leader swung its claws, unleashing a scorching gust of wind aimed directly at Yao Xuan's head. Come at me. Breakthrough. Beholding the imposing flame demon lion leader, nearly 4 meters in length, crowned with a fiery mane and engulfed in blinding orange flames, Yao Xuan's eyes glimmered with battle intent. In contrast to the previous flame demon lions, this leader possessed a formidable cultivation of 2,400 years. And with the innate combat prowess of a lion-type soul beast, its fighting ability rivaled that of typical 6,000-year soul beasts, not far from the ordinary initial stage soul kings. Faced with such an adversary, Yao Xuan's vigilance heightened to the utmost, his spirit taut, with his blood vitality, soul power, and ancestral dragon energy at their peak. As the flame demon lion leader lunged towards him, Yao Xuan fervently summoned his soul power, the first circle of purple soul rings shimmering behind him. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. With nearly 20% of his soul power dissipated, it transformed into a surge of ancestral dragon energy. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated from Yao Xuan's right claw. He then propelled himself into the air, striking out towards the flame demon lion leader. A thunderous crash echoed as their claws collided. The formidable demonic flame power clashing against the robust ancestral dragon energy, annihilating each other. The explosive energy radiated outward, causing branches to sway and leaves to scatter like rain within a 10-meter radius of the impact point. Although the flame demon lion leader was powerful, it paled in comparison to Yao Xuan, and with the suppression from the ancestral dragon martial soul and bloodline, it was sent reeling backward. The collision resulted in the leader crashing through over 10 large trees before finally halting, creating a massive crater in the ground, its once majestic fur now disheveled. Moreover, observing the leader's right claw, it was grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle, bloodied and mangled from the force of the ancestral dragon sky splitter. As for Yao Xuan, he too was not without injury, feeling a tremendous force reverberate through his arm. This power propelled him toward the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact, with spiderweb-like cracks forming beneath his feet. Delightful, truly exhilarating. Thanks to the dual mitigation of the ancestral dragon scales and body, although the leader's strike was robust, it failed to inflict substantial harm on Yao Xuan, merely causing a slight tingling in his arm and a dull ache in his chest. However, this exchange invigorated Yao Xuan's spirit, igniting a fervent battle zeal within his eyes. Once more, taste my ancestral dragon sky splitter, once again channeling his soul power. The first circle of purple soul rings flickered as the ancestral dragon energy and soul power surged within him, gathering at his right claw. With a swift leap, employing the spatial force granted by the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan dashed toward the fallen flame demon lion leader, maneuvering to its flank. Perish! Yao Xuan ascended high, ferociously aiming for the leader's head. In response, the flame demon lion leader's eyes glowed with rage as it swung its uninjured left claw to counter Yao Xuan's assault. Another resounding thud resonated as, under the effect of the absolute penetrating power, the leader's left claw was shattered. Yao Xuan's right claw, imbued with terrifying might, continued its advance. Just as Yao Xuan believed he would deliver the final blow, the flame demon lion leader suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a searing tongue of fire several meters long. Hot enough to melt steel, aimed directly at Yao Xuan's face. Danger! Seeing the rapidly approaching inferno, Yao Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. A chill coursing through him as he swiftly altered his course and leapt sideways. The fiery tongue grazed past him, striking a tree the size of a truck tire, vaporizing it in an instant before scorching the earth, leaving a gaping fissure 20 centimeters wide, several meters long, and over a meter deep. What a formidable attack! Alas, merely a fleeting moment. Reflecting on the power of the flaming tongue, Yao Xuan felt a tremor of fear had it struck him. While he might not have been instantly vanquished, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. However, after unleashing that attack, the flame demon lion leader's energy diminished significantly, appearing weary, clearly having exhausted a considerable amount of vitality. Now, you can rest in peace. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yao Xuan's eyes as he unleashed another ancestral dragon sky splitter towards the leader's forehead. This time, it was utterly defenseless. With a crisp crack, Yao Xuan's claw shattered the flame demon lion leader's skull, the overwhelming ancestral dragon power exploding within, obliterating everything inside into a mixture of pale mush. In less than a second, the light of life faded from the leader's eyes, its fiery aura extinguished, its massive body crashing down, causing the ground to tremble. Slain 2,000-year flame demon lion leader X1, acquired golden evolution points X90. Temporary mission completed. Eliminate the flame demon lion phase 3, phase 2 progress, 3030. Acquired golden evolution points X500. As the flame demon lion leader succumbed, the system's somewhat mechanical prompt echoed once more in Yao Xuan's consciousness. 500 golden evolution points secured. Combined with the points from the flame demon lion leader, that totals 600 golden evolution points. Truly remarkable. This arduous battle was worth every moment. Listening to the system's notification sound, Yao Xuan nodded with satisfaction, a radiant smile adorning his face. Following this hunt, Yao Xuan's golden evolution points had surged to 1540, enabling him not only to unlock the second limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, but also to elevate its bloodline density beyond 21. Concurrently, as the system alert resonated, a rich purple soul beast energy surged forth from the corpse of the flame demon lion leader, flowing towards Yao Xuan. At that moment, the ancestral dragon spirit before Yao Xuan opened its mouth, swallowing the soul beast energy in one gulp. Instantly, the energy was devoured and refined by Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon spirit, enhancing its cultivation to 1,500 years. Outside the spirit elevation platform, the spectacle was astounding. He had single-handedly vanquished the entire flame demon lion pack, including its formidable leader. Unbelievable, Teacher Wu. Witnessing this, Long Hungshu's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he exclaimed. Long Hungshu considered that even as a soul king, he might not have achieved such a feat, for he lacked the ancestral dragon martial soul to suppress the soul beast's strength. Indeed, I did not anticipate he could accomplish all this. I always believed Yao Xuan to be exceptional, but I never imagined he could surpass my expectations so profoundly. He truly is extraordinary. On another front, upon hearing Long Hungshu's words, Wu Changkong displayed a rare smile, nodding in acknowledgement, his tone filled with pride. According to Wu Changkong's estimation, Yao Xuan's limit would be slaying 5 to 10 flame demon lions. Yet he had not foreseen Yao Xuan's remarkable endurance or his ingenious strategy that enabled him to eliminate the entire pack. It was not entirely Wu Changkong's fault. Had he not utilized golden evolution points to restore his stamina and vitality, his estimate would have been quite accurate. However, Yao Xuan's possession of the super divine system shattered Wu Changkong's preconceived notions. As for Xie Xie, Wang Jinxie, Zhang Yangzi, and Tang Wulin, who had observed this grueling battle for an hour, they were filled with excitement. On one hand, they revered Yao Xuan immensely, while on the other, they developed a strong desire to grow stronger. Brother Xuan is so powerful, we cannot allow ourselves to lag behind. Beside the four, as they gazed upon Yao Xuan's valorous and unyielding figure, Guyu's beautiful eyes reflected an increasingly intense admiration. Truly, he is the man she has chosen. Everything about Yao Xuan is exceptional and utterly captivating. Returning to the spirit elevation platform, after defeating the flame demon lions, Yao Xuan felt a slight fatigue wash over him, both physically and mentally drained. Thus, he quickly vacated the battlefield, sitting cross-legged to recuperate his strength and soul power. Indeed, while golden evolution points could restore his physical and soul vitality, they could not alleviate mental strain. Yao Xuan needed to recover on his own. Half an hour later, after resting, Yao Xuan's physical strength, soul power, and mental state returned to their peak. Excellent. Let the hunting continue. After his previous battle, Yao Xuan felt the combat memories awakened within his ancestral dragon bloodline, propelling his strength further. With anticipation, he ventured deeper into the forest, ready for the next encounter. As he walked forward, an imposing dark golden figure emerged ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal bear, exceeding 3 meters in length, covered in dark golden fur that radiated an overwhelming aura. This giant bear possessed exceptionally robust limbs, broad and muscular, reminiscent of city walls. At the forefront of its powerful arms were a pair of razor-sharp claws, shimmering with a faint golden light, each over a meter long, instilling fear at first glance. The dark golden terrifying claw bear. Observing the soul beast, both Yao Xuan and the onlookers instinctively recognized it. Indeed, it was a legendary soul beast. The dark golden terrifying claw bear. Generally, soul beasts are categorized into 4 tiers based on their strength: ordinary soul beasts, powerful soul beasts, top-tier soul beasts, and legendary soul beasts. The dark golden terrifying claw bear belongs to the most formidable legendary category, being a legendary soul beast. The name of the dark golden terrifying claw bear resonates throughout the entire Douluo world. Consequently, both Yao Xuan and the onlookers, including Long Hungshu, Wu Changkong, and other students, instantly recognized it. Moreover, the dark golden terrifying claw bear was not only renowned, but, as a legendary soul beast, its power was terrifyingly formidable. standing at the pinnacle of the soul beast realm, even unfazed when facing a true dragon. Using the eye of observation, Yao Xuan noted that this dark, golden, terrifying claw bear had relatively lower cultivation, merely 800 years, still below the 1,000-year threshold. However, in terms of combat prowess, it certainly reached a high level among 10,000-year ordinary soul beasts, akin to a soul emperor-level soul master. The dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. Good heavens, am I seeing correctly? No, this is truly a dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. It's incredibly exhilarating. But, encountering such a terrifying soul beast, will Brother Xian face any danger? Gazing at the formidable dark, golden, terrifying claw bear, Xie, Wang Jinxie, and Tang Wulin engaged in fervent discussions, while Guyu beside them displayed a hint of astonishment in her eyes. The dark, golden, terrifying claw bear? How is this possible? The power of human technology is astonishing, to the extent that it can replicate even the dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. Yet, if this is indeed the case, then resolving the fundamental conflict between humanity and soul beasts through the spirit elevation platform, paving the way for true peace, seems increasingly plausible. Perhaps this is not such a bad thing after all? Returning to the situation on the spirit elevation platform, Yao Xuan did not feel fear upon witnessing the distant dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. The presence of the ancestral dragon martial soul bestowed upon him unwavering courage and resolve. And after all, this was the spirit elevation platform. He could leave at any moment if he wished. Conversely, a thought flickered in Yao Xuan's mind. Could this encounter with such a colossal creature prompt the system to issue a temporary quest? Just then, a glimmer of silver light flashed before Yao Xuan's eyes, and a quest prompt appeared. Quest name: Confront the dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. Quest type: Temporary quest. Quest description: You have encountered the legendary soul beast, the dark, golden, terrifying claw bear. Its power is overwhelming, and slaying it is impossible. However, if you can muster the courage to confront it and successfully withstand 3 of its attacks, you will be rewarded. Time limit: 1 day. Failure reward: None. Quest reward: Golden evolution points x 300. This quest seems reasonable. To slay the dark, golden, terrifying claw bear would be utterly fantastical. Yet merely enduring 3 of its strikes is not beyond the realm of possibility. My mental strength has reached the spirit communication realm, even in the primary spirit elevation platform. Death poses no danger. For 300 golden evolution points, a slight risk is certainly worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Yao Xuan summoned his vitality and soul power. Ancestral dragon body. Right claw dragon transformation. As the soul skill and the ancestral dragon bloodline abilities were activated, the dragon scales adorning Yao Xuan's body were enhanced, particularly his right arm, which transformed into a fearsome dragon claw. His aura surged impressively. Suddenly, a grave expression flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes as he gazed at the distant dark gold claw bear. Has he lost his mind? This is the dark gold claw bear. Someone must alert him. Does this child not recognize the dark gold claw bear? Why hasn't he activated the distress signal? What on earth is going on with Brother Xian? Is he truly considering a confrontation with the dark gold claw bear? Observing Yao Xuan's actions on the screen, Hmph, a staff member of the Spirit Tower, and Tang Wulin voiced their concerns. Do not worry. Since Yao Xuan has chosen this course of action, he undoubtedly possesses confidence in himself. Moreover, Yao Xuan's mental strength is formidable. Even if he were to perish on the ascension platform, he would suffer no lingering repercussions. Listening to Hmphu's words, Wu Chong remained remarkably composed, simultaneously explaining while gazing intently at the screen before him. He was eager to discern the limits of Yao Xuan's strength. Meanwhile, outside the ascension platform, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd and in the distance. The dark golden terror claw bear initiated its assault. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated, causing all soul beasts within a kilometer to cower, trembling in fear and reverence. Concurrently, the dark golden terror claw bear raised its massive arm, swinging its formidable paw, which was several meters in length, downwards with ferocious velocity. The air was compressed, generating a fierce wind and a tempest of dust. At the tips of its claws, dark golden talons emanated a presence capable of shredding anything in their path. 3 beams of dark golden light flickering as they hurtled towards Yao Xuan. Along the trajectory of these 3 beams, towering trees were obliterated, turned to nothingness in an instant. While the beams approached Yao Xuan's side with alarming swiftness, such a formidable and rapid assault, as Yao Xuan sensed the overwhelming might of the 3 dark golden beams. A profound seriousness flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a faint sense of trepidation swelling in his heart. Indeed, even from a distance, The attack of the dark golden terror claw bear reached the level of a full-force strike from an ordinary initial stage Soul King. This soul beast was indeed worthy of its legendary status. Though he silently lamented his circumstances, Yao Xuan exhibited no hesitation in his actions, fervently channeling his soul power. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. In an instant, nearly 2.5 portions of his soul power dissipated as the ancestral dragon's spirit emitted a low growl. The soul rings behind him shimmered, and the 9-colored ancestral dragon energy coalesced upon Yao Xuan's right claw. Break for me. Concentrating all his vitality, Yao Xuan swung his right arm, the ancestral dragon's claw soaring forth to meet the 3 dark golden beams. Boom! The ancestral dragon's claw collided with the beams, unleashing a cataclysmic clash between the ancestral dragon's power and the tearing force of the dark golden terror claw bear. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, uprooting all flora within several meters of Yao Xuan. Although the level of ancestral dragon power far surpassed the tearing force of the dark golden terror claw bear, Yao Xuan was merely a great soul master, and his overall strength and soul power were insufficient, marking a significant shortcoming. Consequently, after obliterating 2.5 dark golden claw marks, the ancestral dragon sky splitter suddenly dissipated, while the 3rd beam dimmed considerably, its energy diminished by more than half, striking viciously against Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon right arm. Chapter 142. Success. Departure. Subscription requested. Clang. The dark golden claw mark struck Yao Xuan's right arm, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. A terrifying force surged through Yao Xuan's arm, propelling him towards the ground. Thud. As his feet met the earth, a dull thud echoed, and the ground beneath him cracked and sank, forming a shallow pit 10 centimeters deep, with spider-web-like fissures radiating outward. Meanwhile, the resilient surface of his 9-colored dragon scales began to exhibit